Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows...
D6, welcome back to day 2. And we have so many talented and great players on display today. And there's a total of 85 players that made
Wow.
day 2 with 18 point or higher scoreline. Prism, have you taken a look at what decks are in today's matches?
I think there are a lot of decks, a variety of them, but in terms of the big top 4 that we were basically hyping out the entire stream yesterday, obviously there is the Strayu, we've been talking about it. We saw it on stream as well. There is the Windcrux. Windcrux is a very popular deck as well, but surprisingly, I don't think Windcrux is in the top 3.
Yeah.
By one actually.
Yeah, one deck beats it out just barely. One
Yeah.
extra representative in the Oblation CL. There's actually exactly 12 Oblation CLs and then
12.
only 11 Windcrux. I think only
We
11.
saw only one operation on stream yesterday, was it?
That's right. We only saw one Oblation on stream, I believe on round 3 or round 4.
Yeah, around very early.
Very
Yeah.
early, lost to the Luxem Xander, unfortunately. That Luxem Xander is one of 2 Luxem Xanders in day 2.
2.
So, very good run from Aoi from Brunei. Other than that, we also have a lot of interesting one-offs in the top 85 for today. In terms of the usual suspects, we already talked about it a little bit. Water, Diana, and Seiryu are the most represented, 18 and 15 representatives each.
Yep.
We have Oblation at 12, Windcrux at 11.
11, yeah.
And that's it for the double digits. Everything else is actually not even close, 6 or less.
I don't think there's even a 5.
Yeah, you would be surprised actually at the fifth deck that's gonna round up our top 5.
Gambu.
Exactly, yeah. You'd be surprised that actually Genbu is doing really well
Yeah.
here. There's 6 representatives in day 2, and following on their footsteps, Suzaku.
What is all of them have common with?
Yeah.
This shows you how powerful the Senju beasts are. Like, obviously we have seen actually all three of these beasts, besides the tiger, besides Byakyo himself, all of them actually had some sort of a representation even in the Ascent final, right? I believe each of them won one, or at the very least went to the final.
I believe Genbu has not won, but yeah, might have been in a final.
Final probably. I'm pretty sure that, but like Just show you how strong they are and mechanically. Right? Each of them, it's just really show you. And I think all of them have access to Luxem is actually quite a big deal, right? Allowing you to have higher element access. But other than that, going down to after Suzaku, right? We have also a really interesting one. I think we all know the players who play this particular Ari deck.
Yeah.
All three of them.
Serene, Win, Arizona, all three played
All
by
three
very
played by
notable pilots.
Yeah, played by two of them from the Apex Guild Blader players, Poan and
Aqua.
Aqua, and then the other one, our own residents, Taiwan, Arizona level, very well known to be Arizona level. You know him, you love him, is Limbo.
Yeah, very famous Arizona player. Hopefully, we're going to see him on stream later today. He is such a joy to watch, of course. The remaining multiple representative decks are actually going to be Wind, Wake Up, and interestingly, all three representatives
Yep.
are on a different champion.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to show that Wind Wake Up doesn't really, it's not defined by the champion itself, but it's defined by the card pool and the concept of it. So for those at home that are not really familiar with Wind Wake Up basically refers to the fact that the deck plays around a mechanic that allows your either the ally or the champion to basically wake up, basically allows you to stand it up so you can attack again.
Yeah, so using cards like Second Wind
Yep.
or Draw of Stamina in order to make your large ally go in for multiple times. If you watched Ascent to Taipei, you've seen Yamikin play that deck to very, very good efficiency. He's not here today, but of course, one of
Well,
his signature decks.
People will carry on his spirit. But I want to say that the Wind Wake Up has a really, I'll say it's a very glass cannon deck because it's unlike the Water Giant deck, both also featuring some sort of like a Ranger archetype, showing you how strong the Ranger archetype has really become. Wind Wake Up is kind of like very fragile, right?
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, no level 1 champion for most of them.
Yeah, correct.
That means only 15 life total. Not
Yep.
only that, not that many defensive tools compared to some other decks. Of course, there are options still. But let's talk about some other one-off champions that we have in our top 85, and that includes this Tristan.
I think we are jumping straight into our game right here. We'll talk back about the decks represented in day 2, but jumping into the game, actually, we have a really interesting game to feature right here. Of course, we have Diana, which is a very common staple for today's tournament, but this one in particular, this opponent, can you tell me what it is? It's Spirit of Wind, but the champion is?
That is the Tristan, one of
Tristan.
in the top 85 today. No other representation. And this is Bry. He is actually top 8 at Ascent London quite a while ago. So very famous enough player as well. Meanwhile, he's versus Ikuri from Taiwan. Bray actually also went to the North American Nationals, was unfortunately not able to secure his gauntlet slot there, but we'll be trying for that today.
Yeah.
A 10-3 scoreline may still be able to make it into the top 16 of today's event. I'm not sure if they will get into top 8, but let's see what he can do.
Well, we're gonna play to your outs, right? If you're already in a tournament as well, might as well just play through. I will say that among all the level 3 win-based deck, Tristan is probably the most unexpected one, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting many Tristans either. I assume that the matchup into Serio is still favored, especially now that they don't have the baby green slime as well. And we're gonna see a very beautiful CSR Sadi make its way onto the board for Bry. And were you able to catch? I believe this means Bry went second because he was able to swing.
Yeah, swing. Sadie Blood Harvester is one of the most important, I would argue the most important ally in the Tristan deck, because not only is it like a constant threat, it also has this ability where it allows it to basically, whenever it's in danger or even if it's not, right, you can just at fast speed just pay 2 and then return it back to hand and gain a prep counter. So prep counter is a really important mechanic for the Tristan decks.
Exactly.
For those who are not aware, prep counter is basically sort of like it's basically a counter on a champion, and then like you use it for various resources. Or the most infamous one is WinCon, Shadow Strike.
Exactly. So being able to prepare Shadow Strike with a ton of preparation counters would mean more and more damage. And in the early stages of the game, you also want preparation counters to increase your influence because
Correct.
Tristan Hired Blade, the level 2 champion, will allow you to draw 2 cards if you have 4 preparation counters or just 1 card if you have 2 preparation.
Yep, as we are seeing, players are basically going to, I will call this the farming stage or the setting up stage because they're just basically either getting influence or getting a sort of resource that they need to advance their late game. So Ikuru now, as you can see, is gaining influence because, as we all know, this particular Diana deck is influence heavy kind of deck because water is really known for interaction, right? So you're well known for holding cards up into your hand so they can interact with your opponent. And of course, the infamous ally here, Frost Swarm Paladin. How many times have you seen Have you seen or say the word Frostborn Paladin on stream throughout your career?
A lot, actually. I haven't casted that many events, but Frostborn Paladin is a staple for Water. And Ikari now went for the backup charger into the Frostborn Paladin play alongside a Fracturized Pre-Recollection so that he has his floating memory. Plus, also was able to convert that power cell into a usable Fantasia from the following turn onwards, since it does come in rested.
Yep. So we are going into the level 1 Tristan here. This will allow us to either choose between getting a prep counter or the agility ability, but usually this is going to be just a prep counter right here. As we can see, he is going to be into 1 prep. The ideal prep counter for Tristan is at the very minimum 2, or choosing to use the Sadie ability to return it back to get 2 prep counter. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Ikari making a pretty clever play, not turning this Frostborn Paladin because, say, this other effect is on kill, will get a agility
Agility.
tree at the end of the turn for this Tristan. So just leaving it there active, don't need to push in this 3 damage into the Sadie since it may return to hand anyway. Meanwhile, Bray is forced into returning the Sadie back to hand to get more preparation counters.
Yep. I would say the bare minimum for Tristan to level up to at the release is 2 per counter. I think, of course, the maximum ability is 4, right? So we can draw 2. But at the release, if you get 2, that's the bare minimum so that you can at least get back a card in hand. We are just going to play Sadie and just pass the turn.
Yeah.
I suspect that he's probably just going to use the Sadie ability at one point to just get the third per counter and then probably hope for a hope for one of the ways to get hope to get another prep counter. So going back to Icarus,
Yeah, backstep now,
backstep
going to
here,
make the champion this turn.
Then
Maybe didn't have that last turn, or maybe just wanted to establish just Frostborn Paladin. We'll only find out if we are Ikari himself. But there is the Diana Aether Dilettantes now making his way onto the board, losing a tactical retreat, which could have been a very powerful tool in the later stages of the game, but has chosen to put it down and risk it being banished. In the meantime, we are going to see the Aether Wing also make his way onto the board. Aqua Mirage Whisper, for those who aren't aware, spell shot as well as on hit glimpse 1 plus X, where X is how much damage you did with this swing. Now, Aetheric Calibration is going to be played in the pre-recollection as well in order to glimpse 4 as well as put the top card of your deck into your memory if it is an Aether charge. And then after that, loads itself into this Aqua Mirage Whisper. Weaving Mana Stream Found as well, one
Yep.
of the key cards for this Diana deck.
this Diana deck is basically just a bunch of glimpsing, a bunch of just farming its Aether charge so that it can basically pump this weapon. So that whenever it attacks, it's going to be really, really, really big.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Dianas go into
So big.
crazy double-digit numbers. I've never seen a triple-digit.
I don't think there will be a triple digit ever. I don't think we ever reach that power scaling. But anyway, Diana does hit, and then we're going to be seeing at least top 4 right here. And this is really, really strong because one of them will be going to the graveyard, which is to set up for all your floating or even your Aether charge. And the other 3, you can basically say, okay, I don't like this card, you go to the bottom. If I like this card, they can stay on top, and then I can use some sort of card's ability to draw a card.
Yes, I mean, we already saw the Frostborn Paladin
Yep,
last turn,
yep.
so that's one of the key combos that this Diana deck does. Mills the floating memory, plays the Frostborn Paladin, draws the card that you put on the top of your deck. The other option is, of course, the Cross-Talon Archer. Very, very good card as well. 1-2 becomes a 4-2 when attacking because it becomes distant. And there it is, the floating memory, now milled out for Ikari.
Yep. Brian here is really behind tempo in terms of the ally war right now. Of course, this is the second. For some Paladin, is really, really big right now. 3-4 standing at the face of. Oh, there's a 2-2 right there. So Brian right now, I think needs to consider the fact that, okay, the ball is getting out of control. So how do I deal with this? I think going to level 3 will help him a lot. That was definitely a way to look at it. But his influence is getting low as well. So if we're looking at the situation at hand, right? You had to farm in a prep counter. Your influence very low. Generally speaking, you want to actually farm influence, which is like a backup. So you think you go back out level 2 next turn?
Okay, so I did see a turbo charge in the hand for Bry.
Exactly.
So I think being able to play that backup charger. Okay, so if he returns Sadie to hand, he pays 2. He will have exactly 3 cards in hand for the backup charger.
Yep.
However, I think there's a lot of pressure on the
lot
side
too
of
much.
Ikari. Like he's currently representing 6 damage per turn with the 2 Frost ones. And he's only at 19 max, so that's pretty scary, I would think, to go for a backup charger turn here.
Yep, let's see how Brian maneuvers. This is really, really high pressure right now. 3-4 standing at him, 2 3-4s in fact.
Yeah, but Ikari did leave one of those Frostborn Paladins active last turn, so I wonder if he's going to do the same to just prevent Bri from getting any more chip damage onto Ikari, because he's taken 2. And remember, this Water Diana deck only goes up to level 1, meanwhile Bri will go up to level 3 eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And the main problem, I think, with the level 3 Tristan for Ikari is that he can redirect one of the attacks that Ikari tries to, pump with the Ranger Strikes into one of those shadows and then basically make it not effective.
Yep. Gen- Generally speaking, level 3 Tristan is really, really good into ally based or basically attack based decks because, like what you say, you can basically redirect them. We will see it later when it's on the screen, but it allows you basically to remove 2 prep counter to redirect it to one of the shadow tokens.
Yeah.
So we are going to higher blade here. Just going to be drawing one. One is, as much as people want to say like, oh, we want to get 4 prep counter draw 2. I think drawing one at the very bare minimum is good enough. We do see Surveil the win in the CPR version.
Ooh, Surveil the Winds actually would be perfect here.
Really nice.
So Surveil the Winds and return Sadie to hand. But this is the Surveil the Wind is off the draw of the Tristan too, correct? So
Yep.
unfortunately, yeah, won't be able to do that. Like to get the additional draw off, but good enough.
Yeah, but good enough because you need to have at least 4 prep counter for you to activate the Tristan level 3 Shadow Weaver's effect. It will actually go into it.
Yeah, to actually materialize the Shadow's Claw
Yeah.
from the material deck to activate it during your main phase, you would need the 4 prep counters, and you also need 2 prep counters to use Tristan level 3 Shadow Dancer's effect to dance in the shadows, allow you to switch places with one of the shadows, allow it to take a hit for you.
Yep. Is this a problem of generating enough prep counter now? I do believe we do have the scheme in hand, so that will be really helpful when we go to level 3.
Mastermind Scheme is a card that allows you to double the
Yes.
amount of preparation counters that you have on your champion. So you would be able to go, in Brian's case here, from 4 to 8, which usually you would love to get more value out of that Mastermind Scheme. But in this matchup, I think you just take anything you can get.
I think in this particular situation and matchup, you just, as you say, take whatever you have, right? I think it's more on surviving because you should scale in late game. I think you should be fine.
Yeah, and Brian, considering a 3-card play, so you might think that's the Dungeon Guide.
I believe. Still holding on to the backup charger in hand, if you notice.
Yeah, the Turbo Charge still available in hand. 4 cards available.
Yeah, he's thinking of backup charging play because, like, if you're holding turbo charge, as you say, backup charger is still in mind. I think you can backup charger eventually if you actually reach level 3, which is doing right now. I think we are going to see Shadow Dancer right here. I don't think it'll be Weaver.
Yeah, I don't think Reaver makes its way onto
Dancer.
the board. Shadow Dancer, of course, puts the 2 shadows onto the board. Brian has multiple CSR shadows, you can see there.
I mean, this shows you that he really is a main of a certain champion. But Tristan Shadow Dancer right here, getting the Ominous Shadow. Basically, Shadow Dancer right here, his ability is all enter, it will summon 2 of these tokens and then put a prep counter on Tristan. And then really, really important, what he can do is he can remove 2 prep counter to redirect any sort of attack into one of the shadows. So let's say, for example, Diana is going for the kill. You can just remove 2 prep counter and it redirects to the shadow. Then the shadow themselves also, if it were to take damage, it can reduce the damage by 2.
That's right. It reduces damage by 3.
Three,
so
three,
it
yeah.
is a 4 health ally that only dies if you hit it for 7. So, I mean, Diana can hit something for 7 fairly easily, to be fair. But right now, we will see Bri actually swing with Tristan Shadow Dancer into this rested Frostborn Paladin. And after Tristan swings into the Frostborn Paladin, then we'll be able to use the Ominous Shadows to attack. So you can see on Shadow's Claw's effect, Tristan bonus, the Fantasia allies you control can attack using Shadow's Claw. When they do, put a durability counter on the Shadow's Claw as well. So really, really nice bonus for Bri to be able to clear one of these Frostborn Paladins just by heading up to level 3.
Yep.
Ooh, Cerulean Decreto from
Decree.
Ikari.
Probably just to reduce the attack of Tristan right here.
And this is really important because if Tristan doesn't land the
The
attack,
shadow can't hit.
exactly. So this is an effect on the shadows themselves. The shadows can attack allies that Tristan has attacked already.
Yep,
so
that's
it's kind of like a gang up.
Yeah, it's like a get up. So the problem is that Tristan actually doesn't land an attack here. The shadows can't really hit, and then you can't really use them to attack the Frostborn Paladin, I believe.
That's right. And that means that Ikari will continue to represent his 6 damage on the board without considering any of his Aether charges. And that might be kind of scary for Bri. However, does still have this one dungeon guide. Maybe if he has another ally, he can try to clear this Frostborn Paladin still, but something like an Ancient Protector, for example, would be kind of nice, but not enough cards in hand
Yeah,
for
not
Bri.
influenced. Like as we were discussing, you will go into level 3, but the problem is that doing this play would basically limit your hand size. We are going to
Mastermind
scheme
scheme.
here. Yep.
Only 2 cards in hand, Ikuri. So Brian just sees the opportunity, doubles his prep counters, and goes from 5 to 10. And also, not only that, gets the agility tree at the end of the turn. So leaves interaction available for Brian at the end of his turn.
Yeah, I mean, this shows you how powerful Tristan really is if it goes to the late game. If it's able to, get into the position where it has enough shadows, and most importantly, being in a healthy game state. Right now, Diana is going to have a hard time trying to close the game because whenever he's in danger, he just remove 2 prep counter and just redirect any sort of attack.
Exactly. So Ikuri now going into his materialization. I wonder what the choice here will be. Maybe something like the quick step threats may be good. However, there's no floating memory for Ikuri.
Yeah, I just noticed it's like he doesn't have much floating at all, despite being able to glimpse and being able to set up. So I think it's probably just need to be removed from the memory. Oh,
Yeah, inert sword just gonna
and the
be played.
sword.
Ikuri just nice had 2 cards in hand. So yeah, you know what? Let's just bring the sword out. Maybe now if he has a cat in hand, that could come in for 3 again, increasing the number of allies he can swing 3 with, from 2 to 3.
Yep, I think this particular situation, what Ikuru wants is not just like big damage, it's just multiple sources of damage so that your opponent will have to keep removing the prep counter. Again, these prep counters are not limitless, they are a sort of resource where they will eventually dry up. And Brian doesn't really want to spend these prep counters on just redirecting attack. You actually want to keep this prep counter for your actual win con Shadow Strike.
Exactly. And right now, Brian with 10 prep counters is
Mhm.
representing 5 redirected attacks. And
Yeah.
you don't really want to redirect
You don't want to
the
redirect all of them, that's the problem.
3 damage attack, right?
Yeah, so Brian is probably going to be taking up a lot of damage this turn. I think Ikuru position is, I think you do this swing with the Sorcerer Paladin. Generally speaking, intercept doesn't really matter in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, because the Shadow Strike is
That's
not,
affected by it, yes.
yeah, you aren't able to intercept a Shadow Strike.
Mhm.
I guess you could intercept Slice and Dice, but
Yeah, but
not really on the cards right now. Ikuri going to play the Cheshire Cat, like we said, with the Inert Sword, will now be a 3 attack ally. And this means the board is representing 9.
9 damage right here. Brian will be going. They will take a lot of damage unless he chooses to redirect any of them.
Playing with the Fractal,
Playing with
as
the
well as 2
Fractal.
cards, just deciding which cards to put down, which is always an important part of Grand Archive because of the way that we pay reserve costs. It makes it really, really important that you are keeping the right cards in your hand and also risking the right cards for your banishment for your next
Yeah,
materialization.
especially the fact that in Ikuru's position, if you look at his graveyard right now, there's not much floating going on, so he probably has to banish in order to materialize any of his cards. Most of his cards are at least 1 cost memory, so that's what's happening.
Let's not forget he also had the Weaving Mana Stream. He picked up earlier,
Pick up really early.
but wasn't able to play it during the end step because they don't have enough hand cards.
Yeah.
So may just be waiting to do that next turn. This turn just
Nice.
setting up.
By the archer in hand, but again, there's no floating.
Next turn, I think we are setting up a pretty powerful turn next turn.
Mm-hmm.
The cat comes in for 3. We can do Archer Swing and Pop Cat, as well as Diana Swing and Pop Strides. So that way we have 2 big swings, but there's still the 2 shadows on the board, so not exactly threatening enough right now.
Yeah, if I'm Brian, I think there's a chance to just try to like do some chip damage and then try to go for game eventually. But then again, there is in this particular matchup also there's one very strong card that Brian has to be very aware of that most water player run, the Wrong Source.
Yeah, Song of Frost would be very, very scary for Bry. He does go for the backup charger, so I'm not sure if he banished the turbo charge yet, but if it's not, he can just use that to increase his influence again. And the backup charger also usable because of that agility tree from the mastermind scheme. So very, very helpful for Bry over there on the Shadow Strike Tristan.
Yep, Brian here is just going to be farming influence right now because I think he recognized that, okay, there's no way this Diana play actually tries to kill me with the amount of prep count I have. So all I'm going to do is just try to farm influence and eventually find my Shadow Strike and try to win the game.
Exactly. And that's the thing about this matchup is that Tristan is very hard to kill with one big attack.
Yes.
And that's kind of Diana's entire
Yes,
MO.
yes. Because as long as you as a Tristan player, it's like, okay, I'm just going to take this smaller damage. Eventually, I just wait it out and win the game. Like, you couldn't go through your normal game plan, including like Wind Wake Up. Wind Wake Up was a struggle against this situation because Wind Wake Up is how deck that swing twice for really big attacks.
That's right. I mean, the other way around this is to just do enough damage that the shadows die.
Yep.
So you just swing 7 2 times, both the shadows are dead,
Yep.
and then now your way
You're
is
free.
cleared to go for big attacks. But the only way you're swinging 7 with Diana is usually by already using your shadow strikes. So I don't think you're gonna be able to do that.
Right here, thinking what to put down. I believe he's trying to like put down cards for his turbocharge.
Yeah, and I think other than that, Ikuri is still holding these Frostborn Paladins up active. This is really important because this means that there's basically no valid targets for Bry at all here.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can only swing into these Frostborn Paladins who will retaliate him for 3 anyway. And this means that he's not really getting the value he really desires. And more importantly, it also means that Ikuri is not going to be taking any poke because with the Frostborns up, without the Frost one up, sorry, Bry would represent about 7 damage right now.
Mhm.
Sorry, 5 damage right now with the Tristan as well as the 2 shadows, and then 1 more from the dungeon guide. And that's gonna be the turbocharge for Bry. Going to sacrifice this parcel and draw 2 cards. Just checking if Ikuri has anything to say about it, and will allow that to resolve. So Bry's influence going up to 8 now.
Yep. Ooh, we do see the new introducing card in. Oh, we do see Incap as well. Incapacitate. I think that one is really, really good in this particular matchup.
Exactly. I mean, you would love to just deny important skill or spell from the side of Ikuri, but let's see if the materialization will go as I thought. Weaving Mana Stream, and then we'll see the Ranger Strides come out. Or it could just be another quick step threats turn. But Bry having 5 cards in hand means he can still use Incapacitate. There's the Weaving Mana Stream.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna make Diana Aether Dilettante distance now, and there is no respawn from Bry. So we are gonna have a distance champion. And now let's see what Ikuri decides to materialize. Is it gonna be the strides or is it gonna be the treads? And it is gonna be the flash grenade
Wow.
instead.
Respecting a lot of like the upcoming damage that Brian might actually represent here. I think this doesn't want to like randomly die to Shadow Strike, so maybe that's just a way to respect it.
Yeah, I mean that is a really good point. Like you just want to prevent damage to any of your distant units.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really good as a defensive play. And I think what Ikuri's stance here is that he can just keep dealing poke damage with this Cheshire Cat, trying to force Bry to get some interaction out and also bring him closer and closer to lethal. Like right now, it's only 11 damage away for Bry to lose the game. And every turn, this cat continues to pressure for 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage. He does that 4 more
So it's
times.
just annoying cat that just keep touching you every time, asking food for you.
I mean, that's kind of how cats are, no? They just walk up to you and be like, meow, and then you take 3 damage.
You give food to random cats.
If they walk up to me with an inert sword, I think I would defend. Inert sword
With
in
the
the
inert
cat's
sword.
mouth. I'll be pretty scared. Like, yeah, take my food,
and
take
then
my
one
money.
day taking your money and then they become a boots and then they fly away, right?
Exactly. But I think the other good thing about this flash grenade is that it also flash grenade, unlike other cards for rangers, just specifies distant unit.
Yep.
It doesn't specify distant ranger unit.
Oh.
So if Bry wants to try and clear one of these Frostborn Paladins, he could backstep one of them
Mhm.
and then just pop the flash grenade and then make sure they don't die, which I think is a decent play as well. Because I think Ikuri is just trying to set up for a turn where he can do what I mentioned, deal 3 damage 4 times and force Bry to start interacting and losing those preparation counters.
Yep. Usually for the Tristan side, if you are forced to start redirecting these small attacks, you are gonna be in a big problem. Hence why, honestly speaking, as much as it is sort of like Hyrule to some aspect, I do think that having at least played 2 Mastermind Scheme is really important to this particular deck because that's how you one get enough prep counter to redirect and also have enough to just end the game.
Yeah, and here is the Crystal Archer from Ikuri. And a very heads up play that we missed really quickly.
Hmm?
He went for a 3 damage swing into the dungeon
Dungeon
guide.
Guide, yeah.
Because Tristan cannot redirect attacks that aren't targeting
Exactly.
Tristan. And this way he was able to do the glimpse and mill and
Mhm.
get himself this reposition so that this Crystal Archer can have a floating memory to eat up. And does the 4 damage. Bry does not redirect it just yet.
Yeah, now Brian in a really, really dangerous position. Probably trying to bait out the Frozen Paladin to swing into him, but I think Ikuru is going to be really, really patient here. I mean, you took out the grenade, right? You're going to be really, really patient here, taking a stance that, look, man, I'm not going to move. You had to move on me.
Exactly. But actually, if we think about it,
Mhm.
I think despite everything, Bry actually has a angle into lethal fairly soon
Yep.
because of the unblockable shadow strike.
Exactly.
Because of these shadows on the board.
Yes.
And because he has incapacitate in hand, if he can shadow strike for 4 plus 10 plus 1, that's 15, and then the unblockable shadow comes in.
Yep, but the grenade exists. That's the problem.
Exactly. So that is why Ikuri realizes actually I'm kind of in the danger zone. at this 10 preparation counters. And that's why Windwalker Boots are going to be played for Bri, give him a little bit more prep generation, and also allow him to just use it as a draw
Your
immediately, actually.
Innovate is not. I won't say it's not useful in this particular matchup, but usually you want to ideally do it after you have done the Reaver into Dancer. So not sure how useful that. I do see a really interesting card in Bryce's hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the Shadow Strike, right? It's the Shadow Strike CPR from the Essence.
I believe so. I believe that
Yeah.
is status right. Yeah.
So I almost thought it was the Tristan
I
alternate.
also
for
thought
a
the
second. I
ultimate.
was like, wait a minute, I didn't remember seeing that. But yeah, Tristan Shadow Strike is going to be
So
drawn for Bri.
yeah, Bryce just trying to count lethal if there's lethal through the grenade. That grenade is the problem right now. Like you can basically give distance to the which is already Shadow Strike here comes down. We are gonna be going in, I believe.
Yeah, but okay. So first we need to decide how much we want to prepare.
I think
How
he
many cards are in Ikari's hand?
I think he prepped 10. He just put 10 dices onto it.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that's Tristan too, so I didn't see as well. Now, okay, so the out here is we incapacitate the distant card from Ikari. So let's see what Ikari is going to do.
Wait,
Does he have
Is
reposition?
Diana distant already? No, right?
No. The distant marker was from last
Yeah,
turn.
from last turn,
So
yeah.
it should be removed now.
Yeah. Bryce just basically forcing him to have a double distance. Basically forcing him to, you want to be distant, you have to be distant twice, I think.
Yeah, with 4 cards in hand, he has exactly double reposition. Like that's the only out right now for Ikari, and he just milled one reposition
Mm-hmm.
for the Crystalline Archer to eat. So, oh no, he has a lot more than 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, he has a little more.
Let's see. Yeah, just making sure the distant marker is removed.
Yep.
So we're clear. Diana is not currently distant, but can become distant very soon. Here's the tactical retreat instead. And that is going to be quite a hefty cost. 3 cost in order to play that, leaving Ikari with only 4 cards in hand still. So quite a number of options still available. Bridal does have the singular incapacitate. And let's see if that's going to be enough, because he has just invested all 10 of his preparation counters into this Shadow Strike lethal. And we are only going to win this game if we allow this to resolve. Now, Bri holding on to the 2 cards, looking at the cost for the incapacitate, has to make sure this tactical retreat doesn't resolve. But does Ikari have a response to this as well? There is 4 more cards for Bri, out of range of Cerulean Decree, out of range for Frostsworn. But does he have a Song of Frost? Does he have another tactical retreat? Does he have another way to make himself distant?
Don't think so. Ikru is just. Oh, wait, does he?
He does.
Oh, does.
There's the backstab now. Going to pay 2. Make himself distant, draw a card as well. And this means that although this Shadow Strike is unblockable, it is not unpreventable. And that means this prepared Shadow Strike is going to come in for 10 plus 4 plus 1. And that's going to be 15. But now going to be reduced by 3 down to 12. And that also means these shadows will not be able to finish Ikari off. And that leaves him way open to finish Bri off instead.
Yeah, I think without any prep counter now, Bri just has to recognize that, okay, there's no other outfit. That's the problem with the Tristan deck. Once you use all your prep counter, there's no way to come back into a position unless like a really unique situation. But at this position right now, I think Bri just has to recognize, right, that we just go next.
Okay, but Bri does still have the innovate agility that we saw him draw earlier. So
Yeah.
he could just not die this turn. But how is he going to generate the prep to win again?
Yeah. The issue now is how do you win this game?
If we are able to bait out the Frostsworn Paladins to swing, because Ikari is going to turn with the Cheshire Cat and Crystalline. That's 7 already. I don't think we can bait these Frostsworns to turn.
The problem now is that I agree. Like if there's a way in the world where we can make the Frostborn Paladin swing to champion, but the problem is that
quick step traps now. Hold on the stack.
Oh, even then, this is even more hard now.
Yeah, we are forced to
do it now. Yeah,
because Diana is already distant.
Yeah, just buying a turn, but like again, with no way to actually try to seal the deal right now from the Tristan side, I think it's just a matter of turtling, just trying to wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, has to try and find these outs. We're already 27 minutes into the round, and we're still on game 1. So I think both players need to recognize that there is a clock that we have to worry about. The quick step traps, though, of course, very, very powerful card, and Bri forced to burn this interaction and no longer able to do that play that we were talking about, baiting out these Frostborn Paladins to swing, so you have the opportunity.
Yeah. So the problem now is that I think for Ikru, it's just probably like okay, I don't need to take my time. I understand that. I mean, I'm basically in favor right now. All you need to do is just take my time and eventually win out the game.
Yeah, and a refreshing charge from Ikuri pushes him out of lethal range as well because he was previously on 14 or 15, and that would have been lethal with Tristan Champion Swing plus the 2 shadows. So now forcing at least another 2 damage from Bri before anything can happen. But let's not forget, if he goes up to Tristan Shadow Dancer again, we'll get 2 more Ominous Shadows as well.
That's a world we go Weaver.
Is there a world we go Reaver?
If we have a dungeon guy in hand.
We do have a dungeon guide in hand. But I don't know if it's in hand or in memory, and that might be risking it.
Even then, right? Like, what do you steal from China that might be useful in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you all the Aether Charger is not very useful. You can steal a negate, but like,
I mean, sadly, dagger can't really
and
use Aether Charge.
he top decks into a mastermind scheme, which is not what you need right now. You're at 0 prep counters already.
And we're going to censor.
Ooh, there's 2 Frostmourne Paladins that you have to deal with, and Brad just doesn't have anything right now. There's no like ensnaring fuse here will go crazy actually if you think about it. Dungeon Guide up to 3.
We are going to level 3. I think we are going to another dancer right here. Okay, at the very least, we can get 2 more dancers, I guess.
We get 2 more shadows, but we're still on 0 prep. I mean,
One
get
when we
one.
got-
Yeah,
yeah.
you get 1. 1 isn't enough though.
Mastermind scheme to double one.
Mastermind scheme from 1 to 2. Oh no, that would be very, very rough. But no, Shadow Dancer going to spawn 2 more shadows. We are able to get rid of the Cross-Stern Archer at the very least, but that will be our last durability on this Shadow's Claw.
Yeah, then this means all the other shadows will be hitting for only 1 instead of 2 moving forward.
Shadow Strike for
Shadow
5?
Wait,
That's enough,
is that enough?
Shadow Strike for 5 plus
Oh
all of
my.
the shadows going in?
Oh my.
Okay, so if the Shadow's Claw, we're not using the Shadow's
We're
Claw
not
for
doing
this.
Shadow Claw because we want to use it with the Ominous Shadows.
Shadow Strike for 5, then we're
Is this a
sharpening
word?
8. 8 with the shadows.
There's no way.
We need Tech Retreat now.
With all the influence in the world, there's no way.
We need exactly Tactical Retreat.
There's
Song of
no
Frost.
way.
Cerulean Decree is not enough.
Is Tristan actually going to steal this game?
Oh, Ikuri is in the tank. He has to decide.
He has to decide, yeah.
So if this resolves for 5, Cerulean Decree makes it 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 10.
Let's notice something. This particular list, there's no Song of Frost, isn't it?
Yeah, there's only the Tactical Retreat.
Oh, this is
But he does run 4.
There's tactical retreat, but even then.
And okay, Bright is not representing incapacity at all.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
one
there's
card
no
in
way.
hand.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of you will have the. He's thinking a very long time about this.
Yeah, this is a do you have the outs or not? And Ikuri has to make a play soon. Here's the Cerulean Decree, but that's not enough. It's still going to be lethal unless he can find one more. He had the undercard advantage, so could have tried to glimpse for it, but maybe doesn't have a draw card available.
This reduces by 3, I believe.
Yes, so Tristan's still coming in for 2. He needs another Cerulean Decree. He doesn't have it.
Oh!
And then he gave 1. Bryce stolen it from the brink of death, and from the shadows comes Tristan.
Let it be known, a Tristan won with only 1 prep counter. Let it be known, 1 prep counter.
Prepare 1 Shadow Strike.
I take it back. I was saying that there's no hope, it's over, pack it up. But Bryce like, no, I can do it. We can de-level, then we can go all the way up to level 3 Tristan again and just try to queue for 1 prep counter. Never give up.
Yeah, and 1 prep counter is all you need because as long as Shadow Strike is
Prepare
prepared,
X, yeah.
it doesn't matter how many cards you prepare. As long as you prepare 1 prep counter, it's unblockable. So,
Oh
my goodness, Bri innovates down to 2 with 0 prep, goes back up to 3, gets the 1 prep, and that's all you need. The Shadow Strike takes the game.
I can't believe it.
And it's so important that he had 4 shadows there as well because if he was 1 shadow short, he would have done. If he only had the 2 shadows,
Yeah.
it was short of lethal still
So
from the Cerulean Decree.
you prep for 5, so it reduces by 2, then you take 2, 12 goes to 14. So each of the shadow will represent 2 damage.
Yeah, so 2 shadows is not lethal.
Yeah,
it's exactly
actually
18. So wow, insane from Bri here, beating out the top dog at this tournament, Water Diana, with the most representatives in day 2. And this lonely Tristan is going to try to take everything all the way to the gauntlet.
Yeah, but I do want to point out that Ikuru having so much influence there, having 0 answers for that is just another insane part of this story. But I mean, that is just the game, right? You just try your best and play to your outs.
Yeah, and right. I mean, if there was anything there, I'm pretty sure he scoops.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great call from Bry, able to draw this Shadow Strike, able to find the lethal line and take game one in the 10th round of Swiss at our Southeast Asian Nationals and put himself in the running for the gauntlet slots available here in Taiwan. There are total of 10 slots to the World's Gauntlet available here in our Southeast Asian Nationals, 6 slots directly to the World Championship themselves. 10 and 3 scoreline today may still have a chance to bubble into the top 8. I don't know
Because
yet.
remember, there are so many players that actually qualified for Gauntlet and Worlds that are actually playing right now on day 2 as well.
That's true. Yeah, you could also just get the slot passed down.
Passed down exactly. So there are a lot of things to play for, honestly speaking. Just try your best and see how it goes because you never know what happens in the end of the day, right?
Exactly.
Because-
Actually, Sano is actually the 4th place
Yeah,
player in Swiss,
exactly.
and he won the Oceania National, so does have a slot straight to Worlds.
Yep. So
Liv Drizzle also 1st place in Swiss, has a gauntlet slot, doesn't have a Worlds slot. So
Yeah.
definitely playing to get that. We mentioned Quarax and Proan, both of them also have World slots already. So if they top 8, their slots will pass. No, they will take this slot, and then the NA slot passes now.
yeah, exactly.
Now, we're going to just shuffle up, go into our game 2. There's only 26 minutes left on the clock, so Ikari would love to finish this game fast so that he can move on to game 3 and try to take the series back. Now, 7-card draw for both players. Let's see what the play is going to be.
Yep, I think both players at the very least need to recognize that has to be played a bit faster because 25 minutes is definitely not enough. As you can see, the game one took almost like
30 minutes. Plus.
30 minutes, so they had to play a bit fast.
And now we're going to see the Karzi lookout for
Fumes.
Bry.
It would be very helpful last game.
Yeah, Fumes would have been great to get rid of all of those Frostborn Paladins. The Windblast lookout, sorry, Karasi Outlook is actually still banned. So if that was the case, then we would have a very quick judge call.
I mean, close enough. That is the cousin, right?
Lookout, Outlook, you know.
Yeah.
We can see. We can see the Cell X and the
Ooh.
Word as well. Stifling Gyre, most likely calling Frostborn Paladin, the only on play that we have from Ikari.
Yep.
And that's going to be pretty painful, but is there going to be a distance? There is Undercurrent Vantage going to make this Spirit of Water distant. And now we'll allow him to glimpse 4 as well. Look for some answers for his next couple of turns.
Yep. This is kind of distance really, really important for Diana to be at the very first turn because without being distant, your Diana basically is unable to bring up the weapon for free, basically.
Yeah, and we're gonna bottom. I believe it was one card. He did look at a reposition or fracturize and another card that I missed. Now we're gonna see Diana 1 coming out together with the Aquamarage Whisper, her trusty weapon, putting the Diana on the looking glass that is not your champion, but will be moved into the correct position eventually, I'm sure. Now let's see pre-recollection how many Aether charges we have and what is going to be played. How big do you think we can make this Aether charge now?
I think, generally speaking, usually 4, but judging that this is still a really early stage of the game, right? Maybe trying to put more, I think.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you would want to put 4
Or,
because of the calming breeze
Exactly,
available from
exactly.
Tristan. And let's not forget, it's open deck list for both of these players. So Ikari is entirely aware of all of the cards in the sideboard.
Yep.
The Nullifying Lantern of Ceiling and the Viridian Protector's Trinket all were not going to be useful until I talked about the Viridian Trinket will be something he needs to play around when he passes defensively. But just going to go in for that 4 damage. Make sure to play around a Calming Breeze, which there is one of in the side deck. And I assume there's also multiple in the main deck. Yes, there's a total of 3. And we'll get his glimpse 5. Now, we'll have to decide, actually, what do I want to put in my graveyard? And now that I don't have Frostborn Paladin available, that makes things very, very difficult for Ikari to actually draw cards. He only has that Crystalline Archer left.
Yeah, it's not that. It's also the representation of defense and offense because you guys everyone has to remember this. A 3-4 is really, really premium in Grand Archive. Losing that 3-4 stats is actually really, really huge. This means that you can't pressure, you can't deal with the Sadie easily. And I believe Bribe probably still runs the ASIN, I believe, yeah. And you can't even answer the ASIN. So losing that is a big deal. Archer is great, I guess, but like the problem is that Archer is easily defeated by like various allies.
Yeah, with only 2 life total,
Mm-hmm.
that does make it a bit easier and more fragile. Meanwhile, we're
Yes.
gonna see Prudent knock milled, so not floating memory for
Mm,
Ikuri, which means this is really, really rough now. We are gonna see the Crystalline Archer is going to use the Charge the Soul that we initially charged into our Aether Wing, and that is going to be a draw. So I wonder what is the card Ikuri needed so desperately that he refused to mill floating memory. Now we'll pass the turn back over to the Tristan. And actually, if we're looking at the sideboards, there's an additional frozen dismissal available for Ikuri. So maybe he will be able to prevent another dungeon guide. We'll have to see.
yep. Right here, probably just gonna go into level 1 Tristan, unless you want to risk it. You are taking 8 damage counter already. I think you really want to level up right now.
Yeah, that's over half your total life already. And Bry must be a little bit worried. But Tristan, as we know, really needs a bit of time to get going. Last game was already forced to go up to level 1, level 2.
Ooh, going to sensor instead of trying to level up. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this does prevent the Crystal Archer from going for 4 every turn, but if there's a Fracture Eyes, the Crystal Archer is back online. And remember, we don't have class bonus incapacity. And I guess that's the way to answer this Crystal Archer. The Dream Fairy will prevent any Fracture Eyes nonsense from Ikuri, but Diana alone can threaten 7 damage very, very easily.
Yeah, really, really easy. So Bri basically locks him away from the 2 big allies in this deck, Crescent and Frost on Paladin. However, as you mentioned, the Dyna itself is still doing a lot of damage if he wants to. If he
Okay,
do
so
strikes.
yeah, so Brian has exactly 5 cards in hand.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he can deny the distant card from Ikuri right now. And I think Ikuri is just not very happy with the quality of the hand thus far because, I mean, we milled non-float. So this might be a backup charger turn for Ikuri instead.
Just strikes, backup charger, or even the boost is fine.
Yeah, okay, so the reason why you wouldn't love to put the boots down. Oh, wait, we do have the undercurrent vantage,
Yeah,
right?
Undercurrent Vantage as well.
But there's the sensor on the board, so not able to use any of this
Yeah,
floating memory. So backup charger
backup charger
takes
is.
an off turn, but can we find 6 Aether charges
I,
to do 7 damage?
I'll be honest with you. This isn't the town deck. This isn't a level 3 Diana deck. I don't think it's meant to like go heavy on the Aether charges a lot.
And now we are gonna see going up to Tristan level 1, full pass turn from Ikuri, all his cards left in hand, not able to do anything just yet.
Surveil
But,
the Wind, the most core card for Tristan. One would say that the more Surveil the Wind you play, the likely you're winning.
and oh,
And
there
he
we
plays
go.
the second one.
Second Surveil to win, 2 prep counters for free, basically. Also gets to draw a card.
I really missed this deck.
I mean, you can play it. You can play it and make day 2 like Brian has over here.
Yeah, probably should buy the CPR. But anyway, we are going into a interaction here. Ikru just wants to respond to the second Surveil the Wind.
Yeah, something like a Cerulean Decree here would be valuable. Oh,
Rise.
Rise. While all the hand cards are down, the sensor of recipe is now going to be removed. Then let's not forget, there's also not going to be a Purifying Turbo this turn because Brian has already went up to Tristan level 1. Still on the stack of this Surveil
On
the
the
Wind.
stack.
Could still negate it, not allow this third prep counter to happen. And while it is not a break point yet, technically,
Ooh, Serene is a big one.
exactly, moving the Bri from 3 prep counters to 2 prep counters is a big difference because from only needing 1 more to get that additional draw, now you need 2 total preparation counter generators in order to get that.
And it's really huge because Serene Decree is the only negate that basically allows you to not minuses. Because most negate, basically, when you play a negate, right, the idea is I'm not going to let you get an advantage, but I'm going to go down a hand myself, -1. Stellarian saying, never mind, you get back a card. It's
That's
fine.
right, draw your card into memory, and you're also able to use it as a denial for
Yes.
attack cards, which is good. But Bri, let's see what he ends up doing. He could also do a very cheeky mastermind scheme to go to 4 prep, and that would allow the draw 2 next turn, not to mention the 3 agility.
Daisy looks like the more common line, but I think Mastermind Scheme is really, really, really crazy. How like you really would wait? Can you even pay 5 for this?
You can. His hands up, right? So he has 7 cards total. So he can exactly pay for a mastermind scheme and then agility 3, have a very controlled level up. Because he goes from 5 cards in mem to 2.
I think no. I think agility only works if you have 5.
Is that how I need a refresher on that. But it's still an option to allow him to go up to that level 2. 8 or more prep counters to get agility 3. Yeah, so not getting that agility 3 for sure. So maybe that mastermind scheme is not going to be played this turn. But what is this 2-cost card that Brian is considering?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Sadie with
We
the
are going to
fractal.
go Sadie here with the fractal, yep.
And pokes another 2 damage into the champion of Ikari. And what is the materialization going to mean now? Because he's pretty free to go in now. Brian only has 4 cards in hand. Is representing something like Innovate Agility, but forcing your opponent to innovate
a-
from 1 to 0.
Is Brian considering Dungeon Guide here so that he's at a higher HP?
I think he's
High
already
defense?
passed.
Passed, right? Yeah.
So Ranger Strikes here could be lethal. We only need to do 11. If there's a cat, if there's a Cheshire Cat available, I think 11 is very reachable.
Yeah, we both we the casters are watching the game and looking at Brian's and there's no defense. But Ikru here has to probably we are going strikes. Wow.
Okay, we're pushing, we're going,
We're
we're going.
going.
Not distant yet, so has to go distant and load and be able to deal lethal this turn. So if we're distant, we have ranged 5 minimum. We need to load at least 5 damage worth, or exactly 1 cat will be lethal.
If you are Ikru, what are you worried about if there's 4 cards in hand? It's only negate, right?
In cat would ruin the distant card,
Mm-hmm.
and we've actually just passed.
Ooh.
So we've already given the turn back to Brian. Brian might be forced to go level 2 into Dungeon Guide, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards available. Dungeon Guide does not get negated by a single negate, but does get negated by dismissal. Yes, and now we're gonna see Tristan level 2 higher blade gonna make his way onto the board. On enter, only 1 draw.
This slice and dice are not helping.
Returning the Sadie back to hand. So now total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards. This means we can Dungeon Guide pay for dismissal because of the fractal. And there's the Dungeon Guide going to be played, I believe, but there's only 3 preparation counters at the very least. 1 damage swung in from this Dream Fairy. And now Dungeon Guide going to be played for Bry. And interestingly, this puts Bry at 4 prep. Oh, Frozen Dismissal. Okay, forcing the entire hand down.
Forcing him to put an entire hand down this turn.
I was just going to say, Bry has Slice and Dice lethal with the Shadow's Claw.
Wait.
Because that's 4, 7, 2, 2.
Wait.
Right?
Yeah, but yeah, wait. I mean this turn.
I mean, if this dismissal goes through, then of course we're not going to see Slice and Dice lethal anymore.
Yeah, I think regardless we're not going to see it because like you have to put 4 cards down, right? Because Slice and Dice is not enough right now, right?
I mean, okay, Slice and Dice was lethal if he
Was
went up.
lethal, yeah, exactly. But
yeah, but if he has to pay, then of course it's not. Because he needed the Shadow's Claw and the 2 Omnis Shadows to find that lethal. Right now, Bry has the option to incapacitate this.
I think no.
But no, just gotta pay the 4.
I think you just pay the 4. Yeah.
Second negate, Cerulean Decree.
Cerulean Decree is pretty big.
Ikari has not only forced Bry hands down, he's negated the Dungeon Guide, not allowed it to resolve. And this means that he is hands down level 2, facing against the Diana with Ranger Strikes on the board, and there's no sensor available because it's fracturized. And Ikari is now totally free to take this game to game 3. Let's see how he finds this lethal line. 14 damage on this Water Diana deck. Not a very difficult ask. Let's see how he finds it. Let's not forget Castellan Archer still not available. Frostborn Paladin still not available for the side of Ikari. He is not going to be able to use that on enter to draw additional cards. So just has to work with what he has.
Think you need to find distant guy as well right now. That's actually the more important part. I'm not sure if Ikru. I mean, there's a lot of distant. There's a lot of ways to make it distant, but like you actually have it optimally, right?
I think he revealed a mana stream.
Mana stream, right?
For
Yeah.
the Cerulean Decree, but that's 2 cost, and you're not loading it this
Yeah,
turn.
exactly. So it's not exactly easy as well, right? That's a problem right now. Unless you have a cat. I think cat just solves all your problem.
Okay. Here's the out. We go Seeker's Aetherwing into the Dream Fairy. And then, since the Castellan Archer is free to go now, he's the one that we put the strikes on.
Yeah.
That's at least 8 damage. So if we can find 4 more damage for Bry, that's lethal. But no, it's the Power Sword
instead.
Maybe we don't have Aether charges. We're going for distant Sword Slash. So Power Sword Distant represents 7. Can we find another 5? No, we need another 7. We need 14. This is Tristan level 2, so 14 damage for lethal.
Yep, 22. You need to find at the very least 14 right here. I don't think it's that easy. Like as long as people like to remember that Dyna is such a burst deck, but ever since Koda is no longer in the deck, actually the deck lacks a lot of burst. It's more like a slow ping deck that just deals like consistent damage. But the constant damage comes from allies as well. So people need to realize that it's not as easy as it is. I think Ikuru just realizing that maybe there's no lethal. Maybe I have to buy another turn, play for another turn.
Okay, but he is counting out his options. He does have a reposition, so that's the cheapest way to make yourself distant already. Bry is most likely going to level up, and it looks like we're just passing.
Passing, exactly. Oh,
And we're just going up to Shadow Dancer here, so no longer able to get the lethal line. And this means that Iguri going to steal 3 cards from the side of Bry, and is the Slice and Dice.
Dabber incapacitated is gone.
Yeah, but the
But
Slice and Dice is still available.
It's still available. We are going to see the dancers coming down with the Ominous Shadow. Probably going to bring up the Shadow Claw at the main phase. Not main phase, sorry.
Yeah, during the main phase, you're right. So 4 prep counters will be able to activate the Shadow's Claw. 4722 with the Slice and Dice is lethal. We counted it out last turn already. 1 damage in from the Dream Fairy puts him at 6.
Probably just going to do it.
Now let's see the Lost Providence. Let's see the Shadow's Claw. Let's see the Slice and Dice. Bry, can you make this a convincing 2-0 finish for this third game? Whereas it's going to swing 1, only going to do a little bit of poke damage, but that is going to be enough. That's going to put Ikuri up to 11 damage counters already, and next time we have an almost guaranteed lethal, and Bry just holding up 4 cards for interaction, representing a lot, representing Resolute Stand, representing a lot of other options. He's going to try a Mastermind Scheme, maybe.
As well, just to make sure he has enough prep counter.
Mastermind Scheme here is so greedy. Doesn't Decree have a third Cerulean Decree? He has Frostbind, and that is not going to allow either the agility or the doubling of prep counters, but Bry already has 4. This means he can negate 2 swings from Ikuri, and next turn, Slice and Dice should be lethal. Weaving Mana Stream gonna be played during the end step, making Diana Aether Dylan distant, and Ikuri desperately trying to find a way to go 1-1 in this game, finish at 6-3-1 for round 10, but may not be able to find it. Flash Grenade instead is the option. Weaving Mana Stream loaded into the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and now we're gonna Prudent Knock as well, loading another card into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. And now, how much are we representing? We have 3 damage, 4 damage, 5, 3 from the Aether Wing and the Aether Charges, plus 1 from Distance Diana. And if we try to swing into Champion, we're just going to get redirected into the Shadow and won't even get the on-hit.
I think damage is not even the problem now. The problem now is that, as we discussed last game, this matchup, you want to have enough numbers of swing, not big attacks. Because you can just redirect them. Like, even if Briar reduces his prep counters to 2, it's not a problem anymore, because right now all he needs to do is just slowly chip away Ikuri's health.
Ikuri milling out the refreshing charge from the on-hit of the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and Bry can't afford to allow any more preparation counters to go away, because if he wants that Slice and Dice lethal, he needs to have these prep counters available.
Yeah.
The Flash Grenade, though, very importantly, stops this Slice and Dice lethal from happening. It turns his 4-7 into 1-5.
It basically turns it into non-existence. Because it doesn't because you reduce the first one and then the other one just doubles to very low number. So I think they're both on the stalemate, sort of.
I guess so, but Bry is 1-0 up in this series.
Exactly, and time is running out. As we can see, 8 minutes is only available. Of course, there's overtime and last 3 turns, but we are going to see Viridian. Wow, protected trinket. When's the last time we've seen this?
That's true. Although it is a pretty common sideboard card, we haven't seen it on stream yet.
Exactly.
But it's going to be a really great play for Bry, trying to reduce the amount of interactions Ikuri has available. Bry's not trying to just wait this out for a 1-0 win. He's trying to take this game 2-0 and make a convincing victory for Tristan Shadow Dancer.
Because remember, Radiant Trinket is really painful for Diana, because Diana actually wants to play cards to go distant, right? So instead of just playing negates, they also want to play cards down to make your champion distant, which means it's heavier for them.
Yeah, now the Dream Fairy gonna coming in for 1.
Do I have a counter how many damage this Dream Fairy has dealt?
I want to say 5.
I say a lot. This Green Fairy has been here for a long time.
Yeah, this is turn 2 basically. So now we're going in for 1 with the Shadow's Claw. Not gonna bother with an attack card. Ikurido has repositioned, not affected by the Viridian Protection Trinket. Instead going for the Cerulean Decree, has to pay 5.
We have no incapacitate. Well, both of them got bandage. Actually, that's like a good fortune on Ikuru as well. I think if the incapacitate are still in a Bride's hand, that'll be really, really painful.
And now forcing 5 cards out. Just to be clear, imbue, by right, you need to review all of the 5 cards you're paying for cost here. So Weaving Mana Stream and the Fracturize will round out our 5 card reveal. You do have to review 5, but you don't have to have 5 water cards.
Yep. Just need to have 3 and that's good enough.
Yeah, Cerulean Decree resolves, so no swing in from this Tristan, but still protected by these 2 Ominous Shadows, not able to really find the lethal here. Brian might go for the Master's Mind Scheme now. Oh no, doesn't have it. Toxic Decree though, available.
Swing
Instead
for what?
choosing
Alive?
for just the Windblast Lookout, getting another prep counter, very crucially, and also allowing a glimpse one, just looking at his deck for the following turn.
What's the card, Bri? What's the
Does he
card?
like it? He does not. Maybe
Not-
he's just another dungeon guide. Windblast Lookout coming in for 1, pushing Ikuri up to 13, and then passing the turn with 3 cards in hand, still representing Incapacitate. Here is the backstep now going to be used during the end step. Once again, Diana is going to be distant. And this Dream Fairy has done so much work to prevent Ikuri from doing the work that he wants to do.
This Green Fairy, man. Like, I was talking with Flawn on the other stream. Like, this is probably one of the strongest cards since DOA times.
Yeah, probably. And now, Quick Step Chest going to be used to deny any interaction from Brian. We're going to go Reclaim.
Ooh, reclaim.
Yeah, this doesn't matter. Yeah, sure, take like a Windless Lookout, but what Bri is representing here is just that you can't kill me. I have 2 shadows. I have 5 prep. How are you going to find lethal? Show me, I'll be impressed. And similarly, I think we'll be impressed too. Ikari just going to recollect and draw into a multitude of hand cards. But
look at it. Big influence, but there's no way to close up a game with a guy with only have 4 influence.
exactly, how can he answer these 2 shadows? That's the main thing for Ikari, an attack-based deck fighting into a deck that has a ton of answers for this kind of thing. And Bri just needs to decide, hey, do I want to use these prep counters? I mean, this is a 3 damage swing. I'm giving him a glimpse that may be important.
I think you just take it. Because the issue now is that you're very healthy. Oh no, it's just gonna redirect it.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna use some prep.
And
1 damage retaliation.
And retaliate as well.
A little bit of poke. A little bit of damage.
Yep.
And I want to highlight that there is a very special tech card that Ikuri could draw here. But if it shows up, then we'll talk a little bit more about it. And I think I see the line now. If Ikuri has specifically this 1 card, I think he could maybe pull out a victory here. But the question is, does he actually have it? And even if he does, is it going to be enough? Because he needs a very specific set of cards right now to find lethal. But Ikuri, what is your play going to be? The first thing is, can he have the tech card that he has? Fracturize is going to be used onto the Shadow's Claw. That's going to be a pretty big difference maker. Not going to allow this Shadows to be coming in for any more. Viridian is actually going to be the target.
Twinket's target, interesting.
And now we're not allowing Bri to deny us of our interaction, but is that going to be enough? Because we're doing a lot of damage here still. With the Shadow's Claw available, with the 2 shadows, we could also just go Assassin's Ripper, and that threatens even more. Assassin's Ripper, Slice and Dice here would be a classic combo, and there is exactly 3 preparation counters on Tristan right now, and there is the Assassin's Ripper.
Assassin's Ripper. Well, it's gonna be the alternative weapon to use after the Shadow Claw is gonna be run out of durability. Well, there's Dream Fairy again.
1 damage.
Someone in the chat has to keep count. How many damage this Dream Fairy has dealt?
Yeah, chat, can we get a count? Oh, okay. So Slice and Dice not available because we did want to use this Assassin's Ripper. Now, what's the interaction here? What's the option? Okay, so the Flash Grenade is exactly enough prevention. Exactly 3. Undercurrent Vantage to make ourselves distant. Also gets the Glimpse tree off. This is very, very crucial. Cannot be incapacitated or Ikari will be going down 0-2 in this series. Still trying to find the draw. Does also have a tactical retreat on the top of the deck, which could be important.
What can you actually find to get yourself out of the situation?
I don't want to spoil it in case Ikuri is cooking because he has a great answer to this game and really could find it out. But here's the flash grenade first. And I think we'll have to see. Ikuri put all the cards on his glimpse on the top.
On the top,
So
right?
was happy to see those cards. Does he have the outs? I think that's always going to be the question because I feel like he needs the cats on the board like pronto.
This is a game of chicken right now, right? Both players just don't commit. They're just gonna swing with their. It's actually the current opposite. Last game we have a cat that just keeps attacking Briar, and now we just have this lady just keep attacking Ikuru instead.
I mean, Bry has done a great
Oh, sorry,
job.
not a cat, a fairy.
Yeah,
It's a fairy, a fairy. So we have a cat that's scratching the opponent last time. Now we just have a fairy. We are going to go into the bless again.
I mean, the fairy is just going, hey, listen, in Ikuri's ear, and then being very irritating, doing a lot of damage throughout the course of this game. But can he find the out? Ikuri, do you have your answer to
Is that-
this
I
deck?
see a CPR card. Oh no, that's just Sadie. All right.
Yeah, that's just the Sadie for Brian. But he has so many CPRs, CSRs in his deck already. I think that's a foil Windless Lookout as well, and Dream Fairy. So really a lot of commitment to this Tristan deck. And the last 1 minute and a half for Ikuri. Can he find the answer? Can he find the out? Can he find the lethal in this final game? He's considering the inert sword,
Mhm.
and that does suggest maybe he has a cat available to deal 5, but still he needs to find 13 damage. If not, he won't be able to find lethal in this game. And Ikuri going to recollect into a hand of so many cards, but is there any answers? Because cards alone are not enough.
Yeah, I mean, this just shows you how difficult it is to win this game without your archer, without your paladins, and like you just need you don't even have a cat on the field.
Exactly. Brian has sealed off 2/3
Mhm.
of Ikuri's allies.
Yeah,
He cannot do anything in the meantime, and that's very difficult. And let's not forget, Ikuri's Aqua Mirage Whisper is broken. There's only these swords left available for Ikuri. He's only able to scale himself by banishing strikes, by banishing more things. Here's the Cheshire Cat,
Mhm.
now going to finally threaten damage onto Bri. This is a 5 damage kitty.
Mhm.
And that is a very scary prospect for Bri. Can Ikuri eke out the draw in the last 5 minutes and 3 turns of the game? Cheshire Cat will finally make its appearance. Ikuri will have to find a way to finish off Bri. And the other important thing here is Bri only has 3 preparation counters. That means he can only redirect 1 attack.
Yep.
But 13 life remaining.
Yep. Time is running out. This is gonna be, I believe, either the last 10 minutes or the last 3 turns.
Exactly. Last 5 minutes have already started. Turn 0 now on Ikuri's
Mhm.
turn. Cheshire Cat gonna come in for 5 damage. There's a very scary kitty. Bri just going to nod, I think, not using the Tristan champion effect yet. And passing turn.
Wow.
And I think that means we just don't have it. And Brian could go for Windwalker Boots, or I guess here he goes for a backup charger. I was going to say Windwalker Boots would give him an additional prep counter and additional redirection, but maybe we'll just try for lethal here because Slice and Die still available. Wind Blast Lookout coming in for 1. Dream Fairy coming in for 1. The Tristan Shadow Dancer might try to come in for 3 with the Assassin Ripper. Tactical Retreat not going to allow that to happen. But does Brian have interaction? Is there incapacity? He's going to pay it to 2. Pays the 3, allows the tactical retreat to resolve, but there is a Sadie available in hand, and that Sadie may be the one that takes the game. Let's see if Ikuri has a response. Gives the thumbs up, gives the fist bump, and Bri finishes us off with the Shadow Dancer Tristan after a long 1 hour game, a 2-0 finish, and really shows us that this Tristan deck is not one to continue to underestimate.
Tristan taking the game. I can't believe it.
He's taken 6 games so far.
Six games.
He's 6-3-1, now 7-3-1 actually.
Tristan good deck.
Tristan good deck. I mean, it's day 2.
Yeah, I say best deck in format.
Maybe a bit of a stretch.
But it just shows like the limitation that at least despite how well the Tristan has performed on stream, it just shows you how many components this deck actually really needs. Generally speaking, compared to most of it, other decks just need like, oh, I just need a 15 cost and ablation, bang. I just need like a dragon. My dragon doesn't really need anything. It just needs to like farm itself and create a dragon just swing. This shows you how much effort you need to do into the Tristan, and shows also like knowledge, I believe. But it just shows again, this Tristan deck is really strong against like decks that just heavily relies on allies, relies on attack cards, or just attacking in general, because you can't just finish them. They have this incredible ability to just redirect attacks.
Exactly. And Ikuri had a tech card
Yeah.
that I was really looking at the entire time to see whether he drew it or not.
Mhm.
And that's the Drown in Aether. If he was able to use that on the Dream Fairy to punish it for continuously poking him into his ear the entire game, then suddenly the Crossland Archer is awakened, is able to come down to the board, start swinging for 4 again, and then we are able to put Bright in a very, very scary position because he has so few prep counters. But as much as he tried, he just couldn't draw it.
Yeah, I think Ikuru's hand is just full of the allies that he couldn't play down. We saw Frostborn Paladin being reviewed over and over again, even the Archer. A bit of an unfortunate point, but yeah, it just shows you that, well, if you really, really believe in your deck, like what Brian did, actually bringing in to Tristan, well, we can make it really far, I think.
Yeah, the belief includes committing to CSRs for your entire
Hey,
lineage.
we don't give financial advice
for your
here.
shadows.
No.
For your Sadies, for your Surveils, and then you can bring it to day 2.
All right, folks, this is round 10 of day 2 Ascent. We are going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere.
We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. なく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
And we are back here. I'm joined now with Flawn. How are you feeling right now so far in this tournament?
I'm absolutely enjoying
Enjoying
the
it?
electrifying aura. So, while you guys were on stream, I was just roaming around, just
Mhm.
checking on all the people that I'm like, all my horses in this race.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, a lot of them lost. So,
All right, so we know one person not to bring for horse betting, which is
Yeah.
you. But yeah, I mean, well, they tried their best. I mean, we also still have a lot of friends there still around here, and a lot of different decks and variety of decks that are still pretty much doing a really good showing here, honestly speaking.
yeah, it's definitely as expected.
Mm-hmm.
Win Crux, Win Sarayu,
Mm-hmm.
and Water Diana. They're the three best decks.
Yep.
And then Ablation is kind of like the counter pick because it's
Mhm.
like pretty good into all of the. Well, it's good into two of those and not so great into one of those. But then even the Ablations have been shown to be able to find ways to get
Mhm.
Diana because sometimes they just go, okay, level 3, Ablation Fu, can't negate it. You just die unless you have Refreshing Charge.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, it's definitely a matchup that's not as bad, I think, as people make it out to be. And
Mhm.
there wouldn't be this many Ablations in the top if Diana was so
I think,
favored.
yeah, I think the deck is just really, really strong and just scaling into the level 3 game. As long as, remember, it is really, really hard to kill it. 30 defense is really, really big. And then like 15 damage is also really big. The deck just generally does a lot of very powerful plays. The issue is that it's consistency to do it every turn, right? Like, again, this is a best of 3 game. I think as long as you hit it really well in 2 out of the 3, you'll be fine.
Yeah, and I actually, there's a tech I really want to highlight that I
Mhm.
saw that I thought was super cool. So some of the Ablations are playing Planted Explosive.
I haven't heard about the
So,
cards a long time
Planted
ago.
Explosive, it's a Doa card, which is pay to 2 damage ping skill,
Mhm.
but it also, if you use a preparation counter, you can prepare it and it does 4 damage.
Yep.
And guess what? You're playing Undeniable Truth, which gives a prep counter, which people forget. Like a lot of people use Undeniable just to, dodge Diana swings or to, deny stifling drops. But in this case, we're actually just using it as a prep. I mean, we're using it together with those reasons, but it gets you prep. So instead of playing like Smoke Out, you can play Planet Explosive and kill a cat, or you can kill a Krusty with it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
whoa, that's actually very heads up. And yeah, I was just like, whoa, that's super cool. It's like you're still finding people find these things, like the Spirit Gallop as well. Like that was like, oh, this is like I'm not sure if it's necessarily better than what people were playing, but it's a really interesting idea. And I'm loving seeing people innovate on solve decks,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
figuring out little small things you can do to
Because
make them a little bit
we
better.
are basically at the end of the meta already at this point because we are getting a new set eventually, and still worse is coming up and stuff like that. But this is basically I guess solve is actually the word for this meta because we already see like decks that didn't refine. There is a staple. There's an expectation for certain decks and certain matchups. So it's really still really cool to see this kind of innovation despite during the end of the meta.
Yeah. And so before we get into our game, I
Mhm.
do want to talk a little bit about how the tiebreakers for Gauntlet works.
Yeah.
So if you are tied in points for
Mhm.
16th place, so 16th is the threshold for Gauntlet.
Yep.
So if you're top 16, you should be Gauntlet. Now, what happens if you have people who are 17, 18, 19, 20,
All the
but
tiebreakers.
they all have the same score?
Yep.
But because they are lower in OMW or their tiebreakers are just not as good,
Mhm.
normally you would just be outside. But
Right.
in case for Gauntlet, we're actually doing it differently.
Mhm.
Instead, you have to play a tiebreaker match.
Oh, so
So-
everyone just have a chance, even though your tiebreaker is bad or even though it's good, you still are equal. Like you still need to play an extra round, basically.
Yeah, so exactly. So, and it also affects the placements at the end. So your
Mhm.
pricing will be like you'll be 15th if you're 17th and then you win and now you're 16th. It's just like and now you get the pricing, you get the
Mhm.
3 of hearts and everything. So it's a pretty big deal. So it's going to be really important here that Frash and Bayabayashi
Mhm.
from Japan try and pull out all the stops to get as good of a placement as possible.
Is that a cat on the spirit?
That is a cat on the spirit, yes. And that's a fire spirit, and we're seeing Shujaku, Avatar of Suzaku, in the opening hand as well.
After Suzaku, one of the newer cards in RDO, they're just trying to make this. Oh, we are going into the archive here just to draw one.
Yep, that's right. So returns the
Archive.
archive. We draw an extra card here, and that puts a float into our graveyard that we can use when we level up to 1. Now, going first, did not want to play out that Avatar of Suzaku, but next turn, we can just go level up 1,
Mhm.
get our ping, and then we can start playing the Avatar. We can even choose to play the Avatar. Ooh.
With Siege Fatestone right off the bat. It's probably one of the best play this deck could ever make on turn 1.
You're not playing against water. You don't have to worry about negates.
Mhm.
So this is pretty much free. Now you
Mhm.
are leaving yourself completely open.
Yep.
So it is possible that Frash has a line to get 7 quest counters in 1 turn and kill you, or even without having
I
having
mean,
to flip
how
Suzaku, it's
likely
possible.
is that?
It's not the most likely. I think this deck is not the best at hitting turn 2 kills. Like I think turn 2 kills is more of like a fire Zender
Yep.
thing. But Suzaku is definitely one of the decks that can abuse a big like hands down turn. And really, Frash is gonna be like, all right, let's see if I can find a way to just end this. And Avatar of Suzaku is a bit of an expensive card, so
Mhm.
probably not coming up. I'm actually curious if we see Avatar use the quest counter from the Fabled Ruby Fatestone
Yeah,
to reduce her
4
cost.
avatars. Oh, that's a lot of amount of avatars it's playing.
Yeah,
Looks like
Avatar's really strong. She's a 3 cost 4/3. So a very premium stat line. She's just a little bit, or I think is she have 4 cost 4/3? She's just really strong because she's got a big butt and
Mhm.
she's got a really nice offensive stat line, which is normally it's the opposite. It's like you have a good offensive stat line
Yep.
and you have a poor defensive stat
Well,
line.
speaking of the card, it is gonna be coming down right here. But it's gonna be a 4/3. This is really big actually.
Yes, it's a 5 cost 4/3, but you can use the quest counters on the Suzaku to
Mhm.
reduce its cost down to 3. So now we're just gonna swing for 4. And now the onus is on Bayabayashi to remove this, which is pretty hard. And remember, she also has her other effect where she can sacrifice herself, pay 2, and then essentially refund the quest counters back into your Suzaku.
Yep. So this is basically just representing a big ally right there, asking Kobayashi to basically answer this. Probably a panda would be fine if you really want to.
Oh,
Well, Dream Fairy, well,
yeah, see, and this is not gonna work because now the Avatar, you can just use her effect
yep.
to essentially recycle her away,
Mhm.
and we still get the quest. Oh, actually, no.
Oh.
So he'd rather keep the influence here.
Interesting.
I think, quest counters are pretty easy to generate on Suzaku. So
Mhm.
I'm probably deciding I don't really need to sacrifice. I'd rather just get the extra card back. And not to mention the fact that I think he's holding a fiery interference in hand. So he could try and remove this Dream Fairy at some point.
Yep, Tango here just to get more prep counter. Also acts like a pseudo backup charger.
That's right. I mean, that kid looks really, really
His influence really big, huh?
Yeah. That's also a cat that's staring at it. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I don't trust that thing.
You don't trust that thing. Why?
I don't know. It's really looking at that. Wait, what is a tango? Is it a drum or a cake or what is that?
You know, technically speaking, isn't it like a tea thing that you put
Is it? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know these things. I'm not Asian enough for this.
Actually, wait, you might be right. It might be the drum thing. But anyway, back to the actual game. We also have the Searing Truth here, which is really important because you are able to deal damage and also get quest counters right now. We're seeing a lot of damage, a lot. We can do a lot of things here. A lot of things.
We also have the Restorative Flames.
Yeah.
So that means that is one of the ways for you to not die to a big Seryu all in, and that usually leaves them hands down for you to kill them back. So 3 of Hearts gonna come down. Classic 3 cost 2/3 with the added cardistry effect. Pay 3, reduced by 1 by her own existence to draw a card and discard. So
Yep.
basically, kind of like a Hasten Messenger.
Yeah, basically allowing you to just cycle through a cards deeper. Oriashi here is going to go into Tango, his own Tango right here. This is just basically a matchup between the two Senjus here, just trying to get their own quest counter, trying to flip their own beast.
Okay, and really the thing about Suzaku is it has the lowest quest counter
Mm-hmm.
requirement, and it also is the one that generally set the fastest
Mm-hmm.
because it's just so easy to get up to 7 and there's so much burn spells in this. I mean, sorry, you can get it really quickly too as long as they turbo, but that usually leaves them with no cards in hand. So it's going to really be about getting as much damage through before the Seryu comes down, and it is going to be coming down this turn, or at least going to be flippable this turn.
Yep. Generally speaking, flipping the dragon this early is it's sort of strong, but the problem is that are you going to swing it right now? Probably just trying to rush the game state. I think he might want to consider flipping it and then attacking with the dragon.
I mean, with 3 cards in hand, we could consider just going for it here. He has Byaku's in hand, so he could swing for 5/5. That's not enough. Does he have a Serious? And said Serious would be 4/11. So that would be 15. Yep,
Oh,
there it is.
serious.
Restorative Flames in hand, though. He has 1 fire card engraved, so he would heal for 2 only, unless he can dump another one. So this is going to be 4 damage in 19, and then 11 from the Arcane Blast, putting up to 20, which he just needs to use Restorative Flames and heal
It's
just
going
for
to be a
1.
really quick one.
No, he has the restore. Did he put it down? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, no, he has it in
He has
hand.
it, but-
He has it in hand, so we're fine. So we could throw 1 fire card and then not enough cards, so we just have to play Restorative Flames for 1 here.
Yep. So we're going to start with
Cardistry.
Yep, we're gonna do Castry first to discard one, so they have more fire cards, and then we're only gonna use the Restorative Flames.
Fire Interference through here, and then Restorative Flames. Last card in hand. Gonna banish 2, heal 4. It's gonna put us outside of lethal range, so we now have free reign to either try and kill the Suzaku or kill Bayabayashi. That's only 15 life we have to get through, but we only have 3 quest counters.
3 quest counters, 7 influence. 7 influence is actually pretty big, going up to 8 because of the draw for turn.
Influence, but nothing recollection phase is the important thing.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's nothing to play in between those periods.
So let's see. I mean, we do have the Kindle card in hand. We do have that Intensified Pyre, which does give us some extra reach because this deck is quite prone to dropping a bunch of fire cards in the grave.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's see if he brings out Impact Hammer. That also could potentially be a Blazing Throw, which is a huge damage. That's already 6 on his own.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of can you actually end the game? Because I don't see a word that the Suzaku player will list another turn. Not to mention the dragon. I mean, like the panda is there to just swing if he wants to, and like winning at 16, you're really at a really dangerous point right now.
Well, actually, we can't bring out the Impact Hammer and swing with it just because of it does 3 damage. Unless we have the Safeguard Amulet on field already. And we also are going to take 1 damage from the Suzaku ping. So actually, this deck has a lot of self-damage.
Yeah.
So we're going to be at 17. So anything that does 2 damage to ourselves is basically unusable.
Yep.
Wow, Smoke Bombs is the pick. That's such a crazy choice. It's like Guaja still has Lineage Release and the Suzaku's already flipped, or the Seryu's already flipped anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. Either that or we're just using it to draw a card.
I believe it's more of a draw, I think, at this point. We're trying to just dig anything to help us here. Creative Shock not really helping us here. We're gonna just smoke bomb our own. Well, you smoke bomb something and draw the same card. I mean, what can we actually do right here?
Million Decree.
Vermilion Demolition, that's 3 and I believe 3 and 3?
We're just so far off. I mean, we could Vermilion hit 2 ally face, get 2 quest counters, and then we have the Intensified Pyres flip
as well.
That would put us at 14, 15, 16, and then we can go for Suzaku flip. 4, that's 19. I don't think if we had Pepper Chef, this would be so much easier.
I think Pepper Chef would definitely try to seal the deal. I think Pepper Chef is closer to leader than this particular set of hands. This particular set of hands is not helping at all.
Yeah, we're just lacking that. We don't have the command. We don't have
Yeah.
the pepper chef. We don't have like the one card for power
Yeah,
for damage
we don't have
cards.
the one card to just utilize on the Suzaku, because remember Suzaku alone is actually pretty not alone is not really that strong. With combination of Pepper Chef or the commands, right? It's way scarier.
Okay, this is pretty scary. If you're creative shocking main
Pretty shocking.
phase,
Wow.
that's usually a bad sign.
Pepper
Pepper chef
Chef?
found, and ooh, okay. So we could go for Heated Vengeance is too expensive at this point. Peppered Chef, no, we just can't. We can't flip. We don't have, now that we spent 3 cards for that creative shock, we just are nowhere near to being able to hit that 7 quest counters.
Yep, we are just gonna go into the phase right here. We're probably just gonna eat the Vermilion.
Vermilion, that's gonna be, if it's imbued, 3 damage, 2, and to an ally, which would give us 2 quest counters, which is still not enough to flip. So for holding the Kindle card, it is possible to flip this turn, but then it's just still not enough damage. That's only gonna put Bayabayashi up to 22. So it was really close, but
Yeah. And like just a reminder for everyone, we did have an initial 2 quest counter. Maybe not paying for that Suzaku's avatar actually just hurts the gameplay right now.
that's actually very true. It's like
Yeah.
between we have to see the world, the universe where he decided to activate the Suzaku's avatar there. I mean, obviously it would have been -1, but
Yeah.
you would have had those 2 quest counters. You would
Because-
be able to flip so much easier here.
Because one thing we noticed is influence is really big. So do you really need that one extra influence?
I mean, if he didn't do that, then
Mm-hmm.
or if he did do that, he wouldn't have been able to Tangu either, which
guess
means he would
so.
have been -2 cards in
I
hand.
guess so.
So it's definitely like the divergence,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
butterfly effect that happens from that one
Right.
decision makes a huge difference here. So
Yeah, and we'll never know because like it's not that he did. We're not saying it's a misplay necessarily. We're just saying that there's a word that the quest counters will remain in the Gocha side there for you to flip. But again, he values the influence and he got a really big influence, and unfortunately, nothing in that hand really helping him right there.
and really in another world, that hand has Pepper Chef already.
Yeah,
it has
yeah.
It just has a little bit more of that gas, and it's like it would have been so easy to kill. Like it's so doable to do 15 damage in one turn as a Suzaku, and it's just like unfortunately was not in the cards. But let's talk a little bit about the sideboard. What could Bri do to, or what could Frash do to maybe have a better chance here?
Well, I don't know if Crystal Destiny really helped. I guess it does block that really scary dragon lightning blast right there. Expel the Departed, not really exactly what we're looking for. Safeguard, not as well. Infernal Vessel, not really. This battle doesn't really recover. Smoke out is not. Smoke out is just for the cat.
Yes, honestly, looking at this, there's not much
Yeah, there's
in
not
the
much.
side. And on Bayabayashi's side, let's see how this Seiryu can possibly be
Do people still check for
adjusted.
aggro, right? That's the question here.
Blanche.
Oh, Blanche is really
Yeah,
good,
Blanche is
yeah.
big. A null spell as well, really strong because so many of the cards inside are
Yep.
spells. Things like the Vermilion Decree. If you can annul a Vermilion Decree, that is such a huge swing in tempo.
Well, we can increase the number of Dream Fairy he already run.
Yeah, but Dream Fairy is really strong, especially against these Avatar Suzakus. And Beseech the Winds, maybe just to bring out Lantern. Use Beseech the Winds to just level up faster so you can get up to those higher levels without, dying. You just give yourself a little bit more health buffer. So definitely want to see how both of these players decide to adjust here. And Frash gets to go first in this second game. So that's going to be a big deal because you always want to go first as the aggro deck.
Yeah, I think Bayabayashi basically showed that, okay, look, sometimes you don't really need to survive against this aggro deck. This aggro deck has like really low defense, right? You just, I don't know, kill them. Just basically win the game before they can reach their own win con, their own speed. And Dragon is definitely one of the deck that is able to showcase that. As we can see, Bayabayashi just went up to level 3, shows you the same command. I'm attempting to win the game right here. And Raj is running the very rare card of a defensive card, which is just being able to heal right there. So in the normal circumstances, I think Biomancy just took the game right there. And just shows you how strong this dragon deck really is. Out of nowhere, you can just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's really why this deck is powerful. It's like it can play a insane grind game, but it
Yep.
can also just kill you. Like, sometimes it just goes, okay, level 3, Dojo Guide to 3, next turn, Providence into Reliquary, draw 2 cards, start command, Byaku's command, you die.
Yep.
That's like 40, 50, 60
So
damage in
strong.
one turn, but like the turn after it hits level 3. And
Yep.
sometimes even the turn it hits level 3, you can just go, okay, harness, swing. Harness
Understood.
swing, Byakko's your die.
Yep. The only downside is this deck is low influence when it reaches its actual gameplay because it's turboing. We are going to see the avatar being played right here, the first ready turn.
This is a turn 1 avatar because last game it was a turn 2 avatar. So this one, if gets Dream Fairied, it will just be locked down with no ability to dodge here, and it looks like exact same thing is happening.
Oh, it's gonna happen. This is really, really bad here. Which is a zero influence, right? Not say zero influence, sorry. Zero allies on the board, no pressure here. The Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy is so powerful.
Yeah, Dream Fairy is a house. There's a reason why she is. Oh, and loses the Smoka that could have potentially been used to kill the Dream Fairy. She's been a house since the
Slouch
game's
to
released.
injury, honestly speaking.
There's a reason why she's on the watch list.
Dream Fairy. I think among all the fairies, she's the one that's been played so much.
100%. I mean, no one plays Spark Fairy. Snow Fairy saw a little bit of play. Sometimes still sees play, but no, for sure, it's 100% Dream Fairy. She has always been the best fairy. It's a little bit unfair how much better she is than all the other fairies. Wow, okay, we're just going to go Heated Vengeance straight to face. This is going to be coming in for 5. Now, remember, so as Heated Vengeance, 3 cost attack card, only 2 power, but on attack, you do 3 extra if you have taken damage, and the Suzaku does damage to both players.
The Resolute right here, really early Resolute. Pretty surprising right there.
Yeah, that is a very early Resolute. It's like, oh, okay, wait, so he would have taken 5. So that was 6. Blazing Throw would not have been enough. So I'm actually quite surprised we decided to commit Resolute so early.
Maybe recognizing that, look, this is the only time Resolute is going to be useful because this deck is just a bunch of spell damage. So I'm just going to prevent as much attack damage as I could.
Very fair, especially once you've gotten rid of that avatar of Suzaku. Maybe you're thinking, all right, probably doesn't have a lot of allies in hand.
Yep.
I can probably just spend this Resolute here, get its value, and then just chill.
Yeah, I think Barayashi is just playing it as a really recognizable. It's doing stuff that, in my opinion, at the very least, it looks really, really sensible because like it's playing it at a point where, okay, I have to defend a little bit, but I also need to reach my win con.
I see an Innervate in hand. That's another big one. Now, problem with the Seiryu deck is that, against a lot of decks, it's you're doing attacks or you're doing effect damage. In the case of Suzaku, sometimes it can do either. And if you Innervate and it's like, all right, I call Stealth. Well, now I'm going to burn you to death. Now, on the other side, if I call Spell Shroud, well, okay, Suzaku swing, Pepper Chef swing, Suzaku swing. I think generally Stealth is probably the better one just because that's the real big damage.
That's the real burst, exactly.
And Spell Shroud also doesn't stop Blazing Throw to begin with, so definitely want to see...
3 of Hearts right here.
Ooh, Shatter the Brittle is still in here.
The swing here, probably just going to try to, I think, pass here.
So next turn, we can go up to 4 quest counters. We also have the Searing Truth, could put us up to 6. So we just need one of that. Like, you can use Demolition maybe, or a Sparkleite, try and get all the way up to that 7. Lots of ways. Or we can even just go Impact Hammer, swing, and then do 2 damage to ourselves. Lots of ways to hit that 7. So it's going to be up to Bayashi to find a way to try and keep himself in a position to not just explode next turn.
Yeah, noticeably as well, last time, because he doesn't have any cards on the memory, did he forget to put the quest counter, or he actually missed the timing for it because there's no cards in the memory?
He just leveled up.
He just leveled up, right? Yeah, he just leveled up. So there
he
wasn't...
just leveled up.
Yeah, interesting. We are going into Tango here, going to one more counter, quest counter, and then going to pay 3, draw 1 to Mem.
Oh yeah, he didn't have anything to put down. Yes,
Yeah.
That's actually slowing down our quest counter gen quite a bit. Typically, as the Gojo, you want to go 1, and then go Tango off turn, maybe get either or that or an Auspicious.
Yep.
And then you go, okay,
oh,
level up to 2, 3. Okay.
Beseech Fitstone right here.
Wait.
You're going to level 2 right here.
This is very scary. If you're going to go hands down at this point, Suzaku is definitely in a position where it could try and make sparks fly, but I see there was the Innervating hand that was kept. So what's going to happen here is most likely going to level up to 2, get our 4th quest counter, and then just hold an Innervate off of the 2 extra cards we got from Gojo level 2, as well as the end phase Seiryu trigger. This is why the Azurite Face Stone is so strong, giving you that extra card every turn. I think many people call it like Agility 1, essentially, except instead of adding a card back to hand, it just draws you.
It also just puts cards into the banished area that you don't... For example, you have bricks, right? Cards that are like, I don't want this absolute cards in my hand. You could just throw them away with just the other... In fact, as long as you put them in memory, well, Impact Hammer is going to be played right here.
Yeah, so Impact Hammer is big here. So this is a way to get an extra quest counter while also pushing damage. So are we going to see the Searing Truth?
Two true.
Ooh. No, we're doing the fiery interference here. Fiery interference here. And yes,
Yes,
there it comes.
instantly innovates here.
So the reason why fiery interference was committed here is because when you activate fiery interference and it hits, you can no longer recover.
Yep.
And the thing about innervate is it is a cost to recover. So if you cannot recover because of a card like fire interference, you literally just cannot activate innervate.
Yep. So we're just gonna do it right here, right now. And just gonna innovate to level 1. But most importantly, if he goes back to level 2, he'll be able to get more quest counters.
Yep. And so he will go up to 5, 6, 7. Or yeah, 5, 6, and then draw a card. So he will have more than enough to go up to that Seryu.
Going back to level 2 right here.
Was that just a pass on Frash? I said, wow,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, stealth here it was stealth, so most likely just going to hold up the whole hand and just try and go for a bunch of burn damage on end phase here. But Fairy Whisper is going to dig for that guide. Finds the guide.
Finds the guide.
That's 2 on top, 1 on bottom. Adds the Besiege and then draws into guide for turn. Lead Berry. There's also that Auspicious Manifestation. Probably not necessary unless you just want to cycle, but maybe you'd rather try and... pass turn here. Okay, so we need to just try. We have to try and survive this turn. It's gonna be a tough order here. Looking at this hand.
Well, we need to basically not take 8. Is it 18? Yeah, 18 damage this turn. And Frigid actually represents 18 damage. Well, he's really, really close. The Suzaku is really close to flipping. All it needs now is like Pepper Chef or Suzaku's commands to just make use of the Suzaku.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of the allies here, but the burn damage we're throwing in here is gonna be a lot.
Terror Ring is not bad. I think Terror Ring does limit Variachi's plays right here because with Terror Ring, right, whenever your serious attack, you basically need to like pay an extra 2 costs, tax here, so you can't really freely use your commands.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the play here because if you're sniffing out that Bayabayashi might go, okay, he's gonna resolute me, hard level up to 3, or just play a defensive card, hard level or a dungeon guide up to 3 next turn. You want to have the defense in order to guarantee that you don't get commanded and die next turn.
Yep. The good thing about this Suzaku deck is that it can able to dish out damage while you're materializing defensive card like Terrafring here. So I think that is the play, but the issue is that can we reach enough damage for the second round during your turn? I think we are still going to go to level 3 here. Probably go for the heal if we could.
Actually, could definitely go for the heal here. You're already at 7, so you actually can get that recover 3 from Heaven's Favored. But are we gonna make it? Because right now we have 7 quest counters on our Suzaku. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 damage on board already. We just need to find another 6. That's extremely easy to find. As this is, and Peppered Chef has been found. We have more than enough fire cards in grave.
Do we do it?
I think if Bayabayashi doesn't have any defensive cards, we are about to go into a game 3.
Flip the Phoenix. We've been seeing flip the dragon so much. We finally see something flip instead of the dragon. We are gonna go very whisper. You're trying to dig for more cards.
Nothing. He's bottom 3ing. Draws into Ace and Protector. That isn't going to help here. No, unless there's a Veiling Breeze, and even then, I think we could probably still kill through a Veiling for 1 or Veiling for 2.
So goes for 5. Pepper Chef is here. It's gonna be probably to cook that chicken right here, and the chicken's gonna come back alive.
Auspicious Manifestations. Draw another card. Digging for Resolute to activate for free. Nothing.
We're good. Going to game 2 right here. Pressure takes game 2 right there. And we're going to game 3 between the battle of the Senjus.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic one. This is literally the finals of Taipei.
Yep.
We've seen this so many times before, actually. It's Fire Aggro versus Seryu, the matchup of like, can I kill you or do I hit the dragon and just swing back for a million?
I still think that in terms of speed, despite how fast the Negro deck is supposed to be like Suzaku, I still think the more stable one is actually the Dragon deck. Dragon deck has more stability. Your gameplay is much more straightforward. You have a simple idea of I'm just going to flip the Dragon and try to win from that position. While the Suzaku, you have so many different variants that sometimes, like game 1, you could just break or you are just unable to do the last damage because your opponent has like defensive cards or just Dream Fairy your allies.
Yeah, and really, there's a reason why Seryu is the most represented deck. It's just incredibly strong. And I think the problem with this Suzaku deck is it does have some weaknesses. It's not particularly good into Wind Crocs, for instance, because Clarent is such a bane in your side. It's like, okay, all of my effect damage just doesn't work. If even usable on allies, so if I try and ping allies, they just Clarent that, and then eventually they Ayla, they get they Ascension, and then they get all the counters back. And at that point, it's just like unwinnable. But Seryu, it's like, this is a matchup where If he hits dragon, I probably lose.
Mhm.
If he doesn't hit dragon, then I probably win. If he
Mhm.
hits dragon, but I've done enough damage to him, then I can either Suzaku's command to get over the top, or just do effect damage to burn. Especially blazing throw is very good to get around the innervates at least. So, but Bayabayashi gets to go first in this last game, and like we've said, it's always been the most important, especially in the aggro versus level 3. It is so important to go first.
I think going first is allowing you to ram into your first materialization and eventually materialize what you want. And speaking of materialization, this man never misses. He just opens busy face stone like it's breathing air, like so easy.
I mean, if he's Heaven's favorite, he is going to be besieged with the brooch of this panda here. And we'll see if we banish that dungeon guide that was in the memory. Oh, wait, we did banish the dungeon guide. So that is a dungeon guide. And we lose a Harness Lightning. Now, hopefully, we can keep some of the defensive cards. And also, I'm really hoping that Bayabayashi finds a second dungeon guide, because that would be a huge boon to being
Is that
to
3
level
Lumina
30.
Guide?
That's Return to the Archive Liminal Guide.
Okay, 1 Lumina Guide. Or is that 2 Lumina Guide?
It might be 2 liminal guides and a return to the archive, which is
Yeah.
not what you want to see. 3 of hearts, and just gonna put the liminal guide in the in the memory. I thought we'd try and discard that, because in terms of picking between throwing a regular float or throwing a liminal, you're actually better off throwing the. Oh, anyway, it was 2 liminal guides. Yeah, so we're gonna throw one of those liminal guides away using the 3 of hearts effect, and then we have the pepper chef.
Mhm.
So this is a big combo, because when we sacrifice the liminal guide for the pepper chef, we get the 4 damage. So currently have a 1, 2, 3. We can have 7 damage next turn.
Hmm?
Now it's obviously nowhere near close. We also have the Fate Stone Pings, that's 8 damage next turn. But would set us nicely up to try and go for a lethal line. Ooh, Daunting Panda coming out.
Hannah just comes out here. It's gonna be contesting the board right here. I think it's gonna take out the 3 of hearts right there.
Well,
first command's gone.
he cannot do it this turn because
Mhm.
Panda, when we activate the Fate Stone,
Yeah.
it taps itself, so it was not able to swing that turn. But because of the vigor, at least it will not die in response. Level up to Gojo 1. In response to the level up, you are going to activate the cardistry effect of that 3 of hearts to draw to another
The
liminal
liminal
guide, of
guide.
course.
I believe he's not on level 2.
No,
wait,
are
he
we on
is.
level 2?
Yeah,
Yes.
ooh.
Yeah, so level 2 is not something that. I mean, it's a personal preference. Some people play level 2, some people
Yep.
don't.
So theoretically, the other Luminous guy can probably proc.
It is actually possible, but you'd have to commit a cycle. So either you play another 3 of hearts or you play Creative Shock.
Or we just pepper chef it.
No, it's a farm else, so it would go back.
Ooh.
Let's see. Okay, Searing Truth is good. This is a way to get a lot of quest counters. We do have the Suzaku's Command as well, and we have a Heated Vengeance, and so we have the Pepper Chef, Heated Vengeance, Suzaku's Command. So the thing about this matchup is you want to try and get as much of your attack-based damage in early, because if the Saryu flips and just holds on the taunt, you can either use the Suzaku's Command to try and finish it, or you go for effect damage, like Blazing Throws and other burn spells to try and get the last little bit to kill. So I wonder if he commits the Pepper Chef now, especially with Bayabayashi still like having not cycled that deep through his deck, or we really want to hold it for that Suzaku turn.
Yeah, I think you just want to commit as many damage from the ally right now before the dragon flip, because we are already at 3 quest counter, going to 2 right here, hit the vengeance right there, just gonna deal more damage right there. But yeah, she not playing the reset stance, that just shows that this damage it will go through, I think.
Yeah, that's Heat of Vengeance, 11 damage, and then we're going to hold the Pepper Chef, so he doesn't want to use it yet. Wants to hold the Demolition instead, because right now we are only at 1 quest counter. We cannot flip Suzaku if we're not at least playing some of these burn spells. So I think it's quite heads up. Found the second dungeon guide, so we are good on that end. We now are going to pop the Tengu, draw another card. We are at 5 quest counters, right? So we actually just dungeon guide up to 3 here, and do I see a command? No command in the hand, but we now have the ability to bring out the Saryu this early is insane. And with this many cards in hand still.
If a command quest counters, one has 10, one has 1.
Yeah, that's insane, right? I mean, this is the power of going first and finding the Besieged Face, and the tempo advantage you gain is so big. And now we can have the Panda even swing into this 3 of hearts to remove some of that errant damage. But we're swinging face instead.
Just going face there. Who cares about the 2-3 sitting right there despite being 11 damage counter? Bayabashi just showing us that, well, if you have the dragon, you have nothing to be afraid of, basically.
I'm pretty sure I saw an Innervate Agility in the hand. So I think the idea is, all right, I'm gonna flip Dragon.
Yep. There we go.
Taunt, you're gonna try and kill it. I'm gonna soak up a bunch of damage and then just innervate.
Yep. Because Innovate protects not just the champion, but everyone.
Affects the whole. Actually, no, we're just swinging. Actually, we can just innervate here, and there's basically no threat unless they have 14 points of burn damage, which is pretty unlikely.
But it's actually just showing us that this matchup, you don't have to be defensive all the time. You could just be on the offense as long as you reach the dragon flip.
That's true. So there's 2 lines here. Frash could try and kill the Seiryu, but if you do that, one, you've already taken so much damage, you probably just die to Panda, Dungeon Guide, and like random allies. But we also have that auspicious manifestation that we're holding. Alternatively, we just try and kill. And if we do that, then we have an Innervate in hand that we are holding that will definitely stymie Frash's attempts. Because really, this deck cannot pull out the huge damage unless it's able to attack.
Yeah, the problem is that I think if Bayabishi just literally innovate into stealth, I don't see a out right here.
Yeah, it would have to be Blazing Throw, and like a bunch of burn spells, but we're gonna do a Demolition here or a Searing Truth here, most likely. And we're also, remember, we're like not even close to 7 quest counters yet. We're only, if we Searing Truth, we Searing Truth here, that would put us at 3, and then 1 more quest counter. That would put us only at 4, so we still need 3 more. We are so far off. It's looking pretty bad. Okay, there it comes. Impact Hammer. If we just stealth here, we can't even swing with this and deal damage to ourselves.
Yeah, we're really, really close to actually dying here for Fraser's side right here. We are going into only 2 quest counters. Demolition comes down here. We're going to be dealing a bit of damage.
Just 10 more. You know, currently on board 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Bayabayashi gonna play this even slower. He wants to hold, has 2 Pepper Cheps in hand, but doesn't know about the potential Innervate.
If you're Fraser, what can you do? I think that's the concept of most aggro decks, right? You just go in and just hope for the best.
I mean, you have to play your outs. You should just go for it, because if you don't go for it, you don't have any defensive cards in hand. You just have to swing. You just have to believe.
It's not like Diana where you have options to be defensive and hold back. You just have to go in and just see what happens.
Basically, I mean, you know, if you had a restorative, there we go. We're just gonna shotgun and say, you know what? No, you're not killing any of my allies. I want to keep everything on board.
Yep, he's just making sure to just preemptively just gonna be able to innovate right here just to save everything on the board right here.
Yeah, and now the only thing we can do is maybe burn some of these allies with spells to try and not die. But if you're doing that, then Dragon next turn just goes, okay, Reliquary, Providence, draw a bunch of cards, swing once, empower, Arcane Blast. And that's probably going to be enough to take it down.
Yeah, it's looking really, really tough for Fraser here. He's thinking about his outs here, thinking what he can actually do. Can he take out the Dragon, or is there a way for him to just find a winning line right here?
No, it's impossible to take out Dragon now just because of that stealth. There's just no way to do 12 burn damage unless you had triple Blazing Throw, but that's just like, there's not even 3 weapons in this deck, so.
The Archive right here, just to see one more extra card.
Why not? We are desperate, and it also gets us a heal at least, and then we see nothing. So now we're gonna play the mini game. Do you have Restorative Flames? He doesn't. But
even with the flames, right? I think it's just so much. Ooh,
there we go. He's like, all right, I don't need to do anything. I'm just gonna play this. Get your cards down. Wait, he still has 3 cards down though, so he can still play Restorative Flames. So okay, we have to just do enough damage. So Restorative Flames would heal 6, so that we'd need to do. We'd have Gojo effectively, if you consider the possibility of a Restorative Flames, Gojo would have a potential 25 life, so we have to overkill by 6. Let's see.
Dealing 4 damage, probably just Byaku's command, swinging again for 5, and the game.
Yeah, and actually that would have been another 5, putting him up to 22, which actually would have been enough, especially if we empowered 1 into an Arcane Blast as well. That was pretty heads up there. Bayabayashi just sees it. You know, I think was even thinking maybe you have 2 Restorative Flames, and that's why he played the Enfeebling Orb there. So definitely, this is the way the matchup is expected to go. Generally speaking, I think Seiryu is quite favored into a lot of aggro decks, especially aggro decks that aren't super ally heavy. Because when you at least play an ally heavy deck, you get consistent damage every single turn, like compounding effects.
Yeah.
When you're playing a burn damage version, you have more burst and you have more versatility because you're doing it through like non-combat means. But it's like one and done. You activate a burn spell, it does its damage, and it's gone.
Yeah, that's basically the problem of this particular matchup where Suzaku, despite having a lot of potential damage through burst, through allies, this Seiryu deck just has just so much way of just stopping this kind of damage. Innovate. Innovate has been used in so many decks in the past that it just shows you that as long as you can innovate and your deck can abuse the fact that your champions are okay to innovate down, it's totally fine. As you see, he innovate from 2 to 1. Doesn't even need to be 3 to 2. And then the dragon just stops any sort of damage from allies or even attack. Like it's similar to how Tristan works. Last game you see, if you have a mechanic that just stops attacks, it's just really strong in this current format.
Yeah, and really, the main thing about Innervate is just that it's so versatile. Spell Shroud or
So
Stealth,
versatile.
and it heals you sometimes, like we saw in the finals of OCE Nats. Literally, like the Innervate didn't even, the Stealth didn't matter that much, but it
Just a
healed
recover
5,
yeah.
and that was enough. And
Yep.
it's just such a powerful card, and it's a little bit unfair. You know how like Dream Fairy is like the one good fairy.
Yeah.
Innervate Agility is the one good Innervate as well.
You know, I always thought that the water versions of the Innovate would be good.
Innervate Knowledge, I think people have been like trying to mess with Mordred. Because it's like, oh, this is a deck that has so much float, you can just like de-level, re-level. And it's like, I don't know, pay 3, slow speed, draw 2.
I remember I was trying to do something with the water Umbra thing, but it worked out.
And then, I mean, Innervate Fury saw some play, like in erupting decks of old. They just use it to clear boards against aggro, and it's like, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely Innervate Agility is a hallmark card, especially when you can level up to 3 for free for some reason.
Well, that's all for round 11, I believe. We are going to take a short break before round 12. We're getting closer and closer to getting our top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, we could maybe look a little bit about how the current standings are looking currently. So if we're looking at the current ongoing placements, I want to say that, so KLVR was the highest seed. And let's see if he won his first. Oh, so Lift Josil, Sean Zhang is now currently first seed with Sano right behind him. So, you know, TM32, they dominated pretty well in OCE, and now they're showing up again. And remember, Sano already has a slot in Worlds. And yeah, so we're going to get the pairings here. So yeah, oh, actually, Lift Josil gets the win here against Sano. I'm going to guess that's probably a scoop.
Yeah, this pursuit right here, still trying to aim for, despite having the Gala slot, we'll probably try to aim for the worst slot instead.
Oh, 100%, especially coming from the US of A. You probably want to get that free hotel and flight. So, and on KLVR, who was also actually in OCE Nats top 8, he was in actually top 4, I want to say. No, he was top 8. And he is up against, wow, Chenju Mirror again, this time, the other variant.
Are we actually going to see the Umbra Water going all the way?
I actually very much believe that this Umbra Water Alice has a chance of making it all the way
I do believe it. Like after that particular game, I was looking to the deck list and like looking to this concept. I do think that it's probably like, I dare say, better than Jin.
You know, I think it might actually be better than Jin.
It has a way to just loop this the win, because that's the problem. Like you can just retrieve the spells, the dynasty, and then probably it's slightly faster and the recovery is slightly better, I think, because of the abnegation.
Also, I think another really notable thing about that deck is that it basically auto wins against all the other decks.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that, oh, well, you know, I can recycle my grave every single turn. You can never really mill me unless you do 60 cards at once, right? It's like, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
And we see Mike0615 here, who is Ascent winner of Ascent Manila, and he is playing against Ray Pig, who is on. So, I mean, you can see the amount of series that are in this top table. It's really, it is the deck.
It's a bunch of, we're starting to see a pattern here. There's a bunch of green and blue, very little red, in fact.
Yeah, all the reds. I mean, there's the one Fire Slime, the hero of this event.
And then all the bottom to the bracket 15 to 17. It's just, reds are there.
Yeah. And I mean, Limbo, we see there trying his damnedest to get Arasana into this top 8. And I also want to highlight Professor here. Professor is from Australia, from Melbourne. So definitely, and Asnat as well, also from Sydney. So that these are 2 Australians. I think after getting a bunch of their slots taken in OCE Nats, they're here to try and take some back for OCE here. So definitely hoping to see. I am a C caster, but I'm also an OC caster. I am a dual caster, so I am rooting for them as well.
I mean, this is a wild west because context for other probably other tournaments or other cards, usually it's regional, right? For Gragas, no, it's free for all, man. If you want to take someone else, some other region slot, go ahead. challenge them. So this is like interesting. That's why we have this international game, right? So many players from all around the world, from America, from Asia, from Australia, even from Europe as well.
Actually, during the previous, did we make predictions at the start of the stream for top 8?
I don't think we did, but
How about we do that right now then?
we're doing it right
Okay,
now.
I'm gonna say, I think Liverpool's in, so that's at least 1 Wind Crux. I think 4 Wind level 3 decks. I'm gonna say 2 Sarius, 2 Wind Cruxes.
Judging from the current standing right there, I do think that if I were to guess, right, I think it's very balanced. I think 2 to 3 Windcrux and 2 to 3 Stereo from looking at this. I'm gonna make a pretty bold statement. I think only one Diana makes it.
I actually agree with you.
I think one
I
Diana will
actually agree with
make it.
you. I think this Umbra Alice, actually Umbra Alice is really good into Wind Crux sometimes. Like if
Yeah.
you can get it, like that is a really hard matchup because
Yeah,
Wind Crux takes forever to end the game.
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
gives so much space. So I actually think this is a super well positioned spot for this
yeah.
Umbra Alice.
So let's just say I give, let's say I'm being very biased. I give 6 of it to the Windex, 1 to the Water Dyna, and the last one probably the Umbra Alice.
You know what? I'm gonna lock that into. That seems about right. Okay, there's a world where like one of these random oblations make it. I also kind of believe that Limbo could make it.
I'm more surprised about the performance of Oblation. I thought Oblation would be slightly better, but judging from
Yeah. But like you said, it's a consistency thing. It's a deck that just
consistency thing.
bricks a third of the time, right? So
Yeah, like I have seen people like play like some sort of god, and I've seen some guy that just doesn't want to play the game anymore because of Oblation. So it's like a 2 spectrum, right? It's like this deck is super busted. This deck is garbage. So like there's this spectrum of the deck. That's why Oblation is such a hard deck to tell people that is it really good or is it really bad? No, it's just a very powerful deck when you have literally all the mechanics or everything. And it's a problem in this format because I still stand on the thing that in Grand Archive, right, your deck needs to be able to be defensive, well defensive. And the problem is that Fire doesn't really have the defensive tools compared
it's like
to
I mean,
the other elements.
its defensive tool is play an intercept and hold the top seat.
Its defensive tool is
Right.
from neutral cards.
Yeah, it's play Angel Attendant and a hold Undeniable Truth and a Topsy Decree, and that's kind of hoping. And then the
it's
thing is, the
hoping.
deck is so explosive that even just having a little bit of defense, the moment you hit level 3, you go, okay, Oblation, Fu, 20 damage, you're dead. So it's like it's very much one of those decks where sometimes that's just enough.
Yeah.
And I mean, Sarius the same way. It can play very defensive early game without really committing much to the board, and then level 3, boom, Sarius command, Byaku's command, you're dead. And that's kind of the way these level 3 decks work. And on the flip side, you have the Wind Crux, where they play a pretty active early game, and then they hit level 3, and then they start pulling out all the suppressing, the Aylas, and they start bringing up Pendragons, and things get out of hand really
I
quickly.
saw Listerfield versus Hachiko day 1.
Mm.
Listerfield was like 14 and 15 influence.
Yeah. No, that's really how Wind Crux works.
That's how the deck works. So like it just shows you how powerful this deck really is because with all these new elements of just suppressing your Pendragon, suppressing your regardless of draws, it just found so much influence, and then you can actually roll for Divine Retribution.
Yeah. Yes, actually, in the last game, for those who did not have the privilege, in the last game, it was again of yesterday, it was the top table was Liftersil versus Zabao on Fire Slime, and he did Retribution. And actually, I heard Sean say that he's been making a bunch of inoptimal lines because he wants to end every game with Retribution. So
I heard he made I don't know with who. Don't quote me on this. I heard he said that if he actually made it on stream, and then he actually has a chance to play Retribution, he will scream the whole line or something like that, like some sort of animate finishing move.
okay,
I don't
so
know how true
look
is
for
that.
that. He's gonna do like one of those like
Anime moves.
he's gonna do an anime moment where he's gonna narrate his entire like lethal line to get the
I have to
Retribution
pull
off.
myself.
Okay,
So
so for those who want to see that, hopefully, I don't know if we can get some audio on the stream. Well, hopefully we can set that up so that he can pull it off for the stream here. But yeah, that's gonna be it for round 11. Only 2 more to go.
Yep.
So this is going to be for all the marbles. These
All
are
the
going to be the
marbles.
2 most important rounds.
Yep.
And I'm sure it's going to be extremely tense for all these players who are still in contention
Yep.
for those top 16 slots,
Exactly,
and
for
especially
sure.
for the top 8 slots.
Yep.
So yeah, this is once again, it's been Flan and Kusum, and we'll see you again in the next round.
Bye.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the last 2 rounds of Southeast Asian Nationals. We are about to head in to round 11. It's me, Fawn, and with me is my favorite.
It's Hiroshi Show. Thank you. That's very flattering. I'm gonna blush. But speaking of blushing, I think everyone is also going to be very, very pressured in the final 2 rounds of today, round 12 and 13 of Swiss. Not to mention the asymmetrical gauntlet last couple of rounds as well. Single elimination, life on the line. Those are going to be very scary. But let's see who are some of the potential players that are going to be fighting it out there.
Yeah, so like we said before, if you have the same score as 16 everyone below you, you're gonna get dragged into a death match against someone. And actually, during OCE Nats, someone who was even because they only had 3 players at the same score, so they had to drag someone who was above their score, 1 point ahead. They had to drag someone down with them to make it even, and
Ooh.
that's pretty nasty.
Like they
Imagine
make
like,
a
oh,
big
I'm so
bracket?
safe, I am safe,
Yeah.
and then suddenly you get dragged into the death match here. But yeah, looking at the bracket, there's a lot of wind.
Yeah,
It's
we were
so much wind.
We were saying this from the beginning. Every single point counts because you don't want to get dragged into this deathmatch. And now look at all the people fighting it out here on the top couple of tables. You see a lot of familiar faces, familiar names, familiar faces as in the champion portraits, of course. Look at how much Guojia and Lorraine there are. But I think a very, very special table too with the Umbra Mill Alice making it all the way to a 28.911 scoreline.
Yeah, and not only are these familiar champions, but these are also familiar names in terms of players. A lot of these are players who have done historically really well in both Ascent, Nationals, or just like regionals, like big regionals, especially in the Asian region. Like Dragon JG has been tearing it up with weird water decks for forever. I believe he's the one who plays like Water, Arisana, Negate.
Yeah, he plays a lot of interesting stuff. And of course, we have tons of people that already are qualified for either Worlds or the Gauntlet fighting it out here as well. We have Liv Brazil has a Gauntlet slot, Sano has a World slot, Mike 0615, Ascent Manila winner, Ray Lam down at table 9, Ascent Akihabara winner, Aqua,
Hachiko?
table 11, Ascent Las Vegas winner, Hachiko. Unfortunately,
Oh, was that
played-
before?
Yeah, not
Oh, is that before
not
they
a
added that?
qualified Ascent winner because they hadn't included that yet. So Hachiko, a little bit of a short end of the stick. That was before the previous Worlds as well, because it was last April.
Okay, so unfortunately, did not get grandfathered into that. But yeah, this is a lot of interesting stuff here. I mean, obviously, it's a lot of wind and a lot of Diana. You have the
Yeah.
couple oblations here who are fighting for their life. You have some of the funky ones like the Fire Sylvies. You have the Water LICLs that are somehow making it in there. But I'm expecting it to be a very stormy and windy top 8s. Very appropriate for the current weather in Taiwan right now.
Yeah, we do love a windy day. And you can see actually in the top 32, 34 players even, there's only 4 fire decks here. 3 of them are Oblation. The last one is the Fire Suzaku. But we're going to head into our next game, round 12 of Swiss. And we're going to head into a very, very exciting one,
Oh
Flan.
my, and this is my teammate, True Sight Leocroy, the only one I think still in contention for top 16. I think he maybe could make it into top 8. If he wins next to it's 9-2-2, so that's 29. It's a little bit iffy, but he's definitely trying to get that top 16 slot here. And he's playing against Zhao Bao, who we've seen in the past is kind of a Seryu killer.
Yeah, but has been struggling today. He ended yesterday off 7-1-1 and has lost 2 games in a row to Windcrux both times, I believe. So
And he even lost the finals or the final game of Game 1 to Windcrux, Sean, who retributioned him per game
yeah,
with a
it's-
full board of slimes. So
yeah, that's super crazy. The retribution is really, really strong. I've seen it resolve a number of times today as well. So very, very cool. I hope we get to see it on stream later as well. Leo Corrado is going to be playing the Wind Seiryu deck as well. And now Zabao, once again, the strongest tamer of history versus the strongest tamer of today. Let's see if he can make a repeat of his previous win.
So seeing the 2 slimes there, Slime King has been found, but it's been put into the memory. There's a chance this gets banished, and you really don't want that because you want to be able to abuse King Slime to bring back a bunch of slimes on board, just like we saw on his stream game previously.
That-
Ryukuri just did nothing pass here too, which is a bit concerning. Might just be a Fairy Whispers level up to 1.
Yeah,
or
that
a
could
scout.
be very controlled, and we do love to control your level ups in general. Put as few cards as possible into your memory, but looks like it's actually Leokra going second here.
Ooh, was it going second? Yeah, I mean, not sure. I didn't see the dice roll.
Yeah, it does look Zabao has 5 cards in hand, so 2 from the Baby Grey and then got to draw a card. So yeah, Leokra going second has a Windmill Asen, fantastic start. And that is going to resolve. So no slime eruption shenanigans. The Baby Grey slime is going to be taken out. Do a quick little retaliate on this Asen Protector.
Yeah, that is the benefit of going second. You get Windmill Ace, and this is a really strong start, aggressive while gaining you influence. Now, that does mean you're going to have an uncontrolled banish, but the thing about Seryu is a lot of times they're used to just randomly throwing away cards because their deck is so good at churning that they
Yeah.
don't really care that much. And we hit Creative Liminal Guide on the stack. Tell the crowd here how this works.
Basically, when you are going up to level 1, there is an opportunity before your champion enters the field where you can just use something like Creative Shock to discard this Liminal Guide, a very, very crucial card that has been basically a staple since Distorted Reflections. And now you will get the draw as if you had it in your graveyard before you went to level 1.
That's right. And now we get the Liminal Guide as well as this Baby Gray that's been replayed. We did lose the King Slime, unfortunately, but do we have another ally we can play to try and take out this Ace and Protector?
Yeah, the Baby Gray coming in with a buff counter. You may not have remembered yesterday.
I
We
did
were
see
watching.
it.
There was a
triple
4-4.
cake, the triple cake 4/4 Baby Gray Slime.
Oh, Baby Silver, the little cousin, coming along to support, and we'll go in for one more damage onto this Ace and Protector. And Leo Craw, the Ace and Protector, big, mighty, shielded warrior, is stormed down by a total of 6 baby slimes. If you
That's
look
6
at them.
baby slimes
Yeah,
and a
3
guide.
each, and a
and a
Liminal
tour
Guide.
guide.
Yeah, just a ghosty boy.
Yeah, so this is pretty bad. That's a big board here, and we're well set up to level up the Sylvie 2 and get that draw. I mean, it's not hard to kill 2 slimes. One of them does have a buff counter, so it is maybe a bit more challenging here.
Another Windmill Aeson will do the trick.
Another Windmill Aeson would, in fact, do the trick, but we already lost one Aeson, and what's going to be the banish here for the Goja? Level 1.
It's a Dream Fairy. Could have been useful, especially in this matchup, to deal with things like the Storm Slime. But in the end, will be banished to go up to Goja level 1. Just doing the quick check of the material deck. Of course, it is open deck list, but always good to see the cards in person just to make sure you didn't get a little bamboozled.
That's right.
Now, let's see what Leo Crow will be doing. Does, of course, still have the Windmill bounce back to hand from Aeson last turn, but how will he answer the Baby Gray Slime alongside the Baby Silver?
Yeah, we really want to clear the animals, because if we don't clear the animals, Sylvie level 2 has the ability to, on enter, draw a card if they have an animal, and then they draw an additional card if they have a beast as well. So having one animal on field is usually the target. There's actually, I believe, no beast that you can play at level 1. Before, some people played like Engineered Slime, or like Baby, or like Green Slime, or Engineered, or even like a bear, ordinary bear. a classic.
Ordinary bear. Basically, I guess the way I remember it is if it says baby, they're an animal, and if it doesn't say baby, they're a grown
That's
up.
not true, because
limitless
Limitless Slime.
slime.
Basically, if it
That's
has
true.
pride. If it has
Yeah,
pride,
if
it's
it
a
has
beast.
pride, it's a beast. Yes, that's
And
a better way to remember it.
actually, did you know that Ghastly Slime is not a beast because it's not pride?
Oh, fair.
So you do not hit it off of Gaia Songbird.
Oh, that's actually pretty convenient. 'cause
Yes,
I
yes.
don't think you usually would want it to. Windmill Engineer going to champion instead of to kill the baby silver slime and giving Zabao the 1 draw. And actually just gonna pass turn here. So gonna get the end step trigger of that Fabled Azurite Fate Stone. Is to banish 1 card from the memory and then draw an additional card. So always good to continue cycling your deck, looking for your key pieces.
Yeah, this is really rough. Having 3 allies on board that can just swing every turn. You know, Slimes is, in a way, an aggro deck. It's really good at just pumping and getting higher. Now, we do have the Undeniable. I wonder if we might see this used to kill the Baby Silver so that we can at least get the draw now, or saving it for the Storm Slime. Leocroid is playing no Stifling Traps, so that shouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, I mean, most of these
Oh,
deck
no, there are
lists
2 Stifling
have
Traps, sorry.
cut.
So 2 Stifling Traps and a Gyre. So we definitely hope to find the Gyre so we can call it either Dungeon Guide or Storm here. It's usually Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Storm Slime would be great to deny for the on play, especially because the slime deck doesn't have that much hand size. But we're gonna escape the wreckage on our baby gray slime. Hands totally empty. Zabal just flashing his hand back and forth, showing Leo Cry. Yeah, you do you have interaction for this? Like a suppress would have been crazy good here, but I'm not sure if that's available. Even a stifling trap here, denying the escape the wreckage would be a pretty big deal.
Yes.
But does he have it?
So for those who don't know, Escape the Wreckage, there it is, Stifling Trap. So Escape the Wreckage targets the unit, and then it's part of the resolution. You have to return it before you get the draw. So if you lose the unit, the whole effect fizzles out and you don't get it. So we still do get that Sylvie draw, and we draw the Storm Slime. If we have Dungeon Guide, this is like potentially, how many Spanish Slimes do we have?
I would want to
1,
say
2,
3.
3. So it'd be, if we banish another 2, that would be 10, 10 into, if it's double storm, it's 10 into 8, 18, 19. So it would be lethal, but does not have the Dungeon Guide, it seems. Or maybe worried about potentially getting stifled again. But we do have the Undeniable Truth.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that we already have baited out a stifling trap from Leo Craw, and that means that if we try to go for the Dungeon Guide later, then it may be easier to resolve that on enter effect. But like you said, undeniable truth as well. How does that play into the dungeon guide?
Yeah, so when you activate Undeniable Truth on the unit, if you say, okay, I'm going to play Dungeon Guide, or let's say Storm Time, I'm going to play Storm Time, then your opponent goes, I'm going to stifle that. I don't want that on enter trigger. You can play Undeniable Truth at fast speed, sacrificing your unit, which makes the Stifling Trap miss, which therefore the ally is no longer in field. The Stifling Trap doesn't resolve, it doesn't negate the on enter, and now you still get it. So that's one of the premier ways to trigger Dungeon Guide under Stifling Trap or Storm Time. And not to mention, you also get the on death draw 2 as well. So a lot of times you don't even use it to dodge, you just use it to like extend your turn while throwing more slimes in grave.
Exactly, and that would be a very, very good turn if Zabao has that available. Meanwhile, Benediction Angel going to make its way onto the board for Leocross, just recovering the 2 damage he's been taking from the slimes, and also will be able to hit into this baby silver slime if he wants.
No,
but
we're not hitting that. We're not hitting that. We don't want to give the draw.
exactly. So on death, baby silver slime will give you a draw. This is the baby library slime.
Yes, this is Baby Library Slime.
Ooh,
Asen. Okay, Benediction Asen is, oh, erupted.
And Eruption will take out this Benediction Angel. Not only that, give Zabao a float and also allow him to banish more slimes into his banishment from his graveyard. And now we are ramping up our Storm Slime for sure. Not
Yeah.
only that, Asen has to bounce himself back.
Yeah, so this is a huge play. This is a classic. A lot of times before, people used to play like Mark the Target just to kill like squirrels that were getting Asen back to hand. And now, I mean, Slime Eruption, not only is it a slime card, it's a float, which means we're going to banish it. And notably, it also banishes more slimes. So it's another way of getting more slimes in grave. But now we're at 5. So that means if we go level up to 3 next turn, we only have 1 card in memory though. So we'd have to put something else down.
There's the Undeniable
Oh.
Truth. Will allow Zabao to not only draw a card off of the Undeniable Truth, but also from the on death of the baby silver slime. Gets a prep counter. Not sure
Planted
that's very useful.
explosive.
Planted explosive in the main deck for the fire slime player. But more importantly, it puts that second card down into the memory, and with the floating memory of that slime eruption earlier, can go up to Sylvie Slime Sovereign now.
I see
Yep.
both players laughing about the prep
Yeah,
counter.
prep
Yeah, I'm
counter.
going planted explosive.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
So
No
this is
complaints.
now, if 2 slime, okay,
That's
1 slime.
2 slimes total plus
1
the slime
slime plus the
eruption.
float, yes. So that's going to be 7. So this Storm Slime is going to be 5 plus 7
Well,
if we use it the Sylvie level 3 on enter. So Slime Sovereign on enter, the first slime ally card you play costs 2 less. So basically free unless it's one of the 3 cost ones. And against 2 buff counters. So that means the Storm Slime, if we choose to play it, is going to be a 5/3. And it's going to do 7 damage as part of its on enter effect.
and we have it. I see it. A glimpse of Arcane in the hand of Zabao. And once again, shall we see whether the strongest tamer in history can take down the strongest tamer of today? And we will find out because first off, we do have this liminal guide to do 1 damage.
Now the question is, do we have the second one? Because the first one is going to do a bunch of damage. The second one is what clinches the game out here.
Another undeniable truth, for example, could chain that into another one very, very easily. We don't have the option to do Guy's Blessing at the main phase because we don't have any more slimes in our trash as far as I can see. But
That's right. We lost the gray from the eruption, and then the silver. We have the silver in gray right now. But that's not enough for the Gaia's Blessing. There it is. Okay, he's taking it. So no, unless he's maybe bluffing us an Innervate.
5 damage comes in. What is the response? Oh, second Storm Slime!
Oh,
And
and
game
that's
1
it.
already!
Wow, Leocry just getting annihilated. So similar to what happened to Rapig in game 2 yesterday. Just getting bursted down by Double Storm. I mean, that one was at least ethereal Double Storm. This one was just Double Storm.
Yeah.
It's El Clasico.
Have a taste of your own medicine, Little Miss Arcane Blast. You are gonna be eating this Storm Slime Double Trouble combo pack. And that is enough to take Leocro out of game 1 of this 12th round of Swiss here in the Southeast Asian Nationals.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the sideboard. What could Zhao Bao possibly put in to make this even more overwhelming?
Well, I mean, he has Blanche and the Crystallized Destiny, which would be very good for dealing with the Arcane Blast. But other than that, I find it interesting that he cites in Quicksilver Grail, because something like Quicksilver Grail hide the Covenant of Thorns could be a massive damper onto any of Leocross' plans.
Yeah, that's the thing is, normally if you just put the Covenant hard on the dragon, what happens? Oh, they auspicious it or they Ayla it. But now it's like, okay, well, if I put it on the Quicksilver, now you have to Ayla the Quicksilver, force it. Then you have to force the Covenant. So it's just a lot more extra Ayla triggers you have to activate. Just taxes your turn a little bit more, makes it harder to commit. I also think probably the Expel comes in, right? Because that's another card that can help get rid of the Gyres if they continue to find their way in.
That's true. Gyre would be quite a damper as well for Zabao with his Storm Slimes on enters. So may want to bring those in. Has a couple of Twilight Slimes as well for Spell Shroud. Could be an option. But we will end up seeing what ends up going in. I don't see in particular what he's putting in or taking out, but you guys at home, you can rewind the VOD and try and spot any fire slime enthusiasts. If you want to learn from Zabao, make sure to watch a little bit more closely. Meanwhile, for Leo Croix, I think he also has a couple of copies of Blanche in the
Yes.
side, so could use that to protect himself from the double storm slime again, which would be pretty rough.
Could also consider putting the Resolute Sand. The thing is, the annul spells are probably not doing anything. The attendants aren't doing anything. Psycho Pump is actively bad for you. And Regal Inquisition, it's like, okay, I'm gonna discard your slimes, and then you king them, and then you Gaia's Blessing them. It's not really a great proposition. So I imagine what's probably coming in is that Optical Control. So this is one of the new Luxem cards that was released in RDO. Basically, it's a Fantasia that comes in, and you can call a type of card. So either like action, or ally, or attack.
Whatever.
Yeah, basically whatever you want.
Those three. I think
And,
those six.
and I guess item too.
Oh, yeah, I guess
item.
so, yeah.
You know, if you're playing against I don't know,
Potion Gale?
Potion Gale, yeah.
Yeah.
And it will cost 4 more to play for the turn. So it's essentially like a mega consumption ring. And for one specific type, and then when on the next turn it destroys itself and you draw a card. So it's card neutral on your next turn, and it's kind of like either you play it and you call action and you stop all interaction. Like, okay, Resolute's dead, Crystallize dead, all of your possible ways of stopping it, or you play it and then you're like, okay, you can't do anything to me. Especially decks like they're super reliant on specific things. Like if Diana, you just call a spell and say, okay, what do you do? Or call action. You can't do anything. Like you can't go distant. You can't load an Aether Charge. But against Sylvie, it's like, okay, ally obviously is
Yeah.
the main one because she plays almost a deck exclusively of allies and action cards that return and kill her own allies. So it's gonna be an interesting choice here, but you have to hit level 3, and we didn't really even see level 3 found there because Zaobao went too fast.
We didn't even see level 2 for Leo Croix.
We didn't even see level 2. That's yeah, this is the thing about slimes. If they open a good hand and you have no way of stopping it, they just turbo so fast, and the amount of damage they can pull through is just so insane that it's hard unless you can find innervates, especially because there's no Topsy Decrees.
Yeah, but I just wanted to highlight how the players both look very happy and they're joking around. And even though the stakes are so high, it looks like, I mean, Grand Archive is fun, right?
Yes.
It's such a fun game. You're having a great time here at the Southeast Asian Nationals. Everyone is 11 games in, but still excited to play even more games of Grand Archive. And I mean, I'm excited to cast more games of Grand Archive as well, especially with 2 of the best casters that I could ask for. And let's hit
Aw, that's
into
so
game
sweet of
2
you.
soon.
Now, I mean, obviously, a little bit of bias here. My teammate, and I think there's 2 Filipino players, I think, left who are potentially able to make it into top 8. They were at the same scoreline. I think they were like literally sitting next to each other. So it's like both playing Seru as well. So, and they all drew. It was Apol, Leo Croix, and Polar Cub all on Seru, and they all drew in a row. I was like, wow, that's sad.
No, but I understand though, because especially if you're against that Wind Crux matchup, it's very difficult to end games on time. The Wind Crux win condition is basically just I need to hit Spirit Blade Retribution, and until that point, I basically can't do anything. And that means you need to farm at least 10 or more influence, and that's a lot of cards and a lot of turns you have to play, especially. So, not to mention all the, Ayala, I need to suppress this, suppress that, and in the meantime, we do see Windmill Engineer plus the Baby Grey Slime for both players, just having a good starting net neutral card.
Yeah, you know, Baby Gray sees Windmill and says, I'm the original. And I draw into hand. I'm so much better than you. There's a reason why this card was abused in so many decks. Having that on enter, reveal, and then draw into hand. Same thing with Cake, right? It's like, all the other new items, draw the memory, draw the memory. I'm like, I am the original. I am number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this card got banned, to be fair, right?
Yep.
And has made its way off of the ban list. Baby Gray did nothing wrong, but we may see in the rest of this round whether Baby Gray did anything wrong at all. A rare occurrence of a reclaimed floating memory used for this Guojia deck going up to level 1. Very, very controlled, and also gets this windmill back into the hand so that he can use it again this turn.
Yeah, so that is a classic there. Windmill Reclaim, like the ideal turn 1 start, aside from going first, the ideal turn 1 start. Gets a float in, gets the banish, especially because Guojia doesn't care about banishing anything going to level 1 because you don't get the quest counters until you are level 1 already.
Exactly.
So it's ideal to use the quest counters here And then normally you don't really want to use float after this unless you're playing really slowly.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be that version of Guojia that just played very, very slowly with the Looking Glass, with the Unmake Duality. But of course, that card has gone the way of the Dodo, and we will now see the Windmill
Escape.
Engineer. Punch and no escape for this Baby Gray. It will be going to the Baby Grave. And Leo Craw, just a Windmill Engineer and passing the turn to trigger his Azurite Fate Stone for the first time this game.
You really want to be activating one card a turn just so that you can get at least one quest counter, get that pseudo agility, getting that extra card, digging through your deck, churning through the chaff, and while also maybe setting up arcane cards, just finding more stuff. We lose the displays here, so maybe no turbo dungeon guide plays, but we are gonna see what the plan is. That loses a baby red. So that's one of the
Ooh. Once again, Creative Shock on the stack. Can we find the Limno Guide? I don't think he has it in hand already.
Okay, that's D guide, undeniable slime. Silver,
Slime,
lustrous.
silver, yeah.
I imagine we just throw lustrous here.
Just clearing some of the advanced elements lines that we don't need. Lustrous could be useful in the later stages of the game as a big taunter, but not at the moment. So unfortunately, wasn't able to find that liminal or even a floating memory to make the level up to 2 easier.
We
Did find it
could-
on the top deck.
We could go for baby red, throw eruption, but the problem is you're playing against Goja, the deck that has throwables. So do you really want to just throw a float that you know is probably getting eaten?
To be fair, even if the turbo banishes a bunch of slimes, I think that still advances Zabal's game plan for the Storm Slime to just do more damage. And it's also net neutral because the Baby Red this does draw into memory anyway. But instead, we're just going to go for a simple Baby Silver Slime with a buff counter. So this means Windmill Engineer will not be able to take it out.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's the eternal question. Do you kill the baby silver? If you kill it, they get the draw. But if you don't kill it, well, they go to level 2 and get a draw anyway. So you usually want to try and clear if it's their only slime, but at the same time, if you leave it, you maybe tax them a little bit.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
alternatively, you could Dream Fairy it.
yeah, if you have it. But you also would rather Dream Fairy on more crucial targets, you would think, like the Ethereal Slime in the later stages of the game, assuming Zabao doesn't just go Unga Bunga Double Storm Slime goodbye. But we will have to see Fairy Whispers taking a bit of time on this decision because it is, of course, going to be key to set up the remaining stages of the game. But there is still 40 minutes left. We are only in game 2, so quite a bit of time left still.
Fortunately, a Seryu versus Sylvie matchup could end in a flash, but it could also take a very long time, as was shown previously yesterday. That game 1 took, I think,
30 minutes.
30, 40
Yeah.
minutes.
The dichotomy was crazy because we were going in for that game 1 and it was like 30 minutes long of a slog. Sylvie had 10 allies on the board at one point, and then game 2 was just Ethereal Storm goodbye, 10 minutes, GG. And now Leo Craw going up to the Koja level 2, going for the draw instead of the quest counters here. Maybe has a dungeon guide.
Auspicious Manifestation in the hand, going to be used here. Getting that extra quest counter because we're not yet at 5.
Goes
Gonna
to
discard
4.
it.
Dungeon guide would be +5 and then end of turn gets one more. So we could very well see Serio make his way onto the board end of this turn. Let's see whether Leo Craw has it in him.
Yeah.
Prestige the win would actually be Serio on the board during the main phase as well. So we'll see what he has.
Yeah,
And
either of those works.
the thing about not clearing this Baby Grace, Baby Silver Slime is that now there's an intercept to prevent Serio's damage as well. So as much as you do want to deny the draw, I think you want to enable yourself more.
Now, the Baby Silver only has Taunt if there's another slime on
Ooh.
field. So it's currently just a vanilla 2/2. But if another slime comes, it becomes a Taunter, which will become a problem in the future. So we saw it in the game with Rapig where he would just clear the slimes. Like he would have a 8 power dragon instead of swinging face. He just kill these slimes that were on field, and it's like, yeah, okay, it is the Besiege, just like you wrote. The script is going according to plan here.
That's right. Mastermind scheme. Tristan Hu is Hiro Shisho, the master schemer. And now we're going to see 10 quest counters available for Leo Craw. Guojia, Heaven's Favorite, makes his way onto the board for the first time this series because he died so early last game.
Yeah, and now we get Providence. Now, question, are we flipping? I mean, it's slimes. Do you really need to worry? I guess Dungeon Guide to 2, then just start sending, like, Ethereal Storm. I mean, Storm can't target this area because it is... Oh, that's a harness in hand.
Harness is not nearly enough. We might need...
Next turn.
We might need the... Okay, is there
Zero
any
banish.
arcane?
Zero
No
banish
arcane.
arcane. So that could be our
So-
1 for a Serious command.
And power 4, not enough. And power 4 plus 1 arcane. not enough. Nowhere near enough to do like a swing plus arcane blast.
Next turn, though, we go Providence plus Reliquary, and then we go, okay. Oh,
What, you go
egg!
cooking?
Oh, the optical
Ooh,
control.
Okay, that's huge.
Optical control called ally here is insane because it also stops the dungeon guide from coming out. So you see there, as optical control enters the field, choose a card type. I mean, imagine almost 100% we're choosing ally here, and cards of that chosen type will cost 4 more to activate. So if we want to play a dungeon guide, we're gonna have to pay 7 for that. It's almost like being Stifling Guide.
Exactly. And let's not forget, this also means any other allies that Zabao needs to play down in order to turn on that baby silver slime taunt, like you mentioned earlier, will also cost 4 more. And if Zabao wants to go up to level 2 here, will be losing those 2 cards in the memory, 7 influence only to play another ally at level 2.
Yeah, and this is just such a big swing because now Zaba, I mean, he could technically still level up to 1, dungeon guide to 3, but then he can't play the free slime because it's gonna cost 4 extra.
He can't dungeon guide the tree. He has not enough hand. He has at 5 now. He'll draw for Sylvie 2. He'll draw for turn. 7 exactly. He needs 8 to play the dungeon guide, right? It's 3 plus 4.
He could do undeniable on his silver to draw an extra card to get the double draw
Pre-rec,
there.
I
Pre-rec,
see.
because that's not an ally, so
But
but
then
then you
what?
don't get the free slime. It's like, what's the point,
Yeah, your
right?
dungeon guide with no cards in hand, and then that's really rough. But let's see what Zabao ends up doing here. In a bit of a pickle if he can't play any allies for less than 4 additional cost.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the hand. It was ethereal, eruption, dungeon guide, undeniable, and something else. So it's a very songbird. So that's 5 allies, or it's 4 allies and an undeniable truth.
Not the best. Goes for the Beastborn Boots. Just wants to make sure that he can survive Arcane Blast and draws into an Advanced Element Slime. So not going to be useful at the moment. Zabao going to put down a Baby Red Slime paying 6.
Are we really paying 6 for this? I think. Yeah, he's like, hey, optical control, you gotta pay more for that.
And
I don't know if he's allowed to take this back. I think so because he didn't pay for the full cost, but
we will see. He will put down everything.
that's hands down. That's hands down.
He does still have the Beastborn Boost. Goes into face. Discards this Slime Eruption.
This is so sketchy now because he has if we can't kill with Arcane Blast, but we had the Harness Lightning. So as long as we can get past this one taunt, there's a possibility for a Byako's Harness Byako's. That would be, ooh! And then now we're going to go Sensory. We're not going Reliquary. That's a very heads-up play from Leocroy here. He's going to get the draw of Optical Control, and then he can pop the Providence to get an extra draw here. We still have our big dragon. This boots were an absolute stonewall against Rapig, and then the Covenant came out after that, and it just completely wrecked the entire game. So let's see if Xiaobao bringing out the early boots once again ends up coming up clutch. But of course, Rapig never saw an egg. He never saw an Ayla, and really Croy maybe hopefully better luck in finding some of those advanced element cards.
Yeah, and Zabao, his main deck Divine Relic is Lost Providence. So we might see Quicksilver Grail Covenant of Thorns like we mentioned earlier, but if he were to do that, he needs to level up twice before he can even activate it. So stuck at level 1 is not the place you want to be. Seiryu will be swinging into this baby Silver Slime who will
Retaliate.
try to fight back a little bit, do 2 points to this big old dragon.
And then Xiaobao activates 2 Immolation Traps from his memory.
Oh my gosh. And now we're gonna show a Twilight Slime?
You know what? Because he put all those cards down, this is an uncontrolled banish, which means that Dungeon Guide, if he goes for it, especially with Sensor, this is a banish too. There's a chance that Dungeon Guide gets hit here.
And let's see the banish. Show
All right.
us the money. Leo Croix hits it.
He
Hits the
hits it.
dungeon guide, and Zabao now denied of that option to level up during his main
He can still
phase.
draw another one.
Top decks into nothing. That is the level 2
Oh,
draw.
he had another one. He had 2 of them.
Second dungeon guide available for Zabao. Will be able to go up to level 3 and then also play a very crucial arcane advanced element slime. For example, this Twilight Slime that we already revealed, and that means we are doubly protected from the Arcane Blast with the Beastborn Boots, with the Spell Shroud from the slime itself.
Is he going to put down the undeniable truth? He's got to hold this up in case of a stifling trap. He puts it down.
Did not play around the Stifling Trap, but is allowed to resolve. Leo Croc already used one Stifling Trap earlier
That was in
to
game
get
1.
rid of the Baby Gray Slime, and that was in fact
That was
earlier.
in game 1. That was in game 1. It was
too earlier.
technically. It was way earlier.
That's right. But this game does not have that Stifling Trap this time. Now going up to Sylvie, level 3, Slime Sovereign. And now we are level 3 versus level 3 deck.
No, it's Providence still.
No Quicksilver Grail, but I think that's fine because Seiryu is already on the board. And if you want to suppress the Covenant, you do have to play something else first. But let's see if Leo Croc can even find lethal in the following turn. He does need to do 21 damage now because Slime Sovereign is at 25 max life.
I mean, that's very easy for Sari to do. The question is, how do we get past the Beast Bond Boots? Now, like I said, harness, Byakos, Byakos. Many ways of doing this without actually going for the spells.
That is also true, but wondering whether Leo Croc actually has those options. Zabao now playing the Ethereal Slime. Is there a Stifling Trap for this? It's not, of course, since we would probably have used it on the Dungeon Guide.
So we are gonna banish. What's the choice here? Probably gonna be, yep,
Stone
it's
Scale
gonna be
ban.
Stone Scale, especially because Seiryu oftentimes ends up having to kill these slimes to get rid of the taunts, and he has a bird in hand, and he has a Baby Grace. That's an intercept. Gonna be really good here just to have a little bit more defense from an attack-based win here, but Leo Croc holding up his whole hand means there's a potential for having that Ayla in hand to try and get rid of either the boots in end phase or get rid of any slime that Zaobao chooses to play. But did he just pass here?
Not yet, but like you said, suppression on this Beast Bomb Boots could be a very big deal. We're just gonna cycle a Baby Gray away for
Where's
the Baby
Gray?
Red. And is that enough for Gaia's Blessing? I believe so. 1, 2, 3 is 4. Yes, 4 slimes in the graveyard. Now going to the banish. That puts us at 7 for a Storm Slime.
How good's our top deck, though? It's another Baby Gray. That's an insane top deck here. Are we going to play that out? Get another intercept here. Just make Leo Croc's life harder and harder and harder.
Another way to redirect damage from this Seiryu. Another way to prevent himself from losing to the new Tamer. No, Storm Slime up the top,
That's
but
drawn
not
in
enough
hand.
cards in hand.
That's going to be drawn into hand, though. That's going to be from the off the gray. He's going to draw it into hand, but
That's
we
true.
know about it now.
Another one? No, just
Okay.
Limitless. But if
If
that
that
was
was the
another
second
storm,
that was the second star, I would have lost
it
it.
wasn't lethal yet though. It would have been 10.
Oh, okay. Then we finish off with a bird. Now, this is the last. There's no cards left in hand aside from whatever is found off of this, which means
No more actions.
That-
But there is a Beast Bond Boots.
that's not a beast. That's not a beast. Check. That's not a beast.
That is not a beast. So good for Zabao. Gets to find a better slime. Hopefully he has seen a bunch of this
Wow.
deck already.
Wow.
Still
Whoa.
nothing.
Okay,
there we go.
go.
Lustrous.
That's a pretty good one too.
Yeah, that's not bad. But right now, question is, can he live this turn? Because has to, one, deal with Seiryu Azure Dragon and not get killed by Arcane Blast if there is a suppression from Leo Croc here. Now, what is the play on the end step of Zabao?
Leo Croy, absolutely. If he has the suppress here, he needs to get rid of either the boots. Actually, probably just both the boots and the Baby Gray here. Ayla would be able to get rid of both. He could do Ayla on the boots and end phase, and then do Ayla again after a Reliquary draw, and then go for like Seryus Byako's main phase.
We
But-
have nothing. No answer to this Beastborn Boots, and we're representing, I think, almost enough damage to kill Seiryu. 3,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage currently on
Where's the
board.
bird? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. 10 damage on board. Storm Slime on the top of the deck. We missed that earlier.
Jeez, that's a storm on top. Well, we're going to draw that for turn. So
Yeah.
two storms in hand already on the deck. And that means unless Leo Croy has an Innervate, which guess what? Innervate, 5 damage on the E-Slime with True Sight. Going to take True Sight Leo Croy out.
That is going to be pretty ironic if True Sight is the answer to True Sight Leo Croy.
Nothing on Recollection phase. He shakes his head. He's not happy with what he's seeing. This board is completely out of control already.
And the swarm of slimes is about to outmaneuver this Azure Dragon. Unless Leo Croy has anything to say about it at the moment. A bunch of cards in hand, but not a bunch of answers. A Storm Slime on the top of your opponent's deck, a Storm Slime in your opponent's hand, and a bunch of slimes on the board. All of them making it seem like you're not going to have a great time.
Yeah, it really is. Teamwork makes the dream work. Look at the slimes. They work together while Seiryu stands there alone. on his mountain, trying to send the blast, but just cannot get through the deluge of slimes coming out, multiplying constantly. It's looking so doomed here, just not finding the Aylas. If we found the Ayla there, we Ayla the boots, and then we Ayla the gray, and then we just go for game. It's as long as you have both the commands, that's very free at this point. But he just didn't have it. Doesn't even have an egg either. Didn't have any of the really strong advanced elements aside from that optical control. But he's taking a long time to think here, so either he's looking for a lethal line or he's trying to find a way to survive another turn.
Yeah, it could always be the recognition he's cooked. Oh, it's going to be
No.
Benediction Angel.
There's no way this is it.
Stereo's command plus the
Serious
harness
and
lightning
harness.
shown.
Oh, the boots and the gray here really made a difference.
It's
Gonna
a
swing it
huge
gray.
difference into gray. Opens the way. Opening the way for Seiryu, the Azure Dragon, if we're swinging one into the baby gray. But no, we're just getting rid of the baby red instead, trying to clear some of the answers that Zabao has for Seiryu, Azure Dragon. But Leo Croix is going to eat double Storm Slime next turn. And I don't think there's anything else he can do about it.
The only thing could be an innervate here. And if Zabao finds a second E slime, we'd be able to swing for 5 plus. Well, I mean, if you
Oh.
innervate, you still have the Seiryu as a taunt, so we still have to kill Seiryu. So if as long as you have an innervate, oh my god,
Third
3
Storm
Storm
Slime.
Slimes!
He has enough, no? He has enough in hand. That's 21 damage. That's way above lethal. It kills through the innovate agility.
That is insane. The storm that is approaching. Seiryu, you know, you think you can reappropriate Arcane Blast, but I am the original. We forgot about Rai.
Yeah, we the OG appropriator. And now the Storm Slime makes its appearance onto the board. The first of 3 that we know of that Zabao has available to take out True Sight Leo Cry. We are gonna see what he has in response. Is there an Innovative Agility? Is there a Crystallized Destiny? Is there an answer to any of the options that Zabao is about to present to True Sight Leo Croy in the 12th round of the Southeast Asian Nationals in the 11th hour?
There's currently 5 cards in hand plus a Providence draw. So this is triple Storm Slime. Veiling Breeze is not going to be enough unless it's 4 wind.
And we already know it's 2 arcane cards.
Yeah, that's 2 arcane cards. There's just no way this is going to be enough.
And Zabao, just thinking on the response to this Veiling Breeze, I do see more win cards available in hand. So if there's more stuff, he could maybe try and put more win cards down here, but
I think he has maybe an Imperial countermeasure. So I think it's going to be either Imperial on face or Imperial on drag. Okay, wow, we're actually going to send the undeniable here, killing our Storm, sacrificing it, and drawing more because he wants to banish the cards to power up his Storm even further. So if we banish 2 slimes of this, now going to be 999.
999 is going to be emergency for real. It's going to make Leo Croy call the police because he's a little bit scared. Instead, it's just going to be 1. So 8 damage per Storm Slime. Going to draw into 2 cards for the Storm Slimes on death. What are we going to find? What are we going to see? Blanche off the top, not going to be the most useful, but the 8 damage of the Storm Slime looks to be about to resolve.
It's just a beseech in hand. It's gotta be the Imperial countermeasure. It's the only thing I could think of that he'd play it this way, but that's not blocking nearly enough. Leo Croy knows he's seen them because it was off the guys, but he's seen the double storm, the storm that is approaching, and this dragon is just looking like it's not even gonna die. It's just gonna go straight for the champion. This is gonna be 8. Let's say it's veiling for 3 at most. If we drew into memory of win card, Imperial countermeasure blocks 4.
And that's still nowhere near the amount of prevention he needs. Storm Slime coming in for 3 damage now. And without the Innovate Agility available, we're going to deny a lot of damage still. Now, how much is this Veiling Breeze going to reveal?
I'm gonna say it's 3, hopefully. We also draw in the memories, so it's another chance. So potentially 4.
Maximum 4.
Maximum 4. Probably like 2 or something.
Veiling Breeze revealing.
See how lucky we got here.
Looks like 3, 4.
4! Okay. And it's a Byaku's with the harness still there. But
2 more Storm Slime still comes in for 4-4.
can he play the 2 Storm Slimes after the undeniable though?
Yeah, he has
still has
6.
enough. So this is gonna be 4-4-4.
And we could also do something cheeky, like pushing our first Storm Slime into itself. to draw more or to banish more. And now we can see damage actually going into Seiryu, the Azure Dragon. 5 damage swing from this Ethereal Slime. Is it going to be enough to take out Seiryu? Even if Zabao isn't able to take out Guojia herself, beating up the dragon may be enough to secure the game as well. How is he going to do it? Leo Craw is hands down. The Arcane Storm Slime's 4 damage blast has already resolved. You can see the Imperial countermeasure 4 damage marker already removed from Guojia herself. So basically, Zabao just needs to do... Okay, so he needs to go through a 4-point Veiling Breeze now. He needs to do 2 instances of 10?
Yes.
That would be enough. And we just need 2 more slimes in the banish. He does still have Lost Providence as well. So another Storm Slime plus Undeniable Truth might be enough.
You know, we did churn through so much of the deck with that Gaia Songbird. So honestly, there is a chance, but then the Blanche is on top, and I don't really see another Undeniable. No, yeah, there's no other Undeniable. It's gonna be another 4, and we're just gonna kill Dragon.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 3 into the Dragon, Storm into... Okay, okay, is he thinking about retaliating? No, you do not ever retaliate on the Storm.
If we're retaliating, I would assume it's not on this swing in particular. But second Storm Slime shows 3
8,
more damage.
9, 10, 11. So he just needs to play the 3rd Storm, and the Dragon is dead.
Exactly, and that's so much damage. That 3 damage resolves the Dungeon Guide. 9 damage now on to Seiryu, the Azure Dragon. 10 damage now with the Gaia Songbird. Another 2 damage will do the trick. He has the Baby Grey. Baby Grey gonna put the penultimate points of that. This scary dragon. And now we're gonna use the Lost Providence.
Storm Slime off the top would be such a BM. No, it's Limitless, which is actually pretty good here too. We could just Limitless and then just swing.
That might
save the Storm Slime for next turn.
And also can hold on to Blanche, but not exactly necessary anymore.
No, we don't need to worry about that. With the Seiryu off the field. Wait, show the top of your deck, show it Storm Slime. Okay, it's King.
I mean...
There we go. Dragon gets slain. Slimes have been proven better than Dragon. And now we get Limitless Slime becoming Limitless, continuing to grow stronger and stronger. Leo Croy probably has no way out of this game with his Dragon, his one shining hope gone. There's no way an Ayla Fatestone loop is going to be able to clear a board this big.
And the backup charger is materialized, but there's no cards in hand to play it in the pre-recollection step. Incandescent Reliquary gonna allow a draw, but I don't think anything he draws will get him out of this situation. Not gonna allow him to even draw the game. Easy 0-2 here for Zabao, it looks like.
Dungeon Guy drawn here, completely useless. Zabao is just looking at this and it's like, I've got this in the bag. Don't test me, boy. How dare you try and go for lethal and bring out optical control. I'm just going to bring out the boots. I'm going to bring out the Covenant. You're going to make your life so hard. You can never get through anything here.
Benediction Angel kills the Storm Slime, putting 2 more slimes into the banishment, making it a full 10 slime cards available.
I honestly want the 4th Storm Slime to just come down. Can we just find it? Can we dig a little bit and throw out the 4th Storm Slime here?
Okay, the 3rd Storm Slime does exactly 10. So that means Leo Craw can survive the 3rd Storm Slime. So yes, the 4th Storm Slime has an option to appear. Or he can just use the 3rd Storm Slime's on enter to target itself for maximum BM.
That's true. If we want to get the biggest Storm Slime, if we can get our Storm Slime to 11, actually no, if we can get it to 12, that would be ideal. So we can Arcane Mog Guojia here.
Yeah, we can be like, my Arcane Blast is better than yours. And now Leo Craw picks up a Fairy Whispers off of his Fairy Whispers. And he is whispering to himself, what have I got myself into? Where is my dragon? Where is my answers? And can't find any of them right now. Will show the Fairy Whispers what he found. A Stifling Gyre.
Gyre, way too late for that one. If we found that ages ago, we could have stopped the onslaught of the storms here. Instead, that Gyre is just gonna fizzle away, whispered out into the wind with a whimper. Zaobao's probably got this one just straight in the bag, and it's just 1, 2, 3. Gyre calling what? What are we calling with this?
Storm Slime.
No. We're calling Dungeon. We're calling Ace Protector.
We're calling Ace Protector to BM ourselves, not allowing the Storm Slime to have an on to enter for cheap. But there's so much damage on the board already. 8 damage presented, which means we only need 3 more from hand. And Storm Slime without the on-enter will still be lethal.
He could even pay for it, to be honest. He has enough cards in hand to just Storm Slime pay for it.
That's true. He has gotten a lot of value out of this guy's blessing already. Backup charger going to be used now to pay for the backup charger, get a card into memory. And now, what is he going to play?
Another eruption. Where's the fourth storm? Come on, show it to us.
Top deck. Nope.
No, all right, but we can still just send all of the allies straight to face, finishing this game off. Zaobao currently at 7-3-1, putting him at 8-3-1 after this win. If he wins his next round, 9-3-1 is actually
On the bubble.
28, could potentially get into that top 8 slot. Could we see a Fire Slime Sylvie in top 8?
After a really rough start to the day, at the very least, yesterday's great performance has put him in a position where he's still able to come back. And now he would love it if he could secure this game here and now. Ethereal Slime gonna be played. No draw, Dungeon Guide, no 4-Storm Slime Eater. I'm sorry, Flawn. I don't think we're gonna get that final BM. Draw of the Ethereal.
No Storm Slime number 4. We're just gonna end the games with the slime that started all. Ethereal Slime of the Crux elements. Actually, who's the last hit? Who gets the last hit in this case?
It has to be Baby Gray. It has to be
Baby Gray. It takes a village to raise a baby, and this baby completely carries this whole village. This only deck only coming back. Actually, you see, he's paying 4. He's paying 4.
+4. This is so strong. Let's go, Zaobao.
Do it. What if he has Veiling Breeze? You gotta go really big.
Yeah, we're arcane mogging right now. 10 damage Storm Slime might be able to resolve. It's just gonna play it without the Auditor. But still, the Arcane Slime takes the game for Zaobao, and he shows us once again the strongest tamer of history is better than the strongest tamer of today. Sit down, young whippersnapper. I am the GOAT.
He had the double command. It was just the Boots, the Covenant. It was just all too much. Once again, no Aylas coming down to bless with the ability to get rid of these defensive regalias. And it's the same story as last game. It's a 2-0. It's in the reverse, actually, where the first game was the super quick 2-0, and then the game 2 was the one where the guy is blessing drew like 6 cards and put 10 slimes aboard, and we got like every storm in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really rough matchup, it looks like, for this Seiryu deck, because like whatever you try to do, it just means you just need to draw Ayla. And the moment you don't draw it, you just lose on the spot. And it looks so difficult for this Seiryu to crack this Fire Slime deck. And what a choice this deck is, because look at how many Seiryu you can see on screen with how many people are in this top cut bracket, all fighting for this national slot. And this Fire Slimes deck looks extremely well positioned.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is, based on what you've said, Fire Slimes is not good into win Crux, and there's a lot of win Crux up there. And of course, that game would have been different if there was an Ayla. If there was an Ayla, the Occur just wins there.
Yeah, he had the double command, he had the Harness Lightning, so big.
Yeah, so it's really just, if I had this card, I would have won, and it was just, he dug so deep, he didn't see a single one.
And that's just the nature of card games sometimes,
Yeah.
you know? And we love it, we hate it, but we still keep playing and we still love commentating as well, because it's so fun to watch when people high roll, and it's so fun to watch when an underdog comes out from behind and just takes everything. Just like how Dragon JG is still top tables here with that Watermill Umbra Alice, and we also see Genbu on the top tables as well. So really so much potential here for the Southeast Asian Nationals to go out as one of the greatest events so far. That, you know, at the start of today, I was just going to mention, out of the top 8 decks yesterday, there were 7 unique champions. And we see that here, it's still going to be quite a number of unique champions here. There's 4 different ones in the top 8. So there's a multiple repeats, but still very good meta, I think, so far.
And actually looking at it, aside from Lift Giselle and Sano, isn't this whole top 8, or isn't this like whole like top 10 tables all Asian?
That's yeah, I believe so, actually.
Yeah. Oh no, Asnat is Australian.
Asnat is Australian,
Professor
yes.
is Australian. So there's 2 Australians, 2 Americans, and then like the rest are Asian actually. So
Yeah.
actually kind of defending here.
Doing
Though,
a
of course,
great job.
the top 2 tables do have 2 Americans. So it's, you know, if any wins the 4th nationals in a row, can we say?
I will be a bit upset, but at the same time, I will be very impressed.
You know, for context, NA has won every single nationals because Auli won in Ascent Las Vegas.
Caban won in Europe.
Or not Ascent Las Vegas, sorry, I'm in
Ascent
Nationals.
NA
NA Nationals.
Nats, yes.
Caban won EU Nationals. Sano won OCE Nats. And then Lift Giselle looking prime to get another big one.
Asia, we gotta stop this man right now. Even though Liv Drizzle is Asian, but he's not an Asian resident. We gotta show him who's boss and prevent the 4th nationals in the world from being won by an American player. But in the meantime, that was round 12.
Yeah,
Oh, so
one
this-
left.
One
Just
last
one
round
left.
is going to be a blast for sure. Make sure to stay seated and get ready for more amazing Grand Archive.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を呼ぶさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみてる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more.
And welcome back to the final round of Swiss at the Southeast Asian Nationals. I'm joined again by Chrisom, and look
Yep.
on the screen, you will see the final standings for round 12.
Wow, like that's how we were talking about. Just a bunch of green, a bunch of blue. Now it's still a bunch of green, a bunch of blue, but it's like all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, we saw
It's
Fire
really-
Slimes on stream earlier.
Yeah.
right? So there is still some red. We see on table 7 as well, there's a Suzaku player.
And we see like in table 1 itself, a very surprising one. None of the big 4. In fact, it's a surprising Gambu and also Umbra Water Alice.
And Umbra Water Alice making table 1 at
Table
the
1.
Southeast Asian Nationals, arguably the largest, no, not arguably the largest, the
It is
largest,
the
but
largest
arguably the most
nets.
competitive nets,
Mm.
is going to be very, very crazy. I mean, you guys net deck this guy right now.
I mean, you can also see like below that we can see the projected that we've seen before, Wind Crux, Water Diana. There's also the Seiru making their show. But only, wait, Oblations, where are you? You're all the way down to table 15. The only player playing it right now is Hachiko and Fishball 13.
Yeah, I mean, down at the 8-4 scoreline, you can see Hachiko on the left side of your screen. 31st place right now, 24 points. And that is very, very difficult to bubble in with. But we will have to see 9-4.
You gotta try.
Yeah, you do have to try. 9-4 scoreline hopefully is going to be able to make it. But look at all of the people above you. You have a bunch of people that will be looking to get that 9-3-1 scoreline. And that just barely ekes out that one additional point, the 28th point.
Yep, notably, a lot of the players actually, if you notice it, on the table 1 or the 5, some of them actually have either worth or gauntlet slot already. We have Lysandra, we have also Sano, I think, also has a worth slot.
That's right. Liv Drizzle has a gauntlet slot.
Yep.
Sano has a world slot from winning against in the Oceania
And so you know
Nationals.
one, yep.
Then we also see Quartzia, who is a famous Genbu player. We have Ray Lam, who has a gauntlet slot from winning Ascent Akihabara.
Yep.
And just a lot of competition, such great players on the stream. We also see KLVR down on table 11.
Yeah.
Also qualified through the Oceania Nationals
yep.
to the gauntlet. So lots of great players here, really trying to vie for those very coveted 16 Worlds or gauntlet slots today at the Southeast Asian Nationals.
Yep. Well, this is one of the most important events for Grand Cup competitive scene in general because of the nets, because of how prestigious it is, qualifying on worth. So, of course, we wish them all the best. But speaking of our feature game, have you heard about our feature game? What we're getting?
I think you can see table 7 here. We're going to be looking at Fire Suzaku, and on the right is Water CL Loyal Valet. You can see the difference there between him and on table 15, the Mirage's Grave. So it will be a level 1 CL allies deck instead. So we're going to be looking at some fast-paced games for our final round of Swiss.
Yeah, it's gonna be head-on-head ally meta that we haven't seen a lot like in this recent tournament. Of course, we have seen a lot of allies or a lot of aggro decks forming around, but not really when they go head-to-head to each other.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a fun matchup to watch for sure. There's going to be a lot on the line for these players. I believe they are on table 7, meaning they're at around 27 points as well. So this is definitely the win and in. And if they lose, I think that might be curtains for their run.
Yeah, that's how extreme this position is. Despite you being only like what today, you only like lost once. Losing today another round would be really, really detrimental right now. And like usually in this ascent, we're so used to like ascent on usually these people just start to like ID because you know what guarantees the top 8 or whatever. No, people are fighting for points this time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get top 6.
Yeah, 6. That's
in
so it's
order.
very accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you go into the top cut, the higher seed gets to choose turn order,
Exactly.
and that matters a lot as well.
Yes, exactly.
So it's going to be really, really important to get every single point you need. Later on, when the asymmetrical gauntlet is, I think it's bound to happen at this point.
Yeah,
Look
yeah,
at how
yeah.
many people there are competing for these slots. It looks like tables like 7th place,
Mhm.
all the way to even 34th, 35th place, all at that 24-ish point mark.
Yep.
That's a lot of people vying for the same few slots.
Yeah, and they still had to go through another round to like right now. So to even get the chance for that extra round to play for the gauntlet slot.
Yeah, I mean, Swiss round 13 may be the final official round of Swiss, but there is a secret Swiss
Secret
round
Swiss, right.
14.
Secret round 15.
Oh my god,
14.
15? Round 15? It could be, actually, it could be a possibility depending on how many people are caught in this asymmetrical top cut. We might see something like position 9th all the way down to like 32nd, something like that, and then they have to play 2 more rounds to decide who gets these 10 slots. Oh boy.
All this for just slots. But yeah, I do want to point out that the amount of water diner actually did pop up. Like initially when we were watching the games, the amount of water diner wasn't really showing. In fact, there were more wing trucks than Seiyu, I think.
Yeah.
Around 12.
Lots of options still, but now we're going to look at Joseph from Malaysia versus Zero from Hong Kong.
Oh.
And this is going to be, again, a very fast-paced matchup. Suzaku Fire Aggro versus Water LICL. And it looks like Joseph is going to be starting us off with an Aquifer Seneschal. Great card, Norvin. You always say, what is
3-4.
this? Yes,
3-4.
What is it?
Premium stat line.
that's right.
Premium.
Premium stat line
Like
is my favorite.
It's basically just a proof of how strong stats already in this game are. Like, if you notice, all allies usually are either a 1-1 or at most a 2-2, or sometimes they are like uneven statted 1-2. This dude is just a 3-4. Of course, it comes in hindered, but later on it will come back out standard, so it will be fine.
And guess what? Turn 1, you can't swing them anyway. Hindered, not really a big deal.
Yeah, not really a big deal. And we do see that cat right there in Joseph's hand ready to pounce next turn.
Yeah, and next turn, if Joseph just goes Inert Sword, Cheshire Cat, and then he gets to do what the Water Ally decks always love to do. Oh, pass 3 card
pass
hand.
3. It is gonna pass. I think Joseph is smelling. He's gonna go inert sword. I think or power sword is also fine, but probably just go for the inert sword.
Yeah, I might save the Palvor Sword for a little bit later in the game. Inert Sword will be enough to turn the cat into a 3 attack ally. And now Recollect and draw for Joseph. Meanwhile, Zero, pretty standard Suzaku start as well. Pass the turn, end step, use some burn spells, go up to level 1, and continue to burn from there.
Yep. Probably gonna pay for the cat. Seeing a lot of. Is it a raccoon?
Looks like one, but we'll have to see later. I can't make it out, but we'll find out in a bit. Meanwhile, there is the Aquifer Seneschal pushing in the tree, and the cat now pushing in another 3 damage already. So very, very quick and decisive gameplay from Joseph already putting on the pressure. 3 cost Creative Shock now going to be played on the stack here. Let's see what Zero has to do. We'll hope to have a floating memory to throw in the graveyard, but if not, fire cards in the grave are just as good for a fire aggro deck to use for things like the Kindle cost for some of the spells.
Yep, gonna get rid of demolition. Looks like there is no floating. Gonna hit with the cat. This is really, really painful right now. This is gonna be even swinging with the swords. Another 2 damage there. 8 damage already taken off from Zero's life.
That's 40% of Zero's current life total, and with the sword, that makes it even more than half already. So very, very scary
I hate
position.
the Frostform Paladin as well. So all Joseph need is just a floating and then just go with the frost one.
That's right. Very, very scary for for Zero actually. Now going up to Suzaku Guojia level 1, the fabled Ruby Fate Stone will make its way onto the board again. We saw this a bit earlier.
Yep, go into another creative shop, probably gonna dig into his deck a little bit deeper.
Were we able to find a liminal guide of this? Because the fabled Ruby Fate Stone hasn't hit the board yet, so I'm thinking we haven't resolved our level 1. Another demolition sent to the graveyard. And I would think you would want to keep these demolitions because they are a great answer to this Aquifer Seneschal, to the Frostbound Paladin, but Zero knows better and will decide to prioritize more damaging spells for the face instead. And just giving a read to this card, the Trivial Trinket in the material deck of Zero as well, because this is a card you don't really see very often. Target opponent puts the top 3 cards of their deck into the graveyard. So I think this is a fantastic answer to Angelic Channeling.
Yeah, basically doesn't allow you to play around like all sorts of setting up, etc. But notice that this particular matchup doesn't really provide anything that useful. Joseph is playing particularly different deck. Joseph playing an ally deck, so it's much more of an aggression kind of deck. You can see how players don't really expect to tech for allies or aggro decks because they are expecting more level 3 decks.
Yeah.
So we see how Zero fare against this particular matchup. I do think that Zero is really, really, really behind with you taken 9 damage off already. Is this your second turn?
Exactly.
And what are you gonna do? Like you are also a deck that's also to be the aggressor. So the other alternative is I try to clear the allies, but I said it before, premium 3, 4 defense. How do you go through 4 defense? And not only that, there's also the cat right there.
Exactly, and spell shot stealth and Zero just passing the turn, and that
Passing the
might
turn.
be spelling doom because 8 damage already represented on the board.
Backup charger, gonna basically go hands down, doesn't really matter. Does Zero have any reaction? Definitely have. You are not scared of anything anymore. There is no hand in Joseph's area, so you just need to interact if you can. Is there anything?
There is a Searing Truth brought to the front of the hand, but I think we need to answer this Aquifer Seneschal.
Oh, just anything through. Is this it?
Backup charger allowed to resolve, recollection, and draw. Joseph now presenting 8 damage again will bring Guojia Chosen Disciple up to 17. And with 2 more damage, will be game over already for a very quick game 1 for our 13th round of Swiss. And now let's see what is going to happen. Seneschal coming in for another 3. And Zero now has the opportunity to respond again. But will he just accept this damage?
Might actually just be taking all this damage. Or is it confident Joseph don't have lethal right there?
I mean, Joseph only needs 2 more if this Aquifer Seneschal ends up landing. So Zero
Ring Truth.
Daring Truth will deal 2 damage to Joseph's champion and then also allow Zero to get an additional quest counter, pushing him up to 3 quest counters total. But can he survive this damage now is the main question because he's already in a very big danger zone. And although Zero does run, Zero does not run Guojia level 2. So this could be basically lethal already because he just needs to get Zero up to 18 and the fabled Ruby Fate Stone will finish Zero off for Joseph.
Yeah, because you can't really stop the damage from the Fate Stone itself. It's not like a May or it's a mandatory effect.
That's right. I mean, you could materialize Safeguard Amulet, but
But
Safeguard Amulet yourself?
like imagine you're playing a card for its intention to just deal damage so they can proc the effect, and now you're going to prevent it. That's kind of funny. My name is Searing Truth.
On the Aquifer Seneschal, getting 2 quest counters onto this fabled Ruby Fate Stone. And Zero has not given up yet. 1 more Searing Truth will be enough to take out the Aquifer Seneschal, putting Suzaku up to 5 quest counters already. And that might make a massive difference because that means following turn just need 1 burn spell to flip the bird onto the board. And Joseph has many options to respond here. For example, this Song of Frost could be used in order to make that Searing Truth basically fizzle. And that would mean this Seneschal lives to see another day.
He's considering it, but is it really worth? I mean, I guess it is quite worth it to keep that ally on the field.
But of course, you also want to leave the Song of Frost as a defensive card to not take 8 damage from a Suzaku's command to burn.
He's going to give it away. That previous deadline is indeed gone. So we are left with just going to be a Spirit swinging in for 2.
Yep, that puts us at 14.
Remember, Joseph need to somehow deal like 4 more damage because the Fate Stone will actually finish 0 unless Zero has some sort of way to interact with it.
That's right. There's a Dread Ing available, but there's no unique water ally, and that means we're just going to play Frostbound Paladin without the floating memory, push to 16, and now Portly Raccoon available to play from the hand as well will be able to, on enter, remove one of the one of the cards from the graveyard if he reveals 2 tech raccoons, but instead just gonna swing with a 2/3 ally. Now Safeguard
Safeguard
Amulet
Amulet will protect his...
forced to prevent 1 damage from his own favorite Ruby Fate Stone, but goes to 6 counters. Is that gonna be enough? I saw a peek of Zero's hand. There is a Peppered Chef, and we know that that combo is 12 damage, but is that gonna be enough? Joseph
I think
just
Joseph is shaking
hoping.
it. I think Joseph noticed that something is... Yeah, Joseph can actually potentially die from this position right here. If Suzaku flips here, going to deal for 4, and then the Pepper Chef will kill the bird, and then the bird will come back alive. That's another 4 damage. This is a lot.
Intensified
Intensify
Pyre
Fire.
kindled so that he can play it during the recollection step, and that's going to be so crucial. 7th counter on for Suzaku, the favorite Ruby Fate Stone about to flip, the bird about to make its appearance. The Immortal Phoenix now deals 4 to Joseph, putting him at 12. Now with the Pepper Chef will send the bird back to the banishment. 3 fire cards removed, but bird makes its resurrection. 4 from the Pepper Chef, 4 more from Suzaku. Does he present 4 more? Can he find the lethal in this game? He just needs to do another. Oh wait, no, his spirit. He's still spirit. He's not
Spirit.
CL1. He's already found the
Yes, it's
lethal.
gone. Basically, Joseph just was a bit too greedy, I think.
Yeah, he had a freezing hail in hand, and
Yep.
he had used that to get rid of the Pepper Chef. I don't think he was gonna die, but the entire time I was thinking, oh no, Joseph is at CL1. He needs to find so much more damage, but no,
No.
he feels Spirit of Water.
Spirit. So, like, I think that game was a bit of a overconfident from Joseph. Joseph was in the leading command with so much allies, so much board control. It was really hard for Joseph to kind of like lose from that position, but somehow just a little bit too greedy, I think.
Yeah, just overconfident thinking, okay, yeah, I'll push him to 18. I'll force him
And
to
then,
materialize
and
Safeguard.
then wait a minute, he has enough. The question counter, oh, wait a minute, the bird is flipped. Oh no, Pepper Chef. And then you're a spirit, and then you boom, you're dead. So, yeah, this is why you have to be really careful with this kind of matchup. Of course, we keep saying that it's an ally versus ally matchup, meaning like it's gonna be fast paced, it's gonna be all about aggression. But Water Ally is a bit unique in the sense where it has some defenses too. Like I mentioned, there is that hail in Joseph's hand that could have prevented all this. Even Joseph knew. I think Joseph knew. Judging from Joseph's reaction, the moment he passed in, he knew that, wait a minute, I probably misplay.
That's right. I mean, okay, so the freezing hail, yes, he could have done 2 damage with the Portly Raccoon.
Yeah.
But 2 damage with that freezing hail to prevent the Peppered Chef would have been so much more
Yeah,
important.
and the thing is that I think Joseph was thinking, oh, if I attack with the raccoon, it's lethal, right? But then he forgotten, oh wait, Safeguard exists.
Yeah, and this is open deck list.
Open
so you
deck
can't
list,
be
correct.
making those mistakes. And of course, Zero, great like foresight to just know, okay, this is my damage line, and this is how I win, and I don't die because I double Searing Truth, the Archive Essential, and I'm fine, right? But at the same time, he's also betting like, yeah, you don't have heavy swing, you don't have anything like that, and I'll be fine here because
Yeah.
heavy swing is definitely lethal, right?
I think that everything is definitely lethal. Just Zero playing to his outs, well played from Zero, and then Joseph just a little bit tatty careful.
Yeah, I mean, he is now down 1-0 after getting to start first as well. So
Yeah.
very, very dangerous position that he is in moving into the second game of round 13 of our Southeast Asian Nationals.
But it just shows you how powerful going first in this particular ally matchup. Like if we cast other games, right? Whether the player is going first or second, as long as you're playing like a level 3 base deck, doesn't really matter in the long run, because it matters more on drawing the right cards, right?
Exactly. And also the tempo, of course.
Yeah, but for this particular matchup, in the ally versus ally matchup, tempo matters so much. Whoever drops the first big tempo swing, it's gonna probably take control of the board because you don't have to commit any more cards, especially for Water Allies, right? Water Allies is a deck that you commit an ally and then you hands up the rest of the other hands because you have interactions to do with your opponent board. And we do see the cat again in Joseph, and Joseph is probably, or even has the Snow White this time.
Yes, but unfortunately, not having the Seneschal is a big
Yeah.
difference. But there is a Nia, which could be really good, because then you will force Zero to go down on influence. And remember, this Fire Aggro deck is so dependent on using a combination of cards in order to find that lethal. And not having the ability to do multiple attacks in one turn is going to be very, very bad. But Nia plus Jie-Ing the following turn could be a very, very strong start for Joseph still.
And here, I think it's going to be a Nia turn here. A lot of people actually haven't seen Nia in a long time. You think about it. Water Ally is not really a common deck compared to a few years ago.
Yes, but still very, very powerful.
Very powerful exit.
We will see Guozia 1 most likely be the declared card. No memory revealed, but still very, very useful to force one more banishment for Zero to go up to Kocha level 1.
So for those that are new, Nia, Miss Whale Scout is basically on enter. You can basically look at opponent memory. There's nothing to look at it. But the most important one is card with a chosen name costs 1 more to play. So for example, you can name the level 1 Gocha. So if you want to play the level 1 Gocha, it costs an extra cost to play.
Unless, because I think I see
Oh.
Ignis Deus in the hand of Zero,
Mhm.
and that might just allow him to get around it. Let me just double check the writing on Ignis Deus as well. It does say materialize.
We are doing it. I think we are doing it. It
So-
might.
Ignis Deus costs 2. So
Oh.
this might be something else. We're just counting out.
Oh.
No. Oh, Avatar of Suzaku. That is a very, very powerful ally as well. It's a 4-3 on turn 1. And this is going to take out Nia
Yeah.
very easily.
And then basically Nia's effect just fizzles.
Exactly. So is there an answer for Joseph? No Song of Frost, Storm of Thorns, and the Freezing Hail not enough to get rid of this Avatar of Suzaku, but you can Freezing Hail to kill it. And that is going to be a big deal still. You will get rid of that 4-3 ally, although the Nia is now gone.
Yep. Both players just trading cards at this point. Zero just giving up one of the Suzakus, while Joseph giving up the Nia and the Hail right there.
I mean, it is a trading card.
Yeah, it is a trading. I mean, not trading in this sense.
Well, we are going to see
I mean,
the fire.
look at it.
Resident
It's not
Bubble.
equal value. Joseph just gave up 2 cards and guy give up 1 card. What's the fairness in that?
Well, okay, but the one card that Zero gave up was arguably of a higher quality. So it's a trade-up challenge. You know? Have
I
you
don't
ever
believe
had
in
one
trade.
of those?
I don't believe in trade up challenge. I only believe in equal trading.
Equal trading.
Equal trading.
The
but
world
yeah.
would be a better place. But second Nia is actually drawn for Joseph, and that's going to be a very painful experience again. The same piece of paper comes back from across the board. Good thing we didn't throw it away.
It helps the judges. The judges don't need to write a new one. And we are going to see the horse come down. This is one of the unique horses that was printed during the HVN era.
It's pretty old, I think, the horses. But Jue Ying Shadowmare is a 2-cost 3-3 horse. You rarely see this exact horse recently because, well, the Vanitas horse deck uses the fire and wind horses.
Yep, exactly.
So
This
Jue
is
not
the
so
less
often.
common horse.
Yeah, this card printed in A and B alongside all the
A
other
and B,
horse
yeah,
supports,
yeah.
I believe. And with a water unique ally on the board, we'll be able to have True Sight and Stealth. And also no longer has Pride.
Yeah, so it's basically just a 2-cost 3-3, which is really, really strong. Again, it's kind of like a semi-premium. I would call it premium.
Semi-premium.
Semi-premium.
Premium economy.
Premium economy.
Now,
Exactly.
GCR going to be the materialization for Zero. Doesn't want to go up to Gocha 1 just yet, but at the same time, by not going up to level 1, you are going to delay your game plan and you're going to lose pings of that Fabled Ruby Fatestone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think the whole deck relying around the Suzaku to flip. If you choose to just play for influence, you are going to be slowing down your game plan. But if it's a necessary evil because like you're really behind like this position right now, you have to deal with the Nia, you have to deal with the horse right there. I actually think Zero is just trying to get rid of the Nia at the very least before going up. So we're going to demolition straight away into the Nia. Interesting.
And, yeah, I mean, we take it out, we use a burn spell on it, but I think the difficult part for Zero is that he doesn't realize that, it's Ignis Deus right now, so we're playing around Snow White being a case. Joseph is slack-jawed. He's like, what? Okay. And now we are going to see Guojia, the chosen disciple, once again make his way onto the board for the final round of Swiss, for the second game of this penultimate match of our Southeast Asian Nationals. And we have seen, look, the Enfeebling Orb is in from the side. We no longer need this trivial trinket. We are going to have that. And there is also an Inferno Vessel on the side, but not going to come in just yet.
Yep. So Zero recognizing that, okay, there's a Snow White on my opponent, and I think we need to level up right now. Uses the Ignis Deus. Ignis Deus is really, really good in this situation because this particular deck doesn't really care. Like, we look at it. Zero doesn't even run a level 2, so it's not going to be a penalty. Joseph just, again, we mentioned, we just want to have the coin, the stone flip as soon as possible. So this is basically advancing his game plan.
That's right. We did force Zero to lose 1 turn of the materialization to, go GCR, draw a card, and have to deal with this Nia. But now we are back in action. We have lost a couple of cards.
I think influence-wise, Zero is also pretty healthy. 6 influence is actually not low at all.
After being level 1?
Yeah,
that's
after
okay.
being level 1, it's actually not bad because we GCR, right?
That's right. Cheshire
The
Cat gonna
cat
be
is
lost.
gone. This is really, really, really bad for Joseph. But Joseph is going to go into CL Loyal Valet right here, getting out the silver possession.
Yeah, we do want to get a unique ally on the board so that third Nia, fourth Nia!
Oh, the Nia thing never.
It's Nia all the way up. But it's going to be a lot more difficult to
it's-
decide.
The question now is, what does Nia want to name at this point?
I mean, okay, so now we can get to use the first effect and look at the memory
Yep.
and then maybe make an informed
decision.
decision from there.
Great
Uh,
shock.
That is a lot. I think we choose Pepper Chef here.
Pepper Chef does make sense, right? Because you know that it's probably going to come down when you flip, but it's too early. Like Pepper Chef is
Impact
probably like a later.
Hammer.
Impact Hammer.
I think that's a good
Whoa.
choice though, because Impact Hammer would have allowed Zero to very easily clear this Nia again. And I think Joseph now is just prioritizing Nia not just as a unique ally, but as the enabler for this Dreading Shadowmare.
Yeah, that's actually the more important part. So there's one part where about the horses where they actually can't attack if there's no unique allies, right? So this also acts as the enabler for the genuine to go in. We are going to see a Tango right here just to get a fate.
That's right. And I think one reason why Joseph is turboing up to level 1 this game is because his side deck includes the card Vapor Jet Shield. And that's going to be a very good option to answer this ping every turn from the Fabled Ruby Fate Zone. Not only that, it also will allow reduction to any of the other burn spells that Zero tries to throw his way.
Yep. So Joseph is at a position where I think he's ready with influence. It's time to rebuild the influence, try to find more cards, and try to find a higher quality ally.
And it actually looks like I saw him pick up his material deck. There's no Vapor Jet Shield brought in, but he does have the Nullifying Lantern. And that is going to be a pretty big difference as well. Was able to also bring in the Smoke Bomb, so has another option to draw as well as get around things like the Fluffy Shopkeep. Zero plays 1 copy of that card, the only intercept available for him. But other than, stealthing your opponent's cards, you can also stealth your own cards and protect them from getting punched by the very scary Immortal Phoenix.
Yeah, I think this entire matchup now at this current position is revolving around how fast can Zero accelerate the game plan to flip the Suzaku. We are going to see here the Heated Vengeance going in for more damage. No, sorry, going into the Nia, just getting rid of it.
And that's just 5 damage into Nia instead of face. And Zero is playing on the defensive here. Like, usually you would hate to have to do that, but you don't really have a choice. And now Nullifying Lantern are going to be played for Joseph. And that's going to turn off a lot of Zero's options as well. No more Kindle, no more Suzaku Resurrection. And fourth, Nia hits the board. Zero recoils. He's like, seriously?
Oh, again, I guess, is it just Impact Hammer again?
I mean, I would assume so. There's no new information for Zero. I mean, we know the Tangu is no longer an option. But yeah, Impact Hammer is going to be the choice once again. And now another 4 damage from Nia and the Dreading Shadowmare. And Joseph doesn't need interaction. His interaction is playing Nia onto the board and swinging 4 damage every turn. Nia now added to the omens as well.
Nia.
Nia. And now actually the 4th Nia, we're starting to sound like Japanese cats in the final round of Swiss at the Southeast Asian Nationals.
We are going to use the Tango right here, proc hit, so we can draw 1 to memory. This is going to rebuild our influence. We are going to proceed to materialize. I don't know what you want to materialize at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
Trinket?
there's no need to go Viridian Trinket because Joseph is playing
yeah.
with 1 card in hand.
Yeah, low influence. I don't know if the Trinket is actually helpful at this point.
I guess we could go... we don't run Water Bobble, I think. There's no Water Bobble and there's no GCR anymore. I guess we can go Enfeebling Orb. Or we could go for our own Smoke Bomb to try and draw more cards. Right now, doesn't seem like a great amount of options for Joseph. And remember, he's seen the entire material deck. He's realized Impact Hammer is probably the most impactful card in that material deck. So wanting that to cause an additional cost. Here's the Enfeebling Orb now going to be used to reduce the amount of actions Joseph can take. Not this turn, but probably in the following turn. Ruby Fate Stone pinging Joseph and Zero up to 2 and 14 damage respectively.
Yeah, Zero probably wants to get rid of the Nia again. Probably just had to use another spell. I see Demolition Hand.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it really worth it to use that Heated Vengeance on the Nia last turn? Because that's 5 damage that could have gone into Joseph's face, but if you think about it, he's just trying to prevent this horsey from taking him to the stable.
Yeah, I do think that constantly taking 3 damage is a problem. That's why we talk about how important it is to have allies constantly pressuring your opponent, because they're just constant damage every turn unless you deal with them.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of hindsight, but Zero, unfortunately, if he just used the answer on the Jing instead, like a burn spell on the Jing, would have taken a lot less damage over the last couple of turns. But
Well, if you were Zero, would you expect your opponent to play the third and fourth Nia?
that is also true. But now Pelvor Sword going to be the choice for Joseph, getting a 2 attack weapon out. And let's not forget CL, the servile possessions means this will come in for 3 damage instead. And Joseph is threatening lethal on board with this right now. That's 3 plus 1 plus 3, 7 damage to bring Guotia up to 21 total damage counters.
I think Joseph just should have the game this time, even has a Salarian Decree to negate any sort of fun in business.
And that would be pretty funny for Joseph if he can bring it back after a unfortunate loss in game 1. There's a Sparkle Light available for Zero, but I'm not sure if a light is enough to fix what he has put himself into with this current position. 14 damage counters. Let's not forget, there is a
Alright.
Bandit Gaze leader. Now we're going to go Scavenge 6 for another Raccoon. Let's see if we can hit. And hit we will not yet. Cat, Freezing Hail, Tweedle D. Oh, we hit another Gaze. And that is a great net neutral card for Joseph. Was able to play 1-3 now. What is Zero going to do? How is he going to survive this turn with so much damage on the board? Demolition going to be used onto Jue Ying. The Shadow Mare no longer going to be the source of Zero's nightmares, but still so much damage available. 1 from this Nia, 1 from this Raccoon, 2 from the Pelvor Sword. And once again, we're going to force Zero into the materialization of the Safeguard Amulet. This is actually coming in for 3, sorry. So this might be lethal if there's no response from Zero. And let's see if there's anything available for him here.
Is it? Is that it?
Zero might have overstepped. Was not able to answer though. Could not deal with this
We
bandit
are
or
going
this
for game
Nia.
3.
And game 3 taken. Oh, Joseph taking game 2 of this series already. And what a tight series it has been. And 4 Nias in a row to slow Zero down to a halt.
I mean, as we mentioned, it's just 15. It just has been, 25 minutes? 25 minutes, and like, we really are on game 3, unlike most of the other stream games, because this is how the matchup is. It's really fast paced. It's all about just, I'm going to smash your face. You're going to smash my face. I'm going to smash your face. And somehow someone's going to like stop smashing faces and just start like defending themselves and then just run out of resources. I mean, really nothing. This is all we have been expecting to see. And I don't know. I think it's really just pivot towards the whole going first advantage.
That's true. And Zero, for the first time this series, will be allowed to go first in game 3 because was going second game 1. And that's how important it is to win those game 1s when you are losing the dice roll going second. If you can win those games more consistently, that really puts you in a great position to win
but
more
you also need to
series.
win the dice roll, right?
I mean, of course, ideally you win the dice
Do you
roll.
have any tips for people to win dice rolls, Mr. Hero?
Grab onto the dice with a lot of strength.
A lot of strength, all right?
Okay. Wish for a high number with all of your heart.
Uh-huh.
Let go and roll 2 ones. That's what happens to me at least.
I don't know. I usually just use the dice and throw at my opponent. Then my opponent go to the hospital. Then I got a game 1. I think that works better, no?
How? Are you sure you couldn't take on that panda? If you can throw dice to put someone in a hospital, I think you could take the panda. Why didn't you throw dice at the panda?
I don't have a dice with me. I use dice to play card games, right?
Why didn't you bring it to China to fight the panda?
Didn't have dices.
They don't have dice in China?
I don't have dices with me.
Doesn't China make all the dice in the world?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's go back to the game right here. We are going into Joseph going second this time. I believe Zero will be going first. Does Zero have any sort of great opening? Honestly speaking, the problem with going first, right, is that at the rallies you just half the turn, right? Going first usually.
Yeah, I mean, Suzaku in general is a deck that tends to wait a little bit before making plays, and Limno Guide found in hand instead, but no creative shock to work with.
No, very interesting.
And that is going to be a useful card later in the game, especially because it actually is able to target Suzaku since it's not a spell.
Yeah.
She's just a little fairy.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a good play for Joseph? There is Snow White, which could be pretty cool, but remember, Zero is basically burn spell dot deck. So I don't imagine there won't be an answer to this Snow White that Joseph is going to play. So maybe it's just going to be the Nia instead.
Yeah. Like, the interesting dynamic in this matchup is that usually the spells in Zero's hands are usually used to deal literally to the champion, but Raccoon is going to be played here. Let's see if he hits it. But in this case, Zero is using it to clear allies instead, which is really, really interesting. And then using the Suzaku to finish the game instead. Usually you only hit here unless I'm
And
wrong. Oh, there we go.
he hit last game. He hit last game, and this time he missed. But
I mean,
it's not easy to hit, to be fair. He is running, I believe, 8 raccoons.
we are back to the annoying Nia. Nia is probably gonna declare the same name as we saw last game. Gonna be the Gocha level 1, but
And
demolition happened, preventing any sort of those things happening. I think Zero is gonna be very satisfied with just getting rid of the Nia and just gonna be keeping his hands up to put one of these cards from the memory to level up to level 1 Gocha.
Yeah, I mean, demolition on Nia, preventing her from denying you of that additional influence is going to be nice. I mean, basically, you've traded one card for one card. I mean, technically, because, you know, Nia would have forced you to pay one more. You paid one by using demolition. But I think at the end of the day, you also prevent the one damage from Nia every turn. So that's also a good. And you also prevent the Stratomare Dreading from swinging into you. So there's a lot of benefits to using that demolition there.
Yep, going back into Zero's turn here. I think Zero just wants to try to find a decent ally to run into the bandit if possible.
Yeah, or maybe even just go into phase. And there is a decent ally indeed. Avatar Suzaku once again making his way onto the board. And again, you can pay 2 and sacrifice this Avatar of Suzaku to put 2 quest counters on your champion. So that means instead of the usual 7 quest counters that you need, you can just have 5. And this Avatar of Suzaku will help you finish the rest.
It's sort of like the I'll say the Sadie version of this deck. But unlike Sadie, where I won't, this card not necessarily can return to your hand if you want to. So it's not really a plus in the sense.
Yeah, I mean, Seiryu has Auspicious Manifestation.
Yeah.
And this deck has this avatar of Suzaku, and I guess Genbu and Byaku also have their respective avatars that try to make them a little bit more useful. But we'll have to see if it ends up being that great right now. Last game wasn't able to make that big of an impact. This game remains to be seen.
Yep, you're also choosing to stay at level 0 because recognizing that, all right, sort of have the high ground. I just need to like be able to stay with a higher influence, so no reason to go down in influence. I'm gonna pay 3 for the Snow Fairy this time. I'm gonna try to attempt to not allow the Avatar Suzaku to wake up.
Yeah, I'm just surprised these Snow Whites have stayed in the main board. They haven't really done anything this series so far, even though we always see him have it. He does have a Frozen Dismissal and 2 Cerulean Decrees in the sideboard. Those are the only main deck cards in the sideboard, by the way. 7 card sideboard, 4 material deck cards. And Snow Fairy gonna lock this Avatar Suzaku up. At the very least, Zero will be able to just, use the effect, get the 2 quest counters, and no longer really getting any value out of the Snow Fairy anymore.
Also being more conscious this game, understanding that, okay, I will just play the normal, for the ally stuff, I'll just keep my hands up for interaction.
So right now, if Zero has Vermilion Decree plus 1 burn spell, he can flip the bird. But the hand requirement seems a bit steep.
Yeah, like, I mean, in the end of the day, it is still a combo. I don't really say it's a combo deck, but it requires a lot of pieces, similar to a combo deck, honestly speaking, to just have this Suzaku flip optimally. So
that's right.
I mean, destroy it, right?
Yeah, fire aggro. A lot of people say that it's just kind of simple and straightforward, but at the same
Not
time,
really,
there's a lot of optimization to it.
Yeah.
It's a min maxers kind of deck. You know what I mean? So even players like professional and very, very talented players like Pro An brought Suzaku to the finals of Ascent Taipei. So it's definitely a deck that you can have a high skill ceiling on, especially if the deck is in a good position. Right now, of course, hasn't seemed to be that great, but the Water Aether Wing Diana, for example, is a similar aggressive deck that has a lot of decision making, a lot of optimization to it, and that's why it attracts so many players, other than the fact that it's just, of course, so very strong.
Yeah, Joseph here, back to his materializing phase. You're thinking of what to materialize. Gonna go with the sword right here. Probably wants to pair it with a cat, if he has a cat.
I think he did have a Cheshire Cat earlier. We will have to see. And that means he can actually just take out the Avatar of Suzaku permanently as well if he wants to just play it a little bit safe. But first, we're going to put down a couple of cards. Aquifer's Initial also available in the hand, but we'll go for the cat instead. And this will start applying more and more pressure. And now Zero is going to respond with the Smoke Out.
The most common tech card against this particular cat.
It's so good for dealing with this cat in particular. And basically, at the very least, Joseph has the option to Song of Frost himself and protect the cat because there's not that many copies of Smoke Out, but instead, Smokeout will resolve, and not only does Zero get a quest counter, he also gets rid of the most annoying ally to answer in the game, and Joseph must not be happy about that.
Yeah, I think Joseph now has really limited play here. Doesn't have a floating for some paladins, so that's kind of annoying. What can Joseph do here? Probably just play the just play the
Aquifers
Aquifers
Initial?
and then just pass, I guess. But you'll be hands down unable to react. Is that really good? So he's gonna pass back the turn to Zero, putting forecast in his hand, having forecast in hand to interact. GCR just comes down here, increasing the influence.
And this is the exact danger zone that Joseph was in previously because 3 damage as Spirit means Pepper Chef combo is lethal. The good thing this time is that Joseph does actually have the Song of Frost available, so can not die yet. Can also just freezing heal the Pepper Chef, but first we're going to see the Halangu going to be popped in Zero's pre-recollection. Now, are we also going to see the Avatar of Suzaku's effect to give 2 more quest counters? And it looks like we are.
Looks like we are doing it. We're going to sacrifice the Avatar Suzaku, gives 2 more quest counter. Just going to recollect here. 8 influence in hand. Can Zero find a way to win through Joseph's hand?
And this is such a large amount of influence for a fire aggro deck. Suzaku, Immortal Phoenix, once again makes his advent onto the board in our final round of Swiss. 4 damage already going to be pushed into the face of Joseph, into his Spirit of Water with only 15 life total. There's even a Heated Vengeance available if Guoxia wants to get a piece of the action herself. But is it just going to be the Pepper Chef here in the final round? Will that be the deciding factor? The Vermilion Phoenix with its Spell Shroud, with its effect on Banish to no longer be removed from the board, but to return alive again as a phoenix born from the ashes. Will that be enough to decide who makes it to the gauntlet here in our Southeast Asian Nationals?
I think Pepper Chef is still going to come down here, Joseph. Oh no, we're going to hit the vengeance first.
Yes, Guoxia wants a piece of the meat herself. He's going to swing in for 5, and that is going to be
The
Song of Frosted. And that might be enough unless there is a Pepper Chef in the hand of Zero. Are we going to be able to serve up a peppery, fiery chicken for dinner? And no, we do not have it yet.
You think Pepper Chef, when she cooked Suzaku, is it fried or steamed?
Generally, I mean, I guess it depends on the person, right? Zero's from Hong Kong. Do you know what they like in terms of their chicken?
Kai fan. Chicken rice,
Kai
so
fan.
steamed.
Yeah, it has to be steamed, right?
Yeah, but
Steamed with pepper, that's pretty nice. We have peppery bak kut teh in Singapore, pork rib soup.
don't talk
we-
about that.
yeah,
I'm not gonna start. I'm not talking about the bak kut teh Malaysia argument right here.
We're gonna start a
the
war.
Malaysian right here. No, I'm not starting a war right here.
But we're gonna see Joseph go up to level 1 CL. Just want to be safe.
Yeah, like this is the thing about Snow White. Snow White, in against this particular deck, because Snow White's intention is to stop people from leveling, right? The problem right was that you already leveled. Like Snow White is not really useful in this particular situation.
Yeah, I mean, Zero's never leveling up again. He's level 1. That's it. We're done. But at the same time, even if you want to try and prevent the level 1,
Yeah.
it's even more susceptible to burn spells than the Nia. And now Joseph, I think we have a Korhazi Trapper, and that could be a great way to prevent himself from taking even more damage from this Vermilion Phoenix.
Yeah. With the cost of just removing 1 prep counter, you can actually just reduce the attack of an ally or a champion.
Yeah, and that's going to be very, very useful, especially if we're going to see more damage. And now the inner coming in for 3, no omens available to boost this swing from CL Loyal Valley. So 12 damage counters now on 0. End step, are we going to put an omen, Joseph? That would be important to remember.
Looks like no, we are going to go back to 0s then, I believe.
I think this might still be end step. We haven't done any wake ups yet. And Joseph not remembering the omen might be a fatal mistake. If he needs just 1 more damage later, that's going to come up for sure. And in a game like this where the margins are so slim, the error opportunities are so wide, you cannot be making such blunders. But it's been a long couple of days so far. And now Creative Shock going to be used by Zero during the end step still, looking for answers, looking for outs, looking for more fire cards to put in the graveyard. And that's the searing truth. No longer needed since the Phoenix has already made its appearance onto the board.
I think that's the thing about this particular matchup where every fine margin matters, especially in terms of damage. He also right here showing sickness again that he could actually die from the combo again. He forgot about. I think he's talking about the omen.
Okay, let's see, because Zero has technically done his wake up
Yeah,
phase.
yeah, we were talking about it. Yeah.
Let's see if Joseph. I don't know if the judges will allow this takesy backsy. It's technically pretty impactful.
Yeah, I think it matters because cards were already played on Zero's turn. That's the thing.
Oh no, it was on the
On
end
the
step
end step,
still,
yeah,
yeah.
end step. So technically, we're still on the end step.
I will leave it to the judges to decide.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
takesy
I mean,
backsy is. But
in the end of the day, players have to play to win, right? So
exactly.
anyway, I mean, this is very important. This is why it's very important to just keep track of all your triggers, all your effects, especially Lost Providence. Lost Providence has been the talk of the town. Like, okay, I'm not trying to shame anyone, but even walking around, I do see people with at least like one loss or full win yesterday still forgetting their Lost Providence.
Yeah, I mean, it is a card you can't forget, and it looks like Joseph not gonna be able to get that Omen, and Feebling Orb gonna be the play for Zero here, and Joseph biting his knuckle, not exactly in the best position. Suzaku Vermilion Phoenix about to swing into the face of Joseph for 4, and let's see if there's any further interaction available for this Loyal Valley CL. Joseph going to turn this Karazi Trapper sideways, -3 to the Vermilion Phoenix, so taking 1 damage only, but Peppered Chef combo will do another 8.
Pepper Chef is really, really good right here. If he has the combo right now, Zero can actually look to end the game right here. Pepper Chef with the Suzaku coming back alive will be another 8 damage.
Still needs to find 4 though, and Feebling Orb gonna be popped. And
Forcing-
Joseph, hands down.
Forcing Joseph to be at 0 hand right now. Almost basically no interaction. Pepper Chef just come down. Just gonna kill the Suzaku. Suzaku is gonna get revived right here.
The kitchen is open. The Peppered Chef is cooking, and 4 damage into Joseph will bring him down to 12 damage counters. And since Suzaku left the board and came back again, is no longer trapped by the Kohazi Trapper and will come in for another 4. So let's see what this judge call is about now. We will get some information about it in a bit. But in the meantime, we are going to expect this final turn to be going on for Zero, basically. And the Peppered Chef is going to deal 4 damage to Joseph. And the Suzaku Vermilion Phoenix is going to do another 4. Revive from the flames.
3 more damage.
And that
there
is going to be Cinder Geyser for the final 4 damage. And that takes game 13. Round 13 of Swiss. And Zero maybe punches his ticket to the World's Gauntlet.
Well played from Zero. Congratulations. Recognizing the lethal line, recognizing the how to be basically safe in this matchup. Because actually, right, Fire is the one deck that has no defensive tool comparing to the Water Ally method. I was thinking the Water Ally method might be slightly favored because like, it has some sort of ways to just prevent from dying, and just a lot of ways to just be annoying in that matchup like game 2.
It looks like we're just double confirming a little bit on stream. We're not moving on yet, but I think the confusion is about the Kazi Trapper -3 to the Suzaku Vermilion Phoenix. But like we mentioned earlier,
Yeah, I
left
think
the board, came
left
back.
the board, came back. Yeah,
different
basically it's
bird.
a different bird. Yeah,
Yeah.
Like basically the bird that was fried is no longer the bird that was steamed.
That's right. That's right. Fried bird, steam bird, 2 different birds. You gotta ask for your Paiji or Shaoji, and they're different things. You know, don't
Speaking of
mix them up.
which one do you prefer, steam or fried?
I'm a steamed man personally, and you guys can see which one you prefer when you come down to Ascent Worlds Singapore in August and join the rest of the players here fighting for positions in the gauntlet as well over here in Singapore. Well, not over here, over there. We're in Taipei. But
Yep.
meanwhile, that was the final round of Swiss today. We're gonna move into the top 8 cut after I believe a lunch break.
I think it will be a
I-
lunch break, so you guys can take your bio break, your lunch break. We will be away for a very notable time.
An hour or so. I
I'll
guess.
say an hour.
Yeah, go get your workout in. Play a game of Grand Archive yourself. I'm itching to play a little bit. I love to play some Grand Archive now.
Yeah, same. I do think that the game has shown to be much more fun than it was in a few previous set. I think especially Pantheon. I think Pantheon is pretty exciting.
Pendragon,
Pendragon.
Pendragon,
Pendragon.
Pendragon.
What's with Pendragon?
Oh, you said Pantheon?
Pantheon.
I heard Pendragon.
You heard I said
No,
Pen.
it's because of all the wind crux. Speaking of funny story, I heard Stifling Gyre against a water player, and then they were like Pendragon. They were, wait, what? This water player. And they're like, oh, sorry, I say Pendragon too much with this Stifling Gyre card. But anyway, Pantheon. Hopefully, you guys will be able to play a game of Pantheon in the meantime while you wait for the top 8 cut.
I think that's pretty much it. We will be taking a really, really long break as we mentioned. So take your breaks, take your lunch. We'll see you guys for the top 8.
Bye bye.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than one copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
になったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player.
Hello and welcome back to the Nationals 2026 in Taiwan here for the Southeast Asia region. I'm Chrism and together again with Flon, we're going to bring you the top 8, one of the top 8 games at the release will determine who will go into Worlds. I believe whoever wins this actually goes into Worlds.
Yes, so for Worlds, only the top 1 through 6 make it into Worlds. 7 and 8, they get more prizing, but they are still only going to Gauntlet, and hopefully from there they can ascend into Worlds. And this game is going to matter a lot because 1 through 6, those who are in the Worlds, they get all expenses paid trip to Singapore, hotels, flights, accommodation, all
everything.
that stuff. So we are going to be looking here at the bracket for our top 8. So at the top there is Enoch Lok, 1, 2, 3 from Hong Kong, playing his tried and tested Genbu. This person basically is a Genbu one trick. I mean, he plays other decks. He's played a little bit of other stuff, but Genbu is his main squeeze.
I'm really surprised about Gambu here. Like we were talking about our predictions on the top 8 representation, and we were so off. But so really glad to see one of the Century Beasts besides Seiru being here as well. Like I think this matchup as well into Raylan. I mean, Raylan very well notable name, winner I believe for the Akiba Ascent. Highlighting that Diana Water that in fact this is probably the most represented in top 8 3.
Yes. So we can talk a little bit about the distribution. We have 3 Water Dianas. And then we have 1 Seiryu, 1 Genbu, 2 Wind Crux, and a Mill Alice.
The Mill Alice that you guys have been watching on stream is the same Mill Alice.
The
player.
only Mill Alice.
The only Mill Alice player.
Yeah, so that's big. That basically means there's 2 Mill decks. 3 Wind level 3 decks, and then 3 Dianas. Pretty interesting distribution.
Interesting, really, really interesting. But going down that bracket as well, we're going to have Mike0615 versus the Professor. I believe you know Professor?
Yeah, so Mike0615 won Ascent Manila on Tristan against Raylam. Who he was almost about to get a back-to-back Ascent win from Akihabara to Manila. Professor is from Australia, from Melbourne. So this is a local. He has not played nearly as many events and hasn't really had a big event win. I actually first met him during OCE Nats, where he actually he had a stream game. He made day 2, but unfortunately was barely not able to make it. Was almost quite there, so decided to come here. I remember I was at the airport with them when they were deciding, should we go to CNATS? And I mean, clearly it has worked out for him. So that's going to be a big win here for Australia if they're able to get that world slot, because I believe there are no world slots for Australia because Limelight did not get that top 2 finish.
Unfortunately on that. And then going forward, we have, of course, that Alice meal that we'll be talking about, shown on stream, Dragon JG versus Justin LJW from Singapore.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us a little about Justin here?
Yeah, Justin is basically hanging out a lot on the Apex Apex Guild shop. I'm not, again, I'm Malaysian, I'm not really Singapore, but I believe that he basically, every time we go to Ascend, go to Nets, he's always with us, helping them, not helping, but hanging us around, and then we'll be helping him to basically be a better and stronger player. And I'm pretty happy to see him in the top 8, like one win away from worse.
Yeah, he's only ever really day 2 defense. He hasn't had a top 8 finish to have top 8 on nationals. And he kind of plays a lot of different decks. He plays a little bit of, he mostly plays Tristan, but he also has like a little bit Aether Wing and a little bit of like everything else. But those are the main 2. And yeah, so he's getting a really big win here. Definitely huge. And yeah, so Dragon JG from Taiwan. And we're going to get into the game right here. Starting right now, Dragon JG on his patented Mill Umbra Alice has been playing a lot of weird decks. If you actually look at his most played deck, it is in fact Fractal Arisana. So not Fractal, Fractal Arisana. And then after that is actually Astra Negate Arisana. This is how I know him, because I've always known him as the Astra Negate Arisana guy. And now seeing him coming in with a new weird deck, which is Umbra Alice. He's like, basically his 3 most played decks are 3 different Arisana decks. And then, so it's Burn Alice, Astra Negate Aris, Fractal Arisana, and then now you have Alice. So it's really interesting here. And we're going to move into the game here. Justin JLW versus Dragon JG. Dragon, being on the higher seed, chooses to go first and just plays out some defensive cards. Plays that Angel Attendant, and we kill the Fount Seraphim here.
Yeah, going into this current game, in the middle of the game state, we are looking at, I believe both players are already, okay, at least Justin's at Diana already. Dragon is basically still on the Spirit, materializing the backup charger previously, and now going to go in level 1 Alice right here. Going to be banishing the prayer here per prayer, and then we are basically going to bring up the mastery here. Just basically going through all the motions. Gonna be recollecting with, I believe, only 6 influence really. Oh, we're gonna play Tiding first.
Ooh, Rictus Tiding comes out. This is a card that can potentially hit, but it's not necessarily designed to hit. It's mostly just there to help dig and churn through the deck. Remember, Phantasmagoria, for those who haven't been exposed to this card, I wouldn't blame you, because Spectre Alice, not particularly the most common deck, but what it does is that it shuts off all of the graveyard effects in your graveyard.
In your graveyard.
Yeah, in your graveyard, unless they're Spectre cards. And this deck actually plays no Spectre cards. So it basically shuts off all of your grave effects, except for, the Maledictum Vitae. Maledictum Vitae is the one Spectre card in our deck, and we just hope to mill it, but it's not necessary. But if you can mill it off of the Phantasmagoria during your end phase, you may, it's not required, but you may shuffle all the cards back into your deck, and then draw or mill cards equal to the amount of haunt counters, which is 2. It can potentially reach 3 if you play the Honor Key, and that's it. Because the only other way to gain haunt counters is to have Spectres die, and there are no Spectres in this deck.
Yeah, because Dragon's JG's plan is not really to abuse what the Spectre mechanic really is. It's really to just use this as I'm gonna play this as a advanced element as soon as possible, level 2 really fast. I'm just gonna play the abnegation. I'm just gonna heal, because Alice is really good at healing. And our win con is actually focusing on the milling out opponent win con, which is using cards like Dynastic or even the regular Inquisition.
Yeah, so the main thing really here is Dragon JG is going to try and put up as much defenses as he can so he can eventually hit that level 2. The important thing about Alice level 2, Phantom Monarch, the namesake of the Phantom Monarch set, is that if she activates an advanced element card without any curses in her lineage, she does 8 damage to herself. So this card has a bunch of advanced element cards that become curses. That is the Maledictum Vitae, that is Umbracite, and as well as it's a Reflected Blight. So those are the 3 Umbra cards. We can already see the Reflected Blight in the hand. So these are the ways, but remember, you still will take the damage when you activate them. It's more like after that, they will stop. You will stop taking damage. But if you can knock Dragon JG low enough before he hits level 2, he actually will just kill himself when he activates one of these cards. Now the Alice level 1 trigger, lineage release, actually really helps with this because she lets you heal equals the amount of cards in your lineage. So normally just heals for 3. But if you have a couple cards in your lineage, you could potentially be healing for 4 or 5, which is actually quite strong.
Yep, we are going to the level 2 Alice here. Basically going to advanced element here. As mentioned, the first time Dragon plays any sort of high advanced element card, he will be taking 7 damage. So he needs to actually play, the first element is usually any sort of curse card just to get rid of that penalty.
Yeah, so
we are going to be playing
Reflected Blight.
Reflected Sight.
So Reflected Blight lets you pick a card from your Grave and put it into your memory. It's a fast speed 1-cost card. I think a lot of Ablation players are like, oh, I can recycle my Ablation now, but instead being used by Umbra, Mill, Alice here, and then it will become a curse in your lineage, which will allow you to get around that Alice Phantom Monarch penalty here. Now we're going to add back that Pearl Prayer, which is when you activate it during main phase, heals you 7. If it's not activated during main phase, heals you 4, and it draws a card in the memory. So this whole deck is just trying to heal, defend, defend. And on Justin LJW side, he just needs to try and put up as much offense and pressure as possible to make sure that Dragon JG is not able to find the triple dynastic to get the game.
Yep. So this matchup is really relying on just Justin. I would say basically playing a bunch of allies because it is the few way for you to like push a lot of damage for this particular matchup, because like other matchup maybe don't need to put so many allies because opponent can trade or get rid of it. For this particular one, Dragon doesn't have many ways to deal with allies actually. So setting up a lot of allies is one of the few ways that Justin can establish a good win con, because you can't really just deal a bunch of damage and win. This matchup is really hard for you to win that way. You need to like establish pressure. It means constant damage every turn, sticking bots, and eventually win through just being very, very right. Dragon on the other hand just has to like find the win con as soon as possible, because this is a ticking time bomb, right? Yes, you can heal all the way, but the problem is that as long as Justin establishes, look at this, double archers, and the archers keep having the ability to trigger his ability to just gain attack, draw a card, Justin will be steamrolling this matchup and eventually win through value. So it's just both players trying to like race against the clock, but it's two different things. One is trying to find a win con while establishing defense and healing, and the other guy is just trying to find as many allies as possible.
Yeah, and Dragon JG does not have a way to win outside of milling.
Correct.
Unlike Jin, where he has the option of going for, oh, I'm going to get damaged a bunch and then kill you instead of milling. Or Genbu, which has many ways of winning outside of milling. This is only mill and heal. This is all the deck does. And I think actually a little bit unfortunate that we ran into the aggro deck here, because this deck's actually more well positioned into like a lot of the level 3 stuff, because those are decks that usually give you more space. And if you just find Dynastic Regal, or Triple Dynastic, a lot of times that's enough for you to end the game, especially with Reflected Blight. If you just find one Dynastic, Reflected Blight, add it back, Dynastic again, Regal, and you might actually just mill them out.
Yep. There is another way where Dragon can play this, which is, of course, milling is one way. What you want to do is making Justin draw as many cards as possible, because this current setup, Justin will be able to farm a lot of influence. And when Justin has really, really big influence, say like 10 or 15, Regal becomes really, really dangerous, where you can actually just mill 15 instead of the typical 8 or 7. Because when you think of Regal, right, when you use Regal, what are you thinking of? Oh, I'm just going to mill 8, 7, or 9. But if your opponent just draws a lot, especially Windcrux, right, your Regal just mills more than your Dynastic.
Yeah, especially a deck like Windcrux that doesn't have negate. It's like, oh, once you drop a Regal and make me dump 15 cards,
oh no.
A lot of times that is just unstoppable. It's like, it's gonna happen regardless. That's why we actually saw it, Ruby Zilia, your Malaysian friend here,
my countryman,
getting destroyed by this deck.
Well,
let's
just hope there's a different outcome here. Justin here has the cat in hand, but doesn't seem to have the opportunity to drop it yet, putting up every possible influence he has. We're going to say Abnegation here, trying to recover for 8, I believe.
So Abnegation heals for 8 plus
X.
X times 2. And X in this case is the amount of curses in your lineage, which is 1, which means it is going to be 10 life. And Dragon JG is now back up to 3 damage counters only with a Ducal Seal on field.
Yes, Dragon is clearly tech for, in my opinion, really, really tech for allies. There is the Ducal Seal. I believe there's also the Tariff Ring, really, really tech for this attack-based kind of like matchup. So I think Dragon is going to buy time every turn if it's possible, and then eventually just farm out the win con.
It's actually kind of crazy to think that he's playing both Tariff Seal and Ducal Seal. I have never seen a deck play both of those.
Yep. I think it's understanding that, okay, my deck really, really just cannot deal with allies, which is true. I do think that, look in the list, there's no way for you to deal with allies. So all you can do is just wait it out. Well, there's one particular ally that can deal with allies.
Yeah, so they have Bandersnatch in the deck. It's a 5-cost Spectre ally that can sacrifice another ally to gain cleave and +2, so it could potentially cleave for 4, but it's a lot of cards required for that, and it's very easy to interrupt, especially for a water deck like this.
My problem is that the amount of allies you have is like not okay. It's not little, but it's not that many as well. It's like very, very limited. There's the angels that he's run. There's 8 type of angels, and also the seraphim. And then
that's it.
That's pretty much. It's basically a cat eating angels.
Yeah, so it's like, it's a way for you to get, it's kind of like Carter, right? It's you play like you play like your Angel Pendant,
Ooh,
and then you play it, and you get to get the draw from
draw.
the on death.
Correct.
But in this case, we're just gonna go for the Dynastic here, and if this is not gonna mill out completely, we are about to dump a ton of float
Yep.
into Justin LJW's deck. So there's a chance we could hit like multiple weaving mana streams off this. Just a lot of float to fuel these Crystalline Archers.
But
But
if influence really, really big, he might have it. But again, Justin's playing Water. Justin might have negates for this.
yeah, but the problem is, look at the influence. Dragon GG has so many cards, and if you spend negates here, that means you're doing less stuff on your recollection phase. Double
Ooh,
cats.
Frost on Paladins.
Oh, a lot.
Retreat.
That's two. That's like 3-4 Aether charges, a bunch of distant cards, 2 of your cats. It's just another reason why this deck is so difficult. You mill some of your key pieces, you just end up losing the ability to pull off your big combos. And normally a lot of times you might need 1 or 2 cats to end the game. And so losing 2 of them already, there's 1 in hand, so we could still find the other one. But imagine after this, we go for the second Dynastic Whirlpool, and now it's like, all right, I guess I just lost like 2/3 of my deck. And is there even enough damage left to finish everything off?
I suspect there's a Reflected Blight because like Dragon doing this, basically hinting that, look, I probably have a Reflected Blight. I'm going to do it during end phase, get back the Dynastic, and do it to you again. So just need to be very, because there's no way someone just does it for fun. Because like again, especially against Water, it's actually a high risk, right? What if you help Justin mill a bunch of cards for him to do his game plan? But again, there is a Dukel on the field, so Dragon maybe is not so afraid of all this floating going into the graveyard for Justin.
Yeah, I'm expecting that Dragon is probably has a way of getting back that Dynastic and is probably aiming to survive for this turn.
I see it.
Yeah,
I see.
Reflected Blight. So he's going to use the Reflected Blight to add back the Dynastic on...
Such a cool combo, honestly speaking.
Yeah, on the end phase of Justin's turn, he's probably going to activate the Reflected Blight, put that back in the memory, and then just go ready and just like mill again. So Justin could try to mount an offense here, but look, the Ducal Seal.
Ducal.
You can try and swing. You could probably swing with both of these Crystallines and Diana, but that taxes your entire hand. You'll have no negates. And the next turn, you get milled for another 15. If he has a Regal, he could go 15 into however many cards in hand. That's probably 10. So it's going to be pretty close to a mill out here. And even if it's not a mill out, are there even any cards left in your deck?
Yeah, that's the thing. This matchup looking really, really tough for Justin as the game goes longer. It's kind of like a hint that this matchup, you kind of need to snowball in the early game for you to have a good position. But if not, look at Dragon. Such a leading position, like healthy, decent, like 7 influence, pretty decent, has a Ducal Seal. Justin on the other hand doesn't really have a bad board. I think Double Archer is a really, really strong board, but I think it's just the matter of speed. Maybe he played it out too late.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it this way. He has 2 archers on field that did not get removed.
Yeah.
This is about as aggressive of a board that Diana can have aside from not having a Cheshire Cat.
And still not winning yet.
Yeah, and he's still not even close. We haven't even popped the lineage release. Dragon JG has 20 or 19 life left to give. It's just looking pretty far off. And then we go Tariff Ring next turn as well if we still don't have the kill. And it just makes life so hard. Now, if he has a Fracturize for the Ducal Seal, then we could at least bound an offense next turn. But this is still only 4-8. If we can get some Aether charges and distant, that could be 4-8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish damage or so, which is quite a lot. That's 15. If we have Cat Strides, there's a world where we can go for, okay, I'm going to Fracturize your Ducal Seal now, and then I'm going to go for Strides. Cat, Strides.
I see the Factorize. I see the Factorize. That's Factorize in Justin's hand.
Okay, let's see if Dragon JG is maybe holding up an Engulf. So we're going to go for the backstep first.
Backstep first.
Going to get distant on our Diana. Very important. Going to use that Weaving Mana Stream. Going to bring out, is it Strides or Quickstep? I think if we're going to go, we've got to go now. So this is very important. When you materialize a card, you can, in response to the materialization effect, you can Fracturize this Ducal Seal before you move to Recollection phase.
Yep.
Therefore, avoiding the trigger window for that Ducal Seal. So let's see. Dragon JG.
Oh, just a pocket.
Okay, so Justin actually saying, okay, I'm going to do this next turn. I'm going to try and go for the kill. I'm going to bring out the Quick Step Shards now. So he has the insurance for any interaction. And then next turn is probably going to pop off with the Strides and hope that that's enough.
Yeah, I think you can't do anything this turn. It's probably just going to be a passive turn. Maybe playing an ally this turn.
It's either you play allies, you could play the cat now, play 1 cat now, or you could just start swinging with these 2 paladins. But I think considering Dragon JG is so low on damage counters, maybe you actually just pass here.
It's gonna pass
Not
with
even gonna commit a cat.
not gonna commit anything. Just full on influence here, making Dragon to react instead of reacting there.
One cat in hand, no take aims.
Dragon as well, not showing the blight. Maybe he doesn't have the blight.
Well, he definitely has the blight. I think
Definitely right. Yeah.
he's probably gonna do it. I wonder maybe he thinks, okay, holding up his entire hand, he definitely has negates. I'm not gonna commit the blight here because I don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
But that is
Is that
gonna
terrifying?
be that's gonna be Terra Ring here.
Yep.
So once again, we're gonna stall. Okay, so now he's free to throw the blight out.
Blight.
Now, if he negates this, let's see. No negate on the reflected blight. Returns that dynastic whirlpool and actually notably puts another curse, which means your abnegations are now going to be healing for 12.
Yep. Gonna recollect right here. Probably just gonna do it again. Dynasty him once again, getting rid of his deck, destroying his deck once again.
Yeah, there it is. Dynastic number 2, rather dynastic 1/2. If you want to see it
1/2.
that way.
Well, it's the same card but a different type of.
That's
it's
also a
different type.
foil, is it not? That's a foil dynastic
I mean,
from the looks of it.
foils are pretty. Oh wait, we are going to Slytherin Decree, I believe.
So that's only going to tax 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Dragon JG is going to take the bait. Definitely seems like Justin is angling for something. Actually had an engulf in hand and is choosing not to use it. Going to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Draw into memory. Ooh, draws cat.
Draws cat, pretty good. And Justin, stop this mill.
Maybe just wants to put as many cards in Dragon JG's hand down.
Basically, you need 3 negates, right? Because you have 3 cards in hand.
Yep,
Another
there's
Slytherin.
Cerulean Decree. So now we're going to force another 2 cards down unless Dragon JG sniffs this as a bait and just decide, okay, I'm letting it go. No, he's committing. Last card in hand, Resolute Stand can activate for free, which would definitely stymie a big offensive turn. But if it's Cat Strides, there is a chance.
Oh, does it resolve? It is going to mill.
resolves. Ooh, there we go. So mill another 15. What's the deck count even looking like? This
Deck count
also
look-
means
Mhm.
if we attack with the Crystalline Archers, they're going to draw cards.
They're going to draw cards.
Which means you might actually deck yourself out if this is not.
Okay,
yeah,
Justin still have a healthy deck size. It's not the end of the world. But again, Justin loses another chunk of his deck.
but I think that's like maybe like 4 or 5 cards.
4 or 5.
And think about it this way. Okay, strides, draws
Mhm.
1. Draw for turn, draws 1.
Oh,
Crystalline Swing,
oh.
draws 1. Crystalline Swing, draws 1. If you
Yeah.
activate a backstep, that draws another 1. Let's see.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. So
7.
that should be fine. We're
That's-
probably not.
That's fine. That's like not the end of the world. But still, I don't know. Like, I guess Justin did farm a lot of influence right there because the Slytherin did draw him 2 cards, right? So it's probably make it or break it, Justin.
Fracturize in the.
Yeah, factorize. Is it factorize in the memory? Because I think
Unless there's another one.
I think Justin is a factorize here. I think because that terraforming is still right there.
Okay, let's see if we can get high enough with just double strides. If we have strides, cat,
Mm-hmm.
that's 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. We can get like 20 damage. We still have the lineage release. So
That's the really
the lineage release is going to heal at this point for 4.
4 because we have
Because
2
2
curse, yeah.
plus 2. Actually, no, it's 5,
5
actually.
with the curse, right?
Yes, 2 curses plus your spirit.
Mhm.
You're going to have 3 plus 2. That's 5. So you can heal 5 here. So essentially, let's just treat the Alice as having like 0 damage taken.
Yeah, you need to do 22 basically.
You have to do 22 here. So if it's just strides, if it's strides, Diana with just 1 Aether Charge distant, strides, that's going to be 4 cat. That's 4, 8, 12, 15. With a take aim, that's getting closer, 19. If it's take aim, cat, then maybe we can get there. But can you pay for all of that and also for the Tire Ring at the same time?
Yeah, I think the key point now, before we even talk about the damage potential, you need to get rid of that Tariff Ring. If you don't get rid of the Tariff Ring, I don't think there's a word that we reach that range.
Weaving Mana Stream here, also going to get loaded. So actually, this is going to be a 4 swing on Diana.
Mhm.
It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 on her when she's distant. Draw a card. Are we going to use the Fracturize now? We got to do it. No, we're okay. We've entered Recollection phase. So wow.
Oh, we actually don't
Okay.
have the Factorize.
I think wow. That's okay. So he's not going to use the tower. He's not going to use the Fracturize here. So can we still get there? I mean, he has a lot of cards in hand. It's very possible. And remember, that's a Resolute,
Yeah.
which means we would need to actually hit. So we have to hit 25
So many damage.
or after 22 plus 3, so 25. We have to do 25 damage in a single hit, basically.
So Dragon, just to remind everyone, there is the lineage release, there is the Resolute, there is also the Tariff Ring. so many wall. Can Justin go through this wall?
Yeah, and if he does not win this turn, he is probably dead.
Yeah,
Because Dragon JG, if he has, he can bring out Bauble of Abundance
He-
to get force another draw. If he has a Regal, he can just Regal mill your entire hand and then force you to draw.
he could just heal up and play another turn.
Yeah, and then just stall it out. It's definitely possible.
Justin, it's that time is now.
It's definitely gonna have to be some. But the highest I can even think is Cat Stride. It's Cat, take aim strides. Because we already milled 2 cats.
The problem with cat is that it's a commitment of 5 cards down because like you had to pay 2 for the attack unless you don't plan
No,
to
you
attack
don't
with,
even attack with the cat. You
yeah,
just go.
at least don't plan to attack with the
You
cat.
just go strides, or cat,
That cat.
strides. That's 12. And then you go take aim, and that's another. So that's 12 plus.
Resolute
8.
instantly.
Ooh, okay, we're doing this before a chance to get. Actually, this could get negated.
Yep.
But
It's
then
just-
that's more cards down.
yeah, more cards
though.
down. It's forcing Justin to react right now. In fact, I think maybe Dragon will just even pull up the spirit right now because not spirit, sorry, the lineage right now just to heal. Oh, Justin just concedes, I think.
Wow, okay, Justin just didn't have a way to get around everything. And actually, yeah, there was no hope there because the Resolute would have stopped most of that Crystalline Archer damage. So there really just was no way for Justin to go through the wall. And Dragon JG, look at him, stone cold. Not even much of a reaction. Feeling like, oh, this is clockwork for me. I've run into so many Dianas. This is just easy peasy.
I think Dragon is really, really prepared for this kind of allies-based matchup because I'll be honest with you, having Ducal and Terra Ring in the same deck, that's really, really insane because both of them basically do the same thing. And he's basically saying, I want this kind of, I want the same effect twice. And it's doing work for him.
Yeah, it's really important because I think when you're really looking at it, let's look at the side.
Mm-hmm.
On Dragon's side, you have the Void's Cloak. That's a way to stop yourself from getting Regal. So Void's Cloak
Yep.
is a regalia that
Very funny.
yeah, it gives you the player spell shot, not your champion. It gives your player spell shot, and Regal notably says target player.
Mhm.
And there's some certain effects that are target player. Most are not. So it's almost like 99%. I just don't want to get Regaled
Yep,
because
yep,
my dynastics and my heals get Regaled. I just lose the game.
Yep.
So and then we also have blanches. We have 3 blanches. Obviously, this is like an anti. This is definitely an anti-Seiryu, like
Seiryu.
anti-burn card.
And anti-fire, I would argue. Really,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
anti-fire.
And actually, I'm really curious to see how this deck runs into Seiryu. So I'd love to see if Dragon JG makes it here. If he runs into the Seiryu, that would be really a great way to like kind of figure
Yeah.
out that matchup. But lastly, Tricastles
Tricastle.
of Leukemia. This card is so strong because it turns off all non-advanced elements from being played unless you banish a normal or advanced card. And the only normal cards in Justin's deck are
Backstab.
Take Aim, Charge the Soul. Cat technically is an advanced element card, so you could banish her.
Cat is right, just like Castle.
She is actually, yeah,
She's
you can play the cat under
Yeah.
Tricastles. But that's the only card you can play
Yeah.
under Tricastles. Otherwise, you have to banish to activate anything.
Yeah. What makes Tricastle so strong for this particular deck is because unlike other normal circumstances deck where advanced element is usually available for you when you're level 3. Umbra, this one is particularly level 2, so it's a bit faster and it's much more accessible comparing to other advanced element deck. For Justin's side of the side deck, Justin, interesting. I don't see. Is there anything we can use here? Lifeline Lantern doesn't really
Feebling
help.
Orb.
Flipping Orb,
perhaps.
perhaps.
Snow White.
Snow White is very important.
Yes.
Yeah, Snow White is gonna be really, really important. You want to lock your opponent to not being able to level up easily.
Yeah, so the main thing here is we have to try and kill before Dragon JG gets to level 2.
Mhm.
Because all of the heal cards are advanced element. Pearl Prayer is Exalted Water.
Mm-hmm.
Abnegation
Mm-hmm.
is Umbra.
And then
And then the lineage release as well is
Yep.
tied to being level 2. So you need to try and do as much damage as possible. So if you can lock a Dragon JG at level 1 for a couple turns, especially if you can chain a Snow White into a Snow White, that is the way you win. You cannot let him get to level 3 because once he gets level 3, he is going to start healing so much and just enter this spot where he just cannot be killed anymore.
yeah, like if we look at the list again, there's not much ways to actually kill off the Snow White easily. There are like, of course, there are the Angels allies, but like other than that, it's actually not that simple.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the main thing though is that you don't have a way of forcing them
Yeah,
rested
forcing them.
again, unless you just play a second Snow White. You don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
freezing hails, so you can get 2 turns.
Mhm.
If you can chain a Snow White into a Snow White, you can get two
Two
turns
turns, yeah.
where Justin, or where Dragon JG is not able to level up to 2, and that is for a deck like Water Aetherwing Diana, more than enough. You give her an inch and she will take a mile. So Justin getting to go first here as well puts him at an advantage in the tempo game. Just getting that first materialization. If we can find that Snow White, we can try and lock Dragon JG and hopefully take this game.
Yep. Well, this matchup is a bit, I would say a bit unique in the sense that if you are Justin and you haven't played this matchup before, it's probably your first time playing against this kind of deck. For Dragon, on the other hand, I would say he probably pioneered it at this point. So that means he tested every possible matchup he wants to test, mainly Diana. So this is like, I think even in terms of matchup, it's a tale of experience.
Yeah, this is a huge surprise pick. I mean, if you've been looking at some store champs and regionals, you will see Dragon JG doing well with the Water Umbra Alice. So it's not like an unknown deck, but it's definitely not a common one.
It's not something that you would actually do for your case study. Let's say you're studying the game and you're like, I probably won't run to this guy in my top 8, right? I'll probably run to him randomly. And then he's your top 8 opponent, standing between you and Worlds.
Yeah, and compared to, say, like the Jins, like there was a lot of testing against Jin, but the Jin decks work on such a different axis from this. You might think, oh, they're both decks that just like heal and try and mill you.
Very different, I think.
But they're actually very different. Jin is like way more interactable since so much of his stuff is around Regalia. And this Alice deck, it's like it hits level 3 so much faster. Well, it doesn't hit level 3, it hits advanced element. Because Alice level 2 has Umbra unlocked already.
Yep. Looks like Dragon GG is going to be imbuing.
It's going to be an Angel Attendant, perhaps?
Yep, third copy.
Oh, it's Found Seraphim. If it's going to be Imbue 3, that must be that Found Seraphim. Another card that I just... Oh, wait, no, okay. So it's just Imbue 3. Oh, it's Imbue 2, but 3 costs, yes. So this is going to be the Found Seraphim here. This is a really strong card. This is basically Lunette on a taunt 1/4. But it's only one turn of Lunette.
Yep,
and a lot of times that's all you need.
And it forces your opponent allies to be rested when it enters the field. So this is really, really annoying. You can't go for chip damage, and also you can't really retaliate when they attack your own allies.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that Justin LJW presumably went first here, and that means that on his big first turn being Diana, one, he has to hit a taunt, a 1/4 taunt, which is not easy. Diana usually swings for 3, so now he has to expend an extra Aether charge just to kill this Found Seraphim and get that glimpse. And then he doesn't even get to play the Crusties and the Paladins. Or if he does, they're not going to be able to swing that turn.
Yep. Justin here looking to his material deck, not opting to go distance right here.
Maybe wants to just stall for another turn, wait for the Found Seraphim's effect to drop off before going up to level 1. I also saw the hand had double cat in it, so maybe just a little bit awkward. There should have been a distant card in there at least, but maybe no Aether charge.
I do see the retreat in hand.
Yeah, so maybe perhaps doesn't have an Aether charge to use.
Decisions.
Yeah, Frozen Dismissal, Cat, ACAL, Reposition, Tactical. So he definitely has the tools to hit the big Diana turn now, but then maybe just wants to wait for the Found Seraphim.
It's going to be backup charging. Going to be just farming influence here, taking it slow. Maybe this is the right approach. To just farm a bit influence, take it easy, find enough allies in order to flood the board. Just going to pass full pass as well.
Yeah, so Found Seraphim now going to just sit around, but now the effect of forcing your opponent's allies who enter to be rested is not going to be in effect. We get our backup charger. We also maintain our influence here.
Yep, this is a fight for influence, both water deck, just maintaining influence. Like a really typical water matchup, I would say.
Yeah, and now we can just go for that Angel Attendant, put up a second blocker, which means it's going to be really hard to get around both Angel Attendant and the Angel. Like basically, we were playing Angels, actually. You know, you think about it. Yeah, this is Angel. The only allies in the deck are Angels.
Yeah, just Angel supporting a devil trying to mill his opponent out.
Oh, they're like the Fallen Angels.
Fallen Angel. Fantastic. And then what's funny, the cat will eat the angels.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But let's see here. I mean, the cat can't even really kill these angels because they're both so beefy without the inert sword.
Has a Magic cat ever like come to the field on stream? Probably not, right? I don't remember it.
No.
No at all.
No. I would actually love it, but I feel like he probably sights it out like in this matchup.
I think this matchup, yeah, probably sights out. There's no timing for it. So we are going to distance. We are going to Diana popping up, bring up her weapon as well. Going to go Aether charge. This is going to bump up the attack to 4, I believe.
So that's going to be, that's 3 right now. So we do need one more.
One more, yeah.
we do have that prudent knock that we could add off the Aether calibration, but instead we're choosing to add Weaving Mana Stream instead, then probably draw into prudent knock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bottom 3. Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
There it is. Okay, refreshing charge to follow up. So this puts us at 4. Is there a negate? Uh-oh. No, I don't see anything. Maybe thinking about the Rictus Tiding here before Justin LJW has the chance to recollect and start getting those cards in hand up here. Bounce from Retaliates for 1.
The retaliation that probably won't mean anything in this particular matchup.
Probably not. Gonna get a glimpse 5 here. That's big. That's a lot
Frost
of cards.
one's really, really good. You want, as we mentioned, you want. Oh, there's also the Archer. Christina Archer is there. You want to see all these allies right there because these allies are really important in this particular matchup. You want to go as wide as possible, pressure your opponent.
Yeah, so we have the Dismissal here. Dismissal actually really doesn't do much in this matchup. Your basic best target is probably the Found Seraphim herself because she stops so much damage. So, oof, is this a floatless? This is a floatless hand, actually. So that's going to be, unfortunately, stacking a bunch of allies. That's the Paladin, the Crusty. But we already have 2 float from the Refreshing and the Reposition. So we should not have that be a problem. But it would have been nice to mill a float here already.
Yeah, because you want more floats for your Archer. So more float is definitely appreciated. But you have the bare minimum, which is 2. So I think at the very least, we will be playing the Frostborn Paladin if it's able to draw out the Frostborn Distant. But it's just going to pass, I think. Oh, Fracturize.
So Fracturizing now before Recollection. Actually, no, he was just past turns. We're just going to Fracturize now, and then we're going to get extra influence and then level up. So remember, the Phantasmagoria only shuts off everything in the grave when it comes out. So going up to level 1, you still can use the float. The Fracturize is still live there.
Yep. Dragon G turn again. Dragon G probably just gonna pass again. This deck has been known for just passing turn, putting full influence up all the time just to react because most of the cards it plays is on fast speed. Unless he has something to do here. Maybe the Angels again, if there's any Angels in hand.
Yeah, I do see another Angel Attendant. Could we imagine the double Angel Attendants guarding the gates to hell here?
That's a team, right? Guarding the gates to hell.
Or are the Angels trying to keep Alice out of it?
I don't want to read too much into this. But anyway, we do see another Benediction Angel here. Really, really strong card. Basically, on enter, if it's imbued, you draw a card and also you recover 2. So it's basically a stronger version of the Attendant Angel. Of course, he also runs Attendant Angel. We are going to see Mana Stream here going to be going to Aether Charge our weapon. Probably going to bring out the boots. Okay.
A little bit of shortcutting there. So it was going to be Weaving Mana Stream into Grave and then used to pay for the Quick Step Treads. Notably, the Phantasmagoria there did mill the Bandersnatch, so that is still in the deck.
Yep. Look at this really, really annoying situation where like there's so many things to intercept. Dragon G is just slowly just mitigating all this damage that Justin could have done. Normally, without all these allies, right, all this damage will be going to face 4. But all these angels are just tanking it, protecting Alice from the bow.
Yeah, and here's the thing about the Phantasmagoria, right? It's not required. You don't have to activate it. But when you don't have anything in Grave, it behooves you to just let it happen. Because you might either mail a Maledictum Vitae, which means you can go up to level 2 and not hurt yourself to activate it. But it also means you could hit a Dynastic Whirlpool, which you can then Reflected Blight back into your memory.
I think this particular mastery is just you only do it if you really want to like get maybe some sort of like refresher, maybe refresh your graveyard. But generally speaking, you won't see it. We do see the Frostborn Paladin going to be hit here. Is there a negate? No, it passes through. So we are going to eat a float to basically do the most common Frostborn Paladin effect, basically draw a card and give it a buff counter.
Yeah, so this can clear the other Angel Attendant at least. So we have cleared out the Angels, and now it's time for us to start swinging into face. Here comes Crystalline Archer. Range 3 on attack gains ranged if you banish a float and then you draw a card on the end. Kind of the story of this Diana deck is this card is so strong. It's a ranger unit, which means you can also strides it in a pinch.
Justin is going to pass it. This is Dragon's opportunity to level up here if he wants to just avoid the whole Snow Fairies problem. And he's going to do it. He is going to level up here. Snow Fairy will not be so useful anymore right now. We're going to go to Alice level 2, Phantom Monarch.
Yeah, so Alice level 2 here, Phantom Monarch. We are going to play the Umbra Sight that was drawn off the Angel
Yep.
Attendant here to get even more influence. You're going to take a fat 7+2 damage, though, from the Umbra Sight. But I imagine we are just going to heal all of that back.
Yep, that's the story of this deck, being able to just take a bunch of damage and then just heal back anyway. Here probably comes the Perp Prayer. Nope, it's going to be Tidying first to check what is in the box. Top 2.
Bandersnatch,
Regal.
Regal.
Regal's really good.
Regal's interesting. I'm not sure how much he wants to use Regal in this particular matchup. Let's see which was the one that he decided to keep on top there,
Yep.
or withdrawn off the Rictus.
Regal, at the rate least, Regal is a mill if you need it. Like, if you want to mill the last 10 or last 8, it is an option. Tidying again, he's going to just show Justin that he's going to keep digging for his component, his combo pieces. Seraphine. Armor Sight's pretty good.
Yeah, so Umbra Sight does more damage when you get the second draw off of it if you have more curses in the lineage. So
Yep.
you will start taking 4 damage on this one.
Yep.
So maybe that's a little bit too much, but if we have the Abnegation, it powers up the Abnegation. The amount of healing you can get off of that is insane if you can get enough curses in there.
Is it really damage if I'm just going to heal 15 in the end of the day?
You know, should people start playing Exercise Curses again? Because you can target any champion, I believe. With Exercise Curses, I think you can target any champion.
I mean, you could. I guess
Are we
you
going to start
could.
sideboarding Exercise Curses? That sounds horrible, actually, for the one deck that has curses.
There's no way. There's no way we actually do that. In terms of all the meta, I think like maybe Fantasias makes sense, right? But curses, not every deck has curses, right?
I mean, CL also has curses, not like they really do anything.
So we're signing cards to help people remove curses.
Yes. To remove curses from your opponent, not from yourself, from your opponent.
Yeah, from your opponent, but like but it's a curse, right? So you want your opponent to be
So you're
cursed,
healing
right?
them. Yeah, you're healing.
Mhm.
You know, because sometimes the curse makes you too powerful. That's the problem.
That's some Chinubio stuff right there.
You know, my cursed right arm makes me so powerful. I will mill you now.
Let's not
Ooh.
do that anyway.
We kept the Bandersnatch,
We kept
actually.
the Bandersnatch. Wow. Okay.
Ooh, I wonder if we might try and go
Is it
for...
time?
I mean, remember, it is just a taunt. We could just play it as a big taunt. I
Just-
don't hate that.
Justin is like only 3 cards in hand, I believe. So this is opportunity for Dragon to just go to town a little bit and not be afraid of negates if he wants to. But again, this deck is really well known for just I'm gonna pass with a bunch of influence and then you're gonna react.
So the thing about Bandersnatch, right? It's a 5-cost
Mhm.
taunt ally,
Mhm.
and every time it is dealt damage, it recovers 3. Which
Huh.
actually means you cannot kill it unless you do 6 damage in 1 hit or several hits over 4. Which you could do with Krusties, but then you're swinging for 4, essentially 1 each time. Unless you can also stack more damage in response to the recover. So I think against decks that play a lot of small allies, this is basically unremovable outside of like Dream Fairying it.
This is like the slime's greatest fear.
This is like a Lustrous Slime that healed like 5 every time it got hit.
No, like imagine you're playing a slime, the slime just goes white, and then you just play this cat, and the cat just eats all the slime out.
We're actually doing it. This is 4 cards. This is
Oh.
5 cards paid. This is going to be a Bandersnatch. Let's see. Justin does not have enough to play a Frozen Dismissal here. So this might actually be the Bandersnatch coming down for the first time I think I've ever seen in my life.
1, 2, 3, 4. Even playing with the Factorize, it is gonna be the Bandersnatch right here. Even just need to pick it up and read it. Folks at home, Bandersnatch, Permeous Foe right here. Class bonus taunt. Whenever Bandersnatch is dealt damage, recover 3. You can pay to sacrifice another ally. Bandersnatch gets +2 and gains cleave.
Yes, so the text says there, the second sign of the end, a death knell in its roar. The Bandersnatch, get your CSRs now while they're still cheap.
Wait, this thing has a
This
CSR?
has a CSR. I'm fairly certain this has a CSR.
What?
This is such a huge problem because the Paladin swings for 3, heals 3.
Here's
Krusty
3.
swings for 4, heals
Heals
3.
3.
So now it has 5 life left. Diana would have. Do you have to commit a strides or a cat strides on this just to kill
I
her?
can see this as a problem. Like if this thing just keeps healing, if this thing just keeps taking damage, it's gonna heal 3, and then you have no answer towards this. Like what's this thing gonna do? This cat is just again guarding Alice right now.
Yeah, and we don't have. I mean, you could go smoke bombs to
Yep.
get around the taunt.
Ooh, we are activating our mastery right here. We're gonna return all our cards in the graveyard to the bottom of the deck and mill equal to how many taunt counters do we have, which is 2.
Yeah, so we're going to essentially reshuffle all of these back in because none of those cards were really important. There was another Bandersnatch in there, but he's unique. You already
Yeah.
have the other one. Finds Reflected Blight and Pearl Prayer. So these aren't really what we want. We really want to find dynastics, but
Yep.
getting a Pearl Prayer is not the worst either.
Not
You
the
could
worst
just
either,
go,
yeah.
Reflected Blight for Pearl Prayer is fine too. Or if you find Abnegation, it's probably worth it.
Mhm.
But yeah, Dragon JG, 13 life left. Yeah, if you can find a way to do 8 plus. Oh, he has 1 curse, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mhm.
So it's going to be, you're going to have to find a way to do 4 damage plus the 9. So it's going to have to be 13 without getting through the Bandersnatch. You have to go smoke bombs here and then find the damage. But if you do that, that means you're not bringing out the strides.
Yeah, that is the problem. Is that it's always like a dilemma thing. So, indirectly, I think Dragon is gonna be able to buy a turn. Justin might actually think of the whole stride into smoke bomb, but it is gonna be over 2 turns, not 1 turn. So Justin is deciding here. It might be the strides here.
Let's see. Okay, if we smoke bomb Bandersnatch and we have quick step treads on, that might mean that Dragon JG has no card to play. He might have like a Resolute that he can free play. But this is gonna be 1, 2, 3. This is 7.
7.
If we can get Diana any Aether Charge, she swings for distant plus Aether Charge would be 7, 8, 9. And then that's actually getting pretty close. We remember the number we're looking for here is 13. So we can have to find second Krusty. And Dragon JG has have no responses.
Yeah,
which is the
no
hard part.
responses, and then there is still the lineage release here if he really wants to just barely scrape by. I don't know if Justin wants to go in this time. He's thinking really hard about this materialization. I think this is an important materialization. It either breaks or makes your current situation. Thinking through his game plan, I think, because at the end of it, you must decide a route, which is, do I want to play more defensive, or am I actually gonna, you know what? I have to like go on the offense. He's 13, 4 cards in hand. I have my boots. I have the distance. I should actually go in and try to go for the kill if I could.
Problem is, if you commit the smoke bombs now,
Yep.
this is your one chance.
Yeah, one
After
chance.
that, this Bandersnatch is never dying, and there
Yes,
is no
no
way to
way.
remove it outside of getting your Diana like so fat that she can hit over it, which is probably not happening without committing strides or take aim. You can do like a take aim swing. All right, what's it? What's the materialization? Justin, is it gonna be that smoke bomb? Are we going for it? It's the strides.
strides.
Okay.
Buying
so
one more
maybe,
turn.
alternatively, we go strides now, and then we go for the kill next turn.
We could try into our allies to hit big, right? To kill the cat.
Yes, we can, but that means you're giving up your strides.
Mm.
I feel like it's probably gonna be establish a cat.
Tactical
Oh,
retreat.
okay. We're making ourselves distant now. Okay, does he find a way? Has he found a line? So remember, Quickstep Treads is now going to be live unless Dragon JG wants to do something here before. That's double Umbra Sight in hand. That's so much self-damaging here. Oh, there's a Fracturize in hand. He can
Fracturize that.
He could fracturize this treads now before it has a chance to be activated.
It might actually happen. He might actually go stretch. He might actually factorize it. This is in response of tactical. Oh,
No, he's gonna Umbra Sight and then go for the fracturize.
wow.
Justin still has cards. Actually, just doesn't have. No, he has no cards in hand. So this is basically free to throw
think
that fracturize on the treads.
Might be just factorize. I don't see a word that you don't do it.
I agree. I think this has gotta be the play. It's just so free.
It's-
Oh, he puts it down.
Oh.
He wants to heal instead. So he's gonna go for
Okay.
Maldic Vitae. This is gonna heal for 4 and go into the lineage.
Mm-hmm. This does add another card into the lineage, so you will be recovering more when you lineage release with the Alice level 1.
So it's now at 5.
5.
So this is just gonna be a heal all the way up to 9. So now we have to do in total 18 damage through a Bandersnatch.
Yep, Dragon is hands down as well. So this is
Cat. Third cat? Is that the third one?
third cat. Do I see another cat in hand?
Okay, he swung at the Bandersnatch. It takes 3 damage, and it should be recovering 3 here.
Gonna just retaliate the Dinah, I guess.
The
Yep.
Bandersnatch dies?
I guess that's nice, but I believe that before it dies, because it's dealt damage, it will recover another 3.
No, it's dead. So I think, unless I'm misunderstanding how Bandersnatch works,
Whenever,
which is a
whenever-
possibility. This is a card that we have not seen very much of, so...
yeah, so I believe it does. Oh yeah, the hunt.
Oh, we get
Yeah,
a Haunt
the
counter.
Haunt
That's
counter.
actually, yeah, this is the one Spectre ally in the deck.
Yeah, because we recovered 3 only, right?
Oh, no,
Actually-
sorry. It's recover 3 the champion.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I misunderstood that. I thought it recovered 3 for the banner set.
No,
Just
no,
goes
no.
to show how little this deck
Yeah,
has
yeah.
shown
Because
up.
what I was reading, I was like, I think every time Banner Sex basically takes damage, it recovers 3. So it's actually really, really hard to go through the phase, right?
Yeah,
The idea is that you have this wall that every time it takes damage, it heals your champion.
Yeah, so heal 3. So and actually you're really incentivized to do bigger hits like 3-3 or like even 6 and 1, just so that they
Yeah.
heal as little as
So
possible.
the idea is that if you hit the cat twice, you let them heal 6.
Yes.
If you hit the cat once, you only let them heal 3 times. Or
Yeah.
let them heal 3, yeah.
But now here's the thing. He's gone,
Yep.
but Diana has already swung.
Yeah.
But we still have the Crystalline Archer.
Yep.
So I think we have like 3 cats in hand.
Can we
So
do it?
Can we find triple strides on... Okay, if we do triple cat strides, that's plus distance 16.
Yep. I
So that's
think
going to be 20 damage, 23, but we have lineage release.
you had release.
So it's still not enough. And that's also, I don't know if you can play... You would need 12 cards in hand. to
We
do
can
that.
only release now to heal, recover 3, right? We can't recover like in the middle of the damage. So, I think he's just gonna do it. Just gonna eat that. Gonna deal 4. Probably just gonna play another ally or just cats and pass. Put down all the cats in the world. For some paladin.
Yeah, so this
classic.
is really good. This is what you need. You just need to keep finding more and more and more of the allies so that you can keep doing damage. But what if happens if Dragon just goes for the Ducal Seal next turn and then next
Yep.
turn goes for the Tariff Ring? If he already has the Dynastics, we could potentially just mill out Justin.
Yep. Gonna go back into Dragon JG's turn right here. We are going to materialize. I believe it is the Ducal Seal or the Tariff Ring. One of them will probably come out here. It is the Ducal Seal. This is a very standard plan that we have seen Dragon utilize time and time again. When his opponent is overwhelming him with allies, he just goes and try to stall the game to find his component, find his key cards, and also just stall or heal back up in order to survive.
Okay. So, do we have any of the mill cards now, though? Because if we just go Ducal Tariff and then are not actually able to find the mill cards, Justin is just going to wait and then eventually hit you.
Yep. So, as mentioned, this is a timer. I think Dragon needs to be able to find his win card as soon as possible. So, he is on a clock.
I think we had 1 Dynastic already.
Think-
So, we need a second one plus a Regal.
I
Or
think there's a Regal too.
there should be a Regal in there because he kept imbuing it. Okay,
Ooh,
Reflected. Going to
Reflected.
bring out Pearled Prayer. So, we're
Yep.
getting some more heals in. This is also going to put a third curse in
It's-
now,
it's
our
a-
lineage release.
It's also a bait, I think. It's baiting Justin to just, you want to negate this?
Oh, there's no way you're gonna negate the reflected blight, though. So this is gonna be our third curse,
Mhm.
which means our lineage release is now healing 6, and that means our abnegations are healing 14.
14.
Fast speed 14 to
Fast.
cost.
Basically, fast speed takes 0.
Yes. Yes.
Abnegation being used at its fullest. So happy to see this.
Okay, Dragon JG, this is the thing. It's you just keep healing and healing and healing.
I think this is gonna be the period turn to recover 7, draw 1 to memory.
Would definitely be a good time for a Pearl Prayer. And
Good.
Justin, LJW, really holding on to a prayer here that he can find a way to end this game before Dragon JG finds all the pieces. No Regal on his side because he's playing a level 1 deck, so all of those Dynastics that are found are basically safe.
1, 2, and 2.
Fracturized
Fracturized
strides. That's
strides.
so bad for us here. With the strides fracturized, our overall damage potential has just plummeted.
Justin here, looking at his hand there, there's nothing he can do about it. He's just gonna let it go. The strides will be factorized, and that goes the game plan to just put a lot of cats into this. Using the cat to just copy the strides effect is no longer available. We are just gonna play ally gaming with Ducal. But I did notice something. Justin again has 2 factories in hand. Probably can just factorize the Ducal and Tariff as well.
Yeah, but at this point, we don't have nearly enough damage. This is only going to be 3, 6,
Mhm.
3, 6, 12. If we can get distant on Diana, could potentially be... I mean, we're getting close, but with all the heals, like in the hand, could be abnegations, could be resolutes, the lineage release as well. And then we're actually just Phantasmagorian here. And we find a resolute, so we could Reflected Blight into that if we want to.
Mhm.
If necessary. And actually, it would be pretty good. We go, okay, imagine go Tariff, and then next turn we go we go Ducal, next turn we go Tariff, and then next turn we go Resolute, and it's just like, oh,
Oh,
the train just never, ever, ever stops.
we are going to do it. I think we might actually see the Factorize right here. I think Factorize here is sort of a must because you look at your position, right? Yeah. Oh, Tactical Retreat.
Wow, and that's a 3 cost too, so that's a very expensive
This
card.
one, yeah. Like, Factorize, are we missing something? You can Factorize the Ducal, right?
You can. You definitely can. As far as I know, I'm just gonna make sure it doesn't have Spell Shroud or anything. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, yeah, you can. Yeah, this only activates during Recollection phase, so
Yeah.
yeah, you should be able to do that. So okay, Palaver Sword here is gonna get rid of some of those graveyard cards, but these are not really that
Yeah,
important.
these are not that important.
You're not hitting the Dynastic, and that's really what matters.
Yep, I think he just doesn't want to put 2 cards down to materialize the other weapon. It is going to track the Duco here. Because you look at Justin's position, right? 3 allies, right? You actually want these allies to hit every turn. You want to be able to pressure it. If not Dragon, is just going to be able to preserve the abnegation, preserve the level 1 lineage, and it's not going to put any pressure on Dragon.
Cat swings for 3 here. It's just not particularly potent because the Strides is gone. Imagine, I think he had 3 cats in hand, so if he just never got to use any of those on a Strides, it just feels so bad.
The deck counting, Dragon is hunting, Dragon wants to mill Justin out. What's the number? I think it's closer to 40 or even like 35 maybe.
No, it's probably not 35. I mean, okay, we mill a lot, we draw a lot.
I think
I
40.
think it's like 40-ish or
I
something.
think 40.
So two Dynastics plus a Regal should get us there.
Mm-hmm.
39. Oh, look at that. Technology.
Technology.
So 39.
Well, close to 30. Yeah, it's pretty close to 35. Okay, Terraforming again. We're going to stall for another turn.
Right. On the Terraforming. Let's see if Dragon JG's got a Reflected Blight to use. There's no graveyard, so probably just going to pass it back. Go straight to Recollection. Look for... Oh, actually, we're going to Pearl here.
I think Pearl here is fine. You don't really want to... I understand the sentiment of Pearl. Oh, Tiding. Yeah, this Tiding has been helping him a lot.
Yeah, actually, it just helps you dig through the deck. That's a... Ooh!
Oh, the Wind Con is here.
You already know what's getting added off of this. He doesn't have to show you, but you already know.
Oh, wait, is it plus... Is it an 8 cost?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that was 4-4.
4-4, right?
Wait.
Pretty sure that was 4-4.
Oh, no. Sorry, that was Engulf. That was Engulf.
Yeah,
That was Engulf. Sorry, bro. I always find Engulf and Dynastic look so similar. So Engulf is 6, and... No, Umbral Tide is 5. It was 5-3. Yeah, it was 5-3. So it's Dynastic plus... I forget Umbral Tide plus 5 cost. That's crazy, actually. Hits the Rictus blind like that.
Was that Engulf?
No. It was definitely Dynastic. It was
Dynastic, right? Yeah,
it was
because of 4.
Dynastic
Yeah,
and Umbral Tide. That's 5 and 3.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so used to 4 and 4 that seeing a 5-3 is like, whoa, that's like my mind has just been blown.
Did you know that 5 plus 3 is also 8?
No, I cannot do basic addition. I'm sorry.
But anyway, look at that influence right there. Dragon Test has so much influence right here. Probably just in the past with all this influence. And then just gonna pass the ball back to Justin.
Oh, actually, no, Bandersnatch is also a 5.
Oh, wait, so
that's another
Tiding, the odds of hitting Tiding 8 is actually not that bad.
I mean, it's not like, there's no glimpsing, so there's no guarantees. It's mostly just like, kind of hope that it happens.
But yeah.
Okay, Pearl Prayer here gonna heal us back down to 0, so we are now completely undamaged.
I mean, this is the matchup. Like, Justin is just gonna keep healing. Sorry, Dragon is just gonna keep healing. Justin needs to be able to find a way to just do damage. I think there's a misconception where people thought that this matchup, maybe you can try the OTK, one turn kill the guy. I don't think you can. I think you have to pressure every turn and force outs every turn to force him to put cards down and then eventually just win the game. Because in this particular matchup, Dragon doesn't actually have a way out into the allies, meaning there's no way to remove it, okay?
We already have 2 Dynastics.
2 Dynastics out. We are going to start milling, and Justin is going to be forced to answer this, or else you will lose 15 cards from your deck right now, counting at 38, I believe, or 39.
39, I think. So that means Dynastic, Regal. So probably we're going to activate 1 Dynastic here.
Uh-huh.
The next turn we activate another Dynastic, and then the turn after we go for another mill source, and we should get there. So Justin probably has, unless Dragon JG has the space to just play double Dynastic or Dynastic Regal on one turn, we could potentially get there next turn already. So Justin has to make something happen right now. This is probably his last turn of the game.
Yeah, I think with the amount of influence as well, I don't know if Frostbind can really help you as well.
You could try and put cards down, but look at Dragon JG's hand. It's so big. There's just so much cards. It's gonna be impossible to negate this without committing so much.
Yeah, Dragon GG has been like basically just abusing the fact that he doesn't need to do much. So every time, if you notice, right, he doesn't really commit much cards. And then every time when he materializes, again, he doesn't commit cards. He just big cards that are net neutral or against a card. And of course, the tiding hitting 8 is actually really huge. That's an instant +1.
Yeah, so let's see. Justin has to really think hard about this. It's like, okay, am I going to try and tax this? He has a Fracturize in hand. You could try and Fracturize that Tariff Ring. So you could try and go deeper, go even further beyond. Currently, we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 13. Maybe like, oh, actually, his Aether Wing is also already broken as well. But then Diana swings with his 3. 13 damage on board. That's not even close.
It's not even close. Justin, what's the play?
Yeah, and remember, we still have that lineage release, which means we could heal at any point, just randomly heal 6.
Yeah, I mean, this looks really, really brutal for Justin right now. And like, Justin, of course, you can take all the time though. This is untimed indeed. I think it's more on recognizing what he can and cannot do at this point. But again, like I mentioned, I do sincerely think that this matchup is really, really hard if you're trying to go for the, I'm going to kill him one turn. I think it's more of a poke. You need to poke every single time. So let's see what Justin can come up with.
How do you poke every time when you're snaring down Found Seraphim, Angel Attendants, Bandersnatch? They're putting all these blockers that also heal and also just have so many added effects, like keeping all of your allies. And then the mill goes off. So it is.
Maybe the word Guardian India is really true for Dragon in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dragon JG, he may have the word dragon in his name, but it seems like he is here to kill the dragons and kill these Windcrux players and even the Dianas.
And being protected by angels along the way. And cats.
Yeah, cats and angels. I mean, is Bandersnatch a cat? No, Bandersnatch is a Bandersnatch.
What is this Bandersnatch?
It's from Alice in Wonderland. It's a creature from Alice in Wonderland.
But isn't it more like a cat?
It's a Bandersnatch. It's like a bear thing, I think. It's been a while since I read Alice in Wonderland.
It's a thing, guys. It's a thing.
It's a fictional creature. It doesn't have to be resembling anything.
Anyway, we are going to pass the turn here.
23 cards left in deck. That means one more Dynastic plus a Regal will end the game.
Yep, and also the count will keep counting because Justin will be using cards to draw from turn.
You know what's really awesome here too is because it's open deck list, when Dragon JG gets the mill, he can actually literally see what is left in your deck.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to really min-max it. But I think in this particular situation, there's no need for that.
I mean, you don't have to check every single card. You just have to look for the important ones, right? It's like how many cats are left. I guess that's not really important now. How many crusties are left? How many paladins are left, right? Things like that.
If I'm if I know a friend, I know a guy actually that probably does this because there's this particular situation where they're playing a Highlander kind of situation and the guy requested to know what is in his deck left. But anyway, going back into the game, we are going into Justin's turn again. We are in this main phase here. Is that Frostbind? I think that's Frostbind.
That's Frostbind, but just what even can we do? Next turn is looking more inevitable. Just an LJW just caught in a riptide here, unable to find a way to end this game.
You still have just pass, I think.
That is crazy to just pass here. Doing literally nothing, no damage being dealt. Dragon GG can do whatever he wants.
Dragon GG must be confused. He must say, is this a mind game?
He wants to look at the grave again. It's like, okay.
Okay.
What's happening here?
Yeah. It's like very confused because I think maybe this is like a tactical thing from Justin. It's like, he really thinks that he can only just one-shot Dragon right here. I think this is a very unique situation.
Okay, he was doing some calculating there. It was like 3 down for something, 3 down for something.
Yep. Maybe negate.
Yeah, I think he might be trying to go for negate.
But let's look at it. So the negates that are relevant here are Frostbind, of course Cerulean, and then
that's it.
That's it, right?
Frozen Dismissal cannot hit these. So that means being negate. So if you have double Cerulean Frostbind, that would be taxing you for 6. And I'm pretty sure, so if your Dynastic costs 3, so that's 4 cards from hand plus 6, you need to have 10 cards in hand. But then that would also put you at complete hands down. So perhaps, but I don't think Dragon GG is forced to do it. Oh, there's the Bubble of Abundance.
Bubbles of Abundance is probably the first time we've seen for this particular stream.
Yeah, so Bubble of Abundance, it's a DOA card that has seen play in Diana. and some of these mill decks because it is a banish bauble. Both players draw a card. So it's a great way to get both players to mill a card during. Oh, wow. Okay, Reflected Blight for the Dynastic here means we have 2 Dynastics in hand, which means we might just go for it right now. But does Dragon JG sniff out these negates? There's no way he's just going to play, okay, I'm just going to go double Dynastic. I don't care what you do.
This
There's just no
influence
way,
is
right?
crazy. There's so much influence in Dragon's hand. Dragon just has like, I think, I believe close to 10.
Yeah, I think he literally has 10 cards after this draw, plus a Fractal. So that's 11 resources to potentially use here.
So in order for you to double Dynastic, you probably need 8. So double negate, I think, stops it. But even then,
Umbral
Umbral
Tithe.
Tides.
Gonna draw 2 more cards here.
Yep.
So if you haven't seen Umbral Tide, this is an old Diana card. It costs 1 less for each curse in your lineage.
Yep.
Can you count it? 4 curses. It
4.
only costs
So it's
1. And then each player draws 2 cards in memory, and you deal 4 damage to each champion who has 6 or more cards. So this was a way for Diana to trigger her torments.
Yeah, her torments, right?
To get those draw 2 torments.
Yep.
But here, it's being used to mill out your opponent, but also it's being used to draw yourself cards.
Yeah. So increasing your own influence as well.
Yeah, and it's actually, I think this card was so heads up because I've never been seeing any of these Umbra Mills playing Umbral Tithe. I've been seeing them play, the usuals, the Umbra sites. This is a new one. Umbral Tithe, when I saw it in the list, I'm like, what is it here for? But now I'm seeing it. Yeah, it not only does it draw you cards, it mills your opponent out, and it also has the synergies with the Rictus Tiding being a 5. You'd hit the 5+3.
Wait, Justin is thinking about it, about negating it maybe.
He negates this. That's one of his precious negates gone.
Thinking about, we're playing cards down. Frostbind.
Okay. Dragon JG, hands down, he has 1 Fractal, that's it. But I think this is kind of a bait, right? It's like, okay, I didn't really need to resolve the Umbral
Yeah,
Tide.
because like we know that I think Dragon has 2.
Yeah, he's gonna have 10 total influence.
And then another one from Bubble as well. So there's another influence, yeah.
So 10 or /11 total influence. So he could play 1 Dynastic and still be able to pay around Cerulean.
Yeah.
Or he could just let it go and he's gonna use the Bauble of Abundance here to draw an extra card so he can pay for this. All right, so let's see it. That's gonna be 1 card plus the Fractal going to be used here.
Plus use here. Forcing Justin to play another negate. Let it go.
Draws 2, double Crusty goes into the memory.
More pain right there.
So now we have an influence total of 1, 2, 3. So he was at 9, draws a card, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. We are at influence 13 right now.
Influence 13 is really, really big here. This might be a big moment of Dragon. Dragon might just need to go double Dynastic here and try to win the game right here.
Currently has, I think, 8 cards. That's double Cerulean Decree.
That's not enough.
1 Dynastic here.
Dynastic number 1.
If he has 3 Dynastics, he can go Dynastic. Let him negate 1, then Dynastic again.
Dynastic number 2. I think it's here.
It go.
He lets it go.
He also has an Engulf. He can just Engulf
he's an
and negates 2.
And I think it's Regal.
It's just Regal.
Yeah,
Cheaper. It's cheaper. We might as well just go for the Regal. And that's it.
And that's it.
Justin just scoops it. He falls into the waves and just drowns in all of Dragon JG's advantage. Completely decked out there.
Yeah, and Dragon takes that game, securing his slot to the Grand Archives World 2026.
Yeah, that's it. So he is at guaranteed top 4 here, which means he is going to Worlds.
Yes.
And I think everyone who is going to be at Worlds has to be a little bit worried about the dark horse, Mill Umber Alice. Gotta bring out your exercise curses from your side.
Yeah, that's a really, really good showing of the deck, like how it can just mill out opponent. That's its own win con, and a very patient way of just farming influence and stuff like that. Also a way to show that, okay, like, yes, that Snow White is really, really important, but I think that there was probably another out in Justin's position right there.
I mean, he never even found the Snow White, which was the issue. If he could find the Snow White,
unlucky.
And even then, it's like that first game, you saw the power of throwing out the angels, just putting up so much defense. And now it's like, oh, even if I Snow White you, if I'm just gonna play more of these allies, you can really see how potent the defense of this deck is. And it doesn't have to rely on Dungeon Guide, so it never has to worry about getting frozen dismissaled because you just go straight 1 to 2. This is not like Jin, where he has to go, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. And it's like
more faster, I would say.
yeah, it's faster, and the healing and the draw is just a little bit better because Jin has to rely on the Berserker's Blade,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
Alice gets it just from playing cards.
Playing
like,
cards, exactly. The thing is, the main highlight is that actually, unlike Jin, right? I think that Jin's heals are like sort of like free, but not Alice. Alice free. We noticed it like when we were watching other games, or even when I was walking around. The cast, Alice cast actually does go down eventually because players are forcing them to heal. Like, I want you to interact. I need you to do something. So it forces you to put your hands down. So you just can't simply play the Dynasty for free. If you notice, every time you play the Dynasty, it usually just pay 3, play Dynasty, and he still has cuts hands up. What if in a scenario where Justin pressures him, his hand goes down, he can't actually freely do that, right? So I think it's much more like a game plan kind of like situation when you might plan it. But then again, congratulations to Dragon. He is gonna be. We will still see him in top 4 if we're choosing to stream for the game. But yeah, it's not over for Justin. There is another game for Justin.
Yeah,
He can play.
yeah. I mean, he's not gonna make it to Worlds.
Yep, there's still
but
got
he can play for 7th place.
Yeah, 7th place. He can play for the top. I believe the top.
Actually, I don't think you play a tiebreaker for 7th and 8th.
We don't.
I don't think so.
Mm.
Okay, we have the other side as well. So Raylam versus Mike. Oh wait, no. So yeah. So
So
actually, wow.
It's gonna be Philippines Philippines ascent running back, I think.
Yeah. So Raylam and Mike gonna run back ascent
back.
Manila here. Raylam is on Water Diana.
I think the Water Diana
So
mirror.
last
Yeah.
time it was Seiryu versus Tristan.
Tristan.
This time it's just a mirror, and I'm pretty
Water
sure
Diana
they're playing the exact same deck.
Yeah, I think because they're from the same team, from the same
Yeah.
testing group.
And on the other side, so Liftercell and Raypick have not finished yet.
Yep.
Liftercell is on his
It's,
special Windcrux brew with the
Yep.
Retribution, and Raypick is on the Seiryu list.
Seiryu list, yeah.
So currently we currently have 2 waters. So we have guaranteed Aether Wing in the finals.
Yep, we have that.
And then we'll see if Dragon JG can pull off another huge win here, goes in the finals. If he can pull the same kind of moves he did in this quarterfinals, that's gonna be pretty crazy.
Yeah. Really excited to look for that. Really
Yeah,
excited to watch that.
And I'm thinking we might have. Do we have a player interview ready? Just checking with production. Is there a player interview for this? Okay. So we're gonna get a player interview later. So we're gonna set that up for you. So we're gonna go into a little bit of a break, and then we're gonna go into that player interview, and then we'll see. We can hear words from the man himself, who's been making this extremely unique new kind of deck and really pioneering. And I mean, I really respect a player like Dragon JG who continues to innovate, especially even with the water negate Arsana.
Remind this is the end of the meta. So he's still innovating at the end of the meta. This is like really, really good.
Yeah, so we're gonna go into a break now. So we'll catch you soon and we'll get you at that player interview, and then
So we'll take this.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with one lesser boon and one greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Southeast Asian Nationals. We are at the semi-finals. Actually, didn't take that long of a round, and we're going to be having Sean Zhang, Lip Drasil, friend of the stream, has been on these streams constantly throughout the years, one of the most decorated players in the entire game, facing up against, I think maybe the hero or perhaps the villain of this tournament, Dragon JG.
I can't tell, honestly. Like, at the same time, like, on one hand, this deck is so niche and very, like, random. You never see it before, but at the same time, the way it plays is so frustrating to deal with, and I don't think I would be very happy to be in Justin's position last game, but maybe we'll see how Livdrasil manages it this time. Notably, Livdrasil did have a gauntlet slot already, so now has upgraded that to a guaranteed world slot, so congratulations to him.
Also,
and of course,
I believe he went to 3 of the nationals. So
That's
he
right.
did not go to EU, but he went to OCE, NA, and this one. And he didn't. This is his first time where he's like, "Oh, I finally get the world slot. He's guaranteed in. Definitely worth it for the trip." Because when I walked into this room on Friday, I was like, "What are you guys doing here?"
exactly.
And then
I mean,
Sano was like, "I don't know."
we have slots, but I mean, we could come just take some Tree of Hearts from people.
Yeah, and look,
And
John is
break
in
some
Worlds
hearts.
now, so good for him. That means that's like a lot of the TM32 members making it in. So, maybe
7 of
really
them.
cementing TM32 as one of the dominant teams together with Apex, who I think a bunch of them are also in at this point as well.
We actually had this conversation earlier, like while we were on the break. Apex has 6 members in either Worlds or the Gauntlet, and TM32 has 7. So,
So NA better than C.
damn it.
Proven.
And Singapore as a country has almost as many as TM32 as a team. So they're doing pretty well for themselves, that's for sure.
Higher conversion rate. Think
definitely.
about it that way. So this is our brackets. We have Raylam and Mike0615 repeating the Ascent Manila finals.
And this time
Except-
they're a mirror.
Yeah, it's once again we are doing, and that's also going to be Raylam's 3rd Ascent final, or if he wins this could be his 3rd Ascent finals in a row.
Now, this isn't an Ascent, but third major tournament
tournament
back to back, yes.
appearance in a row.
Raylam is arguably the most consistent Asian player for Grand Archive on the planet right now.
I would agree with that.
He has topped every single event that he touches, I think. Like, so many spirits. Now, had the Ascent win, had the Ascent finals, has now the guaranteed slot into Worlds. Both Raylam and Mike forfeiting that Ascent winner gauntlet slot, saying, yeah, I'll take the guaranteed World slot.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I think we prefer that much more. And I mean, actually, I've heard some people say it's actually better to go Gauntlet because you win Gauntlet, you make more money.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, but I guess you could also argue that it's higher risk for higher EV, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
I think you're better off just saying, yeah, let's just take the guaranteed slot. You also get to enjoy a bit more rest, because of course the Gauntlet starts on a Friday instead of the Saturday and Sunday, so it will be a little bit more tiring. Meanwhile, the match that we are going to be watching, Dragon JG versus Livdrasil, also very, very fun game to watch for sure. Both players already locked in for Worlds. You can see in the meantime, for the remaining top 8 players, they will be fighting it out for the last 2 World slots as well.
Yes, so we are going to be trying to find the bronze match to find out who, well, not the bronze match, but the 5,
Yeah.
6 and 7, no, yeah, the 6-7 match.
Yeah, the 6-7
Yeah.
stakes matches, actually.
Yeah, this is going to be a really intense one. Also, if Sean wins this game and wins the finals, this means that NA has swept and won every single nationals.
I'm struggling to find out who to cheer for now, because I don't really want that, but at the same time, I would love to pit Ray Lam against Sean. You know,
That's
like
true.
Asia's
Two
best
giants
versus
in the
one of
game.
NA's best,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that would be a top tier final.
Yeah, entertaining finals for sure, and would be a fun time for everyone to watch. But first, Liv Drasil has to actually win the game, and let's watch whether or not he is able to take it against Dragon JG. In case you've forgotten, Liv Drasil on that win Crux Lorraine, so we'll be doing shenanigans with the Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, so his deck is a little bit different. You know, the shell of the deck is pretty similar to a lot of the other Wind Crux stuff, but this one plays the main board, Spirit Blade Retribution, the ultimate. And I remember when I was doing research for OCE Nats and CNATs, I was asking Sean, like, oh, what do you think about this Wind Crux deck? And he said, I think the deck's kind of fake. I just want to ult people. Like, but I'm gonna play it because I want ult people. And he has been ulting people all weekend, apparently. Like he goes out of his way to ultimate people.
Okay, but to be fair, that ult is very, very satisfying to resolve. For those of you not in the know, it is a 10 cost attack card. And then when the first time you've activated it, you will be able to activate it again from your trash for free from then on. So, I mean, arguably, you shouldn't need to activate it more than 2 or 3 times to win a game. But I mean, look at the art on it. It's so, so satisfying to just pull off an ultimate spell. How many decks can say that they're using the ultimate spell of their champion?
CL? does he actually use it though?
That would require CL to have topped today.
Yeah,
he has not.
That's true. That's true. So both players here going for the classic stars. They're just going playing slow, and this is how it is. Both of these decks don't really need to rush. Windcrux can play fast if it needs to, but generally it really wants to gonna do that influence game, windmills, ascents, just like try and build up. We have a Heavenly Guide in this deck, which unfortunately is not going to be useful against Dragon JG because he just hard levels up to level 2 Phantom Monarch Alice instead.
No dungeon guide available for this level 2 only deck. Liv Drasil though, Fairy Whispers spotting a reclaim, so could just put a little bit of poke into Dragon JG. Most likely that poke is not gonna last, but instead turbocharging, getting rid of that power cell, drawing 2 cards. Oh.
We're engulfing a turbocharge. That is crazy. You are not drawing 2. You are not passing go.
And unfortunately, without collecting that amount of money, we are going to still be able to play this Windmill Engineer, poke Dragon JG for 1. And surprisingly, this 1 damage might actually start racking up because Dragon JG not known to play that many allies.
Yeah, the only ally that can actually damage are Bandersnatch, which you usually don't want to swing with because you will be forfeiting that taunt, or the Benediction Angel. And we see one in the hand. We see Angel Attendance in the hand. But
0-3 would still at least provide a little bit of reprieve from the Windmill Engineer's constant harassment. And there, the Angel Attendant does make its appearance onto the board for Dragon JG.
So see the Rictus Tiding in hand. I wonder if we're going to see another one of those classic double Rictus hits. Actually, Sean's team, one of the ones who really pioneered Rictus Tiding for real, not like the CLs who just use it as a free omen.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We hopefully will be able to land a hit. Of course, the chances of that are pretty low. I think 5-3 is probably the most common.
5-3 and 6-2.
Yeah, probably the most common ways you want to hit those. But Dragon JG, we'll see if he actually has the fortune for that. And it's actually just going to be Purifying Turbo and nothing else. Level 2-1 for Dragon JG now.
The thing that's so interesting about this deck is outside of the Fracture Eyes, it plays no float, and the Fracture Eyes technically aren't even floats once you hit level 1. So this Purifying Turbo is literally just a backup charger. You could use it to try and hit a card that is being added back by Reflected Blight, however.
Yeah, that could be a good way to do that. But let's see what Dragon JG has. In the early stages of the game, we know that he doesn't really do that much. Just slowly builds up his influence and then will go up to level 2 eventually. And then we get started on the milling game plan. Dynastic Whirlpools, Maledictum, Vitae to recover, and so on and so forth.
Notably, Sean does not play Regal in this deck, nor in main or side. So that is going to be something that Dragon JG has as a big advantage, because if you can just snipe the Retribution, the Pendragons, the Scythes, the Ascensions, you can, even the Aylas especially, those would be huge targets here, especially unlocking it at level 2 instead of at level 3 means you can activate those Regals so fast.
Exactly. Now we're going up to Lorraine. Level 1 Wandering Warrior here is the Sword of Seeking alongside her. And Fairy Whispers, for the 3rd time now this game, Liv Drasil, what are we looking for? All 3 cards go to the... No, some go to the bottom. Now another Windmill Engineer. So just more farming. Once again, trying to build up the influence because what's the win con? 10 cost ultimate.
But at the same time, you building up your influence means you're drawing a lot of cards, which means you're easier to mill.
That's right. 2. Oh, Dungeon Guide to 2. So we're going to use this chance to draw one off of Lorraine Blade Master and also take out this Angel Attendant. 2 of those windmills now removed.
I believe Dragon JG has a Song of Frost in hand, and I think I would easily trade 1-for-1 on this one. Stops the draw, and you get to maintain the intercept.
Would we? I mean, Dragon JG knows that Liv Drizzle runs the ultimate in main. I think it would be probably better to
That's true.
to prevent that from going through. Meanwhile, Lauren Blade Master does in fact take out the Angel Attendant, and the Dungeon Guide will poke in the second point of damage into Dragon JG.
Yeah, so this is gonna be. Are we gonna go for the level up here? It might be time. Usually this deck wants to level up pretty quickly. All right, Rictus Tiding. How are the tides shifting today?
Hold the slot lever, baby. Ding 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 ding.
So appropriate. Okay,
yeah, that's
0.
the-
Oh wow, that's
That's a lot
that
less
is-
than 8.
That is as far away as 8 as you can possibly get.
Yeah.
Okay, not possibly, but in this game, generally speaking, that's
15
about
plus
as close.
15 would be.
Yeah,
technically.
Imagine playing CL and hitting 30 off your deciding.
That should be a prize.
You
You
should
should
draw
get a
3.
prize
You
for
should draw
that.
3
Yeah.
if you hit 30.
You should draw 30.
Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? Actually, I actually think CLs are very likely to hit that sometimes.
Okay, now they play 12. I mean, up to 12, usually 7. Meanwhile, Dragon GG deciding maybe it's going up to that level 2, like you mentioned. This is relatively controlled. We'll lose, potentially lose an Umbra Sight. But nope, just going to be the Honor Key once again, acting as the Alice bonus backup charger, basically.
Yeah, so the haunt counter is not the most important thing in the world. You're mostly doing this just because it's a backup charger that has the added benefit of, at least it gives me a haunt counter. You also play backup charger as well, so, they're your mandatory 2 backup chargers that, like, most of these level 3 decks are playing.
Yep, second Angel Attendant probably going to be the play now. I think even still, you could use the Phantasmagoria to continue to cycle and find specifically Whirlpool in Graveyard for the Reflected Blight, but I don't think that will be the play now because Liv Drizzle has Purifying Turbo on the board.
Yeah, and we at least want to wait till we're at level 2 so that we can activate the Reflected Blade at fast speed. And we can just, every turn, we can just mill with Phantasmagoria over and over and over again. And if this game goes especially long, which it shouldn't considering we have that ticking time bomb of the Retribution, then Dragon JG has the inevitability of just constantly recycling his deck forever and ever and ever.
That's right. Now, Clarence reimagined going to do the standard Sword of Peace plus Drawn Blade into the management. Always going to be this order so that you can bring the Drawn Blade back with Lorraine Spirit Ruler, get a draw off of that level 3, effectively discounting it. Also putting a sword into the play so that you can do something like Pendragon, just banishing the entire graveyard, putting down his entire hand. Yeah, I don't need to do anything pre-rec. Dragon JG, okay with that loss, I think.
Yeah, at least you do not have to worry about the Thurible anymore for the rest of the game.
Angel.
You're probably happy with that.
That's right. That was Benediction Angel, sorry. And that is going to be taken out by the Dungeon Guide. And now this place on the Dungeon Guide to go up to level 3. Immediately flips it up, flips it down. And that's the Pancake Dungeon Guide bringing us up to Lorraine Tree.
Now, I'm really worried that we're about to see an Ascension loop right here. If you get hit by Ascension and banish 2 cards from the memory, Dragon JG won't be able to level up unless he commits another card. And if he did not put these water cards in the memory, that's another thing. Usually, we've seen Dragon JG in his game yesterday. He would just put all of the Umbra and all the normal cards. But what if in this position, he wasn't expecting Sean to level up this quickly?
And not to mention, Benediction Angel put a random card there from the top of his
Yes,
deck, so he
that
won't
too.
even have full control of it either. So we'll have to see. There's the Ghost of Pendragon is the first card to make its way onto the board after the Lorraine has Crux and Elements now enabled. I assume the Sword of Seeking will be the target, and that will allow Liv Drizzle 2 draws. And once again, building up that influence. And like you said, also putting him closer to that deck out.
Yeah, getting closer to deck out, but getting closer to finding the Retribution. That is really going to be the linchpin of this game. Retribution does so much damage. It's a way for you to get so high above whatever these Alice decks can heal that it's just the perfect way to try and end the game. And every single turn after you've activated, you can just continue to do it over and over and over again. And unless Dragon JG is able to survive for a turn, maybe like Song of Frosted, and then just mill you out the turn after, you're probably going to be dead.
Yeah, and I don't think he would like to go out like that without a fight. And we will see now the Spirit Blade Ascension going to be used. Prismatic Edge is going to appear on the board. Wind, no water for
Wow.
Dragon JG. And that means we are going to banish, but no draw, no 3 damage.
That's quite fortunate that the draw in the memory was, I believe, the Rictus Tiding there, because that was 2 Umbras. So let's see. Loses the Maledictum Vitae. Not too displeased about that. We're probably going to play the Umbra side at level 2. Anyway, now the Sean have another one, so we can force Ayla here. Going to
Ooh.
be essentially another copy of that Prismatic Edge. Ayla here going to suppress the Prismatic Edge and try to get another use of this Prismatic for this turn on the end phase.
That's right. We'll immediately be suppressing that now, going in for that 2 damage swing and putting Dragon JG up to 5 damage counters now. And this Prismatic Edge will return during Sean's end step and once again banish another card from the memory of Dragon JG. Reveal same cards we both know. No addition of water or fire.
Second Pendragon has been found. Cruxite as well. So we do need to know about double Vertiger's Degree as well.
Now we do remove the Rictus Tiding. Umbral type stays in the memory for Dragon GG, but does he have a fast speed action to go up to level 2 still from this position?
Yeah, that would be really bad if he doesn't. I want to highlight that Sean does not play a fire card in this deck, either in the main or the side. He only plays a water. He plays a water, the mill card, Condescending Evisceration,
Condemning,
as his, or
yes.
Condemning Evisceration. The reason you play this is because it is a 4-power attack card for your Retribution.
I see. Because I did notice some of the decks were running the Toad as well, because they do have it as a exalted ally with an attack stat. But
Yes.
4 is higher than 3, so
I believe the Toad is a human, so if you want to add it off of Rally the
Oh.
Peasants, that's why you would choose that. And on fire side, you would play either
Alazarin Longbowman.
Inzali Longbowman, because she is the highest power ally you can find.
Not going to be relevant just yet. But if we are curious as to what the current attack stat of all of the allies and weapons are, I believe we do have Heavenly Guide and another Dungeon Guide. We have a couple of Windmill Engineers.
Yeah.
Something like 4 or 5 extra damage right now on that Spirit Blade Retribution. And now we're going to see Umbra Sight level 2 for Dragon JG. He did use a Rictus Siding, and I believe he missed. I think we missed it real quick as well. Draws, I think I saw another Umbra Sight drawn off the top there.
It just gets risky. If we don't have the heals yet, we're definitely putting ourselves in a position to get just mollywop next turn with the Pendragon, Ayla Dungeon Guide already.
Another Rictus Siding, let's go. Ding 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 ding. That's
No.
yeah, that's pretty rough.
That's
But
3.
Blight going to be very important to add to this memory so that he can pick up a card from his trash. Right now, of course, Rictus Angel.
Do you now want to add Rictus Tiding back? Don't we keep on gambling? 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. Even though we've already lost one Umbral Tide, so the chance is even less.
I mean, you never know. You never know. We love to gamble, but Dragon JG going to maybe use that Phantasmagoria for the first time this turn. The Purifying Turbo no longer an option. Liv Drizzle also only running the Cleansing Reunions in the sideboard. Whoa, deck count already?
All right, let's get the technology in here. I want to see how many cards are in this deck.
5, 36, 37, 38, 39, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34,
It's still a
35,
lot.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, I
That's
believe.
still going to be 3 Dynastics or 2 Dynastics and a Regal to get it. Oh, Providence.
Providence,
Providence
yes.
check.
Yep. Make sure that we don't forego. And what else is Dragon JG playing? Is it going to be the first Whirlpool of the game? He does have it in hand.
Like
So
a Pearl
could
Prayer?
Could go Pearl Prayer. It is Pearl Prayer. So just recover 7, putting back out of danger range. 7 total damage counters, plus the ability to recover 5 with 1 curse at the moment.
It would be recover 4, actually, because your Spirit, and then 1 curse, and then heal 2. Because it says for every card in your lineage, and your top champion is not part of your lineage. And you banish the level 1 as part of the lineage release.
Okay,
So it is
okay.
also no longer part of your lineage. So right now it is a heal for 4. Because base 2 plus 1, or plus 2, so 4. So for each one after that, just keep adding. But at negation, though, that is the one that really scales heavily with a lot of curses. And we've seen how many curses Dragon JG can get into the deck when he finds Reflected Blight, Umbra Sight, Maledictum Vitae, and all that. It's just part of his regular game plan. He can really stack up the curses and start playing these Umbral Tides for free. It's actually such an interesting innovation. Phantasmagoria triggers here on the end phase. Bounce Seraphim, Bandersnatch, Abnegation. those are some pretty good hits to add back with that Reflected Blight.
Yeah, but I think Dragon GG probably is just looking for a Dynastic Whirlpool. Let's be honest. We are kind of in a race here. Liv Drasil going to go Drawn Blade, trying to increase the amount of cards he can dig in his deck again. Losing a Verdigris. Okay.
Not the most important thing. You could use that to flicker your Pendragons, give a buff counter or buff +3 to your Pendragons, or maybe Ayla so you can get an extra free suppress. But it's a little bit expensive.
Yeah, so we're just going to go for a Ayla onto the Prismatic Edge during the Recollection step, paying the 3. Now we are going to be able to push in a bit more damage, 6 damage every turn currently represented. And that is going to be another 2 from the Ayla, 3 from the Ghost of Pendragon. Now, is there going to be another Ghost of Pendragon to return this Drawn Blade? Or are we just going to Ayla our existing one?
We already saw the second Pendragon off of the Ascension or the Prismatic Edge reveal, so we definitely know about the second one. And this is getting dicier and dicier. This is the kind of damage that you can't just stave off. But remember, we saw it. Even there's a bunch of allies on board going for the Ducal Seal, but unlike that game, Ayla can just suppress it.
Exactly. This exact matchup we saw Dragon JG already navigating, using one counter of the Clarent Reimagined to just poke in one more point of damage into Dragon JG, 5 points away from lethal. And Liv Drasil, do you have enough to push some more damage? Prismatic Edge going to return during the end step. What are we going to reveal?
It is actually such a blessing that there are no fire cards so that we aren't getting even more damage. I also see another Ascension and a Cruxite in hand, which means we can do even more of this.
Oh, on the stack, though, we're going to Fairy Whispers. Just going to put an additional card into our memory. Oh,
He's looking for the water card.
No,
He's
that is
looking-
the Retribution.
Retribution has been found.
So I made a deal with Liv Drasil. If he uses Retribution on stream to defeat somebody, he has to shout the Spirit Blade Retribution. So I really hope he uses it here. Oh, what
Dynastic Whirlpool was drawn.
Oh, that means 1 draw for Liv Drasil, and that also means it is now in danger of being sent to the graveyard. And it is not the hit. Oh, it's to the banish. Now,
Okay.
Spirit Blade Ascension gonna be used, flickering the Prismatic Edge once again back onto the board.
Yeah, this is really bad. He can absolutely activate he can get every single card. Now, Dragon JG might have to start throwing cards into memory just to ensure or try to insulate this Dynastic Whirlpool from getting milled here.
And
This is a 50-50 chance at this point.
yeah, and I mean, 50-50, once again, allowing Liv Drasil to draw a card and also ripping a card from Dragon JG. So he's tasting the rainbow and not liking it one bit.
Well, there's no fire, so it's not quite a ring.
this
It's
is
not
green
quite
and
fire.
blue.
And we have somehow engineered a situation where it's the last card in the
Ascension.
memory.
No, yeah, it is the only card in the memory right now. Dragon JG, no response to the Spirit Blade Ascension.
Thinking
now, is
about
there a
doing
response
something.
to the Prismatic Edge?
Let's see if he wants to do something here. It would be really strong to at least put some things in the memory to try and dilute the pool here so the banish is not 100% guaranteed. But maybe seeing that, oh, I really just don't have the space to do this here. It's actually funny because normally against water decks, you would remove the water card from your side, or you'd side out the water card or the fire cards. But then in this case, no fire cards. And you actually probably want to keep the water card because Dragon JG seems to be so careful about putting the water cards down.
I mean, it's always better to just have it yourself than to force your opponent to misplay around it. And this is the top 4 of a national level event.
Song of Frost being put down? So risky, especially because we know the Retribution has already been found.
Yeah, and I mean, Liv Drasil, kind of fortunate to not hit the Dynastic Whirlpool in some way, because then he's able to keep drawing 1 from the Spirit Blade Ascension. On the stack is gonna Reflected Blight into the Abnegation, just picking up that recovery card into the memory. And now we have made it a 1 in 3 chance to pick up this Dynastic Whirlpool instead of 1 in 2.
Might
1 in
lose
1,
the
actually.
Song of Frost, which is okay. Song of Frost being okay. We're gonna reshuffle things around. We're actually gonna leave him face up.
Oh,
Hey, Song
okay.
of Frost gone.
One more. Cruxite Ascension.
Yes, Cruxite Ascension. We have just got so much gas here. We can activate this Prismatic Edge. How many times have we activated this turn? 5?
Yeah, one start. Ascension. This is the 3rd. We're going into the 4th. Now with this Cruxite Ascension, that is number 4. Dragon JG, is there a response? We're going to take this Dynastic Whirlpool from you, whether you like it or not. You may be Alice, but we don't need Regal. We just need this Prismatic Edge.
4.
There it goes. Goodbye, Dynastic Whirlpool. And Spirit Blade Retribution revealed to Dragon JG. And he must know now that his timer is ticking.
Yeah, this matchup definitely seems tough when they're able to hit a big prismatic loop. Deck count 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna say like around 30.
Yeah, I mean, Liverpool drew a bunch of cards this turn.
He doesn't have a lot of cards left in hand.
Yeah, it sounds like 30. Like I heard, I could read a 30 from Liv Brazil there.
I'm thinking Regal Dynastic might get there.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Regal Dynastic a little bit short.
That's 10 cards total influence. So if you
12
throw
cards.
12 cards total influence, that means if we go Regal
3 short.
3 short, oh, we're just a little bit off. But then
Bubble of Abundance
Draw
would
one
be 2
card.
short. And this also means Liv Brazil not able to go for any more fancy ascensions as long as Dragon JG puts a water card in his memory.
he
Because then he won't
has
draw.
currently 4 cards in hand, which means he has 1 Ayla activation left to stop the Ducal Seal. But that means it's not being spent on the Prismatic Edge. But let's see what Dragon JG has cooking. 3 cards down tells me Dynastic. Oh my gosh, Abnegation. Okay, Abnegation here gonna heal 12.
Yeah, I mean, goes down all the way to 7 damage counters. And with the champion lineage release, I think that's basically 0 damage already. And Liv Brazil, once again, his timer is also ticking and has to think, what is the best course of action here? Doesn't really have an answer to Abnegation in particular. Annul spells not in the main board, but has to think, okay, how close am I to getting milled out?
Here's the other problem. On Dragon JG's side, okay, oh, that was a recollection phase too, so we can still keep playing. We really have to worry about that retribution. We know it's in Sean's memory. He already revealed it. Regal actually could mill that out, but there's 2 of them in the deck.
That is true. And we haven't seen the other one yet, so could very easily draw into the second one. Dragon JG putting 3 cards down. This might be the Dynastic Whirlpool. And good thing for Liv Brazil that he managed to rip out that other one, because if not, he would have been cooked this game.
Here's the issue. We're going to go Dynastic here, and then Sean can, on the end phase, Ayla, the Ducal Seal, 2 cards in Dragon JG's hand, unless it's a Resolute Stand. I think we probably don't get there. And second Retribution has been lost. So, and also of those Imperious Galebinds.
But with all of these cards milled out, how close are we to finding a lethal with this Spirit Blade Retribution? It is only in Banishment.
Yes.
How?
So Retribution would be 10, it would be for 3 plus how many swords are broken? None, because they're all being returned to the material deck.
You could break the Clarent to
You
+1.
could break the Clarent.
2 windmills.
2
at
windmills,
least.
A
Heavenly
Dungeon
Guide.
Guide and a Heaven. So it's like plus
6?
5 or so.
Something like
5
that.
or 6. So 6, 7.
7 extra damage on a 3 attack weapon plus the Prismatic Edge. So could do a decent amount, but I don't know if decent is enough for this matchup in particular.
What you could also do is maybe suppress some of your own allies to banish them.
Oh, that does count, yeah.
Yes, because they are not banished face down.
So each suppression of a Pendragon is +3 technically.
Yes, that's right. So it's the funky ways you can mess around with this. Of course, I mean, that would require 3 cards in hand every time, or an Imperious Galebind, actually, which is one of the funny techs in this deck. Sean plays Imperious Galebind as a triple suppress, which you can use usually, okay, sword, Ayla. And then, okay, now my swords come back, Drawn Blade, draw. Prismatic Edge trigger. Ayla comes back and I can activate her for free again.
Triple suppress is +8. Oh my goodness. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, if you triple suppress the Prismatic Edge, you can even get 3, 6, 9.
Yeah, exactly. 3, 6, 9, and then I mean you could just swing with the Prismatic Edge instead. So I think suppressing the ally would probably be a bit.
Yeah,
better.
that's definitely true. So
Yeah.
you could just do Pendragon, Pendragon, Pendragon if you're really crazy.
3 Pendragons +9 with the suppression. That would put this Spirit Blade Retribution definitely in shouting the name like an anime protagonist level of damage. Liv Drasil, though, is that going to be the play? I think it's still going to be in the end step of Dragon JG, because if Liv Drasil wants to make that play, should go for that suppression onto this Ducal Seal.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards in hand. Draw for turn 13 means Retribution would cost 11 plus 2. No, actually, he wouldn't even play the Ducal Seal. He really needs to do it like this.
Ooh, Cruxite.
Crux-Sight.
Going to pick up Ascension, draw a card. This gives him exactly 3 cards as well. And I'm sure he milled a floating memory, so should be able to... Oh no, going to just go for his own Prismatic Edge here during the end step still. Sorry, end of main. So during Dragon JG's end step, then we're going to banish a card. Regal Inquisition shown. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6. It is the Regal that's going to be stolen away from Dragon JG. The Alice card is going to not be played by Alice. Liv Drasil, though. Now on to his phase. He is going to have the Sword of Seeking. I was just wondering if... I'm sure he's milled the floating memory. I think he could have went for the Drawn Blade, but maybe I missed it. Liv Drasil, though. So many cards in hand. Is he going to be able to finish this game off? 2 Dragon JG's 2 hand cards. No Ducal Seal available for him. Putting down a couple of cards. Is it the Ghost of Pendragon? What can we see? He just now when he flashed the memory for the Prismatic Edge, it was too fast. I couldn't remember.
Imperious Gale by...
Dungeon Guide?
Okay, we're trying to pump.
Banishing more cards into the management so that we have a stronger Spirit Blade Retribution. That's 2 Ayala. That's
insane.
4 more damage.
So currently, can we get a count? So it's Ayla. Ayla's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Windmill Guide, Heavenly Guide. That's
Break
7.
Clarent.
Clarent, 8. Break the other Clarent, 9. Spirit Blade Ascension coming in. We're gonna banish again. Show Wind. Pendragon is also shown. Do we have another Dungeon Guide?
I mean, this one we've drawn so many cards. I wouldn't be surprised. Can we still play the Retribution though?
Liv Drasil is
Does he have
rich.
that many cards in hand that he
had
can play all of this?
12 before. Should be at 13 now. But he already banished a couple. 3 more to suppress. He's not going for the ultimate.
No, he's not going for it. He's just going for the mill outs or the hand looping here, memory looping rather.
And the important thing is Dragon JG can't play Dynastic Whirlpool with less than 4 cards in hand. So goodbye Benediction Angel as well. Once again, showing the cards in our memory. And once again, we are going to start pushing in all of the damage on our board into Dragon JG's face. And once again, also doing a quick deck count to understand actually how far away are we from lethal. Remember, Regal
2, 3, 4,
Inquisition
5,
might
6,
be
7,
enough.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Regal
11.
Inquisition definitely enough now. So it's a good thing that Regal
13,
was
13.
Oh, nice little token
Yes,
counter.
yes,
Thank you,
let's go.
judges.
Let's go,
And we love to see
technology.
it. And
So
this also means that that Dungeon Guide is a giga genius play, because Regal Inquisition is now further away from lethal because the
Yes.
influence went down.
Bobble of no, that's
Terrapin.
Terrapin. Okay, so we're gonna go for the Terrapin, and we're probably just gonna pass, do nothing pass, so that he cannot keep hand looping us. And next turn we try and go for a Dynastic or a Regal and hope that this is enough. But we could Ayla suppress the Terrapin. Then what?
That might be the play. 13 token has to be removed because Liv Drasil might just go draw a bunch of cards now. But let's
But we remember
see.
it's 13 right now. Currently 13. There's Resolute Stand in the hand.
That is going to be a lot of protection because Liv Drasil on board already representing 5+5 on either side of Lorraine. 10 damage. Not exactly lethal, but pretty darn close to it. And Liv Drasil.
What I'm based on what I'm seeing, Dragon JD doesn't have either a Dynastic or a Regal. Also doesn't have a Reflected Blight to add back that Dynastic that's currently engraved. So unless he draws it off maybe... You can't even play Ball of Abundance. Does Sean play Resolute Stand in the main? No Resolute, so he has no way of stopping himself from drawing.
That's right. So that's going to be the timer continuing to tick for Liv Drasil. These rounds may be untimed, but he does still have to face that pressure. And we get a quick little count of the banish again. Just trying to see how much we actually have to expect from a Spirit Blade Retribution. And looking at the influence, I think we have exactly enough. 5 in memory, 5 in hand. We'll draw to 10.
That would be 10, but the Retribution requires 11 cards in hand.
Oh, sorry, he's at 10 now, so we'll draw to
Yes,
11.
So we
yes.
draw to 11, so we'd be able to activate Retribution next turn. But I'm thinking, I mean, as long as with the Terrafing, we wouldn't be able to do it unless we use the Ayla here.
That might be an okay option. Honestly, I don't see how Liv Brazil wins without it, without that pressure from the very, very big attack swing. And I think Liv Brazil understands that as well.
3 cards in hand, he might be worried about a Song of Frost.
That is true. And if Song of Frost resolves, then Liv Brazil won't be able to use that retribution for free anymore. And that's going to be a big difference. But at this point, when you're in so much danger from either a Regal or a Dynastic Whirlpool, I think you might have to call that Dragon JG doesn't have it. Do we have any other information? The abnegation was already used that we saw him pick up with Reflected Blight earlier.
Yeah, Dragon JC, I believe his hand is Angel Attendant, Resolute, and some other normal card. It definitely wasn't purple. So that means he currently has nothing unless he draws it for turn. If he draws Dynastic for turn, then the game is probably over.
Okay, but what is Sean gonna do? He's thinking of it. He's counting banishment. How much?
7 or 8. It's 7 or 8. It was like 3 windmills, guide, Ayla. So I want to say 8.
I want to say 8 as well. If it's 3 windmills, a guide, and 2 Ayla is 9 at least with the Clarent sort of piece as well. So 12 damage, Spirit Blade Retribution, 15 with the Prismatic Edge. Ayla gonna... Whoa, we're gonna draw more cards! Pendragon suppressed. Pendragon returns. Sword of Seeking also returns back into the material deck. Liv Brazil drawing cards.
What is he digging for?
We are looking for an out. What that out is, I'm not too sure.
So we were at 13. We are now at 11, which means that when we draw for turn, we're going to be at 10.
Drawn
Actually,
Blade.
now we're going to be at 9 because of the Drawn Blade. Banishing something? Wants to hit an ally. Dragon JG, can you snipe?
No.
A spell. That's
Okay.
it. So that is not more power to your Retribution.
Pre-recollection. Oh,
Okay.
Galebind.
Galebind, are we calling ally? Oh, the Tire Ring, of course. So the Tire Ring,
On the stack of the Drawn Blade still.
yes. So this is still not in recollection phase. You cannot activate that Tire Ring. So it's going to be Prismatic Edge, Pendragon, and the Tire. So that's going to be +6 to our
Jesus.
Retribution.
And then we can break the Clarion Imagine, so +7.
So we're at 8, 9, +6, 15, and the base power is 4.
That's still not enough to get through
Resolute plus Lineage
Resolute
Release.
plus Lineage Release, exactly. So if we can...
And we still have Ally Wings.
We have Ayla. I mean, if they do Resolute Stand, then the ally strings don't
that's
matter.
right.
But
So
Ayla on Pendragon, how much hand do we have to spare that though? That's the main
I don't
question.
think we can play all of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He looks like he has 11.
10?
I think he's gonna have 11.
Exactly enough for just the Spirit Blade Retribution?
Oh my god, did we find a way for Dragon JG to survive? But he still needs to find a card that allows him to end the game.
Okay, Tariff Ring gonna be flipped into the banishment. Not gonna be allowed to use this turn. Liv Brazil, recollect.
He wants to see
Dragon
it
JG,
again.
like, yeah,
Let me see how much damage is
Oh my
about
God.
to
Show us
pour
all.
in.
Show the
so
stream.
This is 3,
3,
6. Currently,
7.
current count 6. He wants to read, you can read it. You know what I'm planning.
3, 6.
So Retribution, for those, we're going to remind you again, it's a 10 cost attack card. It is Lorraine's Ultimate. It's 3 power, actually. 3 power base. And it gains
1, 2, 3.
plus X for each,
7.
for the power among your ally, attack, and weapon cards in your banishment.
Okay, confirmed count. 8 plus 6, 14. So this is coming in for 17 right now, not including any other weapon adjustments. So with the Drawn Blade, with the Clarion Reimagined, coming in for 19. 19 plus 7 is 26.
And we have Resolute Stand, which will drop that down to 23, and then we can heal an additional 5 off of the Lineage Release.
Oh, Liv Brazil, do you have another crazy Galebind? Because right now the allies combined with everything do represent lethal, but Dragon JG does have a Resolute Stand.
But if Dragon JG Resolutes here, he's not drawing for turn. He has 2 cards in hand.
And he won't then be able to use either the Regal Inquisition or the Dynastic Whirlpool.
Unless he gambles on specifically Bubble of Abundance.
Well, that would be a very decent out. So
But
Liv
he has to
Jazil
find
drew
it off the top.
Liv Jazil drew 2 just now
So
for
he,
Pendragon 11. John Blade 10 draws to turn 9.
yes. So he was at 13 and he just drew 4. So he's now at 9. So there's just no way outside of finding one. But if you go Tariff again next turn, maybe you can stall for another turn after that.
Oh, this is so rough. Oh my god, this game isn't supposed to be so exciting, but Sean is making it really, really close, and I'm worried for Dragon JG, but at the same time, I'm worried for Sean as well if he can find this lethal, and Dragon JG considering the lineage release right here, right now as well, just to be a little bit safe.
Yeah, this is if my count is right, he has 10 cards in hand. Draw for turn is going to be 11, which means he has exactly enough to cast the Spirit Blade Retribution. But I don't think it's gonna kill based on the current count that we have.
That's right. Let's just make sure that we're all correct here. Recollect for Liv Jazil. Draw to the 9 cards in deck. Let's swing with the Pendragons, and Dragon JG will have to show that Resolute Stand. Spirit Blade Retribution going to be used in the in the top 4 of the Southeast Asian Nationals. And now we're gonna see how much damage this does push into Dragon JG and what response he has available. So first things first, here is going to be the lineage release, and we're gonna see how much Dragon JG is able to recover. That's 5.
So this is going to be 2 curses plus spirit. That's going to be healing for
6.
Oh, okay, so it is 6. Okay.
2 plus 4, yes.
Yeah, so it's going to be healing for 6, and now we have Resolute Stand. Maybe Sean was not expecting Resolute free play from hand. So now, if our count is correct, this okay, remind me again how much power? 13
plus 3.
3.
Plus 1 for sword. So minus 3 for the 14. 14 damage puts Dragon JG at 15. And this also means the allies no longer deal damage.
That's right. So that means we have bought ourselves another turn. But remember, Sean can activate Retribution for free next turn. So if Dragon JG doesn't end it right here,
he needs to draw exactly Regal Inquisition to
yes,
win the game.
He is not getting a draw off of this Resolute hand. So he has to find exactly Regal Inquisition. And we've already milled one. We've already banished another. What are the chances? In the top 4, Game 1, the Dragon JG off of a Bubble of Abundance can find exactly what he needs.
There's the thumbs up. There's the 15 damage
16,
guaranteed.
Yeah, so it's 15 damage from the plus the 1 that damage he already had. And then these come back and phase. Not oh, he better not draw.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if it's Regal,
It's Regal, he's
yeah,
dead regardless, right? Like he could just draw. Terraforming does make his way back onto the board, but
that's not gonna matter. Retribution's come back next turn.
Retribution for free. Let's see the bauble. Let's see Dragon JG. Are you gonna gamble? We've not hit Richter's Tidings yet, but if we hit a Regal Inquisition, this might be the game for Dragon JG. This is a top deck of Destiny, the top deck of Dreams, the top deck of Hope, and anything else will be game for Liv Jazil the following turn. Bauble of Abundance. We both draw, and we don't find it.
Wait, Umbrella Tide, that's only... Oh, he had
Inquisition. Dragon JG Regal Inquisition mills out Liv Jazil the entirety of his deck, and so close to finishing, but not close enough. Liv Jazil taken down in game 1 of the semi-finals of the Southeast Asian Nationals.
That was insane. Even after a Dynastic got milled, a Dynastic got banished by Ascension, by a Prismatic Edge, also banishing 1 Regal. That's 2 of the mill cards, and he still had enough. And guess what? It's because Sean just draws so many cards.
And I think this is a very sad irony, because Liv Jazil used to play Regal Inquisition, mill out Fire CL. And he's getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine here.
I even know of a special brew. I'm not going to spoil, but he has a special brew for a different Regal spam deck that hasn't quite formulated yet fully into like a true deck, but he did say if he wanted to make a GoFundMe and he made enough money, he would play his funky Regal mill deck that, yeah, once again, maybe he'll use it for World, so I'm not going to spoil it.
We will see. However, Liv Jazil now has to decide which of his sideboard cards come in to deal with this matchup. This Dragon JG Umbra Mill Alice Brew has taken Southeast Asian Nationals by storm and might take the entire world by storm in August if nothing is going to be done to adjust it. Now, Orb of Sealing, not going to be useful, but those annul spells we talked about earlier might be a very crucial piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I think Annul Spell is the main one. If you want to put Cleansing so you can try and get some more anti-reflected blight cards, that is something you could do, but I definitely expect Annul Spells are going to be huge. You saw it. The problem with that game was that Dragon JG can just throw the mills and have no worries because he knows that Sean has no negates, nothing that can stop it. But having an Annul Spell there, suddenly the chance of that Regal, you just hold up cards and negate it.
Yeah, and the chance of Annul Spell actually resolving is extremely high because of how much Liv Drasil is ripping the hand cards out of Dragon JG's memory. And slowly but surely, without any influence, he will not be able to win. But Dragon JG also playing so cleverly, making sure that he doesn't put any cards in the influence so that he can be hand ripped and so that he can be brought out of the range of using the Regal Inquisition to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the Chime of Endless Dreams is definitely not coming in because we're not playing against another mill deck. Tri-Castles also I'm not really feeling because most of the cards we're playing at level 3 are Exalted or
Yeah.
level 3 cards, so it's not really going to do much unless we can drop it early.
I don't think anything comes in for Dragon JG.
Legitimately, nothing comes in
Yeah,
here.
literally not a single change, which is good. It saves you time, and we can move on and back into the action as both players shuffle up and get us ready for game 2. And we were very close to a Lift Brazil victory, but Dragon JG manages to take it with that Regal Inquisition. What do you think needs to change this game? Maybe in the early or the mid stages for Sean to take it home?
Well, honestly, he pretty much did what he needed to that game. And if anything, it was on Dragon JG's side that he kind of stumbled, wasn't getting like a ton of influence, and Sean just is able to rip so many cards and also getting the draws. I think Sean just has to kind of do the same thing. And this time, hopefully that he's faster and hopefully a little bit less luck on Dragon JG's side to draw the exact cards he needs.
Yeah, I mean, there is, of course, the possibility that one turn with the Dungeon Guide, where he banished some of his influence to stay out of Regal range, maybe it was a bit premature. Maybe that turn, it was better to go for the Spirit Blade Retribution first, and then later do that Dungeon Guide play to boost it. But I don't know. I'm not the best player in the room, and these two are the top 4 players at our Southeast Asian Nationals. I'm sure he will be able to look at that invert review and tell me whether I was right or wrong.
Yeah,
let's see.
That was an extremely complicated game. Say both players had well, Dragon JG having no cards. It's actually funny because Sean was in the tank for like minutes, just like thinking about doing all the math, and Dragon JG's like holding the 3 cards hand, and he's like, I'm just gonna play Regal.
Yeah, if I Regal, I win. If I die, I die. Then
It's like, I'm gonna play
we'll see.
Resolute, and I'm gonna draw Marble Abundance, and I'm gonna Regal. You're just sitting there, just like, okay, I mean, this is literally the 3 cards in my hand is all I can do.
Yeah.
And I have Lineage Truth. That's it.
I mean, that's enough. That's enough. And it was able to get him across the finish line of this semifinal, and Liv Brazil now making sure to make the right choices in his sideboarding here. The Angel Attendant, most likely not the most useful. Crystallized Destiny, also not useful at all in this mess. He's not taking a single point of damage and still losing the game.
Yeah,
But-
so really, if anything, you might want to side out. There's no extra allies, unfortunately, or attack cards that we can put in to try and pump up the retribution. Maybe, if anything, maybe Sean should consider, trying to I guess he was already banishing the windmills, and it's like the weenie allies that you play at level 1 through 3. It's like there's all 1 power. So unless you're gonna banish Ayla, which you definitely don't want to do, or banish Pendragon, which you definitely don't want to do, you don't really have an option aside from just maybe you could banish the extra Aylas because you're probably only playing 1 anyway for the whole game.
To guarantee lethal in 1 hit, Sean needs to build a 25 damage Spirit Blade Retribution.
That depends on how many curses are in Dragon JG. Oh, for 1 hit.
25, yeah.
Yes.
He's not healing
Yes,
out
yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
okay,
He's
okay.
taking his whole life bar in 1 shot.
So you need to get a 25 damage, which means you need to have 22 power worth of banished card. That sounds a little bit unrealistic, if I will say
Okay,
so.
he got really close. He's
I
at
mean,
13.
he got to 13. That is not close to 25.
Okay.
In fact,
if
that is
3 Aylas is next turn, he would have hit 25 easy. Ayla, the entire board, that's 25. Right?
Yeah, but you would need to play 3-3-3-3. Like that's like 15 cards just to ban
He can do it. He
He
had another
could do it.
Pendragon. He banished another 2 Aylas, and he had a Pendragon in the memory as well. Like, Liv Brazil was being very conscious of how many cards he's drawing, but just needs to answer. Now the Windmill Engineer going to be played for him since he's going first this time. Dragon JG, does he have a Benediction Angel to make a little cheeky little trade?
In fact, he has a Fount Seraphim in the hand with 2 Umbra cards that he could use to imbue that. Maybe that'll be the play. He could even go Fount Seraphim. would you swing at a Windmill Engineer that a Wind player has just played with 4 cards in hand?
I mean, the Found Seraphim is there, so it won't get swung into anyway. I don't think it's a big deal. He could probably do that.
Yeah, it seems like that's the play. Found Seraphim comes down. If you've never seen it, it's a 3-cost advanced imbue 2 taunt, and on enter, if she's imbued, she essentially creates a static lunette effect on the board until the end of your next turn, meaning all allies your opponent play come in rested.
Also, it's a taunt, so will be very irritating for Livdrazil to deal with as well. Livdrazil just confirming what the card says. Like many of you at home, probably hasn't seen the card very often.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was really shocked just because I thought Found Seraphim seemed like Tempestuous and Found seemed so strong to me, but I think the problem is that Water level 3 is just not really an archetype outside of Jin specifically, and Jin doesn't really want to play any of this. He just wants to play all the Exia cards instead. So seeing a different level 3 water deck, even if it's not actually no, sorry, level
Level 2.
3 advanced water decks. Let's be correct here, politically correct. Alice does not
Lore
identify
accurate.
as a level 3 deck. She identifies as a advanced level 2 deck.
Yeah, that's not very woke of you, Flan. Kinda...
It's like the same way where it's like I always think that Vanitas 3. I'm like, oh yeah, level 3. No, but he's level 3, but he's not advanced.
That's right. He's a basic level 3.
Basic level 3. So you can have basic level 3 and you can have advanced level 2.
Exactly.
Now when are we getting advanced level 1?
Oh, what would the trade-off be for that? Alice's trade-off is take 8 damage one time.
I don't know. I don't know what the
We can't give two good ideas because then Weeps can't use it for
That's
copyright
right.
reasons.
Yes,
so I
yes.
will not pretend to be a good game designer.
imagine going spirit level 1 Tricastles.
Dragon JG though. I don't think we'll be able to do that, but could do something else instead. We'll just pass over the turn after using his backup charger. Purifying Turbo going to be materialization for Livdrazil. Looking at the top 3 cards of his deck, looking for an answer. Cleansing Reunion came in from the side.
Psycho Bomb as well.
I
That's
wonder-
2 sideboard cards.
These are answers to the Reflecting Blight play, I would think.
Yeah, I suppose there's a lot of cards you could just cut
Yeah.
and you're fine with that. And you're just like, okay, you know what? I might as well just put him in. Why not?
If Dragon JG didn't pick up the Abnegation last game, he would have been dead.
Yeah, he would
So
have.
I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Livdrazil now just going for a fluffy shopkeep. This is one of the other great ways you can use to accelerate your game plan as this Crux Lorraine. So you want to use this. He picks up his memory. This is not a dungeon guide, Livdrazil. You're gonna put away a Drawn Blade as well as most likely the Prismatic Edge. And this means that you don't have to go for the materialization of the Clarence Sword reimagined. You can just, have this, put your Drawn Blade there already, and you're Gucci.
Yeah, and this is also going to be an intercept. Not like that's going to matter. Rictus Tiding. Can we? He has the Rictus is. Oh,
4,
Five,
5,
five.
3.
oh,
Oh.
7. So close.
Not the lucky number.
Sean's like, must be nice if it was a Found Seraphim instead.
Well, 5 plus 2 is 7. Dragon JG gonna pick up one of those cards and put the other card at the
Believe that
bottom.
would have been Abnegation, I want to say, but it could have been Umbral Tide.
Could have been, maybe was. We will find out. Dragon JG putting it on the line as well, going up to Alice level 1, the Distorted Queen. Once again, making his way onto the board.
Pearl
using
Prayer.
that Pearl Prayer. Recovers 7, very crucial.
I imagine we're probably just gonna Rictus again here. We're just gonna spam our Rictuses, just try and go gambling, pull the lever over and over again. Actually, okay, he's actually holding it. Maybe he wants to use that to level up instead.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a very controlled level up, and his hand is a lot of Exalted, so good choice to hold on to the Rictus for
He
now.
actually chose to keep Umbral Tide.
Yeah, interesting.
That's
Maybe,
really interesting.
That
I think
2 draw?
looking at his Umbracite, Maledicto, he could go up to level 3 with 3 curses.
That is
immediately.
a lot, actually, yeah, and puts him at a very safe recover range for both Abnegation as well as the Lineage Release. Lorraine level 1, gonna hit the board. No reclaim this time. So Veiling Breeze banished from the memory, and now Fairy Whispers going to look for more answers.
Notably did not use the Phantasmagoria there. I think worried about the Thurible. Doesn't want to just randomly have one of his dynastics get milled. Retribution has been found already.
Wait, did we just move that to the bottom? I wonder.
We'll see.
Ayla added to the hand. I believe the other card on the top was Windmill Engineer.
Another thing is
Oh, terrible.
because we did play this Found Seraphim that is an ally that we can swing at with Lorraine.
Fairy Whispers again. After the Turbo, Reclaim found on the top. ascent as well.
So we did choose to ship the Retribution to the bottom. Actually, no, it could have been drawn off the Thurible, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Recollect. And let's see if Liv Brazil has an answer to this Found Seraphim so he can start putting in a little bit of poke in the beginning stages of this game. I do see a dungeon guide, and that might be the way he answers this Found Seraphim, also allowing him to get that one draw off the on-kill effect. Dungeon guide makes its way onto the board.
Engulf in the hand. I wonder if Dragon JG's thinking about it.
Maybe saving it for later in the game. Of course, not able to use that on the attack card, Spirit Blade Retribution, but losing a 4th Perry Whispers and that turbo charge as well. Lorraine Blade Master hitting the board on enter will give on kill draw a card to this Lorraine, and now swinging in for 3 into the Found Seraphim. And that is a retaliation. Cheeky little
one
1 point.
damage. One damage.
First blood drawn by Dragon JG in this game.
I believe he retaliated last game too. Or was that
Exactly.
might have been against the Diana?
Yeah, something
He
like
definitely he retaliates for fun, you know. It's like Quake in your boots. I did 1 damage.
that. We have double Umbro type. We could do a bunch of damage.
You could do 4 damage, 4 damage. Maybe
Eight.
Bandersnatch swings.
Yeah.
You know, there's a
You,
world.
you will know. You don't know how Dragon JG plays this deck. Richter fighting
Ooh,
and
actually putting the Umbra cards down.
and just using them to banish. Oh,
Oh, 6. No. Okay.
Yeah.
4-4 or 2-2.
2-2. 2-2 is okay. We will just pick up one of those cards and put the other card to the bottom, and then use our cards to level up anyway.
So, oh,
Just doing a little check on a judge call for this.
thinking a lot about what to put down. You put Benediction, have an ally, but having an ally doesn't really do anything for you. So it is Benediction, not really valuing another Rictus Tiding, has not been hitting.
Alice 2 gonna hit the board now. The Phantom Monarch once again takes the stage, takes her throne if she wins this game.
Okay, lost the double Umbra there. So that's Maledictum and Umbral Tide gone.
Benediction Angel stuck in the memory. Could be a good thing, technically. Would allow a recover too. And also another draw. Here's the Umbra Sight immediately going to be used. Takes 7 damage, 8 damage, and then now Umbra Sight into the curses as well.
Are we activating the second Umbra Sight though? That would be quite dangerous, putting you at that's gonna
Yep.
be that's gonna be 4 damage now. You're gonna be at 14. Had the Pearl Prayer though, so don't have to worry about your life for that long, but that will draw into memory. And if you draw into a water card, you saw what happens when Sean has a water card in your memory. He is able to completely rip everything without losing any cards.
Yeah, but Sean still on level 2. Crux not enabled just yet. Very, very soon though. Dragon GG also has been drawing a bunch. These sights going +1. So powerful for this Umbra Alice deck, and being able to go +1 for 0 cost and 2 damage. I think you take that any day.
Yeah, that's the thing is in the previous game, Dragon JG wasn't hitting the sights, wasn't hitting a lot of wasn't hitting his Rictuses, wasn't able to get any pluses. Here, at least you have the sight. That's a lot of plussing and going second. Obviously, has the extra card in hand as well. So there's a lot of gas to work with. Now he's looking at his hand. That's a big hand. Probably thinking, a null spell. He knows it. It's open deck list. He knows about a null spell. He also knows about the cleansings. We're gonna go for the Phantasmagoria here because he has the reflected blight in hand. So you can try and dodge any. Oh, Abneg. Abneg reflected. Not that bad. I mean, Abneg is really strong.
Reclaim on the Fluffy Shopkeep. Will allow a pretty smooth level up to 3. And let's not forget, Liv Drizzle picked up he's going for the Dungeon Guide instead. I was going to say, Liv Drizzle did pick up the Cleansing Reunion earlier, so we'll have that as an option. He's now going up to level 3, it looks like. Or Drawn Blade? No, level 3. All right, let's go. Crux. Spirit Ruler going to make his way onto the board, losing a Windmill Engineer that's +1 on the Retribution, and now will get that Drawn Blade back in from the banishment, draws a card. Once again, finally starting up his win condition.
That's right. Of
What-
course, I think we have the Retribution already, so now we just need to pump it up high enough that we can find that kill. We have the Ascension, we have the Ayla, we have everything we need, but Dragon JG is not going to play into it. He actually didn't even play the Pearl Prayer.
Ooh, might be an engulf on the Ayla, and that is not going to be allowed to resolve. Great thing about engulf for Dragon JG is that it puts into the graveyard and not the banish, so big difference in this specific matchup when you have to worry about that Spirit Blade Retribution. Does Liv have a second Ayla? He does not. Will be instead going to Recollection. Nope, never mind. Still in the Recollection phase, hasn't decided yet. Now, recollects and will draw. What are we expecting this turn? How many Pendragons have we drawn already? At least one, it looks like. Lost Providence first. Fluffy for one.
I mean, Dragon JG is actually pretty low. Could potentially heal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here.
How many cards does Dragon JG have in hand? Because Reflecting Blight into Abnegation is quite a number of hand cards, and Liv does still have that Cleansing Reunion.
And Reflected Blight also draws into memory, so you wouldn't be able to activate it immediately. So this is something you need to kind of play into. Oh, third Umbra Sight.
Oh, there is the Spirit Blade Ascension now returning the Sword of Seeking back into the material deck of Liv Jazil. No response here from Dragon JG, and will allow this Spirit Blade Ascension to resolve. Prismatic Age now making its way onto the board on the stack of this resolution of the on-enter effect. Crux Sight as well, going to pick up this Spirit Blade Ascension most likely back from the graveyard.
That's right, and this time, I wonder if Sean found the water card, which I'm not sure if he kept it in the deck. Maybe that's what the Cleansing Reunions were replacing, but I think he probably wants to keep the water card. Maybe he actually doesn't want to draw off of these to begin with.
I mean, in the early stages of the game, I think you still need to draw Norm, and Water Wind for Liv Jazil. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we lose the Angel Attendant, but not too much lost for the side of Dragon JG. But we are revealing the Imperious Galebind, and we are also going to do another Spirit Blade Ascension, once again removing the memory from the side of Dragon JG. 2 Dungeon Guides revealed for Liv Jazil, not exactly necessary. Rolling the dice, although both of the cards are the same, a little bit of just following proper procedure. They are supposed to be random. Now, what else do we have except a swing with this Lorraine Spirit Ruler?
Here's the thing, though. Our hand is not very big. No Pendragons, no water. Oh, actually, yeah, we're getting water draws at least, but those are going neutral. So what we really need here is something that pluses us. We have the Crux Sights. Those have been plussing us, but if Dragon JG also has a huge hand, and we're not doing... Okay, there's the Pendragon at least. What are we going to ship back? Probably the Drawn Blade.
Ooh, there was a null spell in hand for Liv Jazil, so could be using that later. And I think, knowing Liv Jazil, he's counted how much he needs to force a null spell to be a pain in the ass for Dragon JG. Right now, has the 3 cards in hand, does have that discount.
Engulf number 2?
It could be the case. Dragon JG forced to put down cards from his hand. And now those cards are vulnerable to further Prismatic Itch triggers. There is the Engulf, not allowing the Pendragon to resolve.
He has a Crux Sight, though, so I think he can just add that back.
Nope, second Pendragon.
Okay, never mind.
Just as good. And is there a second Engulf? There is not. And it's going to resolve, putting back, I assume, the Drawn Blade into the material deck.
Could do the Providence if you
Yeah,
Probably not, probably.
Yeah, I doubt so. Drawn Blade does, in fact, go into the material deck. And next turn, that means Claren Reimagined will be able to put that Drawn Blade and the Claren Sorter piece into the banishment. Once again, boosting the power of a potential Spirit Blade Retribution.
Yeah, I want to say maybe these Umbra Mill Alicex need to start considering nullifying Mirror as a way to help against these Rux decks.
Sorry, Flan, I'm gonna stop you there. These Umbra Alice decks?
The one Umbra Alice deck.
Plural? I don't think that's happening.
Wow, we
yet.
are already 35.
We've done a quick deck count, yeah.
We have dipped 25 cards deep into our deck at this point. It did not feel that way.
I mean, it's Liv Jazil. He's been drawing a lot already. And now the Ducal Seal gonna make his way onto the board. Remember, no Ayala available for him just yet.
Reflected Blight here could be used to add back that Abneg so you can get some big healing out.
Fracturize.
Fracturizing the Prismatic Edge. No more of that nonsense from you.
6 cards in hand. No more hand rip for Liv Jazil, but I think that's fine. I think you could still win off of just pure pressure. Look at, again, Dragon JG's at 19 damage counters.
Never count an Alice out. We are one abnegation away from just healing all the way back, especially with that Ducal Seal that's going to buy us a ton of time.
healing 6 off of the spirit alone. And Liv Drizzle only currently pressuring 4. How will we find lethal? That is the question, of course, of the day. Imbue Benediction Angel. And we'll recover 2 down to 17.
Drawing more cards. We don't have to worry about prismatic anymore. We can start playing in the normal way now. That Bandersnatch actually could have come in clutch as well, but
Will
would
be
have been pretty
choosing
expensive.
to ignore that. Of course, Bandersnatch doesn't play around the cleave.
No,
And
but
if
we're
their cleave is
really
big enough,
okay. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
we have exactly enough
Yes,
for
we have exactly
retribution.
enough for retribution.
We have 1 extra because we have the fractal and we also have the Lost Providence. So we're playing Umbra Sight. No
Umbra Sight.
+1 extra, no 2 extra damage either.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much. You will go up to actually that would be 6 damage, so putting them up to dead.
Oh yeah, you're right.
She's
Per
22.
curse, yeah.
Yes, because there's 2 curses, that'd be 2, 2, 2. So
Yeah, per curse is a lot. It's not just the 2. So I mean, still you get a 0 cost cycle 1. That's pretty good. You're not gonna complain about that.
makes you think maybe if Dragon JG should have regaled to try and get that retribution out. I'm not sure if it was ever revealed in any of those ascensions, so probably doesn't know yet. I mean, I did ask him how he felt about this matchup, and he said if he finds the ultimate early, if the matchup is way harder.
And early, he might have found it. I mean, would you consider this early? I know it's untimed, but it feels like it's been a while already.
So we could have 13 cards in hand. Next turn, we have Ducal Seal, though, so we need to have 14 cards total.
That's right. Clarent Reimagined. No, Sword of Seeking. Just a more simple materialization here.
Let's see
What?
how Sean wants to navigate this, because if he goes all in on that retribution,
Lost Providence. Popped to draw a card. Is there any more stuff pre-recollection, like an Ayala? Ducal still going to be used, and nothing else for Liv Drizzle. But representing at least the Spirit's lineage release on the board with the Pendragon. And what is the play here for Liv Drizzle now? Will he have something? Dungeon Guide, perhaps?
second
Pendragon.
hand, we're digging deeper. So we were at 35, so now it's 36, or 30, 34, 33.
32, I believe, if
now we're
this
gonna go-
resolves.
No, we're gonna go to 31 now.
35, draw 1, then draw 2 more.
Providence.
Oh yeah, Providence. Yep, you're right.
Down to 31.
That is exactly double Whirlpool range.
And you know, Dragon GG has a lot of cards in hand.
Is that Pendragon no draw pass?
No draw pass. He does not want to get milled here. Dragon JG's just surviving for another turn. I wonder if I want to play this Reflected Blight. 33 cards in deck. That's double Whirlpool plus 3.
And I think that should be wrong. If 33 is without that Pendragon draw, right? So
Yeah,
yeah, that
he
should be
did not draw.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 33 cards. And no Pendragon draw, so we're not going to 31 because that would actually be Abundance double Dynastic. But
Yeah.
you have to worry about the Annul spell. You know, the previous game, Dragon JG could just throw these out without any real consideration of any negates. But now you really have to think about it.
And Liv Drizzle got a bajillion hand cards, and
One
Dragon
Annul spell.
JG.
One Annul spell and has, I think, cleansing. So lots of ways to stop it. But if we just hard draw these Dynastics, Oneric Key is the pick. So that means we're not actually gaining another fog with a Tariff Ring.
That is true. But now we're hands down. Dragon JG. Not gonna do anything else. Just Oneric Key, Recollect. Nothing from Liv Drizzle, it looks like. He is in the tank though. Maybe considering the Cleansing Reunion has brought it to the front of the hand. Could be a potential play. And what will his choice be? Because he can remove some pretty important cards here. 2 engulfs. And that is going to be the Cleansing Reunion. Going to be imbued. Showing once again this Reclaim as well as this Imperious Galebind. And 6 cards will be banished.
I want to highlight, it says target player. You could target yourself. You actually have allies in grave. If you milled, if some
Ooh.
allies got milled, you could target yourself, banish your own cards.
And there is an Ayala and a Pendragon in the graveyard from being engulfed.
Also,
So minimum 5?
Also, it says target player, which means if you actually do bring out the Void's cloak on Dragon JG side, you cannot target him with it.
That's true. But I think that Void Cloak is probably very low down on the priority list for Dragon JG, considering there's no Regal Inquisition from Liv Brazil. Dragon JG, though, what is his main phase play?
Yeah, I think I saw. Is that Tricastles?
Yeah, not that useful, though.
Yeah, it doesn't stop Ayla, doesn't stop all the advanced element cards. I mean, even the. I mean,
Null spell.
It would
That
stop
stops
a
a
null
null spell,
spell.
yeah.
But I think Sean has enough cards in hand that he can just pay for that.
Yeah.
Also, not to mention, it would. No, it doesn't. I mean, Pearl Prayer is exalted, Dynastic is exalted. So yeah, it actually doesn't really stop all that much on his side. It would stop
Ooh,
Rick deciding.
Speaking of Pro Prayer,
Pearl Prayer is a safe pick now. You know, you don't have to worry about the draw in the memory randomly putting a water card in your deck.
a bit of an eyebrow raise from Liv Brazil. Yep. Sure, heal 7. Yeah, you can do that. It's fine. Draw into memory for Dragon JG. And still a couple of cards available in hand for him to make his follow-up play, which will probably involve more recovery.
I mean, currently 3, 6, 7, 8, 8 damage on board. Could heal 6. Let's just say could do 2 damage with what is currently on board, and then there's still all the cards in hand. But that's the thing about this Wind Crux, it just doesn't do much damage. When you're doing these Ascension loops, but you don't have fire, it doesn't actually do that much.
And now Ascension Loop is off the table.
So now we're literally just ally swinging. If Dragon GG just has a bunch of Resolutes, this game could stall long and long and long. And especially if you're able to get one of those Resolutes back with a Reflected Blight, then things will start to get dicier and dicier.
Yeah, and I mean, Liv Brazil already using that Cleansing Reunion to take out some pretty key cards from the graveyard. The Abnegation as well as the 2 Engulfs no longer available for Reflected Blight targets. But Dragon JG just wants to confirm, hey, actually, how many cards again? And needs to know because Regal Inquisition, based on the number of influence you have, can actually try and mill out. Now, looking at the banishment, Dragon JG also wants to be aware how much damage is this Spirit Blade Retribution coming in for, and actually looks like 0.
Was a Windmill not banish?
I think, well, Liv Brazil's turn to read a card. For those of you at home, reading the card does explain the card.
Yeah, but sometimes your brain is not able to process what is on the card properly, which is often the case for casters like us.
Yeah, I mean, we've casted 2 whole days of Grand Archive already, and Liv Brazil and Dragon JG have played 14 games. Oh, Tricastles!
Castles of Lucinia drops. Players cannot activate non-advanced element cards unless they banish a norm or advanced element card to turn it off for the turn. This means that Sean can't activate a null spell, but he can just swing 3, 6, 7, 8 on field alone.
Not enough yet for Alito, though. We already do confirm. Oh, there is the Phantasmagoria. Mills out. Is that Engulf or Whirlpool?
Pearl Prayer. That's Pearl Prayer.
Oh, that's Pearl Prayer. Okay. So we do have another recovery option available. Clarent, Reimagined, now going to hit the board. And there goes the 2 swords into the banishment.
So
Sword of Peace and Drawn Blade. So 2 more swords following the, I believe, sword. No, there is no other sword.
No, because the Drawn Blade was brought back,
Yes.
and then Prismatic Edge is currently banned.
It's
Or currently
fracturized,
fracturized.
yes.
So
Cruxite.
Cruxite can add back Pendragon. Oh no, Ascension for Drawn Blade?
Yeah, I guess we could just use it to cycle cards.
Okay, so that means we have just drawn 1, 2, so we're now 31. Oh no, we're now 32. Draw for turn 31, which means double Dynastic plus an Abundance does kill us now.
That is true, but not in the influence range for that just yet. Double Whirlpool would be 8 cost.
Yes, that's right.
8-10. Fluffy Shopkeep, 1 damage from the little sheepy.
Oh, we're attacking.
Oh, into the Tricastle.
We are attacking the Tricastle. So
And-
Tricastle is a siegeable domain, which means you can attack it, and it just falls.
Takes it out. I mean, no more Mr. Nice Guy, Liv Brazil. And let's see what else he has available. Actually, I realize he's Dragon JG's hands down. We could have cleaved the the Tricastle. Does it not?
Does it hit siegeable domain? I've literally
It's
never had
units,
that
right?
happen before. I don't know.
Who plays these things? Let's
I mean,
be
okay,
real.
has anyone ever cleaved with a Shushang? I actually don't know the answer to that.
That's why I'm pretty sure it should hit, but I don't know. We need to read And I don't want to read anymore.
We've been reading a lot. So
We
Tire
have
Ring
read
is
a
the
lot.
pick here. Yeah, we did like no damage because we spent all of our hits towards the Tri-Castle. You know, I'm just saying the Benediction can swing for one.
We did 1 damage. The new fluffy shop came in and did 1. So not 0.
It's
That's
actually
very
really
important.
interesting to me that he chose to attack the Tri-Castle. So I'm like, what is it stopping you? I guess the annul spell. He really has to value the annul spell there. So
I
has
don't
to break
blame
it
him.
anyway. Yeah,
I
you
don't
know,
blame him.
honestly, it's literally your only defense to all of the mill cards coming out.
I think it's probably more important to prevent the recovery for Liv Drizzle here. Like, he does not want to go through recover 16. I think that would be a very big hurdle to jump over.
Regal in hand.
And that would be pretty scary as well.
Bandersnatch as well.
A lot of defensive options for Dragon JG here.
Bandersnatch would be such a pain. I mean, that's double Pendragon swing, so it's just 6. I guess it's not too bad. Let's see what the pick is. Are we going to go for that Regal?
Putting down 3, so it is not Regal. It could be Whirlpool.
Is it Angel? No, yeah, is it Whirlpool? Are we Whirlpooling now?
Are we pooling gaming, chat? What do you guys think? Is it going to be the Whirlpool or the Turbocharge?
Okay, Turbocharge. We need to draw more cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Go ahead. Draw your cards, Dragon JG.
Draw
We are
your
not
last
annulling. We
pathetic
are not
2
annulling
cards.
that.
It's not a spell either, is it?
Yeah. Ew.
Is it a spell?
It's
There's no way
yeah.
Turbocharge is a spell.
Turbocharge is a.
There's no way that this is a spell. There is no way. It's a skill. It's a
skill.
cleric skill.
Why is it a cleric skill?
Why is it a cleric skill?
Chat, that doesn't make sense. Chat, what do you think? Do you
What else would it be? A guardian skill?
Turbocharge. It's
I mean, I guess it kind of makes. I don't think it could be anything.
Guardian?
Else.
It should
I mean,
be
a lot
like
of
a
the
Tanoris
automaton,
skill.
a lot of the automaton stuff are like guardian,
Or like warrior.
but there's
I
also
guess.
a lot of cleric guardian or cleric automaton. So I think cleric skill probably makes sense.
You know what? We'll leave it to
Whoa.
Weaves to explain. Oh,
Okay. I mean, he has 3 cards in hand, so he can play for the annul.
Whirlpool number 1, but I think maybe Liv Drizzle doesn't mind. Oh, he has second annul. Second annul on
yeah,
the
he
on the
does
front
have double
of the
annul.
hand.
But that's your 2 annul spells, and then this goes to the grave and then can be added back by the reflected blight.
But are we forcing here? Do we have Spirit Blade Retribution? And how much damage can it do? Because if Dragon JG taps out, hands down, we are representing 9 on board minimum. And here's annul spell number 1.
We also need to have enough because of the tariffing. We have to have enough to play the. You have to play the
Retribution plus
no the
2.
what's it called, the Imperious Galebind. We have to play
yeah.
the Imperious Galebind so we can get rid of the tariffing, so we can throw the Retribution still and swing with all the allies.
Galebind here could be pretty good. We can return the Sword of Seeking and just get a free materialization next turn as well. And I suppose if we wanted to be funny, we could also do suppress both the Pendragon and the Fluffy Shopkeep, and then in order we can put the Sword of Seeking directly into banishment with the Fluffy Shopkeep alongside the Clarence Sword of Peace. So that's one way you can boost your Spirit Blade Retribution a little bit, although a little bit convoluted.
Yeah, that's right. So Dragon JG here gotta get in the tank whether or not he's gonna let this go. It seems like he is willing to let this get negated. It does not banish, notably.
Would go to the graveyard, pretty important, unless it's owner controller pays 3. And Liv Drizzle did show us Spirit Blade Ascension picked up off of Croc's side earlier, so we'll be able to play around some hand reliant effects as well, although there's no Frostbinds for the side of Dragon JG.
God, this game is just so razor's wire. Like at any point, if either player just lets the floodgates through, the game could just end. The dynastic is getting negated. Now, are we going to Phantasma? We are, in fact. Or no?
Not.
Okay. He was just like, okay, Phantasma got trigger. I'm choosing not to do it.
And here is the Imperious Galebind. We're gonna suppress 3 things. And what are the 3? It's gonna be, I assume
gonna
Pendragon
say
1, 2.
Oh, we're not suppressing the tariff rate.
Yeah, you're right. We're going Sword of Seeking, double Pendragon.
Do I have enough to play for tariff rate?
A little cheeky.
Let's see. Well, actually, this is before end phase, actually, I think. Or
Before
yeah,
end
this is
phase?
before end phase. So we're gonna draw some more cards.
We're drawing 4? Are we
And
drawing
then we're
4?
actually gonna Phantasmagoria now.
Oh, on the stack of the Phantasmagoria. Yes, you're right.
Song of Frost, Tri-Castles, Angel Attended. Not super impactful. The Song of Frost would be good to stop the Retribution at least.
Pendragon returns Clarent. 1, 2. And what else are we gonna do? Liv Drasil drew a bunch of cards this turn. This might put him at Regal
Dynastic range.
range. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Another NL spell
7.
still.
That might be the same one
Might
we
be the
saw.
same
He
one,
only runs 2, so
Oh, yeah,
it
so-
shouldn't be the third one unless we have a deck check issue. But
Bailing Breeze is still in the deck. Unfortunately, did not have anything to remove for that one.
yeah, not the best spell to keep in your deck. I mean, I guess you could play the. Nah, you couldn't play anything. Honestly, Liv Drasil's side deck is not prepared for this Umbra Alice deck.
I
as
would
is
argue
none
that
of
no
us.
one's sideboard. If you were prepared for Genbu, you would have something, but then these two decks work on a pretty different axis.
Sword of Seeking is the materialization for Liv Drasil this turn, and did return the Clarent reimagined.
Another
but-
Galebind. Wait, but there's no
Ooh.
on enter on this, so we should go straight to Recollection phase. Should not be able to Galebind this unless it's in response to the materialization.
There is recollection phase. Why are we
Suppre-
tapping?
Suppressing Pen Dragon?
We're tapping our fractal in rec, which is odd. Oh! Oh!
Oh,
He's so smart! Verdict Decree removes his own prismatic edge, sends it to the bench. And that means it's now a sword again. And we are, look at the smile on his cheeky face. Dawn, you madman. The prismatic edge is now no longer a fractal. It's sent to the bench. It's now a sword.
Never let it be said that Shanzang is not good at Grand Archive. He thinks so many steps ahead. He finds these insane lines. Now, is there a card? Regal!
He's so good! Oh my gosh, Liv Drasil, you absolute madman! Water Wind, all gonna use the Prismatic Edge, removes a card, and that's going to be the Dynastic Whirlpool taken away for Dragon JG. Important to note, goes to the banish, not able to be picked up again.
At this point, though, I think double Regal just ends the game, though.
And but 3 cards in hand for Dragon JG, a now spell available for Liv Drasil, and a Prismatic Edge now on the board. He also has Displace, and Displace would put both the swords in his material deck into the banish for a +2. Can we find it? Imperious Galebind is available as well, so could even +3 to these Pendragons, but I don't see the ultimate spell here yet.
I think it's in the hand.
9 cards in memory. How many in hand?
3.
3 in hand. That's not a lot of influence. You are only able to do
Well-
1 action plus.
That's not enough to do it under Tariff. Actually, no, he's going to have 12, draw for turn 13, so he has enough to pay it under Tariff Ring.
Yeah, but won't be able to do anything else. But is it
And-
enough?
And if you throw Retribution, put your whole hand down, Dragon JG goes, okay, Song of Frost, goes up to a certain Bubble of Abundance, double Regal, you are milled out.
How many Song of Frost? 2 in the deck, 1
One
in the grave.
right now.
Do we have it? Liv Drasil, you already showed us a giga-brained play, and now we're gonna do the Unga Bunga play. Pendragons turn sideways, 3 damage,
We are just swinging with allies that is absolutely nuts. We're just paying.
6 damage. Ascension,
Okay.
one more time.
He just wanted to put cards down so we could keep trying. Now, how many more times can we loop this Ascension? We have to hit one of these Regals. If it hits one of the non-Regal cards, we are in a world of hurt. 3. Oh, Bender Snatch right in the middle. Goes to the banish.
His Bender snatched away from Dragon JG, but we need to hit the Regal Inquisitions.
No Aylas, but we have the Imperious Gale, but we could Galebind and get one more try.
One more try may not be enough. Let's see though. Liv Drasil, not
7 cards in hand. Okay,
Galebind?
Galebind. So Galebind's big, so we're going one last final. This is our one last final. We have to hit the Regal. If not, we still have the null spell though.
Galebind shows us the Prismatic Edge.
Dragon JC is not even trying to dilute the pool at all.
Is that what is it?
No! It's
Not
not.
taken.
If the Angel Attendant gets banished. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hand, which means we're playing double Regal, but
Another
he
spell
has
will
the annul
stop
spell.
1.
He has the annul spell. We are currently at 25. Can one Regal? No, one Regal's not enough.
Nowhere near enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in memory now.
7 and
4 in
4
hand.
in hand, so 11 cards.
But
double-
Pendragon on the stack still hasn't resolved yet. Will he return this Prismatic Edge?
Okay, 25. So actually double Regal would do, if it's 11-11, that's actually still not enough, but you're going to have 3 cards left.
That's right. But is the 3 cards all you need? Only one way to find out. That is gonna be
Bubble
the
of
Bubble of Abundance.
Abundance. Is there something that Dragon JG sees?
Annul spell Regal Inquisition is 6 hand.
Yes, so he can actually, he'll have 7 cards in hand after the draw for turn, which
8
means he
with the
could
bubble.
throw Regal and just pray that the remaining 11 cards that Sean draws are nothing.
That seems a little difficult.
Also,
but
using it now is telling me he wants to try and find something to play in the recollection phase.
I just find it funny, Sean trying to move the little counter because his hands look so much bigger than it. But Dragon GG.
Umbral
Tithe.
Tithe, activate for 3. This is a
Direct
spell he could negate
22?
it. He's gonna take 4 damage off this, go up to 21. If Sean had a fire ascension, this game would be so different. If he doesn't null spell this, he's gonna JG's gonna draw 2 and also make Sean draw 2, which is gonna put him into 22, which means double Regal would absolutely kill, and he's letting it go.
And not to mention, him drawing more cards also puts more cards in the Regal.
So okay, double Regal is gonna cost
6.
6 cards. If he has 9, he can just play it under a null spell. We've already seen one null spell. Is this 9 cards in hand? I think it is. I think he had 6, 7 cards in hand, and then he drew 2, and then he drew for turn. And Bubble of Abundance, right? Is this enough?
Has he used it? We're counting out again, just making sure. 22 cards in the deck of Liv Brazil. How many cards in the hand?
3, 4. Double Resolute as well, so we're definitely not dying anytime soon.
Oh my goodness. The Umbral Tithe did a lot of work. We're holding
Umbral
on
Tithe
to
was
options.
crazy off the Bubble of Abundance as well.
You're right, 9
Yes,
cards in hand.
yes,
Regal
that's enough.
Inquisition, an off spell, but we're gonna pay for it.
We're gonna pay for it. You can't stop me, Sean Zhang. I am milling you out right now.
Dragon JG showing the pay tree. And the Regal Inquisition is about to resolve. And that does mean the entire hand for Liv Brazil is gonna be sent to the grave. And
Remember.
Liv Brazil as well.
Remember, we already used 1 annul spell. He only has 2 annul spells in the deck. This is guaranteed to work.
And we have no cards in hand anyway, even if we did draw into the second annul spell. Dragon JG just making sure, double checking all of the outs, because once again, if we mill Liv Brazil out entirely, he could, of course, draw an out. But if he remembers what's left in the deck, this might mean Dragon JG is going to our finals of the Southeast Asian Nationals, taking down the North American Liv Brazil, coming down all the way to be defeated just short.
Show him, Sean. You've got to show him. There's nothing. You see nothing. This is it. This is the end of the game. Show the second Regal. He knows it's there. Sean looks defeated. Dragon JG just thinking again. Takes a deep breath. He knows he's got this. There's nothing Sean can do. 3 cards in hand is all he needs to end this game right here.
Final card of the game. Dragon JG can take it all, can take it home, can go to the finals, and can bring down Liv Brazil from his hot streak 10-1-2 on the day on the Southeast Asian national stage.
It's crazy how Sean did 4 banishes and just whiffed on all of those prismatic edges after the insane Giga Brain to banish his own fracturized prismatic to bring it back and just misses the Regals. And now Giant JG, he needs to do another double check. Is your null spells? They're all gone, right? Tell me, he's literally in his hand. He knows there's nothing there.
Yes, is
Ascension.
it too good to be true?
Showing the last Ascension is like, this doesn't do anything, right? There's no fire cards. I don't have to worry about literally anything. He's, going through his brain about his deck. Giant JG just wants to make absolutely sure that nothing can stop him from taking victory here to go into the finals.
We're making sure because Ascension can just go into Drawn Blade and maybe top deck the out, and that's what Dragon JG is worried about. And maybe he just doesn't remember. Actually, how many Astal spells does Sean play?
I mean, I'm gonna double check. We gotta make 100% sure.
That's the issue. We can double check, but Dragon
Yes.
JG can't. And if he thinks, wait, does he have a third? What if he draws the third? And that is the game deciding play? Dragon JG doesn't want that to happen.
I mean, a 1 in 10. He has gotten so many high, high variants, like 1 in or 2 in 5 chances. And this time, even if he doesn't remember, I think you just gotta go for it because you are 100% dead next turn.
That is true. 21 damage counters
He
already.
does have double Resolute. And looking at this hand, unless he draws Retribution,
I mean, it's a little dicey still.
and actually, there's a Cruxite hand, so we could just Retribution. We have
Yeah.
a Retribution Grave already, so we can definitely Cruxite. So Giant JG, he's making absolutely sure he's just so so calm and collected, needs to be absolutely untimed rounds. He can take all the time in the world to think. But Sean, looking through his banish again, how strong is the retribution going to be if we do add it back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Draw for turn 13 cards.
Crux
So we
side.
can.
Crux side, the retribution back would be 14.
Yeah, so we absolutely could pay for it even through everything.
That was very funny because we all thought the game was ending and our production crew turned on the lights and everything, and now we just have to wait a little bit and think one more time. Are we taking the game here and now? Because
Is there any out? Is there any out at all? Is there a way for Sean to lower the cards in his hand so that he doesn't get milled? This is currently
he needs to use 3 cards.
12 cards, and even if that happens, you're going to
Wait.
draw into nothing.
Wait, you're exactly right. Dragon JG is counting if Liv Brazil uses all of his cards. So he can use Veiling Breeze, he can use Verdigris, he can use the Suppression,
You can use displays.
the Gale. Oh yeah, that's Display, sorry. This displays 3 cards. He can use Reclaim.
But that reclaim would add a card
Reclaim's
back. So
neutral.
that's neutral. So
Escape
reclaim.
is
Okay,
also
so let's
neutral.
get that. Let's get the slow speed out of the way. Pendragon's not doing anything. Cruxite is essentially not doing anything because it is refunding
Crux
itself.
side is actively
It's actively
bad.
bad for you. Reclaim is
Wait, are we end step? We're end step.
we're end step. We're end step. Okay, so we I mean, is it really not enough if we Veiling, Verdigris, and displays? That's -3 cards.
Exactly 9. Exactly 9.
Exactly 9.
So Dragon JG has spotted the reverse lethal line where Liv Brazil could have saved himself. Because remember, although all these cards are face up in the memory zone, it's actually all cards in Liv Brazil's hand. So was the better player between the 3
but
of us?
I would have windmill slammed that Regal. Take my hand? No way.
Holy crap! Dragon
This
JG!
is why. This is why he made the deck. This is why he made the deck. He knows how this works.
He's so good! Oh my gosh, now look at the trash though. Dynastic Whirlpool is found. Reflected Bite is going to be guaranteed lethal as well. Liv Brazil goes to his maybe final materialization phase of the game. Sword of Seeking is going to be the call. Here's the displays.
Pendragon, he's digging for something.
Pendragon going to be immediately displaced.
Are we using that? I mean, at this point, you are 100% getting milled out next turn. So I think he just has to go for it.
Displaced on the Pendragon. There's no Tariff Ring available, right? For
No,
the
he has
NJG?
double Resolute in hand.
Double Resolute is going to be enough for a lot.
How
but
big can we get this?
how big do we need to hit him? So first, the Alice is going to heal for 2 + 4.
6.
Verdigris now going to be used to +2 to one of these Pendragons.
Okay. That's big.
And what else are we going to be doing? We could have imbued this to suppress something, but I guess that's not really necessary at this point. Liv Brazil, are we gonna do Crux side pick up the Retribution? It's
More
in
than
the
that?
graveyard, right? Not the banish?
Think it is. I'm pretty sure I saw it. But he's not. Okay, so
1 damage.
all right. I mean, Dragon JG.
That's lethal. That's lethal right
Literally,
now.
you are dead. Like you gotta throw these resolutes out.
And importantly, this Pendragon hits above Resolute Stand right now. It does
But-
2 damage.
Does he think about the second resolute stand? Double activate free play resolute stand. 6. Can you get through block 6 for the whole turn?
Resolute Stand now. Going to
Resolute
stop this
Stand number
floppy
1.
shopkeep.
Remember, Sean has no effect damage in this deck whatsoever. There is no fire cards for this prismatic edge.
He did not pick up that Retribution. 5 damage now from Ghost of Pendragon. Only going to force the release.
This is technically still not enough with the release as well.
Exactly. Only going to be 2 damage. No, oh, Retribution in hand? Okay. So what is Sean cooking here?
Okay, how many cards? How many cards in the banish? How high can this get?
We don't know. I wish I knew. There is going to be the Sword of Seeking and the Drawn Blade are in... No, Clarion Reimagined are in the material deck. That means there is the Sword of Peace and the Drawn Blade in the banish. At least 2.
And can he play Gale Bind into Retro? Does he have enough cards? Okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13?
I think that's enough. No, it's
That-
1 short.
Yeah,
If it's
Gale
14,
Bind's
it's
3.
enough.
Yeah, no, you need 14
Banish
cards.
count 1, 1,
1, 2,
3,
3,
4.
3.
4?
Just 3?
Just 3?
Just 3. So that's 3 power, 3, 6. That gets blocked completely by
Resolute
the Resolute Stand. Second Resolute comes out. Does Sean
Okay.
have something? He nods his head. Does he see something?
There's Ayala. There's...
It's not. He doesn't have enough cards to play the Retribution. He can play Retribution, but he can't do it while also suppressing more things. Not to mention, we still have the lineage release, so we have to even hit higher than.
When you hit so big. Oh, we're just one card short, aren't we?
Yeah, we could go for the Galebind pen. I wonder if he had the Galebind in hand. Did he not? Or did he get milled? Maybe the Regal took it out? No, I'm pretty sure he still has it.
Yeah, I mean,
I saw it in the Regal.
what can we do? 1 damage into
Kill
the Benediction Angel.
just for some comfort. Tashawn, the away he's been pulling so many tricks, so many rabbits out of his hat, but I just don't see the way that he can end this game. Constantly thinking, constantly counting, just trying to see if he can find
Gil,
something.
right now, the Retribution comes in for 9 with the Prismatic Edge. He can use the weapon. So
You're right.
that would be 3 damage. He needs to find another 4?
Just the
Alice used for
stick.
6.
And you're going to do 3. So,
So
he's going
he-
to be 15, take 3, 18, 3.
3 more damage.
3 more damage.
So 1 suppress will do it. But 1 suppress is too expensive.
Yeah, even an Ayla for 3, that if he has 13 cards in hand,
We're moving. Ascension puts it back.
are we just trying to hit the Regal now?
Regal is obvious. No, but we get to draw. We get to draw. What are we hoping for on this draw?
Water card. There was also a Song of Frost in there, which is kind of insane.
Song of Frost is going to be removed. What is the top deck for Liv Drasil? Does he find it out? Spirit Blade Retribution is going to be sent. Is there going to be anything else? Just confirming the number of
That's
cards.
full, hands down, it seems. This is going to do it. Lineage release. Alice, Distorted Queen comes out. Heal 6, which means this is not even close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them. That's a lot of cards in Lineage. 6 healing here.
And this is just so unfortunate. Just
And
a
actually,
little bit off.
we also don't have the Prismatic Edge anymore either, so that's it. Wait. Is the Regal the last card in hand? That's gotta be Regal, right?
That is Regal.
Okay. Didn't want to get sniped by Prismatic Edge, so
Dragon
I think-
JG.
1 card in hand. He has also drawn some extra cards, so this Regal, this is the one.
That is definitely the one. Chalice
Chalice
of
of
Blood.
Blood, literally haven't seen this the whole game.
One of the last cards in the material deck of Dragon JG. But it looks like he's finally ready. He's finally prepared to take the game. Finally ready to end Liv Drasil's run here at the Southeast Asian Nationals. You may have gotten your way to Worlds, but you will not get all the way to the finals. Dragon JG with his Watermill Umbra Alice takes the semi-final against one of the best players from North America.
Dragon JG says, bow down to the queen, Liv Drasil. You may be one of the best players in the world, but in this room, I am the best player.
Oh, that was so close between these two players, and Dragon JG taking it home for Taiwan into the finals now, not allowing the 4th nationals in a row to be taken down by a North American player, not allowing Southeast Asia to show that we are not good enough, proving to the world that these are the best players on the planet.
Oh my god, and now it's about defending Taiwan, defending the homeland from Hong Kong. Can we do it just like A-Paul did before? Can we get the win for Taiwan? Home court advantage. And, we saw in the quarterfinals how hard he was able to destroy those Dianas. Maybe Ray Lam on the other side of the bracket has it. He is one of the best players. If he is one of the best players in the world, if Sean is one of the best players in the world, Ray Lam is definitely also up there in contention for one of the best players in the world.
Mount Rushmore of Grand Archive, I think definitely Ray Lam, Liv Drasil, 2 of the players that definitely deserve contention to be up there. And of course, we're going to see Dragon JG try to make his claim to be one of those other floating rock hits as well in our
Actually,
monument.
To do it on a deck that I don't think anyone was really thinking about. I mean, yes, I had Umbra Alice as one of the decks, but not like winning the whole tournament kind of decks.
Even this deep run into the finals of the tournament is already so insane. And even though, of course, all of them have their slots to Worlds, there's still quite a bit on the line. Additional cash pricing, additional product in pricing as well. And of course, the glory of being the best player in Southeast Asia. I think not many things can beat that title.
Yeah, and that was a crazy game. And I'm sure Ray Lam on the other side is already thinking, damn, what am I gonna do How am I gonna tackle this? This is such a puzzle to solve. This deck is just so weird. And we're gonna see it in just a bit. We are going to go on a break. I think both of us definitely need a break. I definitely used the toilet after that game. And
Imagine that went to game 3.
yeah, you know, I would if it went to game 3, I would have literally had to leave for like
We'd have to
10
stop
minutes.
to
Yeah.
Chris a minute.
So that's gonna be it for this game. And we will be going to the break. Give the players some time to just like recollect themselves. That was a really stressful game
Yeah.
for Giant GG, and I'm sure for late Raylem as well. So this is gonna be it. We're gonna be going to the finals. Don't go anywhere. That's going in the reel.
Oh.
I don't know. It's gonna be so hard to skim through that game though. It's like
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game.
I choose Water Diana because I think Water Diana is a quite strong deck in this meta. Because in the audio, he have a new shoes. This can pay. In my turn, if I have this turn, the opponent need to pay 2 more costs for every card activate. It's very strong to make their defense. Maybe 10 hand, they only can do 1 or 2 defense cards. And water card have a force buy or some decree, so it's very good for my attack to get damage. So I think also is the Water Diana is very good for the level 3 deck. So I choose Water Diana because I think it's very strong. And I think maybe in today, after this national ban is, you will say bye bye. Yeah.
Okay. What was your most memorable match today?
I have 2 very most memory in these 2 days. In the first day, I play with the Razor Gale player. He also from Hong Kong, and he used the Razor Gale player is not very same from other people. He will use the fast ally and fast the unbroken horse, and he will destroy my Ultra. Then I can attack it and set fire and do it again and make me everything no. So it's very hard to fight, but very lucky I get win in the last game. Yes, and the other game is today first match. I play with Seno. And it's very my bad lucky draw in these 2 days. Very funny. In the game 2, I go first. I use distant game 3 card and 3 useless card at or bottom. Then I use the level 1 and 4 an archer card games 4. Then 4 no archer card of bottom and the top is not 2. Okay, draw at that 3 game 4, no floating. And the 5 card also no floating. Then I know, oh, this guy I screwed. Yeah, yes, this is the most memory.
And did you have a message for your upcoming support?
Okay. My topper is my teammate William. Yes. Good luck for him. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Why did you choose this deck for today, Jumano?
So we play this deck in Oceania, and we think that the deck is incredibly strong. It has a couple of good tools. Ayla is an incredibly broken card, and we found that we feel like we found a build that is pretty good. And then we also feel like with the ultimate, it solved some of Wind Lorraine's problems in closing out games quickly. So we felt comfortable, and we're like, okay, this is the deck to take for this event.
Okay. And what was your most memorable match today?
I don't think any particular match was memorable, but in particular, I really like ulting people. My goal today is just to ult as many people as possible.
Okay. And do you have a message for your upcoming top 4 opinion?
Yeah, I saw that he was on a Watermill Alice deck, right? I think that's probably the most unique deck in maybe not even top 8, but all of day 2. So I'm really excited for the upcoming match.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only
influence just to pass. And Relam here seeing the opportunity because Dragon has no more cards in hand, no more interaction. Just gonna play his own cards just to probably get a distance.
Yeah, that's a reposition here. That's a floating memory you can put down, get that distant so that our champion can bring out that Aether Wing or Aether Wing from last, the Aether Wing that Diane always brings out, Aqua Mirage
Aqua
Whisper.
Mirage, yeah.
Now, notably, Raylan does not play Seekers in main. He actually
Mhm.
sideboards it. Not like it matters in this matchup, but that's just another thing. I cannot imagine playing with only one.
Yeah, I've been talking to people, right? I remember like some of the Apex players were coming to me, and then like I was asking them, is it common to have like only one of the bows? And then like no, usually two, but yeah, we just play one because like just the one right, game one, and then maybe if you need an extra one, game two, we can swap it out.
Dragon JG has found the Fount Seraphim, and we saw how much work this card did against Justin earlier in the quarterfinals. It is such a powerful card against the level 3 decks, but I imagine it's going to be the turbocharge first.
Yep, we're gonna play the turbocharge in order to just see what we can draw this turn. I think it has to be, yeah, it has to be turbocharge. We are gonna be putting cards down. I think can be played later, but it's fine. We are going to turbocharge here. One of the most powerful card in Grand Archive, because in Grand Archive drawing is ramping. Having a bigger influence is really, really strong right here. We are going to see two more additional cards right here. So what's in the box?
Resolute Stand, that's a really good, and a Fracture Rise, which not particularly important. It does stop the treads if they bring, or the strides. If they bring out strides and they don't pop it, you could find an opportunity, just like he did against Justin as well.
Yep.
Finding an opportunity to get those strides fracturized so that they cannot be used with the cat for those insane damage combos. Is it going to be the Fount Seraphim now, or are we trying to hold? Yeah, there it is. Fount Seraphim going to imbue with an Abnegation and a Fracturize. So if you haven't seen Fount Seraphim, we're going to reiterate it once again. This card is a 3-cost Imbue to Advanced that on Imbue makes all allies that your opponent plays enter rested, which means the Crystalline Archers and the Frostwarns are not going to be able to swing this turn. It's all going to have to be Diana, not to mention the fact that she's a 1/4 taunt, which means Rayla must find 2 Aether Charges, otherwise will not be able to kill this Fount Seraphim.
So we have the first one. We're gonna go for calibration first, looking at the top 4 to see if we hit any of them. I heard there's a chance to miss this.
It is definitely possible. It's not super likely, but it does happen from then and then. We did see he did hit the Charge the Soul, so he should be fine here. Now it's just about how do we want to arrange the top of this deck so that we can find the best way to navigate this particular situation.
Yeah, judging from Relam's situation right now, the top 4 is just, I think a bunch of charges. There's a charge,
Backstep,
there's a backstep, take aim,
So actually choosing to get the Charge Soul instead of the other ACAL, it's usually quite common to go ACAL for ACAL.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's net neutral compared to Charge the Soul, but maybe you want some more float instead.
Yeah, I think nothing wrong with that. So probably just gonna be playing another card so that we can get the last Aether charge, so that we can be dealing 4 damage into the Seraphim.
We found Seraphim coming in super clutch here. I saw the Crystalline Archer. We can't play it, but it's not gonna come in awake, and that's really the thing you need. So Charge of Soul here, gonna go to Champion because this is already 4 damage on the Diana swing here. So that's gonna be distant. Aether Charge plus 2 Aether Charges plus the Aether Wing is gonna be 4 exactly. Retaliates back for the 1 damage.
Yeah, that
We
one
love seeing it.
would definitely matter in the long run, right?
Absolutely. This is super important. That 1 damage is going to be the difference between victory and defeat. Of course, we're joking. This is a mill deck. It does not actually go for damage kills. It would actually be funny to see it happen, though.
I can't imagine the world if Dragon just suddenly changes his game plan and just goes face all the time.
Can you imagine if like there was just like 2 or 3 benedictions, angels just like swinging each turn, and then like a Bandersnatch gets like cleave for like 4 or something, or like 6. And it's like, oh, and then Umbral Tide, deal 4 damage. You know, it's
I think there will be like allegations thrown around if the game really went to that point. But anyway, we are going to see Raylam here. Probably has chosen a card to mill into the graveyard, and now choosing how many cards you want to send to the bottom and the rest to the top.
wow, top.
All top, one bottom.
1 bottom,
Gonna-
4 top. Now, does he have a Frost Warning? Because the thing about Fount Seraphim is because her effect, it's it applies for the whole turn. Even if we remove her, the Crusties can't come here, and we did banish a Frost Warning. I think he has another one, so this is a good time to play this, just because it is technically the stronger ally in terms of just like, oh, he doesn't need float, he just swings for 3 every turn. Krusty swings for more, but it doesn't actually get the draw until it attacks. So Frostborn is just the more sensible play here, and Dragon JG's deck really just doesn't remove allies.
Yeah, you notice how Raylam just reads the cards before he even like plays it, like pretty basically just making sure that yeah, he will still play rested. That's why playing the Archer there was kind of like not that good. Archers will get taken down. At least the Frostborn Paladin is a bit more harder to get rid of. Dragon JC turn probably just has to level up. I believe your influence is probably really, really big because you went backup charger into turbocharge.
The issue is there's a lot of really good cards. Because we did imbues, there are really strong cards. The abnegations, the regal, the dynastics are all in there.
What's
So if we
number
hit one
5?
of those, okay, an
Oh,
abnegation.
abnegation is pretty big. Abnegation is an important card in this particular matchup because this is a matchup that usually when the Diana side you want to be swinging a lot with your allies. So you as the allies player want to be able to like recover those damage.
Hey, Angel Attendant, another absolute all-star card we saw in this matchup. So good at just staving off damage. We don't even need any tricks using Undeniable Truth. We're literally just playing it because it's a 0-3 intercept. More than enough.
Yep. Dragon's probably gonna play it down. There's not much things to do. That's the thing about this particular deck in this particular Alice deck. It is a really, really, really slow setup deck. On turn 1 to 3, you're just doing a bunch of I draw cards, I level up, I farm more influence, I hold my hand up and only interact when I need to. It is a very slow deck, but once it gets its engine going to level 2, having all the exalted card and the high element, then that's where the party gets fun. We are going to see the imbue right there from the attendant. So getting the intercept, this means it will protect Dragon's Face. Raylam has to deal with it.
I do see the Umbra Sight in hand, so this is going to be the way we activate the Phantom Monarch Alice. Because for those who haven't seen it, Phantom Monarch Alice does deal 7 damage every time she activates an advanced element card, as long as she doesn't have a curse in her lineage. And we do get an Engulf and an Umbra Sight off of our Phantasmagoria trigger in the end phase. Phantasmagoria on every end phase. You may, so you don't have to, you may choose to throw every card in your grave back into your deck and then just mill equal to the amount of opponent counters, which is typically 2, potentially 3, potentially 4 if you get a Bandersnatch out on field.
Yep. We do see the Brutes being played on the Raylan side right there, just preparing it. It's probably a really, really strong card against the Alice deck because Alice just has a lot of reaction, fast reaction during his opponent's turn. So you do want to have that out of the way so that it can disrupt opponent's play.
Draws an Engulf for turn, so definitely don't really have anything you have to Engulf in this deck. It's really risky. If you Engulf a distant card, they might just have another distant card. If you Engulf an ally, it's okay, but you don't want to put 6 cards down. That's definitely a card we're going to hold for later when we can pay it for much cheaper.
Yep, I agree. So Raylam right now probably going to play the Castellan Archer here, if I'm not wrong, to just dish out a bit more damage, get a bit more ally to the board. There we go. This particular ally is just way too strong, honestly speaking.
Yeah, Castellan Archer he is Krusty Krab unfair here, going to get that 4 damage down, and it's getting that draw as well. We all know how powerful it is to draw an extra card on every attack, especially for a deck like Dragon JG's that doesn't play a lot of allies. Like the only way to clear this is Found Seraphim plus Benediction or double Benediction, and that's something we haven't really seen much. But look, we've already gotten the Aqua Mirage down to counter 1 durability, and we don't have the Seekers either, which means that at that point, we're just swinging with swords.
Yeah, I do think that it's fine because like at this point, if you're just trying to play the game plan or just I will just spam a bunch of allies and use my sword with the cat to just keep swinging face. I absolutely think this is a fine game plan. It just really depends what kind of opponent Raylam has. Raylam has opponent really, really good opponent. Archer and Frostborn Paladin is the ideal scenario here. While for Dragon side, there's 0 allies on the board, which is expected because you get getting cleared. But it's also the fact that he loses the abnegation. He doesn't have a really big way to heal right now. And he still needs to find his win con, which is the Whirlpool.
Actually has 2 abnegations in hand here, so should be able to go level up to 2 on the next turn, bring out the Umbra Sight, draw 2, so digging deeper into the deck than just straight abnegation.
Yep.
Or maybe even throw a Reflected Blight if we have one, and then we could get 2 and then abnegation healing. So we're going to be 14. Abnegation would heal us for 10 actually, so we would just go back down to basically nothing.
Yep. So Raylam here taking his time here to consider his options. Probably can consider just passing the turn because he is really, really, really stabilized. If there's no further action needed, he would just past the turn here, I don't think there's any need to extend anymore. You are really, really ahead. So Dragon, here on the other hand, will materialize that Alice Manic Monarch level 2. We will be seeing her. And this is where things get very fun. We are going to see that Umbra side right here is going to take 7 damage because of that penalty from Monarch Queen.
7 and then 2, because the Umbra
2.
side, to get the extra draw, you need to take 2 for every curse in your lineage, which at this point is 0, but counting itself would be 2.
But then again, this damage doesn't really matter.
It matters a little bit. It's not like we're immortal, but it definitely makes Dragon JG makes it feel that way a lot of time. I think we're gonna abnegation here during the recollection phase, just so we don't have to spend our turn doing that. Pearl Prayer actually in the hand. Are we Pearl Prayering in main, or is abnegation main, Pearl Prayer in, or abnegation in rec, Pearl Prayer in main?
I think it has to be abnegation here. Oh no.
Rictus. Okay. Okay, can we hit here?
3, 5. Oh, close.
Okay. Okay. So we're okay. It's probably the dynastic here, especially because Diana doesn't draw the same way Crux does. You do usually need to find 3 mill cards. That's gonna be dynastic, dynastic, or dynastic, dynastic regal usually. So we'll see what the play is. Now you do have to worry. Raylam has 5 cards in hand. That could definitely be a Cerulean Decree, so you don't exactly want to walk into that.
Yeah, I think you can still extend if you have at least 5 influence in hand, but with only 4, that's really, really dangerous. 4 means if you were to play, let's say, put 2 cards down, play a spell, you will get negated right here. Dragon is thinking about it properly. It's really, really dangerous right here. Celerian is going to punish you if you're not really careful.
So I'm finally seeing a little bit of trepidation from Dragon. Hands shaking a bit, thinking here, just going to recollect. Doesn't want to walk into potential Cerulean. Draws another Umbra Sight. It's a little bit too much damage. Brings out the Lost Providence before we move any further, so we don't forget. That Umbra Sight would definitely put us within a dangerous range. It would actually deal 4, so putting us at 20, only 2 life, but the abnegation would heal us quite a bit.
Yep. Looks like we are going to go for Pearl Prayer in the main phase. This allows us to recover 7 and then also draw 1 to memory. This is a really strong card in this particular deck.
Yeah, Pearl Prayer is insane. The fact that it is healed that also draws you is just crazy here. Actually putting the Fracturize down, I think wants to abnegate now, just so he's far, far out of lethal range.
Yeah, I do think that abnegation here, it would be a clever move here because you're not in the range of playing down the Druker or Terraforming yet. So probably just staying as low as possible and also stacking that cursor so that you can heal much more with your lineage.
Okay. Thinking long and hard about this. How much damage can Raylam do here with a cat? Stride's turn. We do have float in there, so we can bring out we can bring out strides, draw an extra card, load a bunch of stuff, make ourselves distant. We also have the quick step treads, so we cannot activate things without paying the extra 2 tax there. So probably Dragon JG would rather just play the cards on his turn instead, unless he has that many cards. Is second Pearl Prayer? Second Pearl Prayer.
Now things are getting really, really spicy here. Second Pearl Prayer allowing him to draw more into the memory and also just healing back down to 2 now. My man was 16 damage counter at one point.
Yeah, and look at his hand. He kept Resolute Abnegation Umbra Sight. If he's not pushed through further that he's going to die, he will just take the Umbra Sight. Otherwise, he's going to abnegate the heal, or he might go for Resolute Sand to survive, and then Umbra Sight on his own turn, take a bunch of damage, abnegate on main phase. Depends how much Raylam commits here, because if he has no cards in hand, then he can at least push a little bit.
Yep, backstep here just to cycle and also give the champion distance so that it can trigger all the distant keywords ability. Probably could be bringing out the strength this turn, I want to believe.
So I think this was in response to the Phantasmagoria trigger. So now we're thinking about whether or not we want to ship all these cards back to the bottom of the deck and get a fresh 2 new cards in the grave. Obviously, haven't found the Dynastic or the Regal yet. The Regal did also get shipped to the bottom by that Rictus Tiding. So I think maybe considering the bottom here, gonna use that Phantasmagoria. What do we see? Reflective Blight and ooh, Maledictum Vitae. I have not seen the Maledictum milled a single time by Dragon JG. If we can pull that one up, that's his card, which is pay 2.
Yep.
Banish another card from your graveyard, which conveniently Phantasmagoria puts the second one.
Yep.
And then you can put it into your lineage. So this was a way for you to dodge a lot of the annoying things with the Phantom Monarch's Alice dealing damage. This is
Yep,
the
yep.
one way, literally I think the only way aside from getting cursed by your opponent for you to put a curse without taking damage, because you're not activating the card,
Yep,
you're
you're just
activating
putting-
like a graveyard ability.
Yeah, you're just basically putting it underneath Alice. So this was one of the few optimal ways to do it. We are going to see Ranger Strikes here, the most talk about card when you talk about Water Diana here. The ability to just draw one is really, really, really good. It's a typical cycle for Regala. But to top it all off, it's an ability that can banish itself to give range for 4 damage, basically. And worst of all, because it's a distorted, the Cheshire Cat can actually copy its ability.
Yes, charge the soul here. Gonna do an extra 1 damage. That might be the 1 damage that Raylam needs, and that was added off of the their calibration earlier. So clearly wants every little bit. Thinking now, Dragon JG wants to consider playing Resolute here, but you will get negated if Raylam is holding something, and he lets it go.
Yep, playing it for free, honestly. So this will not allow Dragon JG to draw next turn. Raylam allows it, just chilling here, I think.
Wow, that's a Cheshire Cat. That's going to be a big one for the big strides combo. We don't have to commit right now because we use the Resolute, unless Raylam has so much damage that he can go extremely tall here.
Yeah, I think Raylam could just present a lot of board if he could, just going wide all the way. Well, it is 3, and then with the Crescent, there's another 3. Was it 4? 3, right?
That's 4, so
Yep,
it would do 1
4,
damage
3.
under the Resolute.
Yep.
So if we want to push for a lot of damage here, we would have to go for a strides, cats, take aim turn, perhaps, because that would get us for a 12-16, so we're hitting 20, so it's like 17. It's still not enough.
Not enough, but close enough. Really, really close. If only has another Froststone Paladin.
Yeah, it would be a good time to just establish some more allies. But remember, every turn you give Dragon JG, what's he going to do next turn? Ducal Seal.
The Joker Seal gonna heal back up. It's just gonna stall the game until you can win the game. Because in the end of the day, right, if you can't really stop the Alice win con, then it's just a matter of time.
Was that a do nothing pass? Or is this a recollection phase? No, yeah, that was a do nothing pass. End phase going to use the Alice bonus on the Maledictum Vitae, banishing it plus that Reflected Blight to add a card to our lineage. Now that's all it does. So in a sense, it is painful for our Umbricites because that's an extra curse. But it does mean we have an extra curse for the abnegation that is in the hand, as well as the Alice Distorted Queen lineage release effect.
Yeah, basically allowing any effects that requires you to check how many curse or any extra cards in the lineage for your particular champion to trigger. So that's really, really good. Ooh.
Tariff Ring instead
Tariff
of
Ring.
Ducal. Interesting choice here. I wonder if maybe he is not taking that much damage. In his mind, is he thinking, oh, if this gets fracturized, I'm probably okay.
Mhm.
I want to save the Ducal Seal for another opportunity.
We are going to see the Lost Providence here being drawn here. A lot of influence in a Dragon's hand. How is he going to parry this?
Second Resolute has been found. So we are safe once again. We also have Fracturize, which means we could just Fracturize Strides right now.
I think we could. Should we do?
Yeah, we're gonna Fracturize the Strides here. And Raylam cannot do anything. If he pops the Strides, he just doesn't get any value out of it. So
Yep.
no engulf or anything on Raylam's side. So this Refractorize is going to get those boots. Cold and Frosty no longer usable, and the cat that was just drawn last turn is not going to be doing anything unless we start bringing out those distortion swords.
Yeah, Raylam here. Once it responds, I believe, just going to be paying.
Undercurrent Bandage. Let's get distant here. COVID is not a thing, but social distancing is still important for Diana.
I mean, do you think Diana will be really, really good at social distancing during COVID?
I think she would have been incredible at social distancing because that's all this deck does.
Do you think including all the win after stuff in HBN, in AMB?
Yeah. 100%.
But yeah, we are going to just. I think we're just taking our options because I think Raylam didn't really expect it. Strides to get factorized so early.
Yeah, and that's the thing is when you bring out Strides on a turn that you're not already distant, it's kind of vulnerable against other water decks because they can't just Fracturize it. And now your ceiling of damage is so much lower. And now the problem is that without that burst, especially with Tariff, Ducal, even if we Fracturize the Tariff, we still just don't have enough damage to do like 20, 30 damage in one turn.
Yeah, I'm quite curious on the reason why Realm didn't swing in with the Crystalline and the Archer.
Because it was resoluted.
Oh yeah, there was a resolution.
And there
yeah,
was
yeah.
no float engrave at that point, so he would have to commit cards from hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And then swing, draw, but then it's like you're kind of committing cards when a turn is not going to be very impactful because of the resolute.
Still, I believe we're still on Realm still, or Realm, or the end phase for Dragon at the release.
So the Fracturize is gone. So
Yeah.
did Dragon use the Phantasmagoria there? There we go. So Phantasmagoria
Yep,
comes in
there we
here.
go.
And we get Bandersnatch and another Maledictum Vitae. That's crazy. If we use this Maledictum, we could have 3 curses, which means our abnegations will be healing for 14.
Yep, 14, and you're gonna heal for 14, and then the lineage as well will heal even more. Flash unit comes down here. We are going to see a little bit more on the cautious side. Oh, yes, just use it for a draw, I guess. We are going to see more glimpsing here.
Take aim has been found.
Yep.
That's a way for us to get around the fact that our strides is no longer available, but we can't use the cat to like triple these cards. And this is of course gonna cost cards from hand to activate. So more opportunity for Dragon JG to be like, all right, yeah, hit me, I won't die. And then next turn I go dynastic, you're dead.
Yeah, it sort of looks like the pattern of game 1 in top 8, where Dragon basically take it slow, the other opponent is unable to pressure him, and Dragon is just going to go dynasty, and eventually win the game right here. Looking like a similar pattern. Hope that Raylam can find another out here.
And this is going to be really big. Dragon JG pops the Tire Fring as well. He doesn't really have to expend any cards here. He can kind of just do his own thing, let the damage come in. Because there's no point having heal cards if you're not going to take some damage.
Yep,
so
yep,
maybe now is some time to take some damage so we can heal back up and just keep churning through the deck. Maybe you want to use that Umbra Sight, but I'm like, are we using an Umbra Sight and going to take 6 damage off of it? I mean, it would give us a reason to heal.
It will be giving us a reason to heal, but I don't think you need to do it now. You can do it a little bit later when you're quite desperate. I think he's just going to pass the turn right here.
Raylam really needs to find something. Without the strides, the damage is just not quite there. Currently on board, 1, 2, 3, 4 damage, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that would be half of Dragon JG's life, but that is just half and not even considering lineage release.
Recollected, Crystalline Archer is found in hand again. But the problem is with Crystalline Archer is that you really want to have floating memories in order to use it constantly. Yeah, sure, you can have enough to eat right now for the current Crystalline Archer, but if you want to play multiple Crystalline Archer or you just want more floating memory, that's probably why the Crystalline Archer being played multiple times is slightly harder to be pressured comparing to a multiple copy of Frozen Paladin.
It's just crazy that Raylam could sink all of these allies in this turn, and this abnegation is just gonna heal it back.
Yeah, I mean that's a matchup where you're just forcing cards out from the opponent every turn. Every turn you're asking your opponent, please heal 8, please recover 8, please do something, or please do something. And like if you're not doing any of those things, then it's a bit more problematic. Noticing from Dragon as well, he's just happy to take the damage and didn't even pop the Tariff Ring last turn.
Yeah, I think in his head, it's like, I can just take it. Like, I don't need to pop Tariff. I'm not really a threat. You want to pop Tariff on the turn when, one, you're going to play Dynastic Whirlpool usually, because that's going to be when you're going to put cards down, right? You want to have that insurance. So I think Dragon is just doing, it's like the Luxem thing, right? It's like, I'm not going to pop Tariff Ring with
I'm
zero.
not going to pop it.
I'm gonna let myself take some damage so that I can heal it back later, and then I bring Tariff because I just took so much. Now it's my time to take it like off turn. I'm like, take damage, then heal it back down. Take damage, heal it back down. That's the whole cadence we're trying to find here. So letting Raylam swing here, not to mention, that means this is the last charge of our Akumaraj Whisper. So this weapon is broken, and there is no Seeker's Aether Wing in the deck, which means any Weaving Mana Streams we have from this point onwards get no value.
Yep, I think in particular this particular matchup, Raylan doesn't really care too much about that. I think he cares a lot more about just getting allies to the board, and seems to be doing that, planning that ahead really, really well.
All right, Raylam has a ton of cards in hand, but just nothing much to do with it. I'm really curious if we could get a deck count. How many are left in there?
Yep, President here will go and hit and banish one of the floating memory in order to draw one and gain range 3, making it 4 damage this turn.
Yeah, so putting Dragon GG up to 11. It's quite a bit of damage, but it's nothing to this abnegation with currently 2 curses, 3 if we use this Maledictum Vitae in the grave. We could go up to 3 curses, which means Abnegation heals for 12. Or no, 14,
14,
actually.
14.
Literally completely negating this entire turn.
Yep, both players are playing it really, really slow and also just taking the time right here, not making any hasty decisions. Realm as well. Realm is actually just, I don't know, I think Realm's playing really, really like passive and slow comparing to what I thought he would. But I guess it's just given because of his quality of hand. We do see the Honoric key here will be used to pay for to basically get a card into the memory.
Is it Umbracite time?
Is it
We
Umbracite time?
could do the Umbracite here, and then after that, pay for the Maledictum, and then Oneric Key. We would have 4 curses at that point, which is insane amounts of healing off the Abnegation. There we go, Umbracite. Are we doing the extra damage here?
Umbracite is basically a free draw +1 basically, because every time you play it, you can draw 1 to mem, draw 1 to, and basically just a plus right here. Dragon Deiji here taking up to 17 damage counter. So much damage has been dealt, but not by his opponent, by himself.
You're gonna pop Oneric Key, draw into memory, still 2 cards in hand if he wants to pop that Maledictum Vitae in the graveyard, putting the 4th curse in our lineage, making us. What is that? That's gonna be an Alice heal for
+6.
4, 5, 6, 8.
Oh, 8.
Alice heal for 8, Abnegation healing for 16.
Yep.
Dynastic Whirlpool has finally been found.
It is looking more and more dangerous for Raylam right here. Dragon JG probably just gonna play the Dynastic here and pass, and then just keep hands up for interaction, and also gonna pop the Terraforming. That's what I think Dragon is thinking about. All their other lines of play. Ooh, he plays it down. The
Think
memory.
He's still looking for the second one, and he still wants Raylam to churn through the deck a little bit more before he commits. Or actually, has he changed his mind? Is it time to start throwing away the water?
We are going to go for Purple first, just to be a little bit more passive, just draw more cards into the memory, just heal as well. This game is just all about heal, 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 recover, and I don't know, Raylam really needs to find more allies to punch through this, or not your opponent just going to heal up the board.
Yeah, only having 2 allies this whole time, not particularly powerful. Are we going to play Angel Attendant now? Angel Attendant could come down, block a little bit of the damage, force a little bit more. Benediction, also an option, but you really want to. So Dynastic here, going to be imbued, play Angel Attendant. We're just refusing to give up here. We're just going to keep trucking along.
Yeah, I mean, you can take away like the Rival Reach, we just play like a 0 defense ally, and also 0 attack ally and 3 defense to just basically protect the face, protect yourself. Because this particular deck does hit a lot via combat. So you do want to be able to just have a placeholder like Angel Attendant to just block those damage.
And face trigger in response to the Phantasmagoria. Raylam is going to make his move. Going to be that's a distant card. Backstep here. Going to get distance. Let's see what he can do with that. Draws another card. When are we going to get the deck count, actually? So, Raylam or Dragon JG is going to ship his bottom. It's going to be 1, 2, Dynastic. Ooh, and Blight. So, if I did not see a Blight in hand, but if he has the Blight, he can go Blight or
Take over
the Dynastic, and we can just go double Dynastic.
Yep.
Probably end this game right here. Okay, deck count. It's time for the deck count. He's like, all right, Dynastic number 2 has been found. It's time to start thinking about how I'm going to end the game.
Yeah, I do think that it's going to be the same gameplay as we saw double Dynastic, and then opponent can't interact or intervene, and then you're just going to win the game through just taking out your opponent right here. But Raylam just seems to be more cautious than the other players that we've seen. It's not going to let himself being deck out or being targeted to a deck out that easily.
All right, so 34 double Dynastic would put us very close to ending this, especially after Raylam's turn here. If he goes for Draw Regalia, mill a card, draw a card off Crystalline, draw for turn, we could actually see Dynastic end the game next turn, especially with that Bauble of Abundance.
Yep. We are going to go into the Smoke Bomb. Very interesting choice right here. Gonna be banishing 1 in order for us to draw 1 card. If it actually triggers here, we are going to be Smoke Bombing probably the Attendant.
Yeah, fracturizing. So unlike Justin, we are going to fracturize the Tariff here in response to the materialization.
Yep.
So not during the recollection, so you cannot activate the Tariff Ring. We're going to throw another Charge of Soul here. Going to put another 1. Oh, wait. we don't have an Aether charge. So
There's nothing to charge. So
that's just charge the soul into grave for 1 damage.
yep, charge the soul into grave for 1 damage. Probably it's a floating memory, right?
Oh, there we go. Smoke bombs
Yep,
pop.
smoke bomb is pop.
Benediction or an Angel Attendant. Currently 4 cards in hand. Is Dragon JG gonna throw out this Resolute now?
This is a bit dangerous. There is at least 3 plus a potential 4 damage represented. That's 7 damage right here, pushing a lot of damage. Realm is asking a lot of questions from Dragon here, pressuring this man here to pressuring this man to basically answer his board, which is basically what this matchup is all about. Just getting allies, punching, and then just asking answers. But then again, on the flip side, if you can answer everything that your opponent is asking and you can advance your game plan, then you win the game.
Raylam sees the second Resolute and just looks a bit defeated. He's like, yep, yeah, I see how this is going.
Yep.
You're not doing anything once against this turn. And we drew off of smoke bombs. We should be 33.
Yep.
Draw for turn goes to 32.
Yep.
We should be getting closer, especially if we swing. Actually, we cannot even kill the Angel Attendant now either. So that means it's going to stick around for the next turn. Which means you have to deal with it again next turn. Very well timed Resolute stand here. Just going to play another Paladin. Finally has found another one.
Yep. Let's go play the other Paladin here in order to eat 1 floating and also draw a card to the...
Draw a card.
Yep.
Usually that's a good thing in a card game. But in this instance, is that something you want to be doing, Raylam?
I mean, to be fair, if you're not going to just draw cards to see answers, then when are you drawing? I understand that you are close to death and decking out, but you can never always play around it. At least that's what I believe.
Okay, gonna take 1 damage off this Resolute. Gonna get Raylam 1 step closer to this game ending. Currently, how many cards it has? A lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, a lot of cards from both players' hand right there. This is just influence gaming since the top 8 game. We have talked about this. Both players are playing a blue water deck that tends to do a lot of hands up. Just a bunch of passing, a bunch of I play a card, I hope you take the bite and negate it, or you play a card and I hope you take the bite and negate it. It's a bunch of baiting and a bunch of just trying to fool each other with influence, or sometimes even better, opponent has 9 hand, 9 influence, has no interaction.
Yeah, and Dragon GG here thinking about bringing out the Ducal Seal, but wants a deck count first. Because remember, Raylam does know how to fracturize a tariff on the stack, so that means Ducal Seal's the pick here. Needs to have another fracturize in order to stop this 31. That means double dynastic plus a abundance should be game if Raylam is not on. Should not be on anything like a Resolute. Yeah, no Resolute stand in
Yeah,
this
no
deck.
Resolute stands at all, I think.
Abnegation going to be activated here. Going to go back down to 0. I'm actually surprised we're going for the Abneg here because that's an Abnegation for 16 and we're just healing 8 with it. So a little bit of wasted healing, but Dragon GG wants to be as far away from lethal as possible. Recollect.
Just gonna recollect right here with a really, really big influence. Honestly speaking.
Double Dynastic.
Double Dynastic is out. It might be time, guys. It might be Double Dynastic here. Dragon is gonna play the first Dynastic, I believe. It is Dynastic number 1. It is Dynastic number 1. Dynastic number 1 comes to the board here. Gonna ask Melam to basically mill 15 cards if you don't interact with this.
So now here's the issue. He can't go for the second Dynastic because 1, it's not even going to mill Raylam out. I mean, technically, it would put him at 16 cards. If you play the second one, it puts him to 1 and he draws for turns. So he's not dead. He can't on-attack with the Crystalline. He can't play any Draw Regalia. But he could still kill you and your hands down. And if he fracturizes the Ducal Seal, he could maybe find a way with like take aim to try and end this game. And notably, I think Dragon GG wants to look at what the 15 cards he mills are so he can get some information about what's gone in the deck. Remember, these are open deck lists, and I think a mill deck is actually insanely powerful when you do the exact contents of your opponent's deck.
Yep, not just that, you can even have a good hypothesis of what is in your opponent's hand as well. Because there's only so much you can count, right? If your opponent literally only has like 4 cards or 2 cards in the deck, and then their hand size is around 8, you can basically infer what is in their hand or why they're so comfortable. Maybe they have the nuts, or they have a lot of high value cards, or they just have nothing.
Yeah, and look, we just milled 2 Crystalline Archers and 2 Cerulean Decrees, which means in either we have 1 Crystalline on field, 2, either one's in hand, or one's in the next 15 cards in the...
Yep, basically signaling that his numbers of negation is very, really little because Cerulean Decrees are literally in the graveyard. It's a question or not whether if he has the other Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, and Raylam's holding a lot of cards here. But look, can you do in a single turn with no strides, no cat? Can you do what is this? So this is gonna be 22 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Can
Yep.
you do 20, 30 damage and hold up a negate to stop the abnegation?
There's also the lineage, if you remember, so that is actually a problem. We are just gonna pass the turn here, gonna activate the mastery effect, just gonna pass the turn back to Raylam, just doing basically holding up more cards in hand. Raylam, does he has the Fracturize in order to answer the Ducal Seal? If not, this is really, really devastating.
He doesn't have a Fracturize. This game is basically as good as done. Enfeebling Orb is definite. Okay, wait, reconsidering. But Enfeebling Orb would be a way for him to force cards down, but I think you need to answer the Ducal Seal. Absolutely have to. It's going to be Palver because he can't swing with Diana because he doesn't have a weapon.
Yep. Probably just gonna try and manage every card is in the graveyard. They're not gonna be particularly relevant in this current stage.
Now, is Dragon GG just going to let this happen? I imagine. I don't think you care that much about the third Maledictum Vitae. You have enough curses at this point. You can just let this go, hold up as many cards, force. There it is.
There's Factorize right there, showing us how this matchup is truly played right here. Factorizing the Ducal Seal here, making sure that there's no timing for Dragon to crack this and allowing all the allies to swing.
One card in hand means if Dragon GG is holding Engulf, which I see in the hand, he could just Engulf this and he gets the Ducal Seal guaranteed, which will assure that he is making it to the next turn.
Yep. There's no way to pay for the Engulf penalty, right? Or is it?
Let's see. No, yeah, Engulf is unpayable and you have to just negate it. That's the only way. Or just do it again. So this is about as free as it gets. This Engulf is guaranteed
I think it's Engulf.
to hit. He has one card in hand, one Fractal. That should be nothing unless he plays
Yep,
Chain
yep, yep.
Charge. It's not in the deck.
Dragon's doing it. He's paying it. He's gonna pay the Engulf. Engulf does count in and gonna negate that Factorize there. Ducal is safe. This turn you can actually play the Ducal.
Oh, the
Oh,
quick step treads. We always forget about the quick step treads.
Oh.
So cannot do that because we did go distant the turn before. So I think Dragon's probably just gonna have to let this go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to pay 5 for this. Actually, can he? He only has 4. He
Yeah,
only has
it's
4.
4. And Factorize is already used. The reversible is used. Wait, I'm just standing there, aura farming, literally just waiting for his opponent to make a decision here. Probably had foreseen this.
So that's the banish. It was the tactical retreat that gave distance to Raylam in the turn previous. Now, is Dragon JG even a threat though? I still think he is pretty safe. So that's gonna be another Fractal. We're gonna banish all these cards from the Palver Sword. And now
Recollect with a bunch of allies that can swing.
3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage
13
currently.
damage currently, not big, but still, because you can swing 13 this turn, this puts Dragon into check.
Now he can pay for the end goal.
Now he can pay for the
Now he
angle.
can pay for the end goal.
But does he want to pay for the angle?
Nah, probably not. I mean, unless Raylam plays something that would force it out, maybe like a take aim that would be coming in for lethal. But he also is just holding that negation. And I imagine that is probably a more surefire way of keeping yourself in this game.
Yep, despite Raylam actually drawing into the Factorize to stop all this Ducal and Tariffs, there is one problem though. Raylam is suffering from the fact that his deck size is really, really small. Dragon JG smells blood. It's there's a matter of time for him to just play the second Whirlpool to mail him out.
Yeah, and at this point, Raylam has to just hold up every negate. But remember, we already know that 2 of those Cerulean Decrees are gone.
Yep.
So what is left in the deck? We haven't seen the Frostbinds. That's the third Crystalline, so we know 2 Crusties gone. 1 was found. That's Take Aim as well, so we're probably going to have to commit.
I see Take Aim. I see, what's it called again? Dismissal. Nothing much else.
It's double Take Aim. So this is double take aim on the Crystalline. That's going to be 12 damage.
Dragon G is out of cards in hand?
No, he has
a lot.
5 cards plus a Fractal. So he can Engulf or he can Abnegate here. And
Take
I think
aim.
Raylam has 1 card in hand, so he should just Abnegation or even just Lineage Release, and he will be far outside of lethal range and then end this game with the Dynastic Whirlpool sitting in the memory.
Yep. Raylam here just representing so much damage here. Getting Take Aim twice into the Christian Archer.
Okay, so once
4,
again,
4, 8, 12.
abnegation. This is gonna be Pearl Prayer? No, there you go.
Oh,
It's called abnegation. Oh,
abnegation.
you're right. Paying for the. So this is gonna be abnegation for 16.
Basically
All
1 to
the
0.
way back down to zero.
And then taking 12 damage right here from the Castilian plus double tick aim right here.
And remember, there are only 2 take aims in the main board. This means we are just out of damage. This is it. This is all we've got. There is nothing left. We just have to swing at the allies, but we're not even gonna get a chance. 13 cards left in deck means one more Dynastic Whirlpool will send us to a game 2.
Yep.
You can hear the crowd laughing in the background at at Raylam just not being able to get through this insane healing.
And there goes the Whirlpool here, giving up the fist bomb. Game 1 won by Dragon JG, showing us why this deck's been dominating. This being able to survive, has so much ways to stop attacks and etc. And a really, really insane win con, which usually in Grand Archive, a lot of people tend to try to stop your game plan or stop your win con. But this particular one, how do you stop yourself from decking out?
I mean, not drawing, but if you don't draw, you're not doing anything. And if you don't do anything, they can just keep drawing and drawing and drawing, and eventually they find Dynastic and they just win the game.
Yep, exactly. So this has been a really great showing from Dragon JG right here. We are going to game 2, and of course Raylam is probably going to choose to go first again. Again, what can Raylam side in order to counter this particular deck?
I mean, we gotta have the second Seeker's Aether Wing there. We probably don't need the smoke bombs.
Smoke bomb is definitely not. There is a world we use it, but
I mean, just to draw.
I think the one that's probably going out is Flash Grenade. Flash Grenade has no relevancy in sort of like reducing damage. You don't really need any sort of like damage reduction. There's no way that Dragon is aiming for a damage win con. He's just aiming for a deck out, right?
No, the difference is that they both don't do anything. And again, no, actually, smoke bombs does please get rid of angels.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you're right. Flash Grenade is probably the pick.
Mhm.
I would say the Drown and Aethers probably come out because
Yep.
I mean, unless you're hitting a Found Seraphim that attack, it's
Well,
probably
there's some helpfulness, but not really. Is there anything you want to take? You want to put in? Take aim. You definitely
take
want more
aim.
damage.
Third
Take aim.
necessary, and the Snow White. This is gonna be the story of this game. You need to find the
Snow
Snow
White.
White.
Snow
and
White is
keep-
really important.
You gotta keep Dragon JG out of level 3. Once he gets level 3, that's when his entire game plan gets started. On his side, though,
We have discussed this with the game against Justin. I don't think Dragon JG has anything in particular that he needs to say, except for the fact that maybe the Blanche, but Blanche is not that great, I think.
it's the Tricastles.
Tricastle, right?
I'm not even sure if Tricastles is good just because there's usually gonna be allies on board that can swing into
Mhm.
it. But if you have Found Seraphim plus Tricastles, or if you can catch Raylam without a ally heavy hand, you could definitely get there. And look, Tricastles, since he's sideboarding right now, he's looking at it. Is he considering changing anything? Seems like no. So Tricastles did not come in.
I think Dragon's charge deck is really, really minimal. I suspect it's probably just a few of the Blanche. Other than that, there's nothing else.
Yeah, so I think what I saw from the previous game is he didn't even sideboard, so
Yep.
I think probably just gonna ship it here, and he's gonna have to hope that he draws another opening hand that works well here, especially considering the fact that Raylam is going first.
Yeah, I do think that Raylam just needs to have a better hand in terms of more allies. Like, again, this is just a refresher on this top 8. Justin's hand is one good example. Multiple Frost Fronts, and then just being able to batch face every turn. That's just an ideal start, honestly speaking.
Yeah, and on Dragon GG side, you really just want to see the Found Seraphims, the Angels. They really take a lot of the bite out of these ally turns, especially when you are eating up a bunch of Aether Charge hits in
Yeah.
with the Angel taking out the durability.
Is there a world where we like hero into like multiple 8 charges? Because like I noticed one thing about this Diana that it's really hard for you to get like multiple 8 charges in a turn unless you have all the influence in the world, right?
You generally don't want to put a lot of Aether Charges in one hit because
Mhm.
it's a little bit inefficient. I mean, you get the extra damage. If it works, it works. Usually you do that because you have to try and dodge a Comling Breeze
Mhm.
or a Resolute.
Mhm.
But normally, I mean, this deck plays Resolute, doesn't play
Yeah,
Comling.
the only scenario I see that if there's an opportunity where Dragon G is hands down, right? And then you see, okay, this is the one time I can send it all. Like all of this random agent charges is all damage representation, right? Because what you're trying to do is just representing damage. So probably just all in and swing one big one if there's an opportunity. But Then again, the preference is of course to spam a bunch of allies, namely the Frost Swarm Paladin, which is the most overplayed. I want to say right now, the most overplayed ally for water throughout this entire game lifeline. Anyway, we are going to go into the attendant being imbued right here. Rilam here going to undercurrent vantage here just to glimpse a bit and also turn the champion into distant.
Oh, I think that was a 2 bottom, 1 top.
Wow.
So not quite liking. It was either 2 bottom, 1 top or 2 top, 1 bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Yeah, he's just going to bring them out together here. Going to banish that Cheshire.
One cat gone. Might have multiple cats.
Yeah, and I think Raylan really does need to consider how he wants to bring out strides. Because based on that previous game, you saw the strides got fracturized, and by bringing it out early, I feel like we cannot bring strides out until we have everything we need.
Yeah, the problem is that bringing out boost early too is not that great because boost is a really important component against this particular deck. This deck just has a lot of fast reaction. They do like to prefer to play cards during your turn. So having the boost there is really, really strong. Have charged the soul, I believe.
Yeah, thinking about the chart soul, but we need to get rid of the Angel Attendant is the #1 issue here. So if we're going to swing 3, we might as well just swing 3 exact unless we're worried about Resolute. But Dragon JG would absolutely not spend a Resolute on an Angel Attendant.
Yep. So we are going to recollect right here. Probably just going to go swing into the Angel right there. Yep. Getting rid of it, getting on the on hit in order for you to glimpse even more. Just searching cards, really. Do we see any allies? I just really nothing.
There's a Weaving Mana Stream. That's going to be the mill 100%. Dragon GG does not play Censor, so there's no threat of that being banished.
Yep.
We can at least get a little bit of extra value from the Weaves. Is that a 1 top 2 bottom?
Yeah, he's been bothering a lot. That's a bit concerning. Not finding
Yeah.
cards he needs.
1 top 2 bottom looks like the pick here, telling us that maybe the hand is not. Actually, no, that was 2 top 1 bottom, and the Weaving Mana Stream was just separated off from the side. It's the mill there.
Frost Paladin.
Paladin. Okay, we're gonna use the Undercurrent Vantage here, draw an extra card, and get some beats in. We definitely need that pressure if we want to try and get Dragon JG out of this game before hitting level 2.
Frost Paladin here being a premium stat line 3 for one of the, again, overused, overplayed. Everything about this ally. You love her, you hate her. She's been a mainstay for this particular game for a long time. We are going to level 1 in Alice side right here. Oh, no, sorry,
No.
backup charger.
We're going back up first. We're gonna take it a little bit slow.
Mhm.
Hand is actually looking very advanced heavy. So Dragon JG is gonna have to hope to find some stuff that'll help him stay in this game. We have the Resolute at least, so I think we should be fine. We'll have the Fracturize for a potential Strides materialization.
Yeah, I think it's thinking of maybe fracturing its own power cell.
Well, fracturing the parcel now is not bad. It would get us the float for level 1, but it would -1 us. There is the Rictus hiding. Haven't hit a crazy Rictus in this game, though it is very inconsistent, so wouldn't exactly expect it. Double Benediction in hand, I think, so we could go Benediction, Benediction, heal all the way back down to 0, but we cannot kill this Paladin. No time. Right, it's not yet passing here.
Yeah, he's still considering his options. I think there are some plays that he can consider. Maybe he wants to return siding in main phase in order to see what he can draw, and then consider the fact that okay, if I return siding into an ally, maybe I could just play. Oh, he's just gonna play a Benedict Angel here. Gonna recover 2 and allow him to draw a card into memory.
And notably, he showed Regal plus Dynastic. I think Dragon GG sees that his hand is a little bit rough, so he
Ooh.
needs to kind of just throw away some of these advanced element cards instead of trying to continue digging. Wait, that's another Angel Attendant. Okay, so we've got the angels here guarding the gates of heaven from the Phantom Monarch Alice. So let's see if Raylam can get through these angels and hopefully do a little bit more damage before Dragon GG gets up to that level 1.
Yep. So this is basically just a not ideal scenario for Raylam here. A bunch of allies just disturbing him, blocking his way into the spirit there. He wants to go face as much as possible. Raylam here considering his option, probably going for an option that can increase his influence if there is an option to do so. He is gonna go into the boots right here, gonna increase his influence. and then also putting in the mana stream into the Aether Charge and Power Soul, and you're gonna deal 1 damage into the Benedict Angel there.
Yeah, Benediction Angel here, really important to get rid of her because if a second Benediction Angel is played, could kill.
Factorize. It comes from Factorize.
Fracturizing Power Cell there. So no more Palver, so no threat of that.
Yep.
And we're just going to go Fracturize Power Cell. This is a huge value play here. Now Raylam has an opportunity to try and ship in a lot of damage. The problem is we don't have Strides, we don't have Cat on field, so we're just going to have to do the normal Diana damage here. Do we have a Crystal? I don't think I see another ally in the hand. I'm seeing a lot of Aether Charges. I'm seeing a lot of distance. So maybe no ally. I'm seeing negates as well. The Dragon JG very well maneuvered.
Yeah, like the fact that there is something blocking the way, it's gonna stop at least 3 damage from here. It's either from the champion itself, but very likely it's just gonna be stopping the Froststorm Paladin's damage right there. Rhythm here is just struggling to find any sort of like burst damage or any sort of like win con right here. I do think that the ideal play right now is to find another Froststone or at least an Archer here so they can keep on putting up the pressure. The Angel just get taken down here. The bot is 3 now. Dragon only has 2 cards in hand. There are nothing blocking this way, so it's probably gonna be an Archer we have it, but no.
Oh, wow, we are loading 3
Oh,
Aether Charges. Just like you said,
yeah,
I think he needs to get a big glimpse to try and fix this hand. This is going to be swinging for 4. We're not distant. Swinging for 4, glimpse 5.
Glimpse 5 to fix his hand right here. He needs all the glimpse in the world right now. Gonna be looking at the top 5 of his deck in order to fix what is wrong with his future.
Fracturize, really important to get rid of those Ducal Seals and those Tire Frings. Am I still not seeing an ally?
Yeah, I don't, wait, is that Archer?
I don't see an Archer. I'm seeing Charged Soul. I'm seeing normal
Let us
cards.
see a bit, Raylam. Let the caster see a little bit.
Fracturize.
Oh
One.
no.
Okay, so that's a Frozen Dismissal, also not particularly useful
Yeah.
in this matchup. It's 4 bottom, 1 top.
Oh, this is not good.
Wow, that is dire straits here.
Yeah, I think it's the first time that even Raylam shaking his head. This is the first time I see so much cards sent to the bottom we are glimpsing.
Cheshire here, just gonna swing for 1, but next turn. Oh, hands down means no Inert Sword next turn. So this is just a Cheshire. I imagine this is gonna be angling for that Strides though.
Yeah, it shows you how important it is to keep up the pressure in this matchup. Raylam understands that. And so Dragon G now instantly going to level 1 here. Remember, Dragon G just need more time to go into the level 2 Alice.
Here's a really, really sketchy part of this play. If he wants to go Strides next turn,
Yep.
he has to go he has no cards in hand.
Yep.
He goes Strides.
Yep.
Draws a card. 1 card in hand. Fracturize.
Factorize.
You're not distant. You can't activate it.
You can't activate it. Fractorize. This is really, really disturbing. Maybe there's other things you can materialize next turn, right? Right?
It is possible. There's a lot of moves you can do.
Sword?
I mean, Palver with he would still get the Aqua Mirage Whisper off of the Weaving Mana Stream. I mean, at least he doesn't have to banish. Weaving, he did not find the Weaving last game, so it is definitely a much better situation to be in because now we're at least not using our float.
Yeah, NG here is gonna be paying 1 factorized, 2 cards. Is he actually gonna help Raylam mill more cards? Or he's thinking like maybe I have to mill Raylam's cards right now because maybe all the allies are on the top of the deck.
Want to make a correction? You can actually activate the Strides on a unit who is not ranged, but they get the distant 4, so you would need to range it after that.
Yeah, I forgot that we're not in Exalted yet. I was thinking like, what if Dragon G just start milling right now because all the allies are on the top of the deck?
Okay, I mean, I saw the Found Seraphim if he wants to go for that, but there's already 2 allies on field, but it is still a 1/4 taunt.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, these 2 on their own can kill it.
Yeah, they kill it. So I think it's probably just another pass here. Again, the Froststorm Paladin being on the board is representing so much threat for Dragon. He has to think of a way to remove it somehow. Imbue?
Wow, okay, Found Seraphim imbued to using a Fractal plus the 2 imbued there, advanced. It's very interesting because these angels are imbue, but their imbue is less than their cost, so you can actually use fractals with them, unlike the usual imbues.
Yeah, I think I want to say like it's a design thing where it's purposely designed that way. But anyway, we are going into Raylam's materialization. What can you materialize? Strike is really dangerous here. You can fall into it. Oh, power sword. There we go.
Yeah, so we want to power up the cat, but we can't go inert, so we're gonna go for Palver instead. So this cat's gonna be able to swing in for 3, and then the paladin swings in for 3, and then Diana swings in for 2. Now is Dragon GG was maybe considering fracturizing the Palver, but that's not really a great trade, I feel.
Rhythm here really doesn't have anything going on. I think I saw 2 Factorize in hand.
Fracturize in hand, definitely necessary for the part of the game where we're doing Ducal Seal Tariff Ring
Ooh.
dodging, but retaliate for one.
That really, really nice retaliate. We are going to swing. I believe we have swung with the sword, and now we're gonna swing with the Frost Paladin. Just passing the turn right here. Keeping up the pressure here. Rhythm would probably much love to have more allies, but unfortunately his hand is just a bunch of spells, I believe.
And now we're finally leveling up to that too. We're gonna use that Reflected Blight and that Regal. Regal not necessarily the best here. You can usually just get through with the Reflecteds, but okay, let's see. Umbra Sight has been
Umbra
found.
Sight, we are gonna be taking 7 damage right here because of the penalty here.
Yeah, Phantom Monarch coming out for maybe the last time this game, getting the Umbra Sight just like every time, getting a huge influence, but we're really low. So now is the time to try and abuse this if Raylam can. Not many cards in hand though, just because hasn't been founding the Crusties, hasn't been getting the huge value. Rictus Tiding.
Rictus Tiding, let's go.
Okay, no, that is not going to hit. And Abnegation, though, has been found, and that is an easy ship into the hand. Dragon JG doesn't have to show it, but you know that he picked that one up. Anything else here to play a Pearl Prayer in Wreck? Maybe another Abnegation in hand?
I think probably just the Abnegation, right? Oh, no, another one.
Rictus, okay. Let's go gambling. Can we hit the 5-3? We haven't seen it yet.
Hit it.
6? Oh, that was
close.
almost. It was almost the 6 and the 2, not the 6 and the 7. Unfortunately, oh, he had the Umbral Tide.
Umbral Tiding, yeah.
So actually, already not an option there. Okay, so Raylam is now going to activate a distant card here, most likely. Backstep.
Backstep right here, just to give the distant cards. It's gonna have a recollection right here. Back to Dragons. Turns, what can draw? The crowd is cheering.
They're cheering for the Rictus. I already know it's a bit of a delay, but I know they're cheering for the Rictus Tidings right now.
Again, I think will you mill if you're a dragon? Will you actually start milling right here? Because think about it. If you think about this, maybe it's all just the ally cards that is looking for it, and you couldn't find it at all.
Yes, you could consider that, but
okay,
I think
no per.
you definitely need to heal first, though. We are gonna die. Even just allies on board is already 3, 6, and if he goes in there at 3, 5, 8 damage swing with Diana, there's just like a lot to get through. So I think probably the correct play here. I imagine maybe Dragon JG just considers sending the. He's actually shaking his head. He doesn't like what he's seeing, especially with that quick step treads on field and distant Diana. He knows the interaction is going to be a bit stifled next turn.
Yep. So what's the play here? I think the safest play is to pass, but if you have what you believe is my opponent is really having a bad time, and I don't think I want him to draw anything that's upcoming in the next few turns, maybe I should just mill the cards.
The problem is if you don't do it now, you are going to be under quickstep. So we're going to go for Phantasmagoria here.
Yep, we are going to pass the turn.
Phantasmagoria going to ship what is going to be discarded? Turbocharge, unfortunately, and the Umbral Tide. That would have actually been a Rictus here.
Yeah,
that's
that would be a Rictus. That's a 5-3. Yes, that's value right there. It is going to pass the turn back to Raylam here. Raylam here being safe by grace.
Double Abnegation in the hand.
So pain. Like Emmanuel worked so hard to try and find Lita, only just to get healed by 9. Is it 10?
They would be healing for 10 right now,
10.
yes.
And
Now the issue is, okay, so we did not bring strides, which means we currently are threatening 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage, which is enough to get lethal at least before the lineage release.
At the least, the cat is really big now with an inner sword on the field now. The cat will be swinging for 5, I believe.
Now, Dragon JG has to worry a little bit about the quick step treads. If he activates one of these abnegations, does he have enough to pay for another one or pay for a potential negate?
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like maybe we should just pay for the abnegation during our own turn, right? So you have to pay.
What I was considering, but maybe was hoping, if I hold up more cards, it'll change the way Raylan materializes here.
Yep, but apparently no, Rhythm is gonna be going on the offense. I think this particular matchup, Diana has to be really aggressive as much as possible. If you notice, even throwing out the cat really early, like just for 1 damage right here. We are waiting for, I think, yeah, for Dragon to maybe do an interaction, but no, Rhythm is just gonna proceed to draw
Okay.
our sword.
We're only gonna recollect here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand.
8 cards in hand.
This is
Frost one first going in, trying to test a little bit of what Dragon has in hand.
now one thing you really have to be worried about here is if you abnegate in response to an attack, they could Song of Frost you to blank the whole stack here, which would stop the abnegation from resolving.
Yep,
That would be quite the punish.
Yep, that's just why this card is really, really dangerous. Frost Song has been a card that's like hidden negation because you can even stop your own attack, right? So you can stop every stack that's currently ongoing.
I'm seeing a lot of defense. I'm seeing Pearl Prayer,
Yep.
Abnegation, Resolute Stand.
And here's the big cat. The cat only pounds for 5 damage right here. Can Dragon respond to this, or does he want to respond to this?
I think he wants to heal here. So if it gets negated, if the cat gets negated here, he's not feeling too bad about it because that's the big swing. So probably not gonna die.
There is the Song of Frost in hand.
Does have to worry about a big take aim Diana swing here though. That
Yep.
would be for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's quite a bit. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage swing on Diana. Is it gonna be holding the Resolute Stand? I imagine.
Paying more, and it needs to abnegation being put down. Probably just gonna pay abnegation here.
All right, Raylam has to have a negate here, and we're either forcing a negate or forcing a Song of Frost. That's still gonna cost a lot of cards from hand, which is going to definitely hurt the turn in term. Okay, so it's gonna be a Cerulean, but that is 4 out of the 3 cards in Raylam's hands.
Wow, showing a Cerulean as well in the imbue, meaning he probably has another negate in hand.
Considering how little allies he's been playing, I am inclined to agree that he probably does have like a Frostbind or another, probably another Frostbind.
Yeah, just showing you the other factorize. Yeah, man, I have the factorize. Yeah, we are aware. The cast has been watching. I mean, if you have been watching the game, there's a lot of like speculation that he has literally nothing else to play.
So he's gonna pay.
He's gonna pay.
He's gonna pay for it. So this is the problem. Raylam has to throw a second negate here, second Cerulean Decree. Oh wait, so we're gonna resolve this first.
Yep.
Second Cerulean Decree. Now here's the issue. Wait, he's not imbue.
Oh, no imbue.
Not imbue. Okay, here's the issue. Currently, we are threatening lethal with the Diana swing for 3.
Wait.
And then we lineage release and we live.
Yeah, but his heads down. There's no interaction from Raylam next turn. Dragon is free to do whatever he wants next turn without any interference from Raylam.
We did force the lineage release. That's something.
Yeah, something. Yeah, we reached this point. This is a really crucial point. This is one of the few like recovery that Dragon has that's really, really important right here. We are going to recover. We are going to pass the turn.
But remember, Pearl Prayer, Resolute, Abnegation in hand, so we can definitely heal here. And now we can go for the Ducal Seal with no threat of a Fracturize.
No threat of Fracturize is really, really key right here. Raylam might be, I don't know, I am not too sure about it. Like, the negate, I guess it's important, but like...
Going for the unimbued
What could
Cerulean
it be?
definitely tells you how bad the hand's texture was.
What was the neutral cast in there?
Now I think Dragon JG is gonna start running away with this. He can heal so much here and bring out
It has to be
the
Ducal, yeah.
This Ducal is gonna be crazy. 41 cards left in deck. We've gotten the deck count rolling.
Yep, we have the deck count rolling. This has been the start of this particular matchup. Raylam is really concerned right now. Is it healing time? I think it's healing time. It's time to go with the Lost Runners first to see what you draws into, I believe. Engulf right there.
We could dynastic now.
Or do we want the dynastic first to see what we mill? Maybe we help Raylam mill all of his last 3 Frost Paladins.
He needs triple dynastic here, so I feel like we still just go for the healing. I think it's gonna be Pearl Prayer most likely.
Okay. We are paying with the reservable, and then putting 1 down.
1, 2.
2.
Pearl Prayer.
Pearl Prayer. Yep, this is the obvious choice. Just gonna heal. Just gonna recover back to 10. Draw one to Mem.
Are we gonna pass now?
I
I
think-
think it's probably a pass from this position.
Could this abnegation? Oh, well, yeah, Realm can't really distance, so you can still abnegation during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, this is the issue. With the Ducal and no distant currently, we are very much
Oh.
safe.
Oh, is he hovering with the card? Oh no, it's just a pay.
I think he's just thinking about what he wants to do on Raylam's turn here. I mean, it's looking at these, it's like, oh, it's a lot of interactions. Engulf, with Umbral Tide is kind of crazy if we could get a
Yeah, I was
couple more
thinking about
curses in there.
Is he actually gonna play Umbra Tide here in this?
No, there's no way. You do not want to let Raylam draw 2 cards right now. You are helping him actively get deeper into the deck. Is he thinking about Rictus, or is that just a payment here?
Yeah,
Fracturize, maybe?
Fracturize? What's there to...
Fracturize Treads, Fracturize Power, Fracturize Inert to stop the cat from getting more damage in?
Again, this is why this matchup is all about just getting these allies on the field so that the Alice player has to react, because the Alice player has no clean way to actually react with this ally. This 3/4, this cat is a freaking 5/3. Not to mention the cat is like stealth and also spellcraft, I believe.
3? What is a 3-cost card we're playing? It's Dynastic. Are we throwing it now?
I think we could. I
We
mean,
definitely could.
just do it. I want to see what Raylam actually has on the last like top 15 right now.
Okay. It seems like
We're doing it. Come on, do it. Mill Raylam off his last allies. Okay. 2.
Resolute Abnegation's on the hand, so we could abnegate before the Quickstep Treads becomes live.
Whoa.
That's a little bit dangerous there. It's going to be the Songfrost.
Sure, I guess.
We're definitely not going to go for Strides this turn because...
Let's go milling.
Let's go milling here. Dynastic Whirlpool number 1 has been found.
Doesn't want to even look at what Mill gives to the judge.
41 cards minus 15 puts us at 36.
I think what's matter here is what's being milled right here. If it's all the allies that Raylam needs, then the only way to win is just with the cats and the Frosted Paladins the entire game. What's actually milled? Can we look at it? Raylam is gonna look at it.
All right. Raylam,
Unfazed, doesn't tell us the whole story.
I mean, I'm not seeing too much of a strong reaction, so probably not milling anything too bad. But let's see. He's going to give it here. Okay. Let's see. That's a prudent knock. Take aim, number 1. Crusty, number 1.
Take aim.
Crusty number 2.
Crusty
Paladin number 2.
Paladin number 2.
Crusty number
3. Oh no! Crusty number 4. Oh, the allies are gone! Oh no!
There's no way Dragon JG.
Oh no!
He's literally with the Millennium Eye.
Okay, no. There's still 2 Frosted Paladin. I think it's not the end of the world. Frosted Paladin is the more important one. Yep, the crowd's hearing it.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
that is.
I mean, no. I joked about it, but I mean, it's coming, right? Like, if you are bottoming a lot of cards in your glimpses, yeah, that's the reaction chat. Yeah, like, if you're bottoming a lot of cards, this means the likelihood of the top 15 are that card. So, yeah, man.
That's rough. I honestly am shocked. I am a bit taken aback by how insanely good that mill was.
Hey, this passes the turn after the cross reaction. That's amazing.
Ducal Seal pops
Ducal Seal
here.
immediate pop. You're not giving any opportunity for you to factorize it. And now Raylam just shaking his head here, not sure what he's drawn.
Let's take some stock here.
Yeah.
1 take aim, 4 Crusties, and a Paladin. So you have 2 take aims left. You have
Yep.
2 Paladins,
Paladins left.
You have 0 Crusties left.
I mean, you have a cat, I guess.
Yeah, but you already have a cat on field. You can't play another cat.
You can kill the cat and play another cat and swing.
We haven't even brought the strides out yet, too, which is kind of crazy.
Oh, Raylam. Oh, you can look at his reaction. This is one heck of a final.
Yeah, what a heck of a final. Dragon JG, you're holding up 4 cards. What? JG literally just passed. No
Yep.
Star Ring now. It's
Yep.
time.
Yeah, Raylam just passes it. It's like, yeah, cool. Dareth Ring here. Dragon GG is gonna go for the abnegation here, trying
Oh.
to.
He's like, hey, negate me, please. No?
Nope. Go ahead. and then he's just gonna to
Oh, actually, couldn't negate because of the fractal. So
yeah,
wouldn't be able to
fractals
pay for
like
that. Well, unless it was double negate, but that was probably not happening. Do we have the second dynastic? At this point, he is just gonna mill every single ally left in the deck. Reflected Blight has been
Blight is
double
dead.
reflected Blight.
Reflecting Blight is dead. That's an opportunity cost right there. Hey man, if the first meal is pretty good, why not do it the second time?
Fortunately, reflected Blight draws into
Yeah.
memory, so that means
next
next turn.
Next turn. We can wait for
Next
it.
turn, we can throw the dynastic and ruin Raylam's life here.
I think it's
All of
passed.
my
Yeah.
savings gone.
Yeah, Dragon just passes it. With a huge breath, just say pass. And Rilan right here is in disbelief and say, okay, sure. Let's see if I can draw an ally or draw anything to help me right here. Even an ally here wouldn't help you anymore because Dragon is just really, really ahead in terms of the tempo right now. He just needs to play 2 more dynastics here to actually just win the game.
The one shining hope Raylam has is the fact that Strides is still an option.
Yeah, that is still is that
Smoke
bomb?
bomb,
Yeah,
smoke
smoke
bomb.
bomb.
We are playing this so slow. We do not want to bring that Strides out until it's the absolute perfect opportunity. He's not even distant right now, so currently...
I think just pass the turn.
No. This has got to be a recollection.
Oh, recollection, yeah.
It's got to be a recollection. There's just no way. Tariff ring. You say, okay. Dragon JG. I think Dragon JG sees, oh, you know what? I can actually literally just like
pass.
I can go for the reflected blight and then add the dynastic and Jobby just mill out.
Raylan just passes. Raylan just passes. And Dragon GG is gonna play the reflective. Yeah, it is gonna play the
Has
different.
Raylan just given up?
No, Titans first. Let's see. Can we do an 8?
Can we hit? Okay, 0. No,
Zero,
no,
nah.
Okay, well that's an Umbra site though, and we can Umbra site.
I think we just Umbra site here, increase our influence. Nothing wrong with that.
We have taken 0 damage. Now's the time to take a little bit of damage here. Umbra site here would also get us more cards, potentially drawing into a second dynastic, so we can actually just go for game right now.
Yep. Honorary is also an option. Yeah, just go for honorary right now to increase your influence.
We are just influence maxing.
Yeah.
We are probably not haunting here anyway, just because actually once we add the dynastic arc, we could haunt.
Yep.
So
I think we
this is gonna be two
Uh-huh.
two of our 2 curses.
Yep.
Umbra site 3rd curse.
Uh-huh.
And then we can play Umbral Tide for 2.
Umbra site for 2. Oh no.
And then that means Raylan will be at 22 cards, the dynastic 15. We're getting closer and closer to the mill. So an egg ring here drawn. We're actually not activating the Umbra site. Oh no, it's drawn into memory because of the...
Yep.
Yeah, it's drawn into memory. So we're fine on that end.
I think we're just gonna do it right. With this much influence, we're just gonna mill 15 first. Or at the very least, see if you have another way to mill the remaining 9 cards.
Okay. I think Raylan playing super conservatively. The reason he hasn't been swinging is because of the
so
Para
painful. Yeah.
and the Ducal. So he's like, I'm gonna hold up every single card in hand and make Dragon JG have to play a little bit safer. Because if he just draws Regal or the Dynastic, he can't just go for it. And unfortunately, he just has not found it. But
I think at this point, as his position, Raylan understands that okay, I can't really factorize that the tariff anymore. I just need to give it to him because at this point, any sort of like extra factor is a bit dangerous. Oh no, he's going for it. Is it?
Did add the Dynastic, so we could just throw the Dynastic here and hope that it mills the rest of the damage in the deck. Dynastic.
We're playing now all the Dynastic. Is that what we're doing?
Hey, Dragon JG, what are you thinking? What's going on in that head of yours? It is going to be Dynastic number 2. Dynastic number 2. Now, how bad is this going to be?
We are going to pop the Infaming Orb first. We are going to be forcing Dragon to put 2 cards down. Maybe Raylan has to calculate this.
Song of Frost in the hand.
Song of Frost in the hand.
Engulf. 2 Engulfs. He's putting the Engulfs down. They're too expensive.
Yep.
Wow, he's keeping Umbraside, Reflected Blight.
Wow. All right, okay.
There is absolutely a world where a double Strides, double cat turn just kills here.
Raylan just proceeds to gift the deck. Doesn't even want to mill himself. Just keeps giving to the judge. Maybe his fortune changed. But again, this is looking really, really dangerous. Only 9 cards left in the deck. Can Raylan still salvage this situation?
9 cards left, but he has every card in hand. And based on everything we've seen so far, the hand has not been great. Let's see what the damage is. Okay, Raylan stone cold, not really showing any reaction, but he's looking a bit... Okay, cat!
Cat is gone.
Cat!
Wait.
Okay, negates.
Negate.
2 cats gone!
Yeah, I
2
mean...
cats gone!
Wait, Froston! The Frostons are still there?
That means there must still be a frost. Unless I missed it. There
But the
should...
Frost will help you draw. It's not going to be that helpful anymore. Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh my god. So we have lost 2 cats plus...
Yeah, but...
No, we've lost 3 cats.
3
We've lost
cats.
4 crusties. All our allies gone?
Yeah, because like, if you play Frost and Paladin right now, you just draw a card. Wait, where's Snow White? It's Snow White.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Has he? Are the last 6 cards in the deck 2 Snow White?
Wait. Okay, let's just assume Raylan really did slide in the Snow White. So you're telling me Snow White is at the bottom this whole time?
Wow, that is
No, but they're glimpsed, right?
That is unlucky.
No, but they're glimpsed. Raylan glimpsed them to the bottom of the deck.
Did he?
Remember glimpsing? He sent a lot of cards to the bottom of the
Yeah,
deck.
actually, so he must have just not sided
Yeah,
it in.
so we know. So Raylan knows what's in the last 9 cards.
And oh, there, Snow White in hand.
Snow White in hand. So, Raylan must have drawn them at some point of the game.
He has 2 take aims actually.
Okay, tactical retreat.
2 take aims. Cat is gonna be okay. Let's see if we can get the resolute. Of course, it's a resolute hand.
Yeah, yeah.
This is gonna be 2 take aims and cat. So that is going to be 4, 8, 4,
Stride,
8,
stride.
12.
We get
Strides
stride.
finally coming out.
That's coming out. Dragon Knight has to defend this right now. Is there any action you can do?
He has Song of Frost
Mm-hmm.
plus Resolute.
Resolute.
What he can do here is he can force Raylan to go for the kill shot. Song of Frost,
Yeah.
force Raylan to put more cards down in order to negate it, and then just Resolute, and I think he still survives. Because this is going to be 4, 8, 12. So if it's double take aim cat strides, that's going to be 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Resolute right now.
Resolute.
He's not even going to play any games here. So
Yep.
that means the kill shot is still not lethal then. Actually, wait.
Raylan's
21 minus 3. It's not lethal. It's not lethal unless he has a second cat, but I'm not
taking
entirely
2,
sure. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, wait. Okay, we're getting closer.
taking 1. No, that's not enough. It doesn't matter.
Drawing an extra card. I think he might actually be able to
Smoke
get
bomb.
He might legitimately actually be able to get here. But double take aim is going to take a lot of cards from hand. I don't know if he has enough to hold the negate too.
Frostlong is the problem. That's the only thing stopping right now. Can Raylan do it?
Sure. Okay, cat.
Cat. Stride.
If we have a second cat, this is going to be big. Okay, no. Okay, so it's just going to be 4, 8, 12. 4, 8, 12. Wait, no take aim?
No, take aim.
Where's the take aims? Raylan,
Wait,
don't tell me.
I think, wait, it's still on the stack, no?
No, take aim is a slow speeds card.
Oh.
There's
oh,
no
wait.
way. He's glimpsing.
He's
He
glimpsing.
wants to see. He wants to see in the future what the remaining cards in the deck is. Raylan has just given up. He's like, end me, put me out of my suffering, Dragon JG. Dragon JG gonna 2-0 Raylan, one of the best players to ever play the game?
There's no way. I'm in disbelief. This game is amazing.
Are we gonna Umbra Sight for fun? No, you would die to charge a soul. Dragon JG just has to play the Reflected Blight and add back this Regal, and the game is over. But of course, we know how cautious of a player Dragon JG is. He's not gonna mess around. He's going to
Yep, just do it.
Dynastic.
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 Dynastic might take Nats.
Regal is gonna be the pick here, though. First, I imagine. No, okay, it's gonna be Dynastic.
Yep,
And
and
that's
that's
it.
it. That's it. Dragon JG is your 2026 Nats champion with the Alice Umbra Mill deck taking a 2-0 win. Thoughts?
That was a pretty decisive 2-0 there. Honestly, did not even look close.
I mean, I'm amazed in many. I'm feeling a rage of emotions. So much emotion. The crowd is cheering. It's a great day for Grand Archive.
Is it a great day, or have we just unleashed the Pandora's box? Now that everyone knows that this
No,
thing is
no, no.
real.
I always wish Alice is playable. Alice is playable. I got my wish. She won #1 in that. You know, I got my wish.
Think you
Yeah.
wanted the other Alice to be playable, though?
I mean, her ultimate is playable. Her ultimate
ult-
play in
Her ultimate is playable.
Her ultimate is playable.
in a
It's a power
sense.
card. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
crowd cheering.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that was such an incredible finals, an incredible top 8, to be
Yeah.
honest. Just every single game, just banger after banger after banger, and I'm so glad that I was able to be here with my good friends, Christome
The hero.
and Hero.
Yep.
That's gonna be it for Nationals, but of course, we still have the awarding ceremony. Or no, yeah, no, we still have the awarding ceremony after that.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
have
dev stream
very
that you want to
important.
hear.
Yes.
Do you want to hear more about Asphodel's Paradise, the next set of Grand Archive? Stick around. It should automatically, once this stream ends, it should automatically go to dev streams. You don't even have to go anywhere.
Yep.
You don't have to look anywhere. We're just
Yep.
automatically go there. And you're going to learn more about Asphodel, more about Dante, more about Lorraine 2.
Just stay
Electric
here.
Boogaloo.
Just hang tight, stay here, and we will give you more Grand Archive news. So from me, Prism, Flawed, and also Hero, thank you for sticking with us for these 2 amazing days of stream, and we hope to see you soon. So bye-bye.
Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive. Main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Welcome to the Grand Archive's most exhilarating event, Pantheon. For generations, champions from the Grand Archive have fought for the gods' favor in this arena. With boons from gods, each champion fights not only for their own victory, but for the glory of their benevolent patron. You'll be surprised to see how much a boon can completely change a champion's fighting style. I don't doubt many of these fighters will gain new fans, and even rivals as they compete. As the rules for Pantheon are quite different, don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases, but everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com. Pantheon are quite different. Don't forget to double-check the Pantheon-specific ban list before entering the fray. Worry not, they have also supplemented champions with unique skills and treasures for use only in this arena as well. So rest assured that your favorite hero will still shine brightly upon the field of battle. Let's walk through a typical match. Pantheon is a multiplayer format consisting of 3 to 4 players, where the last player standing is the victor. Just the same as a normal game of Grand Archive, main decks consist of a minimum of 60 cards and a maximum of 12 in the material deck. However, in Pantheon, you cannot have more than 1 copy of each card in the main deck. Players will also start with 1 lesser boon and 1 greater boon card face down in their Pantheon zone. With the battlefield properly set up, we're ready to start the battle. All players will place their level 0 spirits onto the field at the same time. Then, each on-enter effect is resolved in turn order. This will be clockwise around the board. A free-for-all fight might be too much for some of our less athletically inclined champions, so the gods have also granted their wards with a barrier token that absorbs the first 6 damage to them and their allies each game. All players also skip their first wake-up, materialize, and recollection phases. But everyone gets to draw, including the first player. However, players cannot declare attacks on their first turn unless they are the last player in the turn cycle. Champions will need to utilize both wits and brawn to remain the last hero standing. Do not underestimate the weight of a god's gift. A well-bestowed boon could tip the scales in a champion's favor in the blink of an eye. Not only will some boons have a reserve cost, but a god may require a champion to be of a certain level or to use specific abilities in order to bestow their boon. Some boons can even be bestowed at fast speed, so champions will need to strategically think of when to use them to maximize their effects. Given that it is the power of a god, once a bestowment enters the effect stack, players cannot have opportunity or perform game actions in response to it. Once bestowed, the boon will be represented by its card face up in its owner's Pantheon zone. Even if a god bestows their boon, it may apply too slowly or quickly for the champion to make good use of it. For this reason, it is important for there to be a good synergy between patron gods and their chosen champions. Pantheon is an exciting challenge for champions of all levels of experience. Win or lose, you might find that trying an unusual or comedic strategy might even impress some of the gods. Learn more about Pantheon and the Grand Archive at pantheon.gatcg.com.
All right, everyone, players, event staff, and fans, we officially made history here in Taipei today. With over 400 players, this is officially the largest national championship in Grand Archive history. Because this was the final nationals of the season, the dust is finally settling and the road to the World Championships is almost fully locked in. We are about to name our top 8, but before we do, a quick heads up. Do not leave the room afterward. Stick around right where you are because the team at Weebs of the Shore have some special announcements you won't want to miss. Now, let's recognize the duelists who fought their way through this massive field. Please give a huge round of applause for your Southeast Asia nationals, top 8. In 8th, please welcome up Ray Pig. In 7th, we have Justin LJW. Welcome Professor, who's in sixth, up to the stage. In fifth, we have Enoch Lock 123. Welcome Lifter Still to the stage at the fourth place. And third, we have Mike 0615. Our second place runner up is Ray Lamb. And make some noise. In first place, our Southeast Asia national champion, Dragon JG. Congratulations to our top eight, and a massive shout out to everyone making that push for Worlds. I'll pass it over now for those special announcements and a very special dev stream.